Yet he understood even more clearly that this was the only way to break the stalemate. Without him, the assault squad could never lock onto that Nether Soul clan leader hiding in the shadows. Only if he personally took the field could this operation succeed. Only by luring away the majority of the enemy forces could he win a brief respite for the immortal village and hold the defensive line. There is no need for further persuasion. I have a flawless plan and will surely retreat unscathed. All you need to do is hold the defensive line and wait for my return. Yifeng once again spoke in a commanding tone. Seeing their own alliance leader so resolute, everyone knew they could no longer dissuade him. They could only watch his departing figure and pray in silence, their eyes filled with worry and reluctance, yet tinged with an inexplicable sliver of expectation. Their alliance leader had always been wise and valiant, ever capable of creating miracles. Perhaps this time too, he would lead them safely through disaster. Only a small number of people felt that this move by Yi Wuhan was no different from striking stone with an egg, utterly impossible to succeed. What awaited him could only be death, and the destruction of Piayun Immortal Village was in their eyes merely a matter of time. Without the slightest hesitation, Yifeng immediately led Xian Yang and the three guardian holy envoys He Xiong and Shan Mao aboard the cloud-piercing flying boat waiting ahead, while Tsang Song was left behind in Piayun Immortal Village to preside over the overall situation. Fortunately, this cloud-piercing flying boat was a carefully chosen top-grade small vessel, exceptionally fast and extraordinarily sturdy in defense, greatly increasing the odds of success for this operation. The flying boat slowly lifted into the air, skirting around the densest zones of the attacking corpse monsters. The newly repositioned soul-piercing giant ballista was also rapidly activated. Boom! In the next instant, the cloud-piercing boat suddenly shot forth like a meteor, cleaving through darkness, carrying an unparalleled impact as it burst out from Piayun Immortal Village's defensive perimeter and plunged straight into the thick ranks of the Nether Soul clan and corpse monster army. This sudden twist sent the Nether Soul clan and corpse monster army outside the city into immediate turn. Countless soul bodies and corpse monsters simultaneously turned and lunged toward the cloud-piercing boat. Waves of frigid, baleful chi and nauseating corpse stench intertwined as a sky-covering barrage of attacks converged near the vessel in an instant. Hold the hull and break through with all your strength. Yifeng barked coldly. His hands never ceased forming seals as he expanded the soul-repelling flame-light barrier around the cloud-piercing boat to its maximum, while simultaneously activating the heaven's mechanism disk within his body. In an instant, the full panorama of the battlefield emerged within his mind: the deployment of the soul army, the movements of the corpse monsters, the weak points in the baleful currents, and the optimal route of breakthrough all appeared with crystalline clarity before his eyes, as though he possessed a Godsia view, able to perceive every detail of the battle. An advanced corpse monster is blocking on the left, full turn to the right. A powerful soul clan expert is chasing from the rear. Accelerate forward and slip out of the encirclement. Ahead lies a concentration of soul clan forces. Do not force your way through. Thread the gap from the right. Yifeng continued issuing commands, his hands precisely steering the cloud-piercing boat as it wove nimbly through the dense enemy ranks. Under his urging, the cloud-piercing boat's speed was pushed to the extreme. Like a phantom, it flickered left and right at times, suddenly accelerating at times, abruptly changing direction, precisely avoiding most of the soul commanders and corpse armies along the way, slipping past one deadly ambush after another. Those Nether Soul clan and corpse monsters that lunged to intercept, though often already within arm's reach, always fell short by a hair's breadth, unable to so much as brush against the cloud-piercing boat, forced to watch helplessly as it drove forward through layer upon layer of encirclement. Xian Yang and the three guardian holy envoys stood upon the deck, striking with full strength to repel soul shadows and corpse monsters that broke through, and as they watched Yifeng calmly maneuver the vessel out of each desperate situation, their respect for their alliance leader only deepened. Without his art of foreseeing fortune and calamity, they would already have been ensnared in layer upon layer of encirclement, unable to take a single step. Yifeng's gaze, however, remained firmly locked on a certain direction at the outer edge of the battlefield. At the very moment the cloud-piercing boat broke out, he had already obtained positional information through the heavens mechanism disk. Sure enough, after they had dashed several li forward, Yifeng's eyes suddenly fixed upon a seemingly insignificant figure amid the tens of thousands of corpse monsters in the distance. It was a no more than ordinary wolf corpse demon, its frame even slightly smaller than that of a typical wolf corpse. It appeared dull and wooden, no different from the other corpse monsters that knew only slaughter, merely standing there quietly, as though assigned to watch from afar, blended seamlessly into the tens of thousands of corpse monsters, drawing no attention at all. Anyone else would inevitably have dismissed this wolf corpse as the most common of cannon fodder, and simply, yet the instant Yifeng laid eyes upon it, he was certain in his heart that this was the corpse possessed and controlled by the Nether Soul clan leader. This wolf corpse demon seemed ordinary, but from time to time it emitted extremely subtle, extremely faint soul clan wails. These cries were deliberately concealed and perfectly merged with the howls of the corpse horde and the shrieks of the souls, making them utterly impossible for ordinary cultivators to detect. More importantly, none of the surrounding corpse monsters, or Nether Soul clan, dared to move recklessly near this wolf corpse demon. Found you. Cold light flared in Yifeng's eyes as he drove the cloud-piercing boat to an even higher speed, hurtling along the path of least resistance toward the wolf corpse demon's position. At this moment, the Nether Soul clan leader hidden within the wolf corpse demon was wholly absorbed in commanding the army's assault on Pyayun Immortal Village, savoring the thrill of controlling the battlefield and the impending destruction of the entire village. Though its cultivation was profound and its intellect far surpassed that of ordinary soul clans, by nature it was cautious and suspicious, fond of orchestrating events from behind the scenes and rarely showing itself. Leading the army to attack Pyayun Immortal Village this time, it was more cautious than ever, lodging itself within this utterly unremarkable wolf corpse demon and hiding at the fringe of the battlefield precisely to avoid being targeted by human cultivators, ensuring nothing could possibly go wrong. Regarding the cloud-piercing boat that suddenly burst out from Pyayun Immortal Village, at first it did not take it seriously. In its eyes, these human cultivators were already turtles in a jar, merely trapped beasts making a final struggle to break out and flee. It simply did not believe that such insignificant humans could pierce its disguise and discover its hiding place. After all, its concealment methods were exquisitely refined. Even the experts of the Immortal City might not notice anything amiss without careful scrutiny. Thus, it merely dispatched a small detachment of corpse monsters and low-tier Nether Soul clan to intercept the cloud-piercing boat, intending to casually wipe out these few humans attempting to break through without committing any significant forces. What happened next, however, utterly exceeded its expectations. That narrow flying boat moved like a specter, its agility surpassing imagination. The interception forces it had sent out not only failed to block the cloud-piercing boat's path, but could not even hinder it in the slightest, being effortlessly evaded one by one. Moreover, the vessel seemed almost prescient. No matter how it redeployed forces to encircle and cut it off, it was always a step too late, forced to watch as the cloud-piercing boat relentlessly broke through and drew closer and closer to its position. Even so, the Yuming Soul General still maintained its composure, convinced this was nothing more than coincidence, that the flying boat could not possibly have it as its target. Yet as the Poyan boat drew within 10 li, that razor-sharp killing intent no longer concealed itself and locked directly onto him. Only then did he belatedly realize that these humans were not trying to break through and escape at all, but were charging straight for him. They had truly seen through his disguise and now sought to annihilate him. This realization caused the always cautious and cowardly Yuming Soul General, who only dared to lurk in the shadows, to panic instantly. He could not fathom how these humans had managed to pinpoint his hiding place so precisely amid the boundless sea of corpses. It utterly defied all logic. But there was no longer any time left for him to ponder. The Poyan boat was unimaginably fast, and in the blink of an eye had shortened the distance yet again. If he failed to come up with a solution, the enemy truly might rush right up to him. The Yuming Soul General could no longer afford to direct the frontline army's assault on Pyayun Immortal Village. He immediately sent out hurried, frantic soul wave commands, mobilizing every force that could be drawn from the front lines and surrounding areas to madly fall back toward the Poyan boat, throwing themselves into interception and blockade, determined to halt Yifeng and the others halfway. In an instant, the Soul Race and Corpse Demon army that had been fiercely besieging Pyayun Immortal Village split off by more than half. Like a vast black tide, they turned as one and surged toward the Poyan boat to encircle and slaughter. In the sky, the nether mist rolled even more violently as countless Soul Race experts unleashed soul wave attacks from within. On the ground, the Corpse Demon army charged without pause. Boundless killing intent and baleful chi surged like a storm, completely engulfing the Poyan boat. At the same time, the Yuming Soul General knew that even with all these forces thrown into interception, it was still far from certain and might not be enough to stop that eerie flying boat. Controlling the corpse body of a wolf demon, he turned and bolted toward the distance, seeking to flee this perilous region and find a more concealed place in which to hide. By nature, he was timid, never willing to personally risk himself, and even less inclined to confront human experts hidden. As long as he could escape, he would not hesitate to abandon this entire assault on Pyayun Immortal Village. Trying to run. Too late. Standing at the prow of the Poyan boat, Yifeng took in the Yuming Soul General's actions in full view, a shard of icy laughter flashing in his eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Once the Yuming Soul General moved and redeployed a large portion of his forces to fall back, the pressure of the siege on Pyayun Immortal Village abruptly lessened. The defensive formation and the warriors within the village finally gained a brief chance to breathe, leaving Yifeng with no more worries behind him. How could he possibly turn back halfway now? Guiding the Poyan boat, Yifeng ignored the vast host of enemies converging to surround him. Relying on his art of foreseeing fortune and calamity, he locked firmly onto the wolf demon corpse harboring the Yuming Soul General and pursued it relentlessly. The Poyan boat wove through the storm of attacks like an agile fish, and Xianyang together with the three guardian saints unleashed their full arsenal of techniques. Radiant lights burst forth as they cut down every corpse demon and soul race cultivator that broke through the defenses guarding the vessel with all their might. With their deft maneuvering, they forcibly carved a path of blood, drawing ever closer to the wolf demon corpse. Half an instant stick of time later, because the soul race leader had deliberately chosen a relatively weak demon wolf to avoid revealing himself, they finally caught up and entered striking range. Sensing that killing intent at his back, drawing within arm's reach, the Yuming soul race leader knew he was now cornered with no path of escape, and that battle had become inevitable. Shock and fury surged within him, and his habitual caution and cowardice were completely drowned by the ferocity ignited in the face of mortal peril. Since I cannot flee, then I shall fight. Do you truly believe you few little gnats can destroy me? A vicious grin twisted across the Yuming soul race leader's face. Though timid by temperament, this did not mean he was weak. He was after all a soul general-level powerhouse of the Yuming soul race, his cultivation unfathomably deep. Even against several human experts at the entering Saint realm, he would not necessarily be without the strength to fight, let alone these few mixed-blood juniors who had yet to reach sainthood. He was certain that if he fought with everything he had, he could grind these few humans' bones to dust. Roar! With a shrill, piercing howl from his soul body, the wolf demon corpse's frame suddenly exploded. Pitch-black rotting flesh and shattered bone fragments blasted outward as a mass of inky soul fog surged skyward from the wolf's remains. The fog rolled and condensed, finally coalescing into the towering figure of a soul general several zhang tall, clad in black soul armor, with a hideous visage, who appeared in full and barred Yi Feng and his companion's path. This Yuming soul general was shrouded in surging black qi and flickering ghost light. A terrifying pressure at least 10 times stronger than that of ordinary soul fiends spread outward, making the very air around him feel frozen solid. His gaze was venomous as he fixed his eyes on Yi Feng and the others upon the boat. His voice screeched like grinding metal, unbearably harsh. Insignificant humans, you dare ruin my great undertaking and even pursue me here. Today I shall rip your souls from your bodies and torment you for all eternity, so you will regret ever being born into this world. He assumed that once he revealed himself, these humans would surely turn pale and scramble to flee. Yet Yi Feng and the others, upon seeing him, felt not the slightest fear. Instead, a flicker of delight surfaced in their eyes. Do it! In the next instant, Yi Feng let out a low shout and was the first to leap from the Poyan boat. Golden dragon qi flared violently around him as his dragon soul power at the peak of the Saint realm erupted in full. With a single lifted hand, he unleashed a golden dragon phantom tens of Zhonglong, which carried a world-shattering might as it lunged ruthlessly toward the Yuming soul general. The dragon roared, its cry shaking the clouds, while golden dragon flames blazed fiercely. Wherever the dragon passed, the nether mist was completely dispersed, and any corpse demon or soul race cultivator brushed by the dragon fire was instantly reduced to ash. Yi Feng poured his entire strength into this strike, aiming to kill in a single blow and swiftly decapitate this Yuming soul general. Xianyang and the three guardian saints likewise steered the flying boat to swing around behind the Yuming soul general, cutting off his escape route. At the same time, they simultaneously struck out, joining Yi Feng in a coordinated encirclement. Though they were startled to find that this Yuming soul race leader possessed the cultivation of a soul general, their confidence remained unshaken the moment they recalled their alliance leader's methods. How is this possible? How can these humans unleash such formidable attacks? Witnessing this scene, the Yuming soul race leader felt as though he had seen a ghost. He could not comprehend how such an apparently ordinary human could possess such terrifying means, and realized he had carelessly provoked a deity-like existence. But matters had already come to this point, and he had no retreat left. The Yuming soul general bellowed in rage as soul power surged around him, condensing into countless black blades that crashed heat into Yi Feng's dragon soul. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions rang out one after another as golden and black radiance collided and intertwined. Shockwaves billowed like a tidal wave, and the surrounding corpse demons and soul race cultivators were caught in the aftermath and instantly reduced to drifting smoke. The Yuming soul general's strength was indeed formidable, and his soul arts eerie and unfathomable. His soul body fluctuated between solidity and illusion, while his secret techniques reached a transcendent level, allowing him to manipulate nearby corpse demons and soul race cultivators to self-destruct in frenzied counterattacks. However, what it faced was the dragon soul with the peak power of the sacred realm. The soul of the true dragon embodies the most vigorous and radiant strength in the world, perfectly countering the sinister souls of the underworld. The power of the dragon soul was overwhelmingly domineering, capable of effortlessly tearing apart the soul armor of the soul general, suppressing its soul techniques and significantly diminishing its strength. At first, the underworld soul general could barely resist 2 strikes with its bizarre movements and soul techniques, but as the battle continued, it gradually found itself at a disadvantage, its soul armor being shredded by the dragon's claws, and its soul body becoming increasingly faint with its aura rapidly declining. Endless fear finally rose in its heart as it realized that it was no match for the dragon's soul. The opponent's actual cultivation far exceeded its imagination, and that dragon fire was its natural nemesis. It wanted to flee again, but the flying boats of Xianyang and the others had completely blocked its escape route, and the dragon soul's attacks came like a torrential storm, leaving it with no chance of escape. No, impossible. How could I be defeated by you, a mere human? The underworld soul general let out a desperate and unwilling roar, using its last bit of strength to begin casting its ultimate secret technique. It condensed the essence of its entire soul power into a dark soul snake, shooting towards Yifeng, intending to burrow into his body and devour his soul, resulting in mutual destruction. However, Yifeng's gaze sharpened as he quietly activated the soul-protecting barrier of the heavenly machine disc, forming an impervious layer of protection on the surface of his body, firmly blocking the impact of the dark soul snake. Then the peak dragon soul unleashed its full power, striking down, with its vigorous claws instantly shattering the underworld soul general's last line of defense and reducing the dark soul snake to dust. A shrill piercing scream echoed as the soul snake transformed from the underworld soul general, rapidly dissolved and disintegrated within the golden dragon claws. In just a short quarter of an hour, the soul general of the underworld, which had plunged Fiancé village into despair, was completely annihilated by Yifeng and the others, leaving no trace behind. As the underworld soul general fell, a series of crystal-clear crystals dropped from the dissipating soul body. Yifeng reached out and gathered the remnants into his hands. Upon careful counting, he found that there were indeed 10 mid-grade soul crystals. Excellent. Seeing this, the tense expression on Yifeng's face finally relaxed, while Xianyang and the others also revealed relieved smiles. These 10 mid-grade soul crystals arrived just in time, greatly alleviating the current crisis of Fiancé village. It was truly a tremendous surprise. However, after dealing with the underworld soul general, Yifeng did not linger for a moment and immediately called Xianyang and the others to navigate the broken cloud boat and divert the remaining pursuers. At this moment, the situation around Fiancé village had undergone a dramatic change. With the underworld soul general slain, the underworld soul clan and the army of demon core that had originally besieged Fiancé village were instantly leaderless, falling into complete chaos. Their intelligence was already low. Without the soul general's command, they seemed to have lost their wits, left only with primitive instincts for slaughter, their attack rhythm completely disrupted, with some standing in confusion, others fighting amongst themselves, and some still recklessly charging towards Fiancé village, but their assault became sparse. As a result, the pressure on the defenses of Fiancé village drastically decreased, allowing the bloodied cultivators to finally catch their breath, taking out elixirs to heal and restore their soul power. The defense line, which had been on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized under the support of the divine soul crossbow, granting them a glimmer of hope in this terrifying storm of soul creatures. However, the army of soul creatures and demon core that had originally been ordered to intercept Yifeng still numbered quite a bit. After losing their leader's command, they continued to pursue the broken cloud boat, with the last directive relentlessly chasing after Yifeng. If this army were allowed to linger here, they would ultimately become a burden for Fiancé village, and it was uncertain how much loss would be incurred to eliminate them. The best choice was to draw them away. However, where to draw these pursuers? Yifeng stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the dense sea of corpses and tide of souls surrounding him, lost in thought. He instinctively thought of Hongyesian village, which liked to employ underhanded tactics. Although Hongyesian village had suffered heavy losses after the last incident, it was after all a direct descendant of Mayusian city, with deep foundations. It was said that reconstruction had recently begun. In the next moment, he maneuvered the broken cloud boat to change direction, racing unhesitatingly towards the nearby Hongyesian village. He intended to ignite more chaos for them and completely destroy them. The broken cloud boat sped quickly, attracting the pursuing army of soul creatures and demon core, which relentlessly pursued the boat, pouring continuously towards the direction of Hongyesian village. To ensure maximum effect, Yifeng controlled the flying boat to maintain a distance that was neither too far nor too close, drawing as many pursuing soul creatures and demon core as possible near Hongyesian village. Then, employing the technique of foreseeing fortunes and misfortunes, he easily shook off the pursuers behind him and then changed direction, quietly departing. Half an hour later, Hongyesian village had completely turned into a hell on earth. Hongyesian village had previously been breached and had weak defenses. This storm came suddenly, and they struggled to fend it off, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet they never expected that another catastrophe would descend upon them. A new wave of underworld Soul Clan and Demon Corps surged towards Hongyesian village, recklessly launching attacks, leaving the village no time to respond, and the defense line was instantly overwhelmed by the surging sea of corpses and tide of souls. Piercing screams and desperate cries immediately resonated throughout the area, as the houses and formations that had just been rebuilt within the village were once again destroyed and numerous powerful beings perished under the claws of the Demon Corps and the devouring of the soul creatures, suffering heavy casualties, turning the ground into rivers of blood. The young master and elders of Hongyesian village stood atop the ruined city, Lord's mansion, watching this familiar scene unfold before them, trembling with rage, a mouthful of blood spurting forth, nearly causing them to collapse. They could not comprehend why misfortune would descend upon them once again in such a short time. Having just survived one calamity not long ago and finally managed to rebuild their home, they never expected to be subjected to the same tactics again, attracting such a terrifying army of soul creatures and Demon Corps, plunging Hongyesian village into the abyss of destruction once more. This despair and anger of having just escaped the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den, completely unaware of who the enemy was, left them with bulging veins on their foreheads, yet powerless, struggling amidst the endless sea of corpses and tide of souls, enduring this unwarranted catastrophe. Alliance leader, should we return immediately? Or what should we do? After completely shaking off the pursuers, Xianyang respectfully asked Yifeng. No, let's first check the nearby immortal village. Yifeng pondered for a moment before giving his response. He felt that the nearby immortal village had likely been mostly breached by the Soul Clan or was currently under siege, and there might be residual soul crystals or personnel left behind. Currently, the manpower at Piayun Immortal Village was still too scarce, and the reserve of soul crystals was far from sufficient. Although they had escaped the first wave of the storm, stronger ones were surely to follow. If they could gather and utilize the resources from the nearby immortal villages, they could hold out longer. As expected, during their return journey, the flying boat stopped at several immortal villages along the way, and they witnessed a shocking scene. Once orderly immortal villages had already been reduced to ruins, collapsed beams intersected and crisscrossed, and charred stone pillars glimmered with a blackened hue amid the gray mist. Scattered across the ground were broken fragments of magical artifacts, blood-stained robes of cultivators, and numerous corpses that had been gnawed upon, with slow-moving demonic corpses crawling nearby. Their flesh was rotting, yet they still maintained a ravenous posture, with hollow eye sockets hiding a ghostly green flame. Seeing these scenes, although the protectors felt sympathy, they did not express any excessive sorrow. However, they unexpectedly gained a significant amount of rewards. It turned out that while the people of Piayun Immortal Village fought bravely, the surrounding immortal villages were also caught off guard by this terrifying storm of the Soul Clan. Most of these immortal villages did not have the strong defenses of Piayun Immortal Village and could not withstand the overwhelming attack from the demonic corpses of the Soul Clan. In just half a day, many immortal villages were completely breached, turning into ruins, with cultivators suffering heavy casualties and the survivors fleeing in all directions in panic. The lucky surviving cultivators recalled the earlier warnings from Piayun Immortal Village and immediately felt regret. Many of them fled towards Piayun Immortal Village, hoping to find refuge. They did not wish to go to Yunlan Immortal City, but Yunlan Immortal City was too far away, and in their current exhausted state, they could not reach it in time. On the contrary, Piayun Immortal Village had long anticipated this crisis and must have made full preparations, at least serving as a temporary resting place for them. Yifeng navigated the flying boat along the way, searching for survivors, and soon encountered several groups of fleeing cultivators. Some were struggling to move forward with their divine soul artifacts, while others were trying to resist within the soul fire flying boat, but they were like a leaf in a storm, at risk of being engulfed at any moment. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately maneuvered the flying boat closer and rescued all the surviving cultivators. All these cultivators were above the transformation realm, and there was even one heavily injured Quasi-Saint realm expert. Each was a seasoned fighter, numbering around 20. Additionally, the search team found over 100 soul crystals in the abandoned Immortal Village ruins. Upon learning that Piayun Immortal Village was still holding strong and in need of manpower, the rescued surviving cultivators were filled with excitement and expressed their willingness to join the guard of Piayun Immortal Village to combat the calamity of the Soul Clan. When the broken cloud flying boat returned to the vicinity of Piayun Immortal Village, the powerful families of the entire village were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had thought that their leader would be fortunate to lead away the surging Soul Clan army and return unharmed, but unexpectedly the leader not only returned safely, but also brought back nearly 20 strong fighters. Moreover, there were over 200 soul crystals. With the replenishment of soul crystals, the soul fire great array emitted a brilliant golden light. Once again, roaring flames ignited, and a solid defensive barrier was re-established. With reinforcements arriving, they could fill the personnel gaps after a brief rest, making the fragmented defense strong again. Additionally, with the main force of the Soul clan drawn away, only a few remnants remained outside the city, and the intensity of the attacks diminished greatly. The precarious Piayun Immortal Village finally stabilized the situation, surviving the most difficult day and welcoming a brief respite. Everyone began to methodically repair the city walls, taking turns to rest. Although the soldiers in the village were all injured and exhausted, their eyes rekindled hope, and their faces showed the relief of having survived. Thousands of miles away in Yunlan Immortal City, the largest cultivation city in the region, the defensive power far surpassed all immortal villages, yet it was also on the brink of collapse amidst the storm of the Soul clan, with the people inside in a state of panic and chaos. Xia Yiran, the young lord of Yunlan Immortal City, stood on the city tower, watching the overwhelming army of Soul clan demonic corpses outside the city, feeling the city defenses that were constantly being breached, and then barely patched up. Her mood complex to the extreme. Days earlier, she had received Yifeng's warning about an unprecedented strong storm of the Soul clan approaching this area. She immediately ordered the entire city to be on alert, reinforce defenses, and stockpile supplies, making full preparations. However, even so, when the real storm came, she realized that all her measures felt extremely powerless in the face of this hellish disaster. None of them had anticipated that the calamity of the Soul clan could escalate to such a degree. At this moment, Xia Yiran was feeling extremely gloomy and guilt-ridden. Surely Piayun Immortal Village has been completely obliterated by now, right? What a pity. Yifeng is quite capable, yet she did not dare to give much support due to her unwillingness to show favoritism. Facing a storm with both terrifying Soul clan and troublesome demonic corpses, even the defenses of Yunlan Immortal City were at risk of being breached under constant assault and erosion. How could Piayun Immortal Village withstand such a terrifying calamity? Perhaps by the time she could spare some effort, that kid would have long turned to dust. Meanwhile, Xia Meifeng, not far from Xia Yiran, looked at the brutal battlefield before her, and she had already sentenced Piayun Immortal Village to death in her heart. She had always felt that Piayun Immortal Village was merely a small village established by lowly beings from the lower realm, with defense power, personnel reserves, and resource depth that could not compare to the native immortal villages of the spirit realm, let alone Yunlan Immortal City. If even Yunlan Immortal City was on the brink of collapse, that small Piayun Immortal Village must have been breached by the Soul clan army, with all its inhabitants perished. In her view, not a single non-top-tier immortal village could survive in this catastrophe. Xia Yiran, oh Xia Yiran, your external support is destined to be unreliable. Xia Meifeng secretly reveled in her misfortune amidst the fierce battle. However, she never imagined that far away in Piayun Immortal Village, despite lacking strong city defenses and sufficient resources under Yifeng's leadership, they had miraculously survived the most difficult first day by drawing away the main force of the Soul clan with exceptional strategy and decisive decision-making. A night passed without a word. The next morning, as the dawn broke, Piayun Village had already become bustling with activity. While the strong ones were on guard, they also busied themselves with transporting resources and repairing the city walls. The newly allied survivors, under the guidance of Lu Qingfeng and others, were also getting acquainted with the village's defense facilities. Even the severely injured Croissant cultivator, despite not having fully recovered, insisted on participating in the reconstruction efforts. On this day, the rampant storm of the underworld Soul clan seemed to have calmed down significantly, with noticeably fewer attacking forces from the Soul clan and the undead army. However, Yifeng felt no joy. Instead, he remained deeply furrowed, filled with concern. He understood that the storm of the underworld Soul clan was far from over, and a greater crisis loomed ahead. The critical moment was just 2 days away. If they could withstand it, they would welcome the dawn. If not, everything would dissolve into nothingness. This was the final and most crucial battle. He had to utilize all the available resources from the nearby villages with utmost urgency to ensure a chance of facing the next wave of challenges. Thus, he took several Path Guardian Saints aboard 2 flying vessels and set off again, racing towards the surroundings. He intended to meticulously search every nearby village. The flying vessels darted through the misty woods. Yifeng stood at the bow, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes like an eagle, continuously seeking the hidden auras of resources in the ruins of each village, using his Qi vision technique. Leader, look over there. There are survivors. Leader, here are storage rings. Leader, there are several intact divine soul crossbows here. The surroundings were occasionally filled with the urgent shouts of the Path Guardian Saints. The harvest of this day was quite fruitful. The search team found over 200 soul crystals and nearly 30 survivors, including a Croissant cultivator, 2 masters skilled in artifact forging, several intact divine soul crossbows, and a large number of storage rings and common magical treasures. The nearby villages had basically been thoroughly scavenged by him. When they returned to Piayun Village, the sun was already setting and the crowd had been waiting for a long time in the square. Yifeng instructed others to carry the resources and survivors off the flying vessels, beginning to tally the final harvest. The Xianyang saint approached Yifeng with a ledger excitedly reporting, "Leader, after counting, we have currently rescued a total of 46 survivors. Among them 5 are at the peak of the transformation stage, 40 in the transformation stage, and 2 in the croissant. Thus our village now has 4 croissant cultivators, 13 at the peak of the transformation stage, and over 100 in the transformation stage, along with villagers at the nascent soul stage, making the total population of the village nearly 500. He paused and continued. In terms of soul crystals, we harvested 210 today, adding to the previous amount, making the total number of soul crystals 420. Regarding magical treasures, there are 20 divine soul crossbows, 2 flying vessels, and over 80 royal-level treasures, along with a large number of medicinal pills and refining materials. Yifeng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in the square. He could clearly sense that after today's harvest, the ominous atmosphere above the crowd had shown signs of dissipating, no longer the previous certain doom. This also represented that they now had the confidence to withstand the stronger storm to come. Very good. Yifeng's voice was loud as he raised his hand to silence the crowd, continuing to arrange. Xianyang Sangsong, you too, start resting fully. The defense will be handled by the Red Wolf, who ensure that your states are restored to their peak. As you command, leader. Both Xianyang and Sangsong clasped their fists in response. Once the arrangements were made, Yifeng returned to his dwelling alone without any sign of slackening, immediately sitting cross-legged on his bed to adjust his breathing and cultivate. From the hints given by the heavenly mechanism disc, the upcoming second wave of the storm was far more violent than the first. The pressure that could tear the heavens and earth apart made even having the dragon soul within him feel heavy. As expected, the following day the speed of the rolling haze in the sky noticeably slowed down, and the first wave of the underworld soul clan storm completely came to an end. Inside and outside Piayan village, everything was orderly. The cultivators were each doing their jobs, the fortifications were reinforced, and the soul-driving flame blazed fiercely, isolating the haze for several miles. Yifeng did not go out to search again, but instead closed the door to conserve his energy. He took out all the medicinal pills he had found from the ruins, especially placing one explosive god pill solemnly in his palm. This pill was dark red, pulsating, with violent soul power fluctuations. It was a forbidden drug that elevated cultivation at the cost of bodily harm with severe after-effects. It would not be used unless in absolute desperation, but he could not afford to think too much this time. He carefully stored the explosive god pill and called for 4 croissant path guardian saints to repeatedly practice the combined attack technique. Against the second wave of the even more formidable soul clan leaders, ordinary attacks would be like scratching the surface. Only through the combined efforts of everyone in conjunction with his dragon soul would there be a glimmer of hope. With everything prepared on the third day at midnight, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color and the storm descended once more. The previously thinning gray haze suddenly surged back like a tidal wave, instantly obscuring the stars and moon, plunging the entire celestial domain into darkness. Countless piercing soul howls and corpse roars echoed from the sky, sharper and more violent than the first wave, causing the protective formation of Piayan village to hum ominously. "They're here." Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, his figure flashing to appear atop the village gate. He looked up and saw countless shadows around him, both illusory and solid, swarming towards them. Amidst these countless shadows, 4 particularly large figures approached, each towering several meters high, their bodies formed from pure soul mist surrounded by black flames. These were the soul general-level powerhouses of the underworld soul clan. The 4 soul generals seemed to have a prearranged plan, boldly revealing themselves from the very beginning, tightly surrounding Piayan village. The one at the center exuded a particularly terrifying aura, with the flickering soul flames hinting at a pressure not inferior to the dragon soul lying dormant within Yifeng. "Charge all divine soul crossbows. Fire only at my command." Yifeng's voice echoed throughout the village, his tone as cold as ice. "Yes." The crowd did not dare to be negligent and quickly took their positions. The soul-driving flames surged several meters high, the golden firelight clashing with the black aura, producing a sizzling sound, and the air was filled with an extremely unpleasant corrosive odor. "Roar!" The leading terrifying soul general launched the first attack, swinging its massive claw to unleash a black soul blade several dozen meters long, viciously crashing down towards the city wall. The other 3 soul generals followed suit, unleashing waves of soul blades, and soul fire in succession. The protective array of Piayan village swayed like a small boat amidst furious waves under the force of these attacks. The faces of the powerful individuals scattered throughout the area turned ashen in an instant. They had never anticipated such a dire situation right from the start. Even if they poured all their soul power into resisting, they still had no confidence in holding out. Among this group, the strongest were only Xianyang and 3 other semi-holy realm masters. However, in this storm of the soul clan, there were not only over 10 soul beasts with semi-holy realm strength, but also 4 soul generals comparable to the Holy Realm, one of whom emanated an aura that reached the peak of the Holy Realm, far exceeding all of them. If these soul generals were allowed to break through the defenses and destroy the city walls, Piaoyuan village would surely fall into an irretrievable abyss. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused desperately on their leader, filled with despair and inquiry. Yifeng looked at the pale-faced crowd and the soul general leader who had already taken the initiative outside the city. A glint of resolution flashed in his eyes. He knew that the time for life and death had come, and he could no longer afford to hide. Without hesitation, he swallowed the explosive divine pill and leaped into the air. The moment the pill entered his abdomen, a violent surge of soul power erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping through his limbs and bones. His cultivation soared at a visible speed, rising from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the mid-stage of the transformation stage, and his divine soul power increased by an untold number of times. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook the heavens, and the earth erupted from Yifeng's body, reverberating through the skies. Then a golden dragon spirit over 100 feet long, with shining scales and soaring claws, rose from Yifeng's body. It exuded an overwhelming pressure, its masculine energy sweeping through the world, instantly purging the surrounding sinister aura. This dragon spirit, infused with Yifeng's soul power, had become more solid than ever. Dragon spirit, suppress the world, annihilate them. Yifeng shouted loudly, controlling the golden dragon spirit to charge towards the soul general. The golden giant dragon pounced forward, its dragon flames surging as it collided violently with the attack from the soul general. The shockwave instantly swept in all directions, cracking the ground and causing many low-level soul beings to disperse their souls under this force. This battle was incredibly perilous. After a short while, the 4 soul generals were either killed or severely injured. The second wave of the underworld soul clan storm was ultimately forcefully repelled by Piaoyuan village. However, at this moment, Yifeng's medicinal power dissipated and the aftereffects erupted violently. His figure fell from the sky, his complexion as pale as paper, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his entire body racked with pain, and his soul felt as though it had been torn apart. He was so weak that he couldn't even lift his hand, and his aura had weakened to the extreme. Leader, Xianyang and the others rushed forward to catch Yifeng securely. They looked at the corpses of the fallen soul beings scattered around, and then at the weak Yifeng, feeling both admiration and concern in their hearts. This battle was a bitter victory for Piaoyuan village. The protective array was damaged significantly, and dozens of soldiers were lost, but they ultimately held the line. In the following days, Yifeng remained in closed-door recovery, relying on precious healing pills. He slept in a daze for several days before regaining some vitality. Fortunately, during this time, Xianyang and others were efficiently busy, so there wasn't much that required his attention. The first thing he did upon waking was to muster his spirit and tally the spoils of this battle. 3 of the 4 soul generals had fallen, leaving behind crystals worth over 100 soul crystals. Combined with the 400 soul crystals saved previously and the additional spoils from this battle, the total had already exceeded 500, enough to exchange for 1 entry-grade holy pill. Although Piaoyuan village now had 4 semi-holy realm masters, there were none at the entry-grade holy realm. The lack of high-level combat power remained the greatest looming threat. Yifeng immediately decided to take these 500 soul crystals to find Xiaoran and exchange them for an entry-grade holy pill to help Xianyang break into the holy realm, filling the combat power gap in the village. After all, he was worried that after the underworld soul clan disaster passed, the value of soul crystals would plummet, leading to unforeseen complications. Yifeng, you are actually still alive, and you truly managed to gather 500 soul crystals in just a month. Xiaoran, dressed in a simple, elegant dress, was astonished when she saw Yifeng and the 500 soul crystals he handed over. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She had originally thought that this storm of the underworld soul clan was a rare occurrence in a millennium, that the nearby villages would be decimated, and that Piaoyuan village would be lucky to survive. The idea of gathering 500 soul crystals seemed entirely absurd. Yet she never expected that Yifeng not only withstood 2 waves of storms, but also swiftly gathered the resources to exchange for the entry-grade holy pill. This capability and luck left her deeply shocked. It was just a stroke of luck. Please assist me in exchanging for the entry-grade holy pill. Our village urgently needs the combat power of the holy realm to stabilize our defenses, Yifeng said weakly with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaoran quickly suppressed the tumult in her heart and immediately ordered someone to retrieve the entry-grade holy pill from the treasury. She had previously regretted not providing more resource support to Piaoyuan village, allowing them to face the crisis of annihilation again. Now that there was another opportunity, how could she afford to delay? The entry-grade holy pill was pure white, emanating a tangible aura of Tao rhythm, with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Just one whiff made one's soul feel at ease. Here is the entry-grade holy pill, please receive it, village master Yi, Xia Ran said earnestly as she handed Yifeng received the pill, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. With this pill, Xianyang would have a 90% chance of breaking into the Holy Realm, undoubtedly adding another layer of security to Piaoyuan village. The transaction between the two was also observed by Xia Meifeng, who had come to gather information. Standing at a distance, her complexion changed rapidly, alternating between green and white, looking extremely displeased. A few days ago, during the peak of the Underworld Soul Clan storm, she had privately asserted that Piaoyuan village, being remote and weak, would never withstand such an intense attack and would have been flattened by the Soul Clan. She even secretly rejoiced, thinking that one potential competitor was gone and that she no longer needed to care about Yifeng, this insignificant character. However, reality had once again slapped her in the face. Not only did Piaoyuan village withstand 2 terrifying storms, but they also accumulated a large number of soul crystals. Now they could even produce 500 soul crystals to exchange for an entry-grade holy pill and cultivate a holy realm powerhouse. Such a rapid rise was nothing short of terrifying. Xia Meifeng was filled with shock and doubt, unable to understand how a small cultivator from the lower realms could possess such extraordinary abilities, commanding the defense against the Soul Clan while continuously strengthening his own forces amidst the calamity. She initially held a heart full of disdain for Yifeng, even targeting and deliberately suppressing him at every turn. However, now that the Piaoyuan Immortal Village has a powerful being at the Saint Realm, its strength can no longer be underestimated. Any further attempts to suppress him are likely impossible. Jealousy and resentment gradually faded, replaced by a deep sense of curiosity. The power struggle within Yunlan Immortal City intensified. Both she and Xia Ran had their advantages, and the outcome remained undetermined. Now Yifeng wielded a considerable force with several subordinates at the Quasi-Saint Realm, and soon there would be a powerful being at the Saint Realm born among them. If he could recruit them to his side, it would undoubtedly greatly increase her chances of inheriting the position of City Lord. Xia Meifeng watched Yifeng's departing figure, a meaningful smile slowly curling at the corners of her mouth. She too had made a decision. Since suppression was unachievable, she would instead seek to ally with him. She did not believe that with her breathtaking beauty and the formidable power of her maternal clan, she would be inferior to Xia Ran. She clearly remembered that when the latter was choosing supporters, she was the first person considered. However, Yifeng remained oblivious to this. He returned to the Immortal Village with the saintly Dan, promptly delivering the precious pill to Xianyang. Xianyang, the pill has been exchanged. In the future, the safety of the Immortal Village will rely heavily on you. I will not fail the trust placed in me by the Alliance leader. I will surely break through to the Saint Realm and guard the Immortal Village, willing to face 1,000 deaths. Xianyang received the saintly Dan with both hands trembling with excitement, kneeling on one knee. For many years he had dreamed of entering the Saint Realm, yet had seen no hope until now, when it was finally within reach. As time flowed by, a month later, the spiritual realm finally shed the shadows cast by the calamity of the Underworld Soul Clan, welcoming the warmth of spring. The mountains and rivers, once shrouded by the dark mists of the underworld, now revived completely. The spirit springs broke through the ice, spiritual birds chirped, and the withered spiritual plants sprouted and bloomed, as pure immortal aura once again lingered like mist throughout the heavens and earth. Numerous human cultivators and spirit beasts also emerged from their hiding places, returning to their original immortal villages or territories to begin rebuilding their homes. The Piaoyuan Immortal Village, which had steadfastly held its ground during the calamity and remained unbreached, welcomed a rebirth of new development. Relying on the achievements of the village lord Yifeng in slaying formidable foes from the underworld, along with Xianyang successfully advancing to the Saint Realm and the resource tilt from Yunlan Immortal City, countless wandering cultivators flocked to the village, allowing Piaoyuan Immortal Village to rise from a remote village to one of the most formidable under Yunlan Immortal City, within just a month, garnering goodwill from surrounding powers and establishing a resounding reputation. The entire Piaoyuan Immortal Village was immersed in the joy of survival from calamity, but Yifeng was filled with an inescapable fatigue and distress. In the previous battle, the Dragon Soul had unleashed unprecedented power, but had fallen into a deep slumber. Yifeng himself had suffered from depleted soul energy, damaged spirit, and severe injuries, and had been in a haze of sleep for nearly a month. Although he had awakened, he still felt a dull pain in his soul and sluggish spiritual energy. Any attempt to circulate his cultivation left him feeling dizzy, making it difficult to find peace even during rest. What troubled him further was that Xia Ran had already brought him into the Council of Elders of Yunlan Immortal City. Ever since he became a member, various elder meetings and matters concerning the city's development had come one after another, and he was often summoned, leaving him no time to recuperate. His already weakened body was increasingly unable to bear the burden. One day, as Yifeng sat cross-legged on his bed to cultivate his spirit, the exclusive token of the Elders of Yunlan Immortal City suddenly emitted a soft blue light, followed by Xia Ran's composed and clear voice directly entering his consciousness. "Elder Yi, please respond if you are awake." Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, grasped the communication token, and replied with a voice still hoarse and filled with helplessness, "Another meeting. This is not an ordinary meeting. There is an important task at hand. In half a month the Immortal Court will send a high-ranking official to this immortal domain for inspection. Their purpose is twofold: to thoroughly investigate the cause of the Underworld Soul Clan calamity and to assess the various losses and aftermath soothing the major cultivator forces within the domain. You are to accompany me to receive them and await their orders." Xia Yiran's voice came clearly, carrying a tone of seriousness. In case Yifeng did not comprehend the weight of the matter, she patiently added, "This Immortal Court is the supreme temple that governs all immortal cities within the Kanglan Immortal Domain, holding the authority over order control and resource allocation. Their status is extremely esteemed, and the inspecting official this time is a core noble of the Immortal Court, and you must not treat them lightly." Yifeng's brow, which was already slightly furrowed, tightened further. His face suddenly filled with worry as he said to the communication token, "Junior City Lord, can this reception task be assigned to someone else? My injuries are not yet healed, and I truly lack the energy to deal with these matters." He resisted from the bottom of his heart. Being tasked with receiving such high-ranking officials from the Immortal Court was thankless work. After all, when facing such an important figure, he would have to bow and scrape, and if he handled it well it would be expected, but if he made even the slightest mistake and displeased the other party, it could lead to punishment or even disaster for himself and Piayun Immortal Village, posing a great risk. Having survived a calamity and possessing the celestial mechanism, he knew that as long as he developed step by step, his future was limitless. He truly did not want to wade into this murky water. At this moment, he only wished to develop quietly and heal his wounds, to be a carefree fish, not wanting to get involved in the dealings of the powerful. Hearing Yifeng's blunt refusal, Xia Yiran was immediately infuriated, her tone taking on a sense of frustration. "Elder, do you understand what you are saying? So many people are eager to seize the opportunity to host such an esteemed visitor from the Immortal Court, hoping to make an impression before them. I did not agree to anyone else, but solely chose you, and you instead try to shirk your responsibility. You possess talent and strength, having single-handedly protected the Immortal Village during the calamity. You understand the gravity of this Underworld Soul Clan disaster. Bringing you along is to showcase your abilities to the Immortal Court and to seek further opportunities for Piayun Immortal Village. Yet you instead complain about being tired and try to avoid this precious opportunity." Yifeng's face grew more pained at her words, and he helplessly replied, "Junior City Lord, I truly do not seek any opportunity, nor do I want to make an impression. I just want to quietly recuperate and not deal with other matters. Just send someone else. Why must it be me? That is not acceptable. This matter is of great importance, and you must accompany me. You cannot be absent or refuse. There will be benefits for you afterward, it is settled." Xia Yiran's tone turned firm, directly cutting off any possibility for Yifeng to refuse. As her words fell, the blue light of the communication token suddenly dimmed, clearly indicating that she had made up her mind and left no room for Yifeng to argue. The more he tried to hide or be low-key, the more she was determined to thwart his plans. She believed he simply did not understand the benefits of this opportunity, and that once he was recognized by the important figures, he would eventually be grateful to her. Yifeng gazed at the now calm communication token in his hand, letting out a long sigh as he leaned back against the bed, his face filled with a look of despair. He understood well that Xia Yiran was stubborn. Once she made a decision, there was no possibility of change. No matter how much he tried to dissuade her, it would ultimately be in vain. Forget it. If she wants to go, then let her go. Rubbing his throbbing brow, he secretly made up his mind that when the day of the reception arrived, he would stay behind Xia Yiran, speaking little and acting discreetly, seeking not to achieve merit, but to avoid mistakes, and simply endure this social engagement without causing any trouble. Stepping out of his secluded space, his worries dissipated somewhat. After days of slumber, he was enveloped by a suffocating energy. Outside was a meticulously tended spirit plant garden within the Immortal Village. The spiritual herbs and celestial flowers flourished under the abundant spiritual energy, and the air was filled with the refreshing fragrance of plants. In the distance, the orderly sounds of the village guards training could be heard, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony, a stark contrast to the tension and danger that had descended during the calamity. Just as he was about to leap onto the city wall for a look around, he heard hurried footsteps approaching quickly. It was the elder of the Holy Alliance, Morong Bo. Dressed in a deep blue elder robe, Morong Bo appeared calm, yet hurried. Upon reaching Yifeng, he immediately bowed in greeting, his tone filled with seriousness. "Alliance Master, I have important matters to report to you. Currently, the selection of elite candidates from the Zonglong continent is nearing its end. According to the previous plan, these elites will be drawn up to strengthen the personnel of Piayun Immortal Village, assisting in its expansion, spiritual planting, and various defense matters. Now that the selection list is about to be finalized, I have come to ask whether you will personally go to the lower realm for the final review." Morong Bo's expression was quite respectful. Since witnessing the means by which the other party used the dragon soul to vanquish 3 soul generals, he no longer felt any sense of superiority due to his seniority. He knew that this alliance master before him was unfathomable, and his true abilities were beyond comparison. Oh, these words instantly reminded Yi Feng of matters mentioned by Qi Lang and others a few days after the calamity of the Yuming Soul Clan. Pianyun Immortal Village was in urgent need of development. Qi Lang and others had already taken the lead in a large-scale expansion of the village, not only to broaden its territory, but also to cultivate vast areas of spiritual fields for high-grade spiritual herbs and medicines, while simultaneously rebuilding walls and perfecting defensive formations, all of which required a large number of personnel. As the Songlong continent serves as the foundation of the Holy Alliance, its major families are deeply rooted, and there are plenty of talented young people among the younger generation. The previous group of powerful families had already discussed and agreed to propose selecting a batch of exceptionally talented and loyal elites from the lower realm to enter the spiritual realm, both to inject fresh blood into Pianyun Immortal Village and to provide these lower realm elites with the unique cultivation resources available in the spiritual realm, accelerating their growth. This matter is indeed very important. After all, during the calamity, the powerful families within the village had been utterly loyal, assisting with all their might to safeguard the soul space passage to the lower realm, preserving the lives of countless cultivators. Now that the calamity has subsided, it is also time to provide these individuals with some benefits. Allowing the outstanding descendants of their families to enter the spiritual realm for cultivation is only right. It not only suits the major families, but also further solidifies the Holy Alliance's control over the Songlong continent. However, this spiritual realm passage is ultimately a top-secret treasure of the entire Songlong continent and the very foundation of the Holy Alliance. The elite selected this time will live long-term within the village and be exposed to many core matters. If the review is not strict and allows those with ulterior motives or those who are disloyal to the Holy Alliance to infiltrate, it would be akin to planting a time bomb, and if anything goes wrong in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. After pondering for a moment, Yi Feng made a decisive resolution. This matter is of utmost importance, and I shall personally make a trip. You go summon several core elders of the Holy Alliance to accompany me back to the lower realm of the Songlong continent for the final review. I will personally have a look. I absolutely cannot allow anyone with ulterior motives to mix in. Fortunately, the reception of the important figures will still be 2 weeks later, so there should be enough time. Moreover, he had no more desire to sleep at this moment, and it would be good to take a walk outside. Your subordinate obeys. Morongbo immediately took command upon hearing this, swiftly turning and leaving to convey the orders. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, Morongbo returned with several key members of the Holy Alliance, including Nangong Jingda. Although Nangong Jingda was merely the head of a second-rate family at this time, during this period of assisting and managing affairs in Pianyun Immortal Village, he had gained the trust of the Alliance Master, thus becoming a core member. Moreover, in recent days, Xianyang and others had made special modifications to the space passage, making it much safer. Yi Feng saw this and chose not to say more. He moved his figure and flew towards the entrance of the space passage connecting to the lower realm. The others followed closely behind, passing through layers of formations and restrictions, entering the entrance of the space passage hidden within the forbidden area behind the Immortal Village. At the headquarters of the Holy Alliance on the Songlong continent, in front of the Holy Sky Square. This square was incredibly vast, entirely paved with hard exotic stones. It served as the gathering place for the Holy Alliance, and was currently maintained spotless. In the center of the square, a neatly arranged group of cultivators who had undergone preliminary selection stood ready. From a distance, they appeared tall and imposing. Upon careful counting, there were over 100 cultivators at the transformation stage, and more than 300 young talents at the peak of the nascent soul stage, totaling 500 individuals, all of whom had been selected from various major families and sects across the Songlong continent. Most of the elites at the transformation stage were middle-aged or older, each having remarkable accomplishments in a particular field. Meanwhile, those at the peak of the nascent soul stage were generally younger, with the oldest being no more than 200 years old. The male cultivators were handsome and poised, while the female cultivators were beautiful and graceful, perfectly embodying the notion of talented men and women. Each of them exuded a solid and profound aura, their gaze is sharp, and the spiritual energy surrounding them flowing effortlessly, clearly indicating that they were individuals with exceptional talent and a solid foundation. At this moment, the atmosphere in the square was lively and bustling, especially among the more than 300 young elites, each displaying excitement. Groups of 3 or 5 huddled together, whispering excitedly, their eyes filled with dreams and expectations. They had long been informed that those selected this time would be going to a legendary sacred place for cultivation, enjoying resources far surpassing those of the Songlong continent. This was an opportunity that countless cultivators dreamed of. If they could seize it, their future cultivation paths would surely be smooth, and they might even touch realms they had previously only dared to imagine. The core of their discussion was none other than the new alliance master who had recently taken charge of the Holy Alliance. Have you heard? The one coming today for the final selection is our Holy Alliance's new alliance master Yi Wuhan. A young cultivator from the Tianjin sect dressed in white lowered his voice, speaking with deep respect. This new alliance master is said to be exceptionally talented and wise. Upon taking office, he swiftly took control of the entire Holy Alliance with a firm hand, unifying the previously faction-ridden alliance and bringing it to unprecedented solidarity. Not only that, I've even heard that the Alliance Lord possesses unfathomably mysterious methods. Within just half a year, he elevated one of our members to the Saint Ascension realm, the revered Xian Yang Holy Envoy. The Saint Ascension realm. That is a peerless existence unseen on the Songlong continent for tens of thousands of years. Another elite cultivator interjected, eyes wide with awe. What? Is it true? Has our Holy Alliance truly produced a Saint Ascension expert? Many had never heard this before and found it utterly incredible. This is absolutely true. You haven't heard yet. Not long ago, the Tianhuan continent dispatched a top-tier peak nascent soul expert to probe the Alliance's strength, arrogant beyond measure. Everyone assumed the Alliance would remain silent and unresponsive. Yet the Xianyang Holy Envoy suddenly intervened, overwhelming the intruder in mere strokes, and sending him fleeing in utter disgrace. A stern-faced male cultivator spoke with unwavering certainty. This matter was classified, but his clan had an elder patrolling the Tianzhou region who happened to witness it firsthand. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as young geniuses stared, stunned beyond words. After all, peak nascent soul experts from the Tianhuan continent had always surpassed their counterparts on the Songlong continent. Yet this envoy had been crippled in mere exchanges. Such power could only belong to the Saint Ascension realm. No wonder the Tianhuan continent's armies hastily withdrew thousands of miles and dared not advance again. Even neighboring continents, sharing borders, have fallen utterly still, abandoning all ambitions of encroachment. So that's why. Their words instantly illuminated the recent anomalies along the frontier. Every young elite present now understood. It dawned upon them their very presence here, safe, serene, untroubled, owed entirely to this new Alliance Lord. Had he not assumed leadership of the Holy Alliance and wielded such enigmatic arts to elevate cultivators, that Songlong continent might already be besieged by foreign enemies and engulfed in war. In that moment, every young genius's gaze toward the plaza's entrance deepened, filled with reverence and profound admiration. In their minds, Yi Wuhan, the newly appointed Alliance Lord they had never met, had already become legendary, a prodigy of extraordinary youth who now held supreme authority and shielded the entire Songlong continent. A true celestial genius of his generation. Among the crowd stood numerous exquisite immortal maidens, radiant, graceful, and exquisitely adorned in resplendent robes. Each was a cherished daughter of a prestigious clan, nurtured since childhood as a heavenly prodigy, accustomed to adulation within her own family. Hearing the fervent praise for the new Alliance Lord, these maidens' eyes shimmered with unusual luster, and their hearts stirred with quiet anticipation. Who could this Alliance Lord be? A brilliant young master from some renowned sect. Perhaps even someone worthy. Beyond cultivating higher realms of power, many sought a Tao companion, strong, influential, and sovereign. And this new Alliance Lord fit the ideal perfectly: young, formidable, commanding the Holy Alliance, and reportedly still unwed. To win his favor would elevate them instantly to the pinnacle of influence and renown across the Songlong continent, while their clans would soar to unprecedented glory, wealth, and access to limitless resources. Several of the most celebrated beauties from the Songlong Immortal Beauty rankings could barely contain their excitement, scanning the crowd until their gazes settled upon a distant, aloof figure. That figure was Nangong Luyun. Clad in pristine white robes, Nangong Luyun stood with elegant poise, her raven tresses cascading like a waterfall, her features ethereally serene, radiating an aura of detached glacial elegance, like a snow lotus blooming atop the highest peak, untouched by worldly dust. Though she made no effort to draw attention, her presence alone commanded the gaze of nearly everyone. She was the undisputed #1 beauty on the Songlong Immortal Beauty rankings, and also its youngest, most gifted prodigy, having already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm, bearing the Holy Alliance's sacred inheritance, her future limitless. Several top-ranked maidens approached Nangong Liyun, their voices tinged with cautious inquiry. Senior sister Nangong, you reign supreme on the Immortal Beauty rankings. In both beauty and talent, none can rival you. This new Alliance Lord is exceptionally accomplished. Do you harbor any interest? If you were to pursue him, surely you'd claim his favor before anyone else. Indeed, senior sister. Even though you are already wed to Yi Feng, he vanished without trace in the Holy Alliance's inheritance realm and has sent no word for so long. He may well have perished. Given how outstanding the Alliance Lord is, wouldn't you consider pursuing him instead? They knew Nangong Luyun was their greatest rival. If she vied for the Alliance Lord's attention, their chances would vanish. So this approach was both reconnaissance and subtle persuasion, to coax her into stepping aside. Nangong Liuyun, whose heart had been immersed in longing for Yifeng, let a faint ripple pass through her cool, tranquil eyes, then stilled once more. Slowly lifting her head, she spoke with crystalline clarity and unshakable resolve, "I will not entertain thoughts of the new alliance lord. In this life my husband is Yifeng alone. Whether he lives or dies, I shall wait for his return." A simple sentence, yet imbued with irrevocable finality. Ever since Yifeng sacrificed himself to save her within the Holy Alliance's inheritance realm, and protected her unwaveringly throughout their journey, she had fallen deeply sincerely in love with that seemingly unassuming yet steadfast consort. She cared nothing for his origins, his status, or his changing circumstances, only for him as he was. Though he had been missing for days, she thought of him day and night, her devotion unbroken, her heart unswayed. How then could she ever covet another man? The maidens froze, then broke into radiant smiles, nearly cheering aloud. "Wonderful. Senior sister Nangong, you must keep your word." "Yes, senior sister, no going back on this. No competing with us. We knew you were loyal and devoted. We're reassured now." Overjoyed, they believed their greatest rival had withdrawn, leaving them free to approach the Alliance Lord. Yet they remained blissfully unaware that their triumph was purely self-deceptive. At that very moment, several figures entered through the plaza's main gate. Each emanated profound, inscrutable energy, yet the one leading them stood tall and commanding, his face half concealed by a silver mask, revealing only youthful skin and eyes as calm and indifferent as still water, yet brimming with an innate sovereign authority. With each step, an invisible pressure descended, hushing the bustling plaza into sudden reverent silence. Behind this man stood Murong Bo Nangong Jingda and other core members of the Holy Alliance, all with respectful expressions, trailing a step behind, each revealing the noble identity of the masked man before them. He was none other than Yifeng disguised as Yi Wuan. In order to shape the imposing image of the new leader and to completely bid farewell to his past humble identity as a servant who married into the Nangong family, Yifeng decided to continue wearing this attire and put on a mask. Thus anyone who glanced at him would perceive him as a mysterious powerhouse of high status and immense strength, completely disconnected from the inconspicuous son-in-law of the past. Yifeng stepped into the square, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 500 elite individuals present, preparing to announce the commencement of the final selection. However, at this moment, Nangong Liuyun, who had been standing quietly among the crowd, suddenly stiffened upon catching a glimpse of the tall figure ahead out of the corner of her eye. The posture, the rhythm of the steps, and the subtle aura that inadvertently leaked out, even with the mask on it, caused her heart to tremble violently, a deep sense of familiarity instantly engulfing her. It was him. It was Yifeng. He was actually alive. This thought surged in her heart without warning, inexplicably certain, a unique intuition belonging to women further engraved in her soul after countless days and nights of longing. All the longing and concern erupted at that moment. Nangong Luyun's eyes turned red, and she could no longer care about maintaining her composure or the presence of the crowd. In a flash, she rushed toward that figure like an arrow released from a bow. In the next second, she dashed into Yifeng's embrace, extending her fair hands to tightly wrap around his waist, choked with emotion, and with all her strength cried out the words that had haunted her dreams. "Husband, you finally returned." This scene unfolded too suddenly, too unexpectedly. The entire square fell into a dead silence. The wind blew across the square, creating a barely audible sound, yet it felt even quieter. All the elite cultivators present widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost standing frozen in place, their gazes fixated on the two embracing figures, their expressions filled with shock, disbelief, and incredulity. They never anticipated that the usually aloof and cold Nangong Liuyun, who rarely glanced at any man, and the universally recognized first genius of the Songlong continent, would so recklessly embrace a stranger she had never met before in public, affectionately calling him husband. This scene completely overturned all their perceptions, leaving them in a state of blankness, unable to react. Who exactly was this masked man? How could the cold and detached Nangong sister act in such an uncharacteristic manner? Questions arose in their minds. Meanwhile, Yifeng, who was being embraced by Nangong Liuyun, felt her soft figure and the pleasant fragrance causing his body to stiffen instantly. He was completely bewildered and at a loss. He and Nangong Liuyun had merely maintained a facade of a couple to deal with external pursuers. Even though he had saved her in the secret realm of the Holy Alliance and escorted her to find the inheritance, their bond had never reached such intimacy, and he had no idea why she would act this way. Little did he know that she had already decided to turn their act into reality. Just as Yifeng was flustered and unsure of how to handle the situation, Nangong Jingda, standing behind him, felt a sudden jolt of alarm, nearly frightened to death. Nangong Jingda immediately recognized that the girl who had lunged forward was his daughter, Nangong Liuyun. He hurriedly stepped forward, reaching out to pull her away from Yifeng, while urgently advising, Daughter, don't be reckless. Let go. This is our new leader Yi Wuhan, not our son-in-law. You've mistaken him. Don't cause a scene. If you anger the leader, the consequences will be dire. His voice trembled as he spoke. During his time at Pian Fairy Village, he was all too aware of the methods and strength of the leader Yi Wuhan before him. With the power of the Holy Alliance in his hands, and accompanied by a Saint Realm expert, he had immense connections with the Immortal City. If he inadvertently provoked him, not only would his daughter Nangong Luyun be in danger, but the entire Nangong family could face annihilation. Moreover, he had observed for a long time and noticed that the leader had little resemblance in character, aura, or demeanor to his son-in-law Yifeng. Given the vast differences in their identities, strength, and presence, he did not believe this person could be his son-in-law. Pulled by her father, Nangong Luyun slowly released her grip, but still stood before Yifeng, her eyes filled with tears as she gazed blankly at the masked man, her beautiful fair face reflecting shock and confusion, her expression one of bewilderment. Mistaken identity. How could that be? Her intuition was so clear that deeply ingrained familiarity made her inexplicably want to get closer to the man before her. This was something she had never seen in any other man besides Yifeng. However, upon further scrutiny, she noticed that the aura and temperament of the man before her were indeed somewhat different from Yifeng. Additionally, her father's words and the astonished gazes of those around her caused her to feel a slight doubt. At that moment, Yifeng regained his composure, suppressing the chaos and oddity within him, quickly adjusting his emotions to restore the indifference and authority of Yi Wuhan, slowly speaking. Yes, my lady, could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else? His tone was calm and distant, feigning complete unfamiliarity, ready to clarify the relationship. After all, in front of the public, his current identity was that of the Holy Alliance leader Yi Wuhan, a high-ranking authority. Even if he felt a twinge of emotion for Nangong Luyun's actions, he could not reveal an ounce of it. If it were discovered that he was the former son-in-law of the Nangong family, the one mocked and ridiculed, the noble, powerful image of the leader he had painstakingly built would collapse instantly, making it difficult for him to command the major families in the future. Moreover, since he had already resolved to completely bid farewell to his past facade of a couple, he did not wish to entangle further. Perhaps the best result would be for his original identity to disappear completely. Hearing Yifeng's cold and distant words, Nangong Luyun trembled slightly, her tears threatening to spill over. She stared intently at the eyes behind the mask, unwilling to give up, her voice trembling and persistent as she asked again, "Are you really not Yifeng?" "Of course not," Yifeng replied, feigning calmness. "Did you encounter him within the Saint Alliance's legacy realm? He was also searching for the Alliance Lord's inheritance there. Do you know what has become of him? Is he alive or dead?" Nangong Luyun fired off a rapid succession of questions, her voice urgent and trembling with deep concern, each word heavy with devotion to her husband. Yifeng gazed upon Nangong Luyun's reddened eyes, and the unguarded tenderness blazing in her gaze, his heart gave an involuntary lurch, and for a fleeting moment uncertainty flickered across his mind. What had come over her? He had never imagined, never even conceived, that he might hold such profound significance in Nangong Luyun's heart. In his prior understanding, she may have held him in some regard, but certainly not to this degree. After a brief silence, he quietly stilled the ripple of emotion within, then countered calmly, "Is this young man, named Yifeng, truly important to you?" "Extremely important." Nangong Luyun did not hesitate, not for an instant. She nodded firmly, her voice resolute. "He means more to me than life itself. If you possess any news of him, I beg you, tell me, no matter the cost. I must know where he is." At the sight of her anguish, Yifeng's heart leapt violently. This couldn't be real, could it? More precious than life. She had always seemed aloof, untethered from mortal attachments. How could she pursue him, so fiercely worry over him, so desperately? He could not fathom why she appeared so stricken, so frantic. Her reaction defied all his expectations. Had she already fallen for him? Or was it merely gratitude? For now he remained uncertain how to proceed, and yet he could not reveal his true identity just yet. Though 4 legendary clans now pledged allegiance to the Saint Alliance under his command, 6 others, and countless first and second-tier sects, still watched and weighed their options. Perched atop immense authority, he bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the Saint Alliance, the Azure Dragon Continent, and the Drifting Cloud Immortal Village. His former identity would only weaken him, sowing doubt among loyal lieutenants and allied clans, and handing rivals a weapon to exploit. Perhaps her urgency stemmed less from love and more from gratitude, for his rescue within the realm, and for the legacy she'd inherited thereafter, driving her to repay the debt as swiftly as possible. Yet now, wielding supreme power and unmatched strength, he required neither her gratitude nor her repayment. To entangle himself further would serve no purpose. Better to sever ties cleanly, granting her peace, and himself peace. With that resolve settled, Yifeng drew a slow breath. His tone remained calm, yet softened by an almost imperceptible warmth. Within the legacy realm, this Alliance Lord did indeed meet a young man named Yifeng. A commendable youth, steadfast in spirit, gifted in talent. We took an immediate liking to one another and conversed at length. Yet the realm brimmed with opportunities and diverging paths. Soon after we parted ways to seek our own fortunes. As for his subsequent whereabouts or present condition, this alliance lord remains unaware. Truly. Upon hearing those words, Nangong Liuyun's heart plummeted. The fragile hope shimmering in her eyes dimmed instantly. Her face paled, drained of all color. She detected no mention of peril, but neither did she hear confirmation of his safety. That liminal void, the unbearable weight of uncertainty, flooded her with dread and desolation. The Alliance Lord speaks no falsehoods, Yi Feng said, gently nodding once. His gaze lingered on her, compassion stirring beneath his composure. Still, since you are Yi Feng's kin, henceforth you shall also be this Alliance Lord's friend. Should you ever face hardship in cultivation, or within your clan, do not hesitate to seek my aid. This Alliance Lord shall shield you without fail. He concealed his identity not out of deceit, but to discern her true intent first. If her motives were purely rooted in gratitude or pragmatic alliance, revelation was unnecessary. Though he could not yet stand beside her openly, as Yi Feng, he resolved, under the mantle of Yi Wuheng, to protect her quietly, ensuring her lifelong serenity. Such guardianship would honor their shared trials within the realm, and repay her profound trust. Yet to Nangong Liuyun, these words brought no joy, only deepening sorrow. Her eyes dulled once more, hollow and lifeless, radiating an unmistakable ache of loss and regret. What she longed for had never been patronage, nor privilege, but Yi Feng's safe return. To see him again, to stand beside him, not as a supplicant, but as his Tao companion. Now not even a single definitive trace remained, leaving her yearning and devotion utterly unmoored. Meanwhile, the assembled geniuses and elite warriors, who had stood frozen in shock moments before, erupted into chaos upon hearing Yi Feng's exchange with Nangong Liuyun, especially upon learning that this masked man was none other than Yi Wuheng, the newly enthroned Alliance Lord. All awakened as if from a dream, their expressions shifting instantly from stunned disbelief to awestruck reverence and feverish fervor. They had never imagined that this enigmatic mask-clad figure was Yi Wuheng, the sovereign of the Saint Alliance whose authority shook the heavens. Nor had they guessed his age would be so astonishingly young. Their hearts raced with excitement. Each schemed how best to approach to ingratiate themselves, hoping to leave a lasting impression. To earn the Alliance Lord's favor would guarantee unparalleled ascendancy. Yet Yi Feng's palpable aura of sovereign authority, and Nangong Liuyun's raw, unguarded collapse moments earlier, deterred them all. They stood rigid, breath held, trembling inwardly as they awaited his command. Among the celestial maidens present, envy smoldered silently. None had anticipated Nangong Liuyun's sudden impassioned outburst, especially after vowing she would never fixate upon the new Alliance Lord. Worse still, the new Lord clearly knew Yi Feng, and treated Nangong Liuyun as a friend. That connection granted her an extraordinary advantage. Yi Feng paid no heed to the swirling glances around him. He steadied his focus, fully embodying the role of Alliance Lord, and commenced presiding over the final selection of elites. His sharp gaze swept across every distinguished candidate present. Cross-referencing the roster submitted earlier by Murong Bo with ancestral records of each great clan, he began meticulous evaluation. Once standing upon this sacred heaven plaza for the first time, he had faced waves of opposition and skepticism. Yet in less than half a year, he commanded unwavering loyalty from countless souls. His decision regarding the selected candidates crystallized swiftly. The Shao clan, and all factions aligned with them during the realm trial having opposed him, were summarily excluded. There were families with ambiguous attitudes who sought refuge in other immortal villages, contributing nothing, as well as those who outwardly obeyed the Holy Alliance, but harbored ulterior motives. Even if the selected elite had outstanding talents, they could never be allowed into the Piayun Immortal Village to avoid leaving hidden dangers. In contrast, the Nangong family, the Lin family, and other families that had already pledged loyalty stood firmly with the Holy Alliance during the calamity, offering their utmost support, with unwavering loyalty, and naturally deserved more attention. Thus, Yi Feng ruthlessly eliminated the elite members of the families that did not meet the criteria from the selection list in front of everyone. Subsequently, he added several selection quotas from the backup list for loyal families, such as the Nangong family, the Murong family, and the Lin family, allowing these families to send more elites into the spirit realm. After a thorough review, out of the original 500, only around 470 elite talents were ultimately confirmed. These individuals were all exceptionally gifted, loyal in nature, and came from reliable families, perfectly meeting the selection requirements of the Piayun Immortal Village. Fortunately, during the preliminary selection, Murong Bo and others had already considered this issue, although there were still some minor omissions, so the final adjustments were not significant. The eliminated family elites bore expressions of unwillingness, feeling that their skills or talents were commendable, completely unaware of how they had lost. However, due to the authority of the Holy Alliance, they did not dare to resist in the slightest, and could only leave dejectedly. Once the review concluded, and everyone was prepared. Yifeng spoke no further, waved his hand to signal everyone to depart, and then turned to walk towards a special vehicle, with Murong Bo Nangong Jingda and others following closely behind. The over 400 elite talents, though filled with confusion, did not dare to ask too many questions and quickly took their magical tools to follow. Soon everyone passed through the spatial passage and arrived at a brand new world. As Nangong, Liuyungong Yaqi, and other young elites stepped through the final layer of the spatial barrier and entered this legendary cultivation paradise, everyone instinctively held their breath. The world before them was a magnificent sight they had never dared to imagine. The sky was as clear as crystal and spiritual mist flowed like light gauze among the mountains. With every breath, an incomparably complete force of rules surged through their pores into their veins like trickling streams merging into the ocean, causing their dormant cultivation to show faint signs of awakening. The ground beneath their feet was equally extraordinary, the earth far surpassing the rocks of the lower realms. Surrounding them were lush spiritual herbs, each exuding an intense spiritual power that made simply standing there feel like their cultivation speed had increased several times compared to the lower realms. The spirit realm. This is actually the spirit realm. Upon sensing the unique, extremely rich spiritual resonance of the spirit realm, all the elite talents present widened their eyes, their faces displaying an incredulous joy, each trembling with excitement. They had originally thought that the leader would only take them to a secret cultivation sanctuary in a certain part of the Zonglong continent, with resources slightly better than their original world. They never imagined that the new leader would take them directly into the legendary spirit realm. The cultivation resources in the spirit realm were dozens, or even hundreds of times greater than those in the lower realm of the Zonglong continent. Here the cultivation speed was as fast as 1,000 miles a day, with countless high-grade spiritual herbs and advanced heavenly rules, a chance they could only dream of. Moreover, the grand immortal village before them was filled with experts, many of whom had reached the peak of the transformation stage, truly formidable. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the architectural complex in front of them, and the more they observed, the more they felt its extraordinary nature. Before them, the outermost part of the Piayun immortal village was marked by towering walls under construction built from materials of unknown origin, brimming with surging thunderous power, exuding a terrifying pressure. This was not an ordinary defensive wall, but a fortified structure incorporating top-tier materials and formations that could not only withstand attacks from powerful enemies, but also automatically counterattack, a veritable fortress. On top of the walls, dozens of ancient-looking giant crossbows were already set up, crafted from rare high-grade materials. Each giant crossbow emitted a terrifying aura, seemingly capable of posing a lethal threat, even to transformation stage cultivators. Next to the giant crossbows, a dozen guards from the immortal village dressed in uniform attire patrolled back and forth, their demeanor calm, and their gazes sharp, all of them being formidable transformation stage experts rarely seen in the lower realms. In the center of the Piayun immortal village lay a construction resembling an inner city filled with bustling streets and rows of exquisite pavilions. All the courtyards were adorned with white walls and dark tiles filled with exotic flowers and plants. Spiritual springs trickled from the crevices of the artificial mountains, creating a delightful sound. Each courtyard's layout was unique, yet all exuded a refined elegance. The furniture inside was crafted from precious spiritual wood adorned with various ornaments, and the air was suffused with a faint pleasant fragrance, clearly a carefully arranged abode. Outside the courtyards were neatly arranged streets, impeccably clean, and while the shops on either side were not extravagant, they sold various rare spiritual fruits, spiritual tea, and magical tools and pills. From time to time, pedestrians traversed through, including cultivators like them who had come from the lower realms, as well as powerful individuals recruited from other parts of the spirit realm. Every face radiated vitality, and the occasional sounds of laughter added a touch of warmth to this immortal village. Surrounding the inner city were several special areas, each with different functions. On the eastern side was a breeding area where various spiritual birds and mystical beasts were kept, including colorful spiritual eagles and spiritual hawks capable of soaring high. There were also spiritual wolves and spiritual horses for land mounts, and spiritual chickens and rabbits that could be consumed, their meat aiding cultivators in their training. The masters of taming spiritual birds and beasts were busy carefully feeding them spiritual food and observing the creatures' conditions, their movements skilled and focused. On the western side was a planting area where rows of spiritual fields were neatly arranged with thorny fences to prevent spiritual plants from being damaged by demonic beasts. The spiritual fields were filled with various precious spiritual plants, including purple flowers never before seen, and seedlings of spiritual fruit trees bearing green fruits. There were also rare high-grade spiritual mushrooms, exuding rich spiritual energy, each one quite valuable. A group of spiritual plant specialists moved through the fields, observing the growth of the plants and watering them with spiritual springs, using spiritual pots, busy with their work. To the south was a training ground where shouts and calls from training could be heard from time to time. In addition, there were areas for brewing, refining tools, and alchemy where the air was either thick with the aroma of fine wine blazing with raging flames, or filled with the gentle scent of pills. The entire Pyayun immortal village was bustling with vitality, with all the villagers highly motivated, each fulfilling their duties, their faces glowing with satisfied smiles. I feel that if I could cultivate and live in a place like this, it would be truly blissful. A female cultivator's eyes brimmed with longing, her tone filled with immense envy. I must work hard and strive to stay in the Pyayun fairy village, serving the village. She came from a medium-sized family and had seen numerous architectural complexes in the cultivation world, but she had never encountered a fairy village with such beautiful surroundings, perfect layout, and complete facilities. Here not only were there various types of cultivation and living facilities, but also strong defensive structures. Whether for living or cultivating, it was truly top-notch. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is dozens of times denser than in the lower realm. The speed of cultivation is astonishing. As long as I can stay in the fairy village for a few years, I will surely become a young powerhouse at the transformation stage. The other young elites also spoke up, their voices filled with excitement. They all understood that being able to come to this spiritual realm was a rare opportunity earned over 10 lifetimes, and it was their only hope to break through to a higher realm. Everywhere here were formidable crossbow towers with high walls and thick fortifications, many strong practitioners providing a strong sense of security. As long as they followed orders, there would surely be no danger. As long as they could stay here, even if they had to do the dirtiest and most exhausting work, they could surpass most of the powerhouses in the lower realm. In an instant, all the elites were filled with gratitude and awe towards their leader, Yi Wuhan, their belief growing even stronger. Among them, many beautiful fairies could not help but develop feelings of admiration for this leader, wanting to come. They already knew that their arrival in the spiritual realm was all thanks to the newly appointed leader Yi Wuhan, and that everything here was determined by him. No wonder the major families within the Holy Alliance quickly submitted to this leader. This leader, despite his youth, held great power within the Holy Alliance, commanding many strong practitioners. More importantly, his demeanor was calm and his actions decisive. In terms of strength and character, he was undoubtedly a figure of excellence among the younger generation of the cultivation world, making him an ideal partner in the hearts of all young female cultivators. At this moment, witnessing the splendor of the Pyayun fairy village, he established many female cultivators, silently resolved to win over Yi Wuhan, a leader with boundless prospects to become his partner. On the other side, Nangong Luyuan felt the aura of the spiritual realm, observing the excited expressions of those around her. A hint of color finally appeared in her once cold gaze. She once thought that the Tianzhou in the lower realm was a sacred place for cultivation, sufficiently prosperous. However, after arriving in this spiritual realm, she understood what a true fairyland was. Cultivating here for just a few years was incomparable to anything in the lower realm. Her once unattainable dream of the path of immortality might truly be realized here. Yet in an instant her expression dimmed again, filled with longing and regret. If only Yi Feng could be here as well. If he were still alive, if he could also step into the spiritual realm and enjoy such a superior cultivation environment, working hard together with her, they would surely accomplish something monumental. Unfortunately, she still did not know his whereabouts, nor whether he was alive or dead. Yi Feng stood not far away, noticing the disappointment and sadness in Nangong Lian's eyes. He sighed slightly, but ultimately said nothing. He handed over the more than 400 elite talents who had just arrived to the elders like Lu Qingfeng, who came to receive them, and began to withdraw to attend to other matters. As for the entanglement between him and Nangong Liuyun, it could only be buried deep in his heart for now, to be resolved when the time was right. After watching the leader leave, a woman in a light pink long dress with a graceful figure and a beautiful face tinged with a hint of pride walked towards Nangong Liuyun. This woman was named Gong Yaqi, a direct descendant of the prestigious Gong family, among the top 10 legendary families. Although her beauty ranked only 4th on the immortal beauty list, her cultivation talent was exceptionally high, second only to Nangong Liuyun, making her a paragon of both talent and beauty. More importantly, her father Gong Ke was a peak expert at the transformation stage, an indispensable core talent of the Pyayun fairy village, and had long sworn loyalty to Yi Wuhan, holding a significant position in the village. With such a background and strength, Gong Yaqi believed she was the most qualified to become Yi Wuhan's partner. In her view, these young female cultivators from the lower realm, whether in strength or background, were far inferior to her and had no right to compete with her. However, when her gaze fell upon Nangong Liuyun, her confidence instantly transformed into a hint of jealousy and envy. Nangong Liuyun's appearance was already outstanding, firmly holding the top spot on the immortal beauty list. At this moment, surrounded by the spiritual energy of the spiritual realm, she seemed even more radiant, like a fairy descending to earth. What made Gong Yaqi even more displeased was that Nangong Liuyun had previously been recognized as Yi Feng's partner, clearly stating that she would not have any feelings for the new leader. Yet during the event at the Holy Sky Plaza, she had unexpectedly displayed affection towards the new leader, leaving a deep impression on him. She believed that it must have been deliberate, and she had to intervene. Sister Nangong, I advise you to keep your distance from the leader, and not to pull any tricks. The leader is not someone like you who already has a partner can covet. On the contrary, my father is a peak expert at the transformation stage, an indispensable force in the fairy village, and has already sworn loyalty. I am considered one of the village's own, and our treatment will inevitably be different. The future leader's wife will only be me, not you. I advise you not to be ungrateful, and to stop trying to get close to the leader. Gong Yaqi took a few steps forward, standing before Nangong Luyun with an air of arrogance. In her view, since Nangong Luyun already had a partner, she should not covet Yi Wuhan. Moreover, Nangong Luyun came from the Nangong family, and was merely an outsider in the Piaoyan fairy village, having no right to compete with her. My union with the leader is a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for each other. That's right, Sister Nangong, I advise you to be more aware and recognize reality sooner. Someone of the leader's caliber is not someone you can aspire to. Sister Gong is the true match for the leader. Indeed, you, a young lady from a second-rate family, are destined to mix at the bottom. If you are sensible, it might be fine, but if you try to get close to the leader again, you'll only bring trouble upon yourself in the future. Gong Yaqi's few friends also stepped forward to echo her words. They were all quite beautiful and came from decent backgrounds, but they knew they could not compete with Gong Yaqi. Seeing her putting pressure on Nangong Luyun, they spoke up to support her, their tones filled with disdain towards Nangong Luyun and flattery towards Gong Yaqi. They believed that Gong Yaqi was the most likely candidate to become the leader's wife, holding a high status. If she truly attained that position, they might also reap some benefits. As her words fell, many elite individuals around turned their gaze towards Nangong Luyun, their eyes filled with sympathy and skepticism. They too did not believe that this fairy of Nangong could win the favor of the alliance leader in the floating cloud immortal village, especially considering the conditions set by alliance leader Yi, who would never take a married woman into account. On the contrary, Gong Yaqi had a clear advantage. Offending someone with the deep background of Gong Yaqi would likely make future days very difficult for them. But soon they were slapped in the face. When the elders of the floating cloud immortal village assigned living quarters to the newly arrived young elites, the houses assigned to them were all ordinary, while Nangong Luyun received the best one, which was also the closest to the alliance leader's residence. Hey, are you kidding me? I am the legitimate daughter of a peak divine transformation expert. Why does Nangong Luyun get to live in the core area's residence right next to the alliance leader, while I am relegated to an ordinary house next to the western plantation? Gong Yaqi's face instantly darkened upon hearing the allocation result. The house next to the plantation not only had a remote location, but also lacked the environment of the loft in the core area, which was entirely inconsistent with her status. She wanted to live in a beautiful loft in the core area, preferably close to the alliance leader. She felt the surrounding young elites were equally astonished. Gong Yaqi's appearance and talent were not lacking, and with her father being a peak divine transformation powerhouse, how could she end up just like them? Nangong Luyun also frowned slightly, glancing at the steward beside her, feeling a deep sense of confusion. Regarding Gong Yaqi's oppression, her mood remained calm, without any waves, just a hint of helplessness. She had never thought of getting involved with Yi Wuhan, nor did she want to have a dispute with Gong Yaqi. The previous embrace was merely a misunderstanding, but unfortunately the deed was done, and she had no way to explain. At this moment, she found it incomprehensible why she was not only unoppressed, but was also assigned the best. Unfortunately, the steward could not provide any explanation for this matter. Gong Yaqi immediately expressed her dissatisfaction and directly approached Yi Wuhan to raise her objection. Alliance leader, why is the house assigned to Sister Nangong so much better and so close to you while ours are of a lower standard? She clearly remembered that the other party had stated that everything in the floating cloud immortal village was based on contribution. Whoever contributed more would receive better treatment. How could the daughter of a peak divine transformation powerhouse have contributions lesser than Nangong Luyun? Though this matter seemed trivial, it was quite a loss of face, and being closer to the alliance leader meant having a better chance of gaining favor, so she had to fight for it. Is this really the case? Yi Feng was taken aback, looking puzzled at the several core members beside him. Though he had intended to secretly favor Nangong Luyun, he had not specifically instructed them. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng, an elder of the floating cloud immortal village, immediately stepped forward. He bowed to Yi Feng, his tone filled with apology. Alliance leader, this was all my oversight. I was careless while assigning the houses leading to this blunder, and I am willing to accept punishment. Lu Qingfeng knew very well that Nangong Luyun was the alliance leader's nominal partner from the past. Although the alliance leader could not appear in his true identity, now how could someone like Nangong Luyun, who was likely to be the future alliance leader's wife, be assigned to a low-level house like the others? Thus he took the initiative to make a decision, assigning the best house, which was also the closest to the alliance leader's residence, to Nangong Luyun without hesitation. Upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, Yi Feng suddenly understood everything, and realized Lu Qingfeng's intentions, secretly lamenting how clever he was. However, he did not want to say too much. Feigning a scolding expression, he furrowed his brows and said, "No need for punishment. But next time, do not take matters into your own hands. Since the residences have already been assigned, let it remain as is for now." His tone was calm, lacking much emotion, yet Lu Qingfeng felt as if he had found reassurance, his heart filled with joy. He hurriedly bowed and replied, "Yes. I understand. I will never take matters into my own hands again." Lu Qingfeng thought to himself that the alliance leader indeed wished to treat Nangong Luoyun favorably. He had successfully flattered him today. As long as he cultivated a good relationship with the future alliance leader's wife, benefits in the future would surely be plentiful. Gong Yaqi never expected things to develop this way. She had thought that after raising her objection, she would definitely gain attention and that the steward would reassign the houses. However, she never imagined that not only would there be no reassignment, but that Lu Qingfeng would brush her off like this. Looking at Nangong Luoyun's exquisite and lavish residence, then at her own remote, ordinary house, the jealousy and unwillingness in her heart surged like a tide impossible to suppress. In the next moment, she stepped forward again, approaching Yu Wuhan with a delicate expression, her tone laced with a hint of coquetry. "Alliance leader, may I also choose a house next to you? As a legitimate daughter of the Gong family, ever since hearing about your deeds from my father, I have admired you. Living closer would mean I could be at your service at any time, wouldn't it?" She arched her brows, deliberately softening her voice. She believed that the alliance leader had a good temperament. With her appearance, family background, and talent, perhaps with a little pleading, she could also receive favorable treatment. The young cultivators around all turned their gazes towards her, many secretly praising Gong Yaqi for her beauty and her charming demeanor, thinking that any man would likely be moved. However, Yu Wuhan showed no sign of being moved at all, but instead refused without hesitation. "That won't do. Since the allocation of residences has been decided, it should not be changed. If everyone requests adjustments, how can others carry out their duties? Just execute as originally planned." In Yifeng's mind, Nangong Luoyun's status was far beyond that of a stranger like her. Exceptions could be made for Nangong Luoyun, but not for others. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Gong Yaqi's delicate face instantly froze, staring incredulously at Yu Wuhan as if she did not expect to be rejected so decisively. She bit her lip, her fingers turning white from gripping too tightly, the pride in her eyes shattering into pieces, replaced by deep resentment and grievance. Yet in front of so many people, she did not dare to say more, only glaring fiercely at Nangong Luoyun, not far away, attributing all her resentment to her. Even Nangong Luoyun, standing in place, was filled with doubts. How could this man be unmoved by beauty? Even she had to admit that Gong Yaqi was extremely beautiful, and she had never been married before, giving her a far greater advantage than herself. The key was she could clearly sense that the other party seemed to have a vague protective bias towards her just now. Was this an illusion? The storm over the allocation of residences has temporarily subsided, leaving Gong Yaqi embarrassed and causing her friends surrounding her to temper their arrogance. However, Gong Yaqi did not lose heart. She believed this did not represent anything significant. It was likely just an accident. Once those responsible for the specific matters learned of her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Gong family, her treatment would surely change. After all, who wouldn't want to curry favor with a peak expert of the transformation realm? With her father's strength, would they not know how to choose? The next morning, the Xian village began to familiarize the new elite with various tasks and distributed the first batch of cultivation resources. During this time, this fairy domain has regained its vitality, and the hunting teams of the Xian village have once again ventured out, obtaining plenty of good prey. These fine delicacies are something the people from the lower realms have never tasted. After listening to the elder's explanation of the general situation of the Xian village, the young elites began to line up in order to receive their first batch of resources, 2 pounds of 5th-tier demon beast spirit meat each. This 5th-tier demon beast meat refers to the spirit meat of transformation realm demon beasts, which they would encounter perhaps only once in hundreds of years in the lower realms. Even if they did, the taste could not compare to the delicacies of the spirit realm. "Is that Miss Nangong here? This is your share." While distributing the spirit meat, the elder of the Xian village was exceedingly courteous to Nangong Luoyun, unhesitatingly giving her a piece from the best location. "Thank you." Nangong Luoyun was somewhat taken aback by this treatment. However, Gong Yaqi, standing at the back of the line, saw this scene, and her expression darkened again. What is going on with these people? Clearly this lady is the legitimate daughter of a peak expert of the transformation realm, yet Nangong Luoyun is merely the daughter of a second-rate family. Why are they all so respectful to her? However, she did not jump out immediately. Perhaps these people were only temporarily swayed by appearances and did not yet know her background. She had already made up her mind to find a way to reveal her identity, ensuring these people understood. As the legitimate daughter of the Gong family, ranked in the top 4 on the celestial beauty list, and second on the talent list, once she clarified her status, her resources would surely surpass those of others. However, when it was her turn, the steward of the Xian village handed her the standard share of spirit meat from an ordinary location, no different from the other elites. The key was that she caught a glimpse of the fifth-tier demon beast's golden-scaled dragon lion meat that Nangong Luyan received not far away, which turned out to be the most nutrient-rich part, full of meat and condensed spiritual energy, a whole grade higher than the ordinary spirit meat. This treatment, not to mention the newly arrived young elites, even many middle-level stewards in the Xian village would not necessarily enjoy. She suddenly became agitated again. The other prodigies around also witnessed this scene, gasping in disbelief as whispers erupted. Tisk, Miss Nangong's resources are just too good. The core part of the fifth-tier spirit meat is far better than what we received. Indeed, we all got standard shares from the edge, while she is receiving treatment fit for the high-ranking members of the Xian village. Could it be that the leader Yi is truly interested in Miss Nangong? Otherwise, why would she be given the best house and such special cultivation resources? There must be something fishy going on. Even Gong Yaqi's friends were secretly wondering if they had indeed backed the wrong horse. Is Nangong Luyan really the most likely candidate to become the leader's wife? Hearing the discussions around her, Gong Yaqi could no longer restrain herself and rushed in front of several elders, her voice sharp as she questioned, "Elders, why is it that Nangong Luyan's spirit meat is so much better than ours? She is merely the daughter of a second-rate family with no oath of allegiance sworn, so why should she enjoy core-level resources? My father is a peak expert of the transformation realm and has already sworn allegiance, yet I can only take the most ordinary spirit meat. This is unfair. Yes, elders, no merit, no reward. I shall return this portion." Seeing this, Nangong Luyan also began to push back the exquisite jade box in front of her. She did not wish for these people to treat her with extra favor. Ever since stepping into the Xian village, she felt that the treatment she received was unusually generous. The best house, the best spirit meat. These resources were far beyond what a newcomer from a second-rate family should have. However, very soon, Lin Chen stepped forward. "Nangong niece, please accept it. Your father saved my life not long ago, and I have been unable to repay you. Therefore, I exchanged my share of spirit meat for yours. If you do not accept it, I shall feel uneasy." Lin Chen spoke with utmost sincerity. Of course, his words contained some exaggeration. During the recent calamity, everyone had been helping each other, and perhaps no one could remember clearly who helped whom. Yet he had already made up his mind to seize the opportunity to curry favor with the future leader's wife. Since the sect master Yi Feng became the leader of the Holy Alliance, their influence has been growing, and the elders of the Piaoyan sect have felt an immense sense of crisis, all trying to find ways to express their loyalty. Now, ingratiating oneself with the future leader's wife is the best opportunity. If they do not make their presence known now, they may be forgotten later. With this remark, the surroundings erupted into chaos. Can it be done this way? To exchange one's share for Nangong Luyan's? However, this action did not show any favoritism, nor did it harm anyone's interests, so what more could they say? This? Nangong Luyan was momentarily uncertain as well. She knew well that owing a favor would feel very uncomfortable. How could it be so coincidental? Gong Yaqi was completely taken aback. First, there was the allocation of houses where the elders took the initiative to take responsibility, and the leader permitted preferential treatment. Then came the distribution of resources again, with the elders taking the initiative to help with the exchange. Twice there had been disputes, and both times she faced defeat, while Nangong Luyan not only remained unaffected, but also received the best of everything. Jealousy entwined Gong Yaqi's heart like a vine. She looked at the jade box in Nangong Luyan's hand, observing her innocent expression, and felt a surge of unexplainable anger rising within her. Why? Why can someone from a small family who is already married overshadow her everywhere? Why do both Lu Qingfeng and Lin Chen support her so? Seeing this, her friends quickly stepped forward to comfort her, urging Gong Yaqi to calm down, while subtly belittling Nangong Luyan. "Yaqi, don't be angry, it's just a bit of cultivation resources, what does it matter? Your father is so powerful, perhaps next time it will be your turn." Exactly, she is just lucky for the time being. When it comes to distributing positions later, we will speak based on strength. Let's see how long she can be proud. That's right. Positions are key. Your father holds such a high status, you will surely get a good position. Once you gain real power, how can you fear being overshadowed by her? Gong Yaqi listened to her best friend's words, feeling somewhat reassured. Indeed, there was still the matter of position allocation. Resources and residences were intangible. Only by holding real power could one truly establish a foothold in the immortal village. With her outstanding talent and illustrious lineage, and her father being a core combat force of the immortal village in terms of strength and background, she far surpassed Nangong Luyan. This most important position surely belonged to her alone. Moreover, she had already secretly asked her father to help find a way to maneuver things. This time, she not only aimed to secure a good position, but also wanted to arrange for Nangong Luyan to take on the worst and most exhausting tasks. She took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within her, and after casting a sound transmission talisman, she quietly awaited the announcement of the position allocation results from the Immortal Village. After a little while at the Immortal Village's discussion square, a group of young elites stood in neat rows waiting for their final position assignments. The elders of the Piayun Immortal Village appeared in succession, and Yi Wuhan also arrived at the scene. Lu Qingfeng held the position allocation roster and slowly spoke. With the imminent expansion of the Immortal Village, various affairs need to be coordinated. Now we announce the positions for the newly promoted elites. 50 people will be responsible for city defense construction respectively. 60 people will be responsible for mining and logging respectively. 30 people will assist in the weapon forging workshop respectively. 50 people will be responsible for the cultivation of spiritual plants in the planting garden respectively. As his words fell, the anticipation on Gong Yaqi's face instantly froze. The planting garden. She was actually assigned to be responsible for the cultivation of spiritual plants. What was going on? This cultivation was both arduous and exhausting, requiring daily exposure to the elements while tending to the growth of spiritual plants. Not only was the status lowly with no real power, but it was also extremely laborious. She, a genius ranked in the top 5 of the Immortal Beauty list, and second in the talent list, the daughter of a peak transformation god powerhouse, was actually assigned to manage the spiritual fields. Gong Yaqi felt a surge of blood rushing to her head, and her whole body trembled. Before she could erupt, Lu Qingfeng continued to read. Nangong Liyun, meticulous and adept at coordination, is appointed as the chief accountant of the Immortal Village, managing all the holy crystals, resources, salaries, and material allocations of the Immortal Village, directly interfacing with the Elder Council, enjoying the highest level of financial knowledge and authority, with a dedicated bodyguard. Boom. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. The chief accountant. This was the most core and critical position in the Immortal Village. With the current grand expansion of the Piayun Immortal Village, the daily consumption of holy crystals and spiritual materials was countless. All income and expenditure, resource allocation, and salary distributions were controlled entirely by the chief accountant, wielding immense power and a promising future with rewards that were exceedingly generous. It could be said that no one in the Immortal Village dared to offend each other. This treatment was already on par with the elders of the Immortal Village. How could Nangong Liuyun, a newcomer with no achievements, and who hadn't even sworn loyalty, be worthy of? The key was that she was still considered an outsider. Gong Yaqi could no longer contain herself, stepping out of the line and loudly questioning Yi Wuhan on the high platform. Alliance leader. I refuse to accept this. Why? Why can Nangong Liuyun be the chief accountant while I can only go to the spiritual plantation? Her voice was hoarse, filled with deep unwillingness and grievance, tears nearly spilling over. In terms of family background, my father is a peak transformation god and has loyally served the Immortal Village, making great contributions. In terms of talent, I am ranked 4th in the Immortal Beauty list and 2nd in the talent list, not inferior to Nangong Liuyun. In terms of ability, I have been studying texts since childhood and am proficient in various family affairs. How am I not comparable to her? Why can she manage such confidential financial matters of the Immortal Village while I cannot? This is absolutely unfair. Her questioning echoed in the discussion square, and all eyes turned to Yi Wuhan, waiting for the alliance leader's response. Many elite members of noble families nodded, secretly feeling that Gong Yaqi's argument made sense. How could such an important financial power be entrusted to a newcomer? It was indeed unreasonable. Yi Wuhan looked at the agitated Gong Yaqi, his expression calm, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Position allocation is based on each individual's strengths, selecting talent based on merit, not lineage or qualifications. Nangong Liuyun has been proficient in accounting and resource coordination since childhood, particularly meticulous, and has managed the Nangong family's enterprises in an orderly manner, far surpassing others in capability. The Immortal Village's finances pertain to its foundation, requiring someone meticulous and outstanding in coordination to manage it. Nangong Liuyun is the best candidate. He paused and scanned the crowd, adding, as for Gong Yaqi, although you possess outstanding talent and excellent cultivation aptitude, you have been somewhat careless in financial matters and have made several mistakes in the past. Conversely, the high-level spiritual plants cultivated in the Immortal Village's planting garden are core resources for alchemy and enhancing combat power, which is a significant responsibility. You excel in this area, and if you can focus on cultivating spiritual plants, you will surely contribute to the Immortal Village, and there will be opportunities for promotion in the future. Do not be impatient. Yi Feng seemed to see through everything, directly pointing out her character flaws. This reasoning effectively rebutted all of Gong Yaqi's doubts. Gong Yaqi stood frozen in place, unable to say a word. She knew that the alliance leader had a point, as if he understood her very well, even aware of the mistakes she had made while managing family affairs. In terms of managing finances, she indeed was not the top choice. Yet she could not believe that no one in the entire Immortal Village could do better than Nangong Liuyun in this regard. Why did other noble ladies with the same financial management talents not receive this position, while Nangong Luoyun, the surrounding elite members of various families seemed to have realized something? Nangong Luoyun had the best residence, the best resources, and the most core position, receiving 3 special privileges. This was not something easily explained by mere outstanding ability. There must be a special connection between Nangong Luoyun and the alliance leader that others were unaware of. Some people, recalling Nangong Jingda's special treatment earlier, suddenly realized and secretly lamented that the Nangong family was not to be trifled with. In an instant, the gazes directed at Nangong Luoyun changed, some filled with awe, some with envy, some with flattery. Many cultivators who had previously followed the trend to belittle Nangong Luoyun quietly lowered their heads at this moment, no longer daring to meet her gaze, fearing to attract trouble. As for Nangong Luoyun, standing among the crowd, she stared blankly at Yi Wuhan, unable to speak for a long time. How did he know I was so proficient in finances? Did he observe me specifically? To outsiders, she had always been the proud daughter, focused solely on cultivation, seemingly indifferent to mundane affairs. Only those very familiar with her would know of her expertise in this area. Could it be that he truly had some extraordinary insight? Or did he already know her well? The key was that he trusted her so much. Feeling the complex gazes around her especially when Yi Wuhan spoke earlier, the subtle glimmer in his eyes and his instinctive pause eerily reminded her of Yi Feng's protective demeanor towards her in the secret realm, stirring a vague ripple in her heart. 3 times of preferential treatment, each time appearing to be conducted in accordance with formalities, yet in reality, all of them broke the rules of the immortal village. Is it him? Is it truly Yi Feng? A wave of bitterness surged in her heart, accompanied by a hint of disbelief. Could it be that I miss him too much? Why do I always see his shadow in this alliance leader Yi? Suddenly, Nangong Luoyun developed a great interest in the new alliance leader, unable to resist the urge to learn more about him. Unfortunately, after settling the new batch of elite members, Yi Feng once again entered seclusion for rest. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the day to welcome the important guests. On that morning, Yi Feng had already dressed neatly and was flying towards Yunlan Immortal City. In the spiritual realm, half a month's time was but a fleeting moment. The news that the envoy from the Immortal Court would soon come for inspection had already spread widely, becoming the top priority for all the forces in the nearby immortal cities. For Xie Ran, the young city lord of Yunlan Immortal City, this half-month felt like an eternity. The internal power struggles of the immortal city had intensified, with her elder sister Xie Meifeng leveraging her maternal family's influence to win over half of the powerful elders in the city, her faction thriving, while suppressing Xie Ran, the illegitimate young city lord, making her situation increasingly precarious. She struggled, desperately searching for capable allies, ultimately pinning her hopes on the suddenly rising and somewhat capable Yi Feng, promoting him to an elder of Yunlan Immortal City, despite widespread opposition, intending to cultivate him as her confidant, to help secure her position in the struggle for city lord, only to find that this fellow had been exceedingly lazy lately, either sleeping in or slacking off. Fortunately, there was still the opportunity to host the important guests, if she only hoped the other party would prepare well. She regarded this chance to receive the envoy from the Immortal Court as a pivotal opportunity to turn the tide. As soon as dawn broke, she dressed in a custom-made blue glass gown, carefully styled her hair, and arrived at the main hall square. Half an hour early, her gaze fixed on the square's entrance, waiting for Yi Feng to join her, clearly placing great importance on this reception. For today's important matter, she had made thorough preparations. Not only had she meticulously reviewed the reception etiquette, but she had also researched the relevant rules for the envoy from the Immortal Court, even preparing several sets of responses for different issues, and the accessories she wore were chosen to be both elegant and understated, striving to present the best side of Yunlan Immortal City before the envoy and to earn more favor. She secretly calculated that the core purpose of the envoy's inspection was to understand the response to the calamity of the Nether Soul clan. If she could perform well before the envoy and gain the Immortal Court's approval, not only would her position as the young city lord be more secure, but she could even surpass her sister Xie Meifeng, completely turning the tide in the power struggle within the Immortal City. And Yi Feng was her only capable aide at present. She was eagerly looking forward to him showcasing his abilities to assist her in this reception. However, just as Xie Ran was anxiously waiting, a slow-moving figure appeared from the entrance of the square. It was Yi Feng. He hadn't prepared any expensive robes specifically for this task, instead still wearing the ordinary blue clothing he always did, which, while appropriate, was made of plain material, clearly a casual outfit that had not been carefully maintained. His hair was simply tied up with a common spiritual hairpin, a few loose strands falling over his forehead, obscuring part of his brows and eyes, with no serious expression on his face, his eyes carrying a hint of drowsiness, his mouth slightly drooping, appearing lethargic. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, even somewhat dragging, hands clasped behind him, swaying leisurely, entirely lacking the seriousness and tension expected when facing important figures from the Immortal Court, instead resembling someone casually wandering in their own backyard, exuding a relaxed vibe that was out of place with the solemn atmosphere of the day. As he approached Xie Ran, Yifeng smiled and cupped his hands, his voice carrying a hint of nonchalance as he said, "Young city lord, I've kept you waiting." However, upon seeing him like this, Xie Ran's initially tense expression instantly fell, her delicate brows tightly knitted together, the anticipation in her eyes extinguished like a splash of cold water replaced by a surge of anger and disappointment. "Yifeng, do you know what day it is today? The envoy from the Immortal Court is coming for inspection. This is a matter of utmost importance. How can you dress like this and be so casual?" She stared at Yifeng's relaxed demeanor, unable to suppress her anger any longer, almost bursting out. Yifeng was taken aback and replied, "Receiving the envoy from the Immortal Court isn't a wedding. Does it really matter what I wear? As long as it looks decent, isn't that enough?" He felt that the envoy's purpose in coming here was to handle affairs, not to scrutinize appearances. If he had to prepare an expensive robe for this, it would be quite an expense. Just looking decent is enough. Xie Ran was so infuriated by his words that her chest felt tight, her voice involuntarily rising a few octaves, then hurriedly lowering, fearing others would hear. "Do you know that the one coming today is a significant figure from the Immortal Court? Not just any ordinary visitor from an immortal city. This is an excellent opportunity for us to curry favor with the envoy from the Immortal Court and seize opportunities. It is crucial for my standing in the Immortal City. How can your attire not make Yunlan Immortal City seem too shabby?" With each word, Xie Ran's sense of grievance and disappointment deepened. She had been watching Yifeng's actions. Ever since he was promoted to elder, she had been looking forward to him taking the initiative on some important matters to gain authority, only to find him always hiding in his residence, either remaining secluded or making excuses to leave the Immortal City, constantly claiming to be tired, merely wanting to slack off, indifferent to the internal power struggles of Yunlan Immortal City, and completely disregarding the importance of this task as if all of it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Xie Ran felt she had truly misjudged him. She had thought she had found a capable general, only to realize he was nothing but a lazy and unambitious person, completely unaware of the stakes involved. But what could she do now? Within the Immortal City, those experienced and powerful elders had long since sided with her sister, Xie Meifeng, paying her lip service while disregarding her commands. The remaining ones were either weak, ordinary cultivators or idle elders with no authority, completely unfit for the task. Faced with the need to send out key representatives for the reception aside from Yifeng, she had no one else she could trust. So even though she felt furious and disappointed, she could only make do. If she were to suddenly replace him now, not only would there be no time to prepare, but she might also be set up by someone with unknown intentions, resulting in a loss of face, not only for herself, but for Yunlan Immortal City as a whole. Rest assured, young city master, today's reception will not tarnish the reputation of Yunlan Immortal City. I will do my utmost in the future as well. Yifeng observed Xie Ran's angry demeanor, his gaze flickering slightly, yet he offered no further defense, simply lowering his eyes a fraction, a hint of apology flickering across his face. He had indeed been healing during this time, and had not intentionally neglected the other party. Unfortunately, he could not disclose matters regarding the dragon soul to outsiders, and could only be misunderstood. As for the power struggles in Yunlan Immortal City, he was well aware that at this moment he and Xie Ran were firmly bound to the same chariot, sharing both glory and loss. Whether to secure a stable backing for Pyayun Immortal Village, or to stabilize their newly established position in the spiritual realm to avoid oppression from surrounding forces, he had to go all out. However, he truly did not wish to draw any attention during this reception of important figures to avoid being interfered by certain uncontrollable factors. He was acutely aware of how deep the waters of the Immortal Court ran. These prominent figures from the upper echelons appeared glamorous, yet each was inscrutable, and a slight misstep could lead to self-ignition. This reception of the envoy seemed fortuitous, yet it concealed risks. If he stood out too much, drawing the envoy's attention, he might become embroiled in the power struggles of the Immortal Court, which could hinder the development of Pyayun Immortal Village. Conversely, if he performed poorly, it would anger the other party. Thus, he deliberately dressed, simply not wanting to attract attention, aiming to complete this reception discreetly, and then continue to develop his own Pyayun Immortal Village peacefully. It is best this way. Let's go, we must not miss the appointed time. Upon arriving at Lingshu Immortal City, remember to stay alert, and do not appear so distracted. One phrase of "doing my best" greatly diminished Xie Ran's anger. She understood that this matter could not be rushed, and thus took a deep breath, helplessly saying. Having said that, she no longer looked at Yifeng, and turned to step onto the luxurious flying boat that had been prepared in advance. Seeing this, Yifeng also stepped forward, leaping onto the floating vessel, which then charged through the morning mist towards Lingshu Immortal City. As the central city among the 20 or so nearby immortal cities, Lingshu Immortal City was far grander in scale than Yunlan Immortal City, and exuded an even more imposing aura. From a distance, the entire immortal city stood majestically amidst the spiritual veins converging in the blessed land of the immortal mountains, its walls constructed from unknown greenish-blue stones, entwined with countless emerald vines, exuding a rich vitality. Within the city, towers and pavilions were abundant, built against the mountains with peculiar green plants sprouting forth spiritual mist that coalesced into clouds hovering around the city. From afar it resembled an immortal realm, evoking longing in people's hearts. As the central immortal city, Lingshu immortal city's strength far surpassed that of other immortal cities. The city master was a peak expert of the immortal realm, just a step away from the immortal king realm, commanding a multitude of powerful experts, making it a formidable force that the nearby 20 or so immortal cities had to look up to in reverence. Thus it was entirely reasonable for the envoy of the immortal court to first land in Lingshu immortal city. When the cloud boat carrying Xie Ran and Yi Feng arrived above Lingshu immortal city, they saw that the square specially set up for receiving distinguished guests was already filled with various flying vessels and mounts, including the pure white unicorn-horned Longshueju, the Qingyuan bird, with its wings spread 10 zhang wide, and intricately carved golden flying boats, each exuding abundant spiritual energy, showcasing their owners' noble identities. Representatives from over 20 surrounding immortal cities had already gathered here, each dressed in luxurious attire, exuding profound auras, forming groups of 3 or 5, laughing and chatting, their words laced with the arrogance of those in power. These individuals were all elite power players from their respective immortal cities of noble birth and formidable strength, either young city masters or core backbones of major factions within the immortal cities. They had personally led their subordinates to fight valiantly during the calamity of the Yuming Soul clan, slaying numerous powerful beings of the Soul Fiend and Soul General ranks, their credentials impressive and their confidence unwavering, all of them prideful individuals. The brocade robes they wore were extraordinarily luxurious, made from the rare spiritual silk embroidered with the totems of their respective immortal cities, and adorned with precious spirit jade and magical artifacts at their waists, exuding a powerful presence, their demeanor and actions revealing their elite status. As Xie Ran controlled the flying boat to descend slowly, the surrounding sounds of laughter and conversation momentarily paused, and dozens of gazes turned to fixate on her, and Yi Feng filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of subtle disdain. Isn't that Xie Ran, the young city master of Yunlan Immortal City? Why has she brought a young lad along? Look at his attire, so plain and simple, and his cultivation is merely at the peak of the nascent soul. Is this really the representative sent by Yunlan Immortal City? Haha, I can't be mistaken, right? For such an important reception of the immortal court, envoy Yunlan Immortal City has sent just this young rookie to fill the numbers. It is said that Miss Xie is currently in a difficult situation in Yunlan Immortal City with no one useful under her command. It seems there is some truth to that. As they observed Yi Feng's ordinary attire and discovered his cultivation was only at the peak of the nascent soul, astonishment, disdain, and mockery surfaced on everyone's faces, and the discussions erupted one after another. These mocking words were unreserved, echoing clearly in Xie Ran's and Yi Feng's ears. Xie Ran's expression instantly turned rather unpleasant, her cheeks burning, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Instinctively, she shifted slightly to the side, increasing the distance between herself and Yi Feng, her frustrations and helplessness surging once more. Young City Master Xie, long time no see. At that moment, a young man clad in a purple brocade robe with a lean face approached first to greet them. He was Ling Shaotian, the young city master of Lingshu Immortal City and the main organizer of this reception. He smiled at Xie Ran, but cast a glance at Yi Feng, clearly puzzled, and asked, "I wonder who this is beside young city master Xie." Xie Ran steadied her breath, suppressing her embarrassment, and gestured towards Yi Feng, attempting to keep her tone calm. "This is Elder Yi Feng, a newly appointed elder of Yunlan Immortal City, here with me to receive the envoy of the Immortal Court." Yi Feng, the elder Yi you mentioned before, who helped you secure the position of young city master. Ling Shaotian revealed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. "Exactly." Xie Ran nodded. "So it is Elder Yi. I have long admired your reputation. However, young city master Xie, this reception of the Immortal Court envoy is of great importance. Every immortal city has sent their top elites, either seasoned elders or core commanding officers. Bringing this Elder Yi is rather inappropriate, isn't it?" Ling Shaotian scrutinized Yi Feng from head to toe, unable to suppress his frown. Which of those present was not a powerful figure with deep cultivation and significant authority? In their eyes, the peak of the nascent soul was merely the threshold of the spiritual realm, hardly worthy of mention, yet he was chosen as a representative for the reception. Indeed, young Lord Xie Ran, this Elder Yi appears no older than 20, with cultivation only at the nascent soul apex. Surely he has never experienced true life-or-death combat. How then can he possibly serve as the delegation's representative? The young lord of Mayu Immortal City cast a disdainful glance over Yi Feng, his lips curling into a mocking smile as he spoke. He no longer recognized Yifeng at all. As a sworn rival of Yunlan Immortal City, he held Xie Ran, the illegitimate young lady of that city, in utter contempt, deeming her lineage weak and her foundation shallow. Now seeing her bring along such an unremarkable youth, his disdain swelled into open scorn. His words were sharp, biting, and utterly devoid of courtesy towards Xie Ran. Young Lord Mo speaks truth, Miss Xie. The Celestial Court Envoy's inspection focuses precisely on the origins and unfolding of the Netherworld's Soul Clan cataclysm. Without first-hand experience battling Soul Clan elites, one cannot possibly withstand the envoy's probing questions. This elder Yifeng beside you cultivates at so low a level. He would likely falter before even a Soul Fiend rank Soul Clan warrior, let alone participate in the reception. Tell me, have you truly run out of capable personnel, and thus hastily summoned him as mere filler? Next, Chu Yu, the young lord of Shueiyue Immortal City, a female cultivator clad in azure robes of middling beauty, yet piercing arrogance, spoke up, her tone thick with condescension. Young lady, Xie, forgive our bluntness, this reception bears upon the dignity of the Lingshu Immortal Realm itself. To appoint a mere nascent soul youth to represent us risks grave missteps before the Celestial Court Envoys, who then shall bear the consequence. I urge you to replace him without delay, lest we jeopardize the entire mission. A dark-skinned, broad-shouldered youth of late divine transformation realm added gravely. One after another they spoke, and every gaze turned upon Yifeng brimmed with contempt and derision. All were scions of noble bloodlines, wielders of immense authority, and heroes who had earned glorious distinction during the Soul Clan cataclysm. To them Yifeng, appearing inexperienced and feeble, was unworthy of their regard. In their eyes, nascent Soul Apex was but a low-tier attainment across the spirit realm. Even core disciples of any immortal city routinely reached such a level. This reception demanded seasoned elites, those well-versed in the Soul Clan threat, battle-tested and endowed with both strength and insight. They concluded Yifeng was nothing more than a last-minute placeholder, someone who had spent his days sheltered behind layers of protection, never once confronting Soul Clan elites face-to-face. His knowledge, they assumed, was theoretical at best, as should the envoys question him, he would surely stammer into silence and humiliate them all. Faced with this barrage of mockery, Xie Iran's expression grew increasingly grim, her lips pressed into a tight, pale line. She had anticipated resistance, but not such brazen, unvarnished disdain. Esteemed lords, please rest assured, though elder Yifeng is young and his cultivation appears modest, he demonstrated extraordinary command and battlefield prowess during the Soul Clan cataclysm, personally leading his forces to slay 4 Soul Marshal rank Soul Clan warriors. He is far more than he seems, and more than qualified to represent us. Though she herself did not fully comprehend how he had achieved such feats, she recounted his deeds faithfully, intending to vindicate him. Yet her words only provoked peals of raucous laughter. Ha, ha, ha. Xie Ran, you must be delusional. A nascent soul apex cultivator slaying soul marshals. Preposterous. Unheard of. Precisely. Whom do you think you're fooling? If soul marshals fell so easily, why did our immortal cities suffer such devastating losses? You've clearly fabricated this tale, just to prop up the boy. Very well, have it your way. But if disaster strikes, don't drag the rest of us down with you. They dismissed Xie Iran's claim outright, assuming it a desperate fabrication meant solely to save face. After all, soul marshals ranked among the Soul Clan's elite, powerful enough to rival human cultivators of the Saint-Ascended realm, vastly surpassing any nascent soul apex. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators dared not even approach them. Yet here, she claimed he had slain 4. Such a boast reeked of exaggeration, if not outright falsehood. Even if true, the credit belonged to his subordinates, not to him. Yet they chose not to press further. This, after all, was another's affair. And facing their ridicule and skepticism, Yifeng neither flared with anger nor offered a single word of defense. Their scorn struck him as little more than the shrill chirping of frogs trapped at the bottom of a well. He had weathered countless life-and-death battles. He had extinguished more Soul Clan warriors than any among them. Their petty disdain could not stir even a ripple within him. Some truths require no declaration. Strength declares them itself. For now he wished only to stand quietly in the periphery, await the Celestial Court envoys, fulfill the formalities of reception, and depart this den of contention as swiftly as possible. Consequently, the delegates regarded Yifeng as utterly peripheral, deliberately avoiding conversation with him, refusing even to meet his gaze, as if standing near him were itself a stain upon their honor. Half an hour passed slowly, measured in hushed murmurs and restless anticipation. Suddenly the clouds above Lingshu Immortal City churned violently, and a vast solemn glacial pressure surged from the distant heavens like a tidal wave. That celestial aura was overwhelming, dense, inexorable. Every cultivator present paled instantly. Those who had been bantering moments before sealed their breath, silenced their tongues, straightened their spines, and shed all traces of pride, replacing them with awe and reverent stillness, scarcely daring to inhale. The Celestial Court envoys have arrived. Someone whispered, and all held their breath, lifting their eyes to the horizon filled with reverence and wonder. There at the edge of the sky, a figure clad in snow-white robes drifted forward atop seven-hued, auspicious clouds. Her form was exquisite, her gait ethereal. Each step unfurled a fresh expanse of cloud, while mist parted instinctively around her. Though she radiated no overt spiritual energy, her innate sovereign presence dimmed the very heavens. As she drew nearer, the assembly finally beheld her countenance, and silence crashed upon them like a physical weight. Eyes widened, breaths froze, time itself seemed to halt. Before them stood the celestial court envoy, a woman of transcendent, unparalleled beauty. She wore a pure white celestial dress devoid of any embellishments, yet radiating a faint sacred celestial light. Her skin was whiter than snow, clear and jade-like. Without a single flaw, her pair of ice-blue eyes exuded an innate aloofness and indifference reminiscent of a cold pool devoid of any earthly warmth. A mere glance from her could plunge one into a chilling abyss, making it hard to meet her gaze. She stood quietly atop the clouds without any adornment or need for ostentation, akin to an ancient, unmelting iceberg. Noble, aloof, and breathtakingly beautiful, leaving onlookers only the option to admire from afar, too daunted to approach. All the reception representatives present, from the proud young lord to the seasoned elder, were momentarily entranced upon seeing her beauty. A glimmer of infatuation and fervor flashed in their eyes, their initial reverence gradually morphing into a mix of flattery and obsequiousness. Having lived for so many years and encountered countless talented women and fairies from the great cities of the spirit realm, they had never before seen a woman so breathtakingly beautiful, so commanding. It was a kind of high-handed aloofness embedded in her very bones, a nobility stemming from the upper echelons of the celestial court, compelling them to lower their heads to seek her favor, yearning to leave a good impression before her. The first to react, Ling Chen immediately bowed deeply, his voice laden with utmost respect tinged with an unmistakable excitement. "We welcome the celestial court's envoy." The others quickly regained their composure, bowing in unison, their voices harmonious and resonant. "We welcome the celestial court's envoy." Everyone kept their heads bowed, yet the corners of their eyes could not help but sneak glances upward, carefully observing that figure in white, desperate to present their most respectful and commendable selves. Bai Ningbing descended gracefully onto the plaza, the celestial aura around her slightly retracting upon her feet touching the ground, yet the surrounding air remained frigid. She cast a cold, indifferent glance over the bowing crowd, her expression devoid of any tumult, only a profound disregard and a hint of displeasure. Although she held a high position, her nature was one of cold pride. Having grown weary of sycophants, she detested those who groveled and sought to curry favor. The fervent gazes directed at her were laden with obvious ulterior motives, causing her discomfort and intensifying her distaste. This time she had disguised herself as an ordinary envoy to inspect the territory, hoping to avoid tedious social engagements, uncovering the truth behind the calamity of the underworld Soul Clan, and assessing the true state of her subordinate celestial cities, yet she did not expect to encounter such a crowd of unsophisticated individuals upon her arrival. However, she understood that such matters were unavoidable wherever she went. Just then her gaze swept across the edge of the crowd, suddenly landing on Yifeng, her movements pausing slightly. This person at this moment seemed to be surprisingly unperturbed. At this time Yifeng, while also bowing in respect like everyone else, did not fixate on her with fervent eyes, nor exhibit excessive caution. He merely lowered his head slightly, his gaze calm, as if he did not wish to curry favor with this esteemed envoy of the celestial court. He even appeared somewhat distracted, subtly avoiding her gaze. Yet why was his cultivation level so low? Upon discerning Yifeng's realm, a flicker of disdain crossed by Ningbing's eyes. In her view, his mere peak nascent soul cultivation was as insignificant as an ant, utterly unqualified to converse with her. She was surprised he was sent to greet her. Could he be just a filler? Thinking of how perfunctory the subordinate celestial city was, she lost any interest in exploring further and did not bother to glance at Yifeng again. Retracting her gaze, her cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, though I have come solely to investigate the calamity of the underworld Soul Clan. You may report the situation in order." Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated in everyone's ears, infused with a compelling force that brooked no dissent. Having just exited seclusion, she was taken aback by such grave developments, prompting her investigation. The crowd hurriedly collected their thoughts, daring not to delay, ushering the celestial court's envoy into the main hall of Lingshu Celestial City, then standing in line according to their ranks, preparing to report the situation. The main hall was grand and imposing, furnished with neatly arranged seats, the central position naturally reserved for Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing walked up to the main seat with measured steps, sitting quietly with a dignified posture and powerful aura, causing the entire hall to instantly become exceedingly solemn, as if one could hear a pin drop. Xia Ran's emotions were at a peak of tension, her palms slick with cold sweat, She sneaked a glance at the composed Yifeng beside her, secretly marveling that she had not expected this young man to be so unflappable. However, she hoped that during the upcoming questioning session, he could maintain his composure and avoid any mistakes. Initially, the young lord of Lingshu Celestial City stepped forward first, respectfully reporting, clearly detailing the process of resisting the Soul Clan, deliberately exaggerating their achievements to showcase the strength of the Celestial City. Following him, representatives from other celestial cities also stepped forward, each striving to display the might of their own celestial city, and their roles played, recounting their heroic deeds in slaying the underworld Soul Clan, all seeking to win by Ningbing's favor. Their narratives were generally similar, merely stating that this calamity was not a major issue, just some losses, yet under their wise leadership, they would soon recover. Finally, Xiaoran took a deep breath and also stood up to report on the situation in Yunlan Celestial City. However, she used cautious wording, daring not to exaggerate or conceal, objectively detailing Yunlan Celestial City's responses and losses during the calamity. Bai Ningbing listened quietly, her face devoid of any expression, her gaze perpetually indifferent, leaving one unsure whether she had absorbed the information. After Xiaoran concluded her report, Bai Ningbing finally began to question each in turn. Her questions were exceedingly incisive, directly targeting the core, all concerning the details of the Underworld Soul Clan, from their emergence, attack methods, weaknesses, habits, the power disparities among different levels of souls, their gathering patterns, to the optimal tactics for countering them. Each question necessitated personal experience and rich practical knowledge to answer. Those who had not truly battled with the Soul Clan, merely issuing commands from afar, would find it impossible to. Although everyone had indeed experienced numerous battles, they could barely cope, and even when faced with some very detailed questions, they stuttered, providing vague answers. Observing the envoy's persistent frown, everyone was drenched in cold sweat, uncertain of whether she was satisfied. After an indeterminate amount of time, it was finally Yifeng's turn. All eyes immediately fixated on Yifeng, filled with mockery and anticipation. Here it comes, let's see how this young man responds. I bet he won't be able to answer a single question and will definitely embarrass himself on the spot. He, a junior in the nascent soul stage who hasn't even seen a soul general, how could he possibly know these details? Just wait for the joke to unfold. Xiaoran's heart surged to her throat, her entire body tense with anxiety as she stared intensely at Yifeng, filled with trepidation, fearing that he might fail to answer and turn Yunlan City into a laughingstock. Bai Ningbing also looked at Yifeng, her cold gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny, as she formally asked, "Why don't you share your experience? What did the calamity of the Netherworld Soul Clan look like? Did you notice anything unusual?" Everyone was waiting to see Yifeng, left speechless as Mo Chuyu and others wore mocking smiles, eagerly anticipating his embarrassment. But the next moment, something completely unexpected happened. Yifeng slowly stepped forward, his expression calm, clearly articulating his experiences and encounters with the Netherworld Soul Clan, even expressing some conjectures and feelings. His answers were well-structured and clear, addressing every detail precisely, without any vagueness, yet without unnecessary embellishments. Everyone was instantly stunned by his response, their mocking smiles frozen, their eyes filled with disbelief. This kid spoke with such authority, it was as if he had truly experienced it firsthand, matching their knowledge almost perfectly. Could it be that he had actually ventured into the densely populated areas of the Netherworld Soul Clan during this calamity and conducted in-depth research? Bai Ningbing raised an eyebrow, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flickering in her cold eyes. She had initially thought this junior at the peak of the nascent soul stage would be unable to answer these questions, but unexpectedly he not only answered, but did so with remarkable precision and depth, clearly possessing an extensive understanding of the Netherworld Soul Clan. Far from mere theoretical knowledge, he must have been on the battlefield and participated in numerous wars. Thus this person was not entirely useless, and not merely filling a spot, which slightly eased the cold aura surrounding Bai Ningbing. However, she did not dwell on it too much and soon shifted her gaze to the other representatives of the celestial cities. With the inquiry session concluding, Bai Ningbing had gained a general understanding, but still had many doubts that needed to be verified on site. The representatives of the celestial cities began to host a banquet for the celestial envoy in the hall. As the attendants from Lingshu City filed in, exquisite jade tables were set up, laden with a variety of delicacies, including vibrant spirit fruit platters exuding fragrant aromas, aged wines brewed over 1,000 years, dishes made from high-tier demon beasts, exquisite treasures made from top-grade spirit fish, and various pastries imbued with spiritual energy, all of which made one's mouth water just at the sight. All these delicacies were treasures from the spirit world. Especially upon learning that the celestial envoy would need to stay in this area for a while to conduct an in-depth investigation, and would choose a clever main host from among the representatives of the celestial cities to be at their beck and call, all the representatives immediately became excited, their eyes ablaze with fervent enthusiasm, trembling with excitement. Being the main host was an incredible opportunity, a rare chance. To be able to stay close to the celestial envoy, to interact up close, And if one could perform well and gain the envoy's favor, not only would they personally receive advancement from the celestial court, but the celestial city behind them would also benefit, reaping countless resources and opportunities, swiftly rising to a position of absolute dominance among the surrounding celestial cities. Who wouldn't want such a lucrative position? In no time, all the representatives of the celestial cities could no longer sit still, standing up one after another, presenting the top delicacies or spirit wines prepared by their respective celestial cities, rushing towards the main seat, queuing to offer wine and food to Bai Ningbing, indulging in flattery. Envoy, this is the cold Xian fruit unique to Lingshu Xian City, infused with pure celestial spirit energy, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Please do try it. Ling Xiaodian was the first to approach, holding a plate of crystal-clear white spirit fruit, his face beaming. As the core celestial city of this area, he had to keep the celestial envoy here, becoming the main host for the upcoming period, otherwise others would consider him incompetent. Envoy, this is the soup made from ice soul fish, crafted by Shui Xian City with a tender texture that melts in your mouth, a rare delicacy of this world. Please enjoy. Envoy, this is the 1,000-year spirit wine treasured by Moyu Xian City, rich in flavor and abundant in spirit energy. Please partake. One by one, everyone presented the best items from their celestial cities, their faces adorned with flattering smiles, all hoping that Bai Ningbing would take a bite or spare them a glance. An array of exquisite delicacies and rare treasures continuously filled the jade tables, dazzling in their brilliance, overwhelming the senses. Everyone tried their utmost to please Bai Ningbing, hoping to gain her approval and be chosen by her. They all understood that to become the main host, serving well in terms of food was equivalent to achieving half the battle. Unfortunately, Bai Ningbing looked at the lavish food and spirit wine before her, her brows slightly furrowed, showing no interest, and even seeming a bit disdainful. She was not an ordinary celestial envoy, but the highest-ranking official within the celestial court. What kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, exquisite delicacies, had she not tasted? What appeared luxurious to the representatives of the celestial cities seemed mundane and even inferior in her eyes, leaving her completely devoid of appetite. She merely glanced over, shook her head, neither picking up her chopsticks nor raising her cup. Everyone racked their brains, presenting all their best offerings, yet still failed to satisfy Bai Ningbing, each face filled with helplessness, unable to do anything but watch anxiously, their hearts racing, but they dared not speak. They all secretly lamented that this envoy was far too picky. How could she not even find these exquisite delicacies appealing? Other celestial envoys had visited before, but none had been this difficult to please. In an instant, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became incredibly awkward. Xia Yiran had also prepared the specialty delicacies of Yunlan Xian City to present, but unfortunately Bai Ningbing showed no expression, causing Xia Yiran to feel anxious, urging Yifeng beside her, placing her hopes on him. She knew that if Yunlan Xian City could become the main host for the celestial envoy, she would undoubtedly achieve great merit, and all the elders in the celestial city would immediately regard her with newfound respect. Seeing this, Yifeng could only helplessly bring forth the spirit meat he had previously roasted for himself. This roasted meat was made from a high-ear demon beast he had hunted during his leisure time at Pianxian village, personally roasted, originally intended for his own sustenance during his seclusion. The ingredients were not top-notch, and the cooking method was his usual technique, lacking any fancy presentation, making it appear particularly crude and unimpressive against the backdrop of the table full of delicacies. He had never intended to compete for the position of main host, and had no interest in it. He had not made any preparations beforehand. However, since Xia Ran kept signaling him, he could only brace himself and step forward. However, he felt that his roasted meat was hardly worthy of attention. It was merely the flesh of a high-level spiritual beast, far inferior to the holy or even celestial-grade meats often found in other immortal cities, and there was no chance of being selected. Going up was just for show and nothing more. Looking at the few pieces of roasted meat on Yifeng's jade plate, which were golden and fragrant, yet devoid of any sense of luxury, Xia Yiran's face darkened. This guy is so perfunctory. Not only did he fail to prepare exquisite ceremonial robes, but even the refreshments were so cheap, it was infuriating. Although she hoped that Yifeng would be selected at this moment, seeing his appearance and comparing it with the top-notch delicacies brought by others, she knew deep down that there was no hope left. At this moment, Yifeng approached Bai Ningbing with a jade plate in hand, bowing respectfully, as he said, "Your Excellency, this is a bit of roasted meat that I managed to procure with great difficulty. Although it is not precious, it is a small token of my sincerity. If you do not mind, please give it a taste." His tone was very calm, though his attitude was extremely respectful. He held no expectation that Bai Ningbing would actually eat. After all, in his view, such crude food was unlikely to attract the attention of the celestial envoy. It was merely a trivial offering. Even the other representatives from the immortal cities could not help but snicker at the sight of Yifeng presenting such a plate of ordinary roasted meat, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. "Ha ha, is that kid stupid? He dares to present a plate of roasted meat from a transformation stage beast, to the celestial envoy. It's truly laughable. The envoy wouldn't even glance at the exquisite delicacies on the table, let alone eat his crude roasted meat. Simply overestimating oneself. I think he's just so poor in his little immortal village that he could only throw together some scraps to appease us. They immediately reached a conclusion. They had heard that Elder Yi from Yunlan Immortal City was promoted from a small immortal village, and seeing him now, it was clear he exuded a sense of small-town mentality. In their subconscious, they believed that the celestial envoy must possess at least the cultivation of an immortal, and if they couldn't even admire the celestial-grade delicacies from their own city, how could they possibly appreciate the flesh of transformation stage beasts presented by Yi Feng? On the main seat, Bai Ningbing saw that it was Yi Feng presenting himself, and her expression was slightly disdainful. She did not intend to look again, but just as she was about to ignore him, a faint, somewhat rustic, yet exceptionally enticing aroma suddenly wafted into her nostrils with the gentle breeze. This scent was unlike the lavish, precious dishes filling the hall, nor did it resemble any delicacy she had previously tasted. It was pure and natural, carrying a subtle meaty fragrance mixed with the spiciness of seasonings, instantly awakening her appetite. This flavor was rather novel. She couldn't help but want to try some. She looked at Yi Feng and found that this young man had not flattered or fawned over her like the others. There was no trace of desire or ulterior motives regarding her appearance or status, just the most basic respect and a tranquil demeanor, which made her feel particularly comfortable. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Ningbing extended her jade hand, picked up a silver chopstick from the side, and gently lifted a small piece of roasted meat to her mouth. The roasted meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the flavor exquisite, accompanied by special spices that enhanced the rich aroma of the beast's flesh, providing a perfect texture without any greasiness, making it surprisingly refreshing. This rustic flavor, while not top-tier cuisine, offered a freshness she had never experienced before, causing Bai Ningbing's tightly knit brows to relax slightly, and the coldness in her eyes gradually faded. She said nothing, slowly chewing, savoring small bites, and before she knew it, she had eaten more than half of the roasted meat on the plate. This scene left the entire banquet hall in stunned silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, faces filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost, fixated on Yi Feng, and Bai Ningbing unable to believe what they were witnessing. The table was filled with top-notch delicacies that the envoy wouldn't even glance at, yet she chose to eat the low-end roasted meat brought by this kid. What in the world was happening? Xia Ran was completely bewildered, standing there in shock, her mind blank. She couldn't fathom why Yi Feng, who had merely presented a plate of roasted meat, could entice the esteemed celestial envoy to take a bite. Could there be something special about this roasted meat? Bai Ningbing set down her silver chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and her cold gaze fell on Yi Feng again. This time there was no longer disdain or indifference in her eyes, but rather a hint of scrutiny and acknowledgement. Slowly she spoke, her voice still cool, but laced with undeniable decisiveness. The main host for this inspection shall be Yunlan Immortal City. As for the main host, it will be Yi Feng. From today onward you shall be at my side, ready to serve. With these words, it was as if thunder had struck. The entire banquet hall erupted into chaos, everyone stunned, their eyes filled with jealousy, resentment, confusion, and shock as they looked at Yi Feng. They had exhausted every effort to please the envoy, presenting all the best offerings, yet failed to catch her eye. Yet this seemingly inconspicuous, least likely, and lowest ranked, Yi Feng, was chosen solely based on a plate of ordinary roasted meat. This was simply the biggest joke. Yet it was happening right before their eyes. But could they say anything? Mou, the deputy lord of Mou Immortal City, turned a shade of green and white, filled with jealousy and resentment, glaring fiercely at Yi Feng, wishing to devour him whole, yet dared not act out in front of Bai Ningbing, forcing himself to endure. He understood well that Yunlan Immortal City and Mou Immortal City had been adversaries for years with comparable strengths. If neither could please the celestial envoy, neither would suffer losses. But now that Yunlan Immortal City had gained the envoy's favor, their reputation would soon surpass theirs, potentially swaying many nearby subordinate immortal villages to shift allegiance. Xia Ran regained her senses, a look of wild joy flashing across her face, trembling with excitement as she hurried to the envoy, respectfully thanking and accepting her orders. At the same time, a genuine gratitude welled up in her eyes for Yi Feng. She never expected this lazy guy who had made no preparations and almost didn't intend to come would end up being selected. If Yi Feng could gain the envoy's favor, Yunlan Immortal City would undoubtedly benefit, greatly solidifying her position within the city. As for Yi Feng himself, he stood there completely stunned, a look of confusion and bewilderment on his face, momentarily unable to react. He had merely taken a plate of roasted meat casually to get by, never expecting to be chosen, let alone to be designated as the main host. He originally thought to quickly finish the task and rush back to sleep to develop the Fiancé village. However, now he suddenly had an additional task: to always stay by the side of this celestial envoy, awaiting orders with no choice in the matter. This unexpected outcome caught him off guard, filling him with helplessness and bitterness, yet he could not refuse. Bai Ningbing looked at Yifeng's obvious reluctance and confusion on his face, and a hint of curiosity and peculiarity flashed in her cold eyes. In her high position, and with her unparalleled beauty, she had always been the object of pursuit and flattery. Countless people were eager to get close to her, yet this young man chosen as the main host showed no joy at all, but rather a face full of unwillingness. What was going on? This was difficult for her to understand. She spoke, her voice tinged with curiosity, asking, Yifeng, you seem to be reluctant to take on this task. She was keen to know what was going on in this kid's mind. Upon hearing this, Xie Iran's expression stiffened, and she hurriedly turned to look at Yifeng, signaling him again. The other representatives from the Celestial City were equally stunned, finding it hard to believe that such a situation could arise. Was there still room for negotiation in such a good opportunity? Fortunately, Yifeng quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully, and saying firmly, responding to the envoy, I was just too surprised for a moment. I have no reluctance. It is an honor to serve the envoy, and I am very willing. He had to put on an appearance of eagerness to serve. However, while he said this, he was secretly lamenting and filled with helplessness. How could he possibly be willing? He was the village head, a person of great authority in Piancé village, and no one dared to defy him. Why not enjoy his freedom? Now, however, he was bound to this celestial envoy like a servant, having to be at her beck and call for the foreseeable future, doing things with utmost caution, unable to attend to his own affairs. It was simply not worth the loss. Yet how could his insincere demeanor escape the discerning eyes of Bai Ningbing, who had seen countless people? She saw right through Yifeng's thoughts at a glance, her brows slightly raised, and her expression grew even more peculiar. Having lived for so many years, she had never seen anyone show such unwillingness in the face of the opportunity to be close to her. Though surprised in her heart, she was always domineering, and would not easily change her mind once she had decided on it. She cast a faint glance at Yifeng, her tone carrying an unyielding meaning, as she said, regardless of whether you truly wish to or not, this matter is settled. You only need to do your job well, adhere to your duties, refrain from any unrealistic greed, and do not be negligent. If you dare to disobey orders, you will face severe punishment. She chose Yifeng not primarily because of that plate of roasted meat, but more so because his attitude was starkly different from the others. This guy seemed to treat her as an ordinary person from the very beginning, showing no regard for her beauty and status. It didn't appear to be an act. He maintained mere surface respect, unlike the other representatives whose eyes burned with fervor, as if they wanted to constantly focus on her to gain some advantage, which made her quite uncomfortable. She thought it would be better to choose this young man to ensure a more pleasant time in the future. Yifeng felt bitter in his heart, but dared not defy her, only bowing and replying, yes, I will obey. Seeing Yifeng's gloomy yet resigned expression, the corner of Bai Ningbing's mouth subtly lifted slightly before she returned to her indifferent demeanor. As the banquet came to a close, it gradually dispersed. However, as the representatives from the Celestial City left, each of their faces was extremely grim, their gazes towards Yifeng filled with jealousy and unwillingness, yet they were helpless. Xie Ran, on the other hand, walked up to Yifeng with a beaming smile, completely shedding her earlier annoyance and discontent. She patted his shoulder and excitedly expressed her gratitude, saying, Elder Yi, well done. I knew I had not misjudged you. Thanks to your careful planning and composed response today, our Yunlanxian city would never have won this opportunity without you. Do your best, and make sure to seize this chance to earn the envoy's favor. There will surely be benefits for you in the future. Her words were sincere and heartfelt, with a hint of relief and joy in her eyes. At this moment, she finally realized that the other party must have anticipated that the celestial envoy had grown tired of lavish feasts and fine clothing, which was why he chose a simple outfit and low-end roasted meat, and had remained completely indifferent throughout, thus gaining the envoy's special attention. If it weren't for the other's unconventional calmness and strategic planning based solely on her own limited knowledge, she would have been unable to attract the celestial envoy's attention. Yifeng felt a twinge of guilt and replied politely, the young city lord need not be overly courteous. We are of one mind, mutually beneficial and supportive of each other. It is merely part of our duties, no need to be concerned. Now, with the important task ahead, the priority is to safely escort the celestial envoy back to the city and ensure that all arrangements are handled properly. He glanced at the aloof and imposing Bai Ningbing, knowing there was absolutely no chance of refusing this arrangement. He had to accept it. In truth, he had not strategized at all, nor had he intended to be unconventional. He had merely approached things with a mindset of getting it over with, to fade from the public eye, only to unexpectedly become the focus of everyone's attention. However, seeing Bai Ningbing already waiting at the high platform, her demeanor icy and ethereal, not engaging in unnecessary pleasantries with anyone, the two dared not delay, immediately steadying their minds, and quickly stepping forward to bow respectfully, saying, we humbly invite Bai Xian envoy to board the flying boat and head to Yunlanxian city. We will do our utmost to provide a fitting reception, living up to the envoy's trust. Bai Ningbing nodded lightly, offering no further words, and with a graceful leap, she stood on the flying boat, beginning to meditate. Yi Feng and Xia Yiran flanked her, escorting her as they guided the flying boat to soar into the sky, racing towards the Yunlan Xian city, thousands of miles away, quickly disappearing into the evening clouds. As they sped along the celestial clouds, parting within half an hour, the grand and magnificent outline of Yunlan Xian city's main city came clearly into view. At this moment, however, chaos had already ensued within Yunlan Xian city. In the past, the city had strict defenses with patrolling celestial soldiers in shining armor, and everyone entering and exiting had to verify their celestial tokens, maintaining order and dignity. But today the atmosphere inside and outside the main city was completely different from usual, filled with astonishment and panic along with a hint of hurried tension. Near the Lord's mansion, the rotating guards, the internal affairs officers, and the elders who were originally resting were suddenly frozen in place when they heard Xia Yiran's message that the celestial envoy was coming to Yunlan City for a visit. They held their breath and fell silent. A surge of disbelief erupted in everyone's hearts, their faces filled with shock. None of them expected that the second young lady, Xia Yiran, whom they had previously underestimated and neglected, actually had the ability to personally invite the aloof and unpredictable celestial envoy back to Yunlan City. They had thought that this grand opportunity of receiving the celestial envoy would surely fall to Lingshu City. After all, Lingshu City was the top celestial city in the nearby area, with immense strength, vast connections, and a knack for flattering and scheming, having the most interactions with the celestial court. In contrast, Yunlan City had a sparse population and shallow foundations, and the current acting Lord Xia Yiran was still young, with very few useful subordinates, constantly on guard against her sister's covert oppression. Moreover, the person they were sending was only that young brat Yi Feng, who would never catch the celestial envoy's eye. However, the ironclad truth delivered a resounding slap to everyone's faces. The celestial envoy personally arrived in Yunlan City and would stay for inspections, elevating Xia Yiran's status to an unprecedented height, instantly overshadowing Xia Meifeng and shaking everyone's long-held perceptions. After a brief moment of shock, everyone quickly regained their senses, their hearts tightening with a sudden sense of crisis, no longer daring to be careless. They hurriedly began to adjust their robes and attire, straightening their appearances and suppressing their casual demeanor. The guards quickly organized their ranks, adjusting their armor and tightening their expressions. The internal affairs officers rushed forward to check the welcoming items and hastily arrange positions. A group of elders who had previously looked down on Xia Yiran now wore solemn expressions, hastening to greet her, their faces adorned with just the right amount of respectful smiles, their postures exceedingly humble. Gone was their previous indifference. They all understood that the presence of the celestial envoy was critical to the future prosperity and reputation of Yunlan City, affecting the fortunes of every family and faction involved, allowing no room for error. As long as they satisfied the celestial envoy, a mere token of gratitude could save them hundreds of years of hard. As for the internal conflicts over the succession of the celestial city, the factional struggles, and the elders' alignments, those were private matters to be kept behind closed doors. Regardless of who ultimately rose to power, it would not affect the foundation. However, if they dared to show any signs of discord in front of the celestial envoy or reveal traces of factional division, it would be seen as a disrespect to the celestial court's authority and a violation of inspection regulations, which could lead to losing their celestial city qualification, reducing their spirit vein resource quotas, or worse, having all those who were negligent removed from their positions and even exiled to war-torn borderlands, never to return to the celestial realm. The weight of the situation and the pros and cons were clear in everyone's minds. At this moment, even if they leaned towards Xia Meifeng in their hearts and wanted to feign compliance, they had to temporarily set aside all personal grievances and unite against a common external threat, fully striving to please the celestial envoy. As they saw the celestial ship descend, a group swiftly approached the city gate, bowing deeply in unison, their voices booming and their manners impeccable. All guards, elders, and internal affairs officers of Yunlan City respectfully welcome the celestial envoy by Xian to our city. We have prepared all necessary welcoming arrangements and are ready to serve at any time. The sound echoed layer upon layer, resonating throughout the city, gates square, respectful and solemn, without any room for criticism. Xia Yiran cast a cold glance at the elders and guards before her, who exhibited such contrasting behavior, a hidden smirk forming in her heart. These people had once treated her with arrogance and deliberately made things difficult for her, yet now with the celestial envoy present, they scrambled to flatter and ingratiate themselves, truly revealing the fickleness of human nature and the utilitarianism of society. However, she remained composed on the surface, as if there were no gaps between her and these people. After all, she knew that today's situation was paramount, and it was not wise to publicly dwell on past grievances lest it disrupt the reception and displease the envoy. Yifeng stood to the side, his expression calm, silently observing everything, having long since grown accustomed to. Not far away on the edge of the crowd, a figure was fixated on the scene before her, her heart filled with disbelief. This figure was none other than the legitimate eldest daughter Xia Meifeng. Having just heard the urgent report from her subordinates that Xia Ran had brought the celestial envoy back to the celestial city, Xia Meifeng rushed to the city gate to watch, and upon witnessing the entire scene, she felt as if struck by lightning, her mind in chaos, leaving her stunned in place. How could this be? How could she have such capabilities? She had expended immense effort over the past few days, utilizing countless rare spiritual materials and high-grade treasures, running around to win over the elder group, managing various connections, secretly smoothing over many issues, believing she could finally crush Xia Ran and completely sideline her. Yet in the end, all her scheming and planning backfired as Xia Ran unexpectedly managed to latch onto the celestial court's strong support, soaring in status. A wave of intense unease washed over Xia Meifeng, a chill spreading through her heart, her hands and feet feeling slightly cold. She clearly understood that as long as the celestial envoy developed a favorable impression of Xia Ran during their stay, offering praise and support, then in the future struggle for the position of city lord, she would be at a complete disadvantage with no chance of turning the tide. All her years of painstakingly built power and connections would be wasted, reduced to mere illusions. No, she absolutely could not sit idly by. As her thoughts raced, Xia Meifeng forcibly suppressed her inner anger and resentment, her eyes flickering rapidly as she planned her countermeasures. With the current situation established, forcefully obstructing or secretly tripping up would only anger the envoy and lead to losses. The only way out was to also find ways to please and ingratiate herself with the celestial envoy, actively stepping forward to show goodwill, striving to make her presence felt, and attempting to ensure that the envoy took notice of her to offset Xia Ran's advantage. Resolute in her decision, Xia Meifeng forced a gentle and proper smile, adjusted her luxurious celestial dress, suppressing all her jealousy, and approached to greet the celestial envoy. However, the envoy's expression was exceedingly cold towards her appearance. Just as everyone prepared to escort the envoy to the Lord's mansion for rest, Bai Ningbing suddenly raised her hand and said, "No need to guide me. I wish to first inspect the nearby area and examine the traces left by the great battle. I will return to Yunlan City at dusk to rest on the spot. You need not send anyone along, just return to your posts and carry out your duties." Upon finishing her words, without waiting for anyone's response, she was suddenly enveloped in a flash of celestial light, transforming into a wisp of ethereal glow that swiftly vanished amidst the distant mountains and fog, leaving behind only a faint trace of serene celestial aura drifting with the wind. The elders and the city guard leader exchanged glances as they witnessed the celestial envoy depart with such decisiveness, yet none dared to utter a word, nor did they have the audacity to send someone to secretly follow her. They could only obediently bow and accept their orders, watching as the envoy disappeared into the distance. Xia Meifeng, however, felt a surge of anxiety within, regretting that she had arrived a step too late and failed to catch the envoy's attention. Once the figure of the celestial envoy had completely vanished, the tense atmosphere in the square eased slightly, and everyone's gaze turned in unison towards Xia Ran, inquiring how the young city lord intended to proceed. Since the envoy would only return at night, they had to prepare adequately for the evening's reception. Xia Ran took a deep breath, suppressing a hint of nervousness, and swiftly began to allocate the subsequent reception tasks, with the foremost priority being to finalize the lodging arrangements for the envoy upon her return. While this matter seemed straightforward, it was actually of significant importance, with nuances that were difficult to grasp. A slight misstep could lead to displeasure from the envoy. If the lodging were too shabby, they risked offending the celestial envoy and disrespecting the dignity of the celestial court. If it were too extravagant, it might be perceived by the cold and aloof envoy as excessive luxury, reflecting a frivolous character, which could provoke distaste and resentment, resulting in a loss greater than the gain. Moreover, the environment, tranquility, and cleanliness of the lodging were directly related to the envoy's comfort and would influence her subsequent attitude towards the celestial city, allowing for no error whatsoever. Xia Ran felt an immense pressure weighing upon her shoulders, her heart racing as she found herself in a dilemma, unable to make a decision. Before welcoming the envoy, she had not seriously considered this issue, and now she realized how difficult it was. The preferred option, of course, was to have the celestial envoy stay in the luxurious celestial garden located at the heart of the city lord's mansion. This place boasted an intricate design of pavilions and towers with celestial energy swirling around, surrounded by spiritual springs, and adorned with rare flowers and herbs. All furnishings and decor were of the highest caliber in the city, suitable for receiving a special envoy, ensuring proper etiquette and ample dignity, unlikely to be criticized for disrespect. Yet the drawbacks were equally apparent. This luxurious celestial garden had always served as a resting place for previous city lords, hosting celestial envoys and esteemed guests, Although all furnishings were replaced regularly, it had housed many occupants and carried traces of worldly life. And considering the white envoy's aloof temperament, would such a lively and mixed residence not cause her displeasure and disdain? Conversely, if they abandoned the luxurious main garden in favor of a secluded courtyard that had not been occupied, they feared it would lack proper etiquette, appearing petty and disrespectful towards the esteemed celestial envoy, potentially provoking the celestial court and leading to endless troubles. Caught in this difficult choice, Xie Ran felt mentally exhausted, indecisive, her palms sweating as she hesitated to draw a conclusion. Suddenly, she instinctively turned to Yefeng, who had remained silent by her side, a glimmer of hope crossing her eyes. Through her observations over time, she felt she had grasped Yefeng's capabilities and temperament. This young man, though lazy in demeanor, possessed meticulous thoughts and an outlook far beyond the ordinary. His skill in discerning the minds of those in power had allowed him to accurately predict the preferences of the celestial envoy, leading to her arrival. In light of the current dilemma of gauging the thoughts of a significant figure and weighing the pros and cons, would consulting him yield unexpected results? Resolving to ask, Xie Ran promptly shared her concerns and the pros and cons of the two residences, with Yefeng earnestly seeking his opinion. Elder Yi, in your view, what would be more appropriate for the return of the envoy at night, arranging for her to stay at the luxurious main garden of the city lord's mansion, or selecting a secluded courtyard without any prior occupants? Please help me decide. You want me to make the call on this? Yefeng was taken aback by her words, his expression strange. After all, he was unfamiliar with this celestial city. What could an outsider like him possibly understand? The other elders were equally perplexed by this query, thinking it odd that the young city lord would ask a mere young man about such reception etiquette. Surely he had never encountered any significant figures in his lifetime. The envoy was brought here by you. If the reception is inadequate, your responsibility will be greater. So you don't plan to offer any suggestions? Xie Ran immediately saw through Yefeng's desire to be lazy and couldn't help but threaten him. Well, Yefeng fell into silence momentarily, but after careful consideration, he realized there was some merit to her words. This matter indeed could not be taken lightly. Thus he gently tapped his fingers against his palm, quietly pondering for a moment as he sorted through all the details, reflecting on the personality and style of Bai Ningbing coupled with the brief interaction they had. He quickly arrived at a conclusion. After a moment, he looked up at Xie Ran and stated with certainty, young city lord, in my opinion, it is absolutely inadvisable to arrange for the luxurious celestial garden within the city lord's mansion that is frequented by regular residents. Why is that? Upon hearing this argument, Xie Ran and the surrounding elders were all taken aback. They had actually favored the luxurious celestial garden within the city lord's mansion the most. Yefeng continued to analyze calmly. Firstly, the fact that the white envoy chose our celestial city over Lingshu celestial city indicates that she does not place importance on ostentation, preferring not to be in crowded, noisy, or bustling places. The core celestial garden of the city lord's mansion, being centrally located, experiences constant foot traffic and noise, which would surely be displeasing to her. Secondly, I observe that the white envoy is clean and elegant, with attire devoid of any blemish. She does not enjoy unnecessary formalities and is likely to have a strong aversion to clutter, suggesting she has a severe obsession with cleanliness and refrains from using items previously handled by others. The luxurious celestial garden within the mansion is often occupied, and despite daily cleaning, it's inevitable that traces of previous occupants linger. If any oversight were detected, it could easily offend her cleanliness taboos. Thirdly, celestial envoys have long resided in magnificent palaces and heavenly abodes. What kind of luxurious and prestigious residences have they not encountered? Even the most extravagant decorations in our celestial city would seem mundane in her eyes, and piling on luxury to curry favor would come across as an insincere attempt at flattery, appearing frivolous and ultimately falling short. Therefore, the most prudent strategy currently would be to avoid all the old residences of the city lord's mansion and select a location that is tranquil, secluded, and elegantly arranged. A completely new courtyard that has never housed anyone, free of any lingering dust or past residues. Thorough cleaning and simple yet tasteful arrangements should suffice. This would align perfectly with the envoy's preference for cleanliness and tranquility, not appearing either neglected or overly deliberate, striking the right balance and ensuring absolute success. Yefeng concluded solemnly. After a clear and coherent analysis, every word struck the core, precisely capturing Bai Ningbing's personality traits, instantly enlightening Xie Ran, sweeping away all her hesitations and anxieties, leaving her nodding in agreement and her heart finally at ease. From her observations, it was likely that the celestial envoy's preferences were similar. However, the several venerable elders from Yunlan Xianqing standing nearby changed their expressions upon hearing Yi Feng's proposal and stepped forward to oppose it, their faces serious and their tones urgent. Young city lord, you must not heed such words. This action is far too risky and absolutely inappropriate. The envoy of the celestial court holds a position of immense nobility, wielding great power, high in authority. To neglect the well-established regulations of the city lord's mansion and to opt for a secluded and quiet courtyard at the back of the mountain will undoubtedly lead to ridicule from all surrounding celestial cities, branding Yunlan Xianxing as disrespectful and narrow-minded. It is also a blatant disregard for the authority of the celestial court. Should the envoy feel displeased and impose punishment, who among us can bear the consequences? The leading white-haired elder hastily cupped his hands in counsel, his expression grave as he spoke. Indeed, young city lord, to be safe, it is better to follow the rules. Using the luxurious residence of the city lord's mansion ensures comprehensive etiquette. Even if it yields no results, it will not go wrong. Why take unnecessary risks and be overly original? Exactly, Elder Yi is ultimately too inexperienced and does not understand the rules of the bureaucratic celestial community, relying solely on guesswork without regard for the consequences. This matter must not be followed as Elder Yi suggests. The other elders also chimed in, urging and advising, speaking in rapid succession, with earnest words and well-founded reasoning, tightly adhering to the rules of propriety. Xia Meifeng immediately reprimanded. The rules and etiquette outweigh everything. Neglecting the envoy is a grave offense that must not be taken lightly. Elder Yes remarks display a complete ignorance of reception etiquette. I implore you, sister, to think thrice and not act impulsively. They had not interacted much with Bai Ningbing. They all believed that the envoy of the celestial court was most sensitive to being undervalued by those below. Now Yi Feng had the audacity to suggest the envoy reside in a remote courtyard, which was outright contempt for the envoy. Yet they were unaware that Bai Ningbing held a high rank, having reached a realm where she no longer needed to care about others' attitudes. As the young lady also voiced her opinion, the situation once again fell into a stalemate. On one side was Yi Feng's prudent private strategy, which accurately aligned with the envoy's temperament. On the other, the young lady and the elders staunchly adhered to the rules and dared not deviate from the traditional views, making it difficult to come to a decision. Xia Yiran furrowed her brows, remaining indecisive. She clearly understood that the elders' words were not without reason, as they were all prudent methods that would not leave any grounds for criticism. However, she trusted more in what she had observed as well as in Yi Feng's perspective and judgment, believing in his ability to accurately gauge people's hearts, unwilling to rigidly adhere to the rules and risk displeasing the envoy. After a brief weighing of pros and cons, and after a moment of struggle, Xia Yiran's gaze suddenly became resolute, having made her final decision in her heart. Elders, there is no need for further words. I am already aware of the pros and cons of this matter. Today the arrangements for the reception will be fully in accordance with Elder Yes' suggestions. There is no need to follow the old practices, nor to be bound by customary rules. Immediately issue orders to send people to the back of the celestial city to select a newly built, unoccupied, independent villa, and urgently clean and prepare it inside and out, placing elegant spiritual wood tables and chairs, and arranging refined potted spiritual herbs, ensuring clean and new bedding and utensils, leaving no clutter or unpleasant smells, striving for cleanliness and tranquility without delay. She raised her hand and spoke in a deep voice, suppressing the voices of the crowd, decisively issuing the order. Upon hearing this, the elders were all taken aback, wanting to stop her again, but Xia Yiran no longer gave them the opportunity to advise against her. They all sighed inwardly that the young city lord was indeed too inexperienced and acted too rashly, and could only collectively turn their gazes toward the young lady, Xia Meifeng, hoping she would step in to stop this. Sister, if you insist on this, how about we make a bet? Prepare both residences simultaneously. If that Bai Xian envoy ultimately chooses the luxurious Lanyue Xinyuan, then the task of receiving the envoy of the celestial court shall be entirely led by me, and you shall not interfere in the slightest. How about it? Xia Meifeng's eyes flashed with a glint of calculation as she suddenly spoke. She wanted the wavering elders to see who was truly the most suitable candidate to become the city lord. Xia Yiran was taken aback upon hearing this, fully aware that her sister was jealous of her being given the opportunity to receive the envoy of the celestial court, and wanted to seize the chance to take control. If this succeeded, when others spoke of this matter in the future, they would only remember her sister, and her only hope for a comeback would be lost. She furrowed her brows tightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes, but in the end she said, "All right, I will bet with you. However, if I win, sister, you must also give up the position of deputy commander of the Yunlan Xianxing city guards that you control and hand it over to Yi Feng. How about that?" Xia Yiran turned her words and looked intently at Xia Meifeng as she spoke. Since the other party wanted to snatch her credit, she would take the opportunity to seize the other's power. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Xia Meifeng's expression changed drastically, followed by a surge of furious disbelief. Are you crazy? The position of deputy commander of the city guards controls half of the city's defense forces. You want me to give it to an outsider? What? Sister, are you afraid to bet? If you are afraid, then let's drop this matter, Xia Yiran pressed on. What do I have to be afraid of? Xia Meifeng was provoked to the point of turning reedy, her pride instantly taking over. I want to see whether the envoy of the celestial court will choose your remote shabby courtyard or my Languesian yuan. I accept the bet. You better not regret it. I certainly won't regret it. A hint of determination flashed in Xia Yiran's eyes. The two sisters immediately clasped their hands in a pledge establishing their bet. The elders witnessing this felt it was unnecessary, but dared not openly defy the directives of the two young ladies, nor could they afford to engage in lengthy disputes in such a pressing time, so they could only retreat to make arrangements, saying no more. Military orders are like mountains, and the subordinates acted swiftly. The internal affairs officer of the city dared not delay, immediately taking command, and rushing off, bringing a large number of attendants and servants, quickly heading towards both the Languesian yuan of the city lord's mansion and the secluded courtyard at the back of the mountain, diligently cleaning and setting up, meticulously managing every detail, strictly preparing according to the requirements, without a hint of negligence. For an entire afternoon the staff busily worked, repeatedly checking for dust, replacing all furnishings and utensils with brand new ones, isolating the surrounding noise, ensuring the environment around the courtyard was elegant and clean, wholeheartedly awaiting the return of the envoy of the celestial court. Xia Meifeng looked at Xia Yiran's busy figure, a cold smile in her heart. Her younger sister was still too naive, lacking any depth thinking. She could win solely on intuition. Soon she would see how the other party would cry in defeat. As the sun set in the west, the night gradually enveloped the entire Yunlan immortal city, tinting the flowing clouds in the sky with a faint ink hue, and a cool evening breeze swept through. Just as all the preparations were being finalized and the courtyard was perfectly arranged, a figure in plain white descended from the night sky, landing gracefully before the city gate amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. It was Bai Ningbing, the envoy of the immortal court, returning from her inspection. Bai Ningbing wore a white dress surrounded by a subtle chill, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. The moment she landed, Xia Meifeng and the others immediately donned flattering smiles, stepping forward respectfully to say, "Immortal envoy, Bai, you must be weary from your journey. We have prepared the finest luxurious immortal residence in the city, the Lanyue Immortal Garden, as well as a secluded residence that has never been occupied. Which one would you prefer to rest in?" Xia Meifeng anxiously awaited a response. Xia Yiran stood to the side, equally filled with trepidation as they awaited the final decision. Only Yifeng remained calm, as if he already knew the answer. Bai Ningbing slightly raised her gaze, her cold eyes scanning Xia Meifeng before looking at Xia Yiran, and she spoke softly. "Then let us first take a look at that secluded residence." "What?" Xia Meifeng's smile instantly froze upon hearing this, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. How could this be? The envoy chose to look at that secluded residence first. The surrounding elders also displayed expressions of shock. This was completely different from what they had anticipated. Could they have truly misjudged the situation? However, the matter had not yet reached a definitive conclusion. The group set off in grand fashion toward the hidden residence at the back. Although this residence was not located in the core area of the city lord's manor, it had its own unique charm. Outside the courtyard, a gentle stream flowed, and within, spiritual trees provided shade. The pure spiritual energy, though not as dense as the luxurious immortal residence, surpassed it in tranquility and elegance, allowing one to calm their mind instantly. As Bai Ningbing stepped into the courtyard, her gaze slowly swept over every corner. Her eyes were exceptionally critical. She furrowed her brow slightly, as if searching for flaws. Seeing this, Xia Meifeng felt a surge of joy in her heart, thinking that the envoy would surely disdain such a sin. However, after Bai Ningbing's cold gaze swept through the surroundings of the entire residence, her expression slightly paused, evidently surprised that the people of Yunlan Immortal City had arranged such a courtyard for her. This courtyard was far removed from the bustling main city, isolating it from all noise. Surrounded by serene flora with gentle spiritual winds blowing, the courtyard was clean and tidy, free from dust. The buildings were elegantly simple, devoid of worldly extravagance or vulgarity, and there were no traces of previous inhabitants, creating a peaceful and comfortable atmosphere that perfectly aligned with her preferences for cleanliness and purity. Having returned from her inspection, still carrying a hint of travel fatigue, she stood under an ancient tree in the center of the courtyard, took a deep breath, and a barely perceptible look of satisfaction flashed across her previously cold features. Throughout her discreet visit, the numerous cities she passed through had all been filled with ostentatious luxury, intentional flattery, and bustling crowds, which were utterly vulgar. Only the arrangements in Yunlan Immortal City were just right, thoughtful, and in line with her desires, neither servile nor arrogant, maintaining perfect balance. Bai Ningbing said nothing, merely nodding slightly in silent approval before stepping directly into the main building of the residence to settle in, throughout which she did not express a single critical remark nor a hint of displeasure. However, Xia Meifeng was left utterly perplexed. She hurried forward, unwilling to give up, and urged, "Immortal envoy, the Lanyue Immortal Garden is adorned with rare treasures and has dedicated servants. It is 100 times better than this remote residence. Would you not like to take another look?" "No need, this place will suffice," Bai Ningbing replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Ningbing did not even spare her a glance, merely waving her hand dismissively to the crowd, before closing the door of the building, leaving Xie Meifeng and the others bewildered in the wind. The surrounding elders and attendants upon witnessing this scene were all left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why she had settled on this place without hesitation. However, the tension that had hung over them for the entire afternoon immediately dissipated, and they collectively let out a long sigh of relief. They had thought this envoy would be difficult to please and exceedingly picky, yet surprisingly it had gone so smoothly. Fortunately, they had not insisted on opposing her, and fortunately the young city lord had decisively followed Yifeng's advice to prepare this secluded residence, who otherwise today would undoubtedly have turned into a blunder, incurring the envoy's displeasure and leading to endless troubles. At this moment, everyone in their hearts couldn't help but regard Yifeng with newfound respect, no longer daring to underestimate him. On the contrary, not only had he managed to welcome the envoy, but he had also accurately catered to her preferences, showcasing that this young man was meticulous, perceptive, and far from ordinary. Xie Ran then stepped forward, flashing a faint smile at Xie Meifeng with a hint of a victorious expression, saying, "Sister, a bet is a bet. Please arrange the position of the vice commander of the city guards promptly." Xie Meifeng, upon hearing this, snapped back to her senses, her eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. She fixed her gaze on the closed door, her heart brimming with confusion. Why was it like this? Or had I lost? In such a remote place with no redeeming qualities, how could this immortal envoy be satisfied? Seeing Xie Meifeng's disheartened appearance, Xie Ran secretly felt fortunate that they had a bet. She believed the other party wouldn't dare to go back on her word. At the same time, she silently reflected that Yifeng was indeed her lucky star. With her heart finally at ease, Xie Ran turned to Yifeng, who had remained composed and calm by her side, and spoke gently. "Elder Yi, now that the envoy has settled into the residence, I will trouble you to remain at the entrance of the courtyard, ready to assist the envoy at any time. You must handle all matters big and small as per the envoy's commands, ensuring they are dealt with promptly and served attentively, without any hint of neglect. If there are any difficulties, report them to me immediately, and do not take matters into your own hands and delay important affairs. As for the outer guards and night patrols, the elders will handle them, so you need not worry, just focus on attending to the envoy's daily needs. Rest assured, young city lord, I will handle my responsibilities with utmost care and diligence, ensuring the residence remains safe and the service is comprehensive and attentive." Yifeng slightly bowed, responding calmly and accepting the task. Xie Ran nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, free of worries. After reminding the guards surrounding them to remain alert and not disturb the residents, she finally turned and left the secluded residence, returning to the city lord's manor to coordinate and arrange matters concerning the envoy, preparing to seize this rare opportunity to solidify her position in the city. As the night deepened and the stars and moon rose into the sky, a serene tranquility enveloped the courtyard, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the night breeze. After Xie Ran and the elders departed, Yifeng quietly made his way to the servants' quarters, performed a simple cleansing, and began to meditate with his legs crossed, awaiting a summons. Since the entire immortal city was aware of the presence of the immortal court envoy, the small courtyard seemed to be intentionally veiled in a thin, cold mist of immortality. Ordinary guards and caretakers of the immortal city, even while patrolling the streets, instinctively lightened their footsteps and held their breaths when passing by this place, afraid to raise their eyes lest they offend the mysterious and imposing immortal envoy. After all, they all knew that the immortal court envoys were tasked with overseeing the region on behalf of the immortal court, wielding significant authority to inspect the governance of the immortal city and assess the merits and demerits of individuals. A single word from them could determine the rise or fall of an immortal city or dictate the fate of a prominent family. Moreover, this white-clad envoy appeared to be extremely discerning, having never shown a hint of gentleness since entering the city. They were strict and aloof in their dealings, and the guards did not even dare to approach for conversation, fearing they might inadvertently offend the envoy and meet with disastrous consequences. In the following days, Yifeng rose promptly at dawn each day, personally heading to the city lord's mansion's exclusive spiritual kitchen to select the freshest heavenly materials and treasures. He would then meticulously prepare the meals with spiritual fire, ensuring that each dish was not only delicious, but also nourishing in spiritual power, perfectly suited for high-level cultivators. After preparing the meals, he placed them in specially designed insulated spiritual jade containers to block out the impurities of the mundane world and prevent the loss of spiritual energy along the way, then slowly made his way to the main hall of the secluded small courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he kept his gaze straight ahead, never looking up to admire the scenery, nor peeking in the direction of the inner chambers. He quickly walked to the center of the main hall, gently and quietly arranged the food containers, removed the outer protective barriers to ensure the food remained at an appropriate temperature and its spiritual essence intact, then turned to leave, carefully closing the door behind him, without looking back, swiftly returning to the servant quarters. Throughout the entire process, he made not a single unnecessary sound, did not linger for a moment, nor uttered a single word of greeting or small talk. From start to finish, he harbored no thoughts of flattering the envoy or seeking opportunities. After all, he understood that Bai Ningbing held a prestigious identity as a significant figure of the immortal court, which was worlds apart from his humble origins as a cultivator rooted in a border village. Furthermore, this envoy had a cold and fastidious demeanor, disliking the flattery and noise of others. Rather than approaching and courting trouble, it was better to diligently fulfill his duties, maintain a respectful distance, and patiently endure this period of service. He had firmly resolved that unless the envoy summoned him, he would not step into the courtyard even half a step, nor would he approach or attempt to ingratiate himself, avoiding chaos and overstepping boundaries. In stark contrast to Yi Feng's passive approach, the young lady of the city lord's mansion, Xie Meifeng, was brimming with ambition. In recent days, Xie Meifeng had been intent on solidifying her control over the immortal city, suppressing all of her sister Xie Yiran's influence, and seizing opportunities that rightfully belonged to her. The arrival of the immortal court envoy represented an unparalleled opportunity in her eyes. As long as she could win over Bai Ningbing, earning the envoy's favor or support, she might be able to legitimately secure the position of heir to the city lord in the future, never to be challenged again. Therefore, since the day Bai Ningbing settled into the secluded courtyard, Xie Meifeng had diligently dressed up every day, adorning herself in magnificent celestial garments, and bringing rare high-grade spiritual tea and ancient spiritual fruits as gifts waiting by the door. Every morning, she would appear punctually outside the courtyard like a maid, ready to greet Bai Ningbing with a respectful and flattering tone. Does the envoy require any special calming spiritual tea or rejuvenating celestial fruits today? Is there anything else you need, or any arrangements to be made? Whatever the envoy desires, just command me, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it, risking life and limb. Every word she spoke was deliberately flattering, filled with eagerness, hoping to catch Bai Ningbing's attention and draw closer to her, paving the way for her future. In the first 2 days, Bai Ningbing could hardly be bothered to acknowledge such blatant sycophancy, merely casting a cold glance before departing, leaving Xie Meifeng to prance about on her own. However, she did not expect Xie Meifeng to be undeterred, coming every day, incessantly chattering, unwilling to pause for even a moment, relentlessly attempting to ingratiate herself. On one afternoon, seeing Xie Meifeng standing at the courtyard entrance as usual, eager to flatter her once more, Bai Ningbing could finally no longer contain herself. A layer of frost covered her stunningly beautiful face, and her gaze, as cold as ancient ice, fell squarely on Xie Meifeng as she admonished, "I prefer peace and quiet. If there is something, I will summon you, but if there is nothing, you need not come every day to pay your respects, as it merely vexes me." Bai Ningbing's voice was clear and cold, devoid of any emotion, each word striking like ice shards, commanding and imposing. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, slamming the courtyard door shut, and her figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Xie Meifeng, struck by the envoy's cold reprimand and unfeeling expulsion, stumbled back a few steps, barely regaining her balance, feeling her face pale as she broke into a cold sweat. She had never imagined that her warm smiles and greetings would instead provoke the envoy's disdain. Yet she dared not voice a single complaint, only gritting her teeth and leaving in a disheveled state, never daring to approach the secluded courtyard again. Yi Feng witnessed all of this, feeling a sense of relief in his heart, growing more convinced that his approach to handling matters was exceedingly prudent. Fortunately, he had never been one to speak excessively or to ingratiate himself. Each day, he simply delivered the meals and promptly left, never intruding upon the envoy's tranquility. Had he been foolish enough to emulate Xie Meifeng's sycophantic behavior and waited on her every day, he feared he would have ended up receiving similar reprimands, losing face, and perhaps even leaving a negative impression in the envoy's mind, a true loss. In the days that followed, Yi Feng became increasingly cautious and low-key in his actions, diligently performing his duties to perfection. Each day, he delivered the 3 meals on time, ensuring they were properly arranged before turning to leave. Regardless of what commotion occurred in the courtyard, he remained oblivious, refusing to peek or approach, focusing solely on doing his job. He had thought that by maintaining such a low profile and avoiding disturbances, he could smoothly navigate this period of servitude and return to the carefree life in Pianyun Immortal Village. However, he never anticipated that his almost invisible presence would yield entirely different perceptions and thoughts in Bai Ningbing's eyes. Bai Ningbing was born into nobility, her strength unparalleled in the immortal realm, and her beauty unmatched in the world. For thousands of years, she had never lacked those who sought to curry favor and flatter her. From high-ranking celestial officials in the celestial court to the city lords and clan elders, everyone bowed before her, eager to seize opportunities and go to great lengths to befriend her, not daring to show any sign of neglect or distance. Only Yi Feng was utterly different, standing out like a sore thumb. He did not flatter her, did not seek to attach himself to her, nor did he engage in idle chit-chat. Each day, he merely completed his assigned tasks before promptly disappearing, maintaining a distance of several zhang from her, evading her, as much as possible, his attitude respectfully distant, as if she were a stranger. Such unusual behavior caused by Ningbing, who was accustomed to the adoration and respect of others, to feel a strong sense of surprise. Did this boy take her for a she-tiger? One afternoon, with the autumn sun warm and the gentle breeze caressing by, Ningbing sat quietly in her courtyard. Suddenly a spark of curiosity arose within her, and she decided to approach Yifeng to see what he was plotting and why he deliberately avoided her. With her mind made up, she no longer hesitated. Her beautiful white figure swiftly darted from the courtyard, silently appearing before the servants' quarters, where Yifeng resided, knocking on the door. At the same time, a cold voice devoid of warmth resonated, clearly reaching inside the room. "Hey, you who hide in this tiny room every day, what are you doing locked away like this?" Inside the room, Yifeng was still meditating, quietly assessing the recent consumption of the Saint crystals from the floating cloud immortal village, and planning the reinforcement of the village's defensive structures. He did not expect to suddenly hear that familiar and chilling voice. His body stiffened and his breath caught for a moment, instinctively thinking, "Oh no, why is this celestial envoy coming to find me? Could something serious have happened?" He dared not delay, hastily calming his mind, adjusting his attire, suppressing his slight panic, and raised his hand to open the door. The moment the door opened, an exceptionally beautiful figure appeared before him, instantly capturing all of Yifeng. Bai Ningbing stood at the door, clad in a pure and elegant white gown, her figure graceful and ethereal, her skin as pale as the cold jade of the heavens, devoid of any trace of worldly smoke and fire. The autumn breeze gently swayed her dress, enhancing her already cold and noble presence. Though her aura was as chilling as ice, exuding immense pressure, her beauty was exquisite, like a celestial goddess descending to the mortal realm, stunning and captivating, making it hard to look away. The autumn breeze gently swayed her dress, enhancing her already cold and noble presence. Though her aura was as chilling as ice, exuding immense pressure, her beauty was exquisite, like a celestial goddess descending to the mortal realms. Yifeng had lived for decades and encountered numerous stunning beauties and noble ladies, but only upon seeing Bai Ningbing up close did he realize what true celestial beauty was. He was momentarily mesmerized by her otherworldly appearance, instinctively stealing a few more glances, silently marveling at the existence of such extraordinary beauty in the world. However, his mind was steady, and his composure far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. After a fleeting moment of daze, he quickly regained his senses, daring not to look further. He hastily bowed and clasped his hands respectfully, asking, "I pay my respects to you, celestial envoy. I wonder if the celestial envoy has any instructions. I have been meditating inside, waiting for the celestial envoy's summons, not daring to disturb your peace by going out unnecessarily. If the celestial envoy has any commands, I will respond at once and do my utmost to fulfill them, not daring to be lax in any regard." His demeanor was humble and courteous, his words flawless, adhering to all protocols without any trace of error. Yet deep down he silently prayed that the other party would not ask him to do anything. At this moment he was only thinking of completing this task of receiving the celestial envoy as soon as possible, avoiding any complications, minimizing his responsibilities, and returning to his floating cloud immortal village to live a carefree life. After all, who among the decent people would want to act as a servant for others? Yifeng's mind was racing, completely focused on escaping and ensuring a stable report, with not a single thought of trying to attach himself to the celestial envoy or seeking opportunities. However, he could never have imagined that this seemingly cold and young celestial envoy was in fact a powerful empress with profound cultivation, capable of seeing through the hearts of men with unparalleled skills in discerning intentions. His shallow thoughts did not escape Bai Ningbing's keen gaze, which had already seen through him with clarity. This boy actually wants to leave as soon as possible. Bai Ningbing's gaze lightly swept over Yifeng's lowered brows, instantly perceiving his desire to easily endure this task and distance himself from her, which piqued her interest. She inwardly snorted, thinking that the more he wished for leisure, the more she would arrange tasks for him to keep him busy every day, ensuring he couldn't have his way. With her thoughts settled, Bai Ningbing's expression remained cold and indifferent, revealing no hint of anything unusual. She simply spoke calmly, instructing, "I do not summon people without reason. Today I seek you because I have a task to assign to you. You shall set out immediately to the wild mountains outside the city to search for any remnants of the Een spirit clan's soul generals and above. Capture them alive, and do not kill or damage their soul origins." Originally she intended to handle this herself, but seeing this boy shut away all day, she couldn't help but want to assign it to him and see how he would manage. "How many soul generals does the celestial envoy need?" Yifeng quickly responded, seizing the opportunity to confirm the details, not daring to be careless. "Not many, 5 will suffice. However, I need them back in this courtyard before sunset without delay." For Bai Ningbing's tone was cold as she casually set the requirements, adding a strict deadline. As her voice fell before Yifeng could inquire further, she slightly swayed and instantly vanished before the door, leaving behind a cold atmosphere in the room and a bewildered Yifeng, his scalp prickling. Yifeng stood there in a daze for quite some time before coming back to his senses, unable to suppress a gasped feeling, as if the world was spinning, overwhelmed with difficulty. This task was truly not an easy one. He had no idea where to start. After all, the calamity of the Yin Spirit clan had long passed, and every city had restored peace. Patrols had been stationed day and night to eliminate the remnants, and the surrounding areas were already cleaned out. Where could he possibly find any remaining high-level Yin Spirit clan soul generals? Soul generals are not ordinary soldiers. They possess immense strength and exceptional stealth abilities, rarely revealing themselves under normal circumstances. Given the passage of such a long time, even if there are a few remnants left, they have likely fled to remote, inaccessible places far beyond 1,000 miles, hiding in deep mountains and shadows, let alone remaining in the suburbs of Yunlan Immortal City. Moreover, to gather a full 5 of them all at once and within just one day is an exceedingly harsh task that simply cannot be accomplished by an ordinary person. Yifeng stood at the door, his brow tightly furrowed, a bitter expression etched on his face, filled with a sense of despair. He knew that this matter could not be accomplished by his own strength alone, and he could only seek the full assistance of the city lord's mansion. Without daring to delay for a moment, Yifeng sent a message to Xie Yiran and immediately turned to hasten towards the discussion hall of the city lord's mansion to consult with others on a countermeasure. In just a few dozen breaths, Xie Yiran, Xie Meifeng, and several elders of the immortal city had gathered in the discussion hall, attentively listening as Yifeng explained the details of the mission entrusted by the celestial envoy. During this period, they had almost cancelled all other tasks, eagerly waiting for the envoy's orders, just to satisfy every demand from the other party. However, when Yifeng finished recounting the celestial envoy's strict requirement to capture 5 lingering soul generals within a day, Xie Yiran and the others immediately frowned, shaking their heads and sighing in despair, feeling that there was absolutely no possibility of success. It was not that they lacked the power to apprehend the soul generals, but rather that the time was simply too tight. One day was far from sufficient. Even Xie Meifeng, who initially intended to do anything to please the envoy, appeared deflated and at a loss after hearing about the task. This is terrible. What are we to do now? Xie Yiran was anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan, letting out a long sigh, filled with helplessness. She was well aware that ever since the calamity ended, the soul race had seemingly vanished overnight, with even the remaining low-level minions having been thoroughly eradicated in recent days. Now in the surrounding area of the immortal city, they had conducted multiple thorough searches without finding even a trace of residual soul energy. How could they still find 5 high-level soul generals? Even if there were some that remained due to special circumstances, they must have long since fled to other places, never lingering near the immortal city. To search for their traces, it would require mobilizing all patrol teams and family soldiers in the city, dispatching them in multiple routes to search mountains and examine the terrain over thousands of miles, tirelessly investigating for days. Perhaps then they might have a glimmer of hope to find even a clue. Yet now the celestial envoy had only given them a single day and demanded all 5 at once. Such a task was simply a dead end with no way to begin, utterly impossible to complete. She raised her hand to rub her throbbing temples, struggling to understand the working style of this celestial envoy. Was the envoy testing their capabilities? Or was it that the envoy was inherently harsh and unreasonable, completely disregarding the actual situation, showing no compassion for subordinates, intentionally trying to put them in a difficult position and then seeking reasons to punish them? Now you see, this is no easy task, right? Yifeng looked at Xie Yiran's troubled and helpless appearance, recalling how she had urged him time and again back in Lingshu Immortal City, insisting he should do his utmost to take on this thankless job, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of resentment, speaking with a hint of mockery. He had long anticipated that these high-ranking figures were difficult to deal with. One had to be cautious and sensitive to their moods daily, and even the slightest misstep could lead to punishment and accountability. The risks were immense and the troubles numerous. It was not guaranteed that any benefits could be gained. Instead, one might inadvertently attract great trouble. Sure enough, if this task were to fail, not only would Yunlan Immortal City be held accountable, but he as the main contact would also be the first to face repercussions. It was simply not worth the loss. What's the point of discussing this now? The urgent matter is to find a solution. Hearing this, Xie Yiran felt like she had never anticipated that this celestial envoy would be so difficult to deal with, giving tasks that were both challenging and urgent, but no matter how much she regretted it now, it was too late. Fine, I will ask my subordinates if they have any news. You all should ask your acquaintances too. After being troubled for a while, Yifeng quickly gathered his thoughts, suppressing some of his resentment, and his expression grew serious as he made a suggestion. He knew that this was not the time to dwell on past rights and wrongs. The urgent matter was to find a way to complete the task. If he could not present 5 soul generals before sunset today, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment from Bai Ningbing. At that point, not only would he be penalized, but it might also implicate Piancé village, which he must strive to avoid. Thus he pretended to take out a communication disc, beginning to send messages to his subordinates. His reliance was of course on the Tianji disc. Since the last battle, the dragon's soul had grown weak and began hiding within the Tianji disc to absorb energy wildly, making it difficult to activate recently. However, he felt that it was worth trying, and it should still work. Yet the Tianji disc was his greatest trump card and core secret, and he absolutely could not expose it to anyone. Thus he could only feign the excuse of inquiring with his subordinates. Yes, everyone ask your familiar immortal villages or city officials to investigate. No matter what, she must try her best. Meanwhile, Yifeng also ceased to hesitate, pretending to send messages while secretly focusing and channeling his inner spiritual energy, quietly activating the hidden Tianji disc within him. The formless calculations of the Tianji disc quietly spread silently, deducing the hidden positions, energy traces, and terrain of all remaining high-level soul race members within a radius of 10,000 miles around Yunlan Immortal City. After an unknown amount of time, the Tianji disc flashed with light, accurately locking onto an excellent target location, providing clear feedback 5,000 miles south of the city in a secret sunless hidden gorge. Due to the thick underground energy and sparse human presence, several wounded and fleeing soul generals were currently in seclusion, healing their injuries, their energy concealed so deeply that ordinary people could not detect them at all. There were quite a few of these soul generals, enough for 5, and the distance was moderate, allowing for timely travel, making it completely feasible to complete the task within a day. Immediately, Yifeng put away the communication disc, suppressing all unusual emotions, and calmly turned to look at the anxious and helpless Xie Iran, speaking with composure and certainty. Young city, Lord, good news. My elite subordinates from Piancé village, while patrolling the mountains, happened to detect fluctuations of rich soul energy in the cold wilderness 5,000 miles south of Yunlan Immortal City, suspected to be remnants of high-level soul race hiding in seclusion. We will immediately lead the elders of the city who are above the sacred realm to that hidden location for investigation. We may be able to gather all 5 soul generals on time and fulfill the mission. What? Is it true? How is that possible? As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, Xie Meifeng and the others came to an abrupt halt. They had asked nearly everyone, every familiar authority among the factions, yet found nothing. How could someone from the modest Piancé possess such formidable capability? Could there really be intelligence of this kind? Is it not far too coincidental? Especially Xie Meifeng, she had never served alongside Yifeng and prided herself on her wide network. If even she could not obtain such news, by what right could the master of a small Xian village have secured it? Xie Iran, who had been consumed by despair, suddenly brightened at Yifeng's words, as though clutching at a life-saving straw. A spark of hope flared in her eyes. She hesitated not an instant and issued orders. The Saint Realm elders present, seasoned and battle-hardened, were to muster an elite, fully armed city guard, prepare specialized soul-countering relics against the Yuming Huanzu, Fuhun Sua soul-binding chains, Jinhuan, Yu soul-guarding jades, Kunhun Jinpan's soul-entrapment array discs, and immediately set out to hasten with Yifeng to the hidden Ingo Gorge 5,000 li from Xian City. The elders followed reluctantly, their faces grave and voices low as they exchanged concerns, and none believed in the mission, deeming it a waste of time, likely to return empty-handed, and to face the Xian envoy's reprimand upon their return. With no other recourse, they resolved to try everything, treating a dead horse as if it might live. Even Xie Meifeng waited, anticipating Yifeng's eventual embarrassment. Only Xie Iran trusted Yifeng implicitly throughout, harboring not the slightest doubt about his information. After all, Yifeng had always acted with caution and reliability. During the heir trial, he had overturned expectations by virtue of his unique sources. If he said so now, it was highly probable he could locate the remnants and resolve the crisis. The party urged their flying vessel to full speed, covering thousands of li in moments. In less than half a day, they reached the secluded Ingo Gorge 5,000 li south of Xian City. The gorge lived up to its fearsome reputation, ringed by mountains its peaks, enclosing it, so sunlight never penetrated. Cold winds howled on the valley floor, layers of black miasma rolled through. Ordinary cultivators grew drowsy and their chi stagnated upon approach. The place was untraversed by common folk, and few dared enter. An ideal hideout. Yifeng led them into the gorge, proceeding straight along the bearing predicted by the Tianji Pan, without detour, his direction flawless. The deeper they advanced, the more piercing the nether chill became. Black fog thickened. From below came low, uncanny roars of hidden beasts, the cold oppressive and unnerving. The elders instantly sobered, shedding any lingering contempt. They produced protective relics, steeled their minds, and on guard followed Yifeng steadily onward. In less than half an incense stick's time, Yifeng had precisely reached the deepest part of the gorge. Scattered throughout were several hulking Yuming Huanjiang, encased in jet-black soul mist with fierce, frigid auras. Each had fled wounded from the previous great battle, now lying with eyes closed, hibernating and unaware of intruders. Their number was not great, only 7, but if they could be taken, the Xian envoy's commission would be fulfilled. Hiss. It's true, this gorge actually hides survivors of Hunjiang rank or higher. For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Yifeng was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Xia Meifeng stood dumbfounded, unable to accept the scene. How could it be so coincidental? Was this merely fortune? Act. Deploy the Kunhun Dajin, bring forth the Fuhun relics, capture them alive. Do not slay them, preserve their soul roots. Yifeng's voice was low and decisive as he issued the order. The accompanying Xian city elders, veteran combat-hardened powerhouses, took their stations at once. They swiftly arranged an enclosing Kunhun Dajin and unleashed assorted Jinhuan and Fuhun relics, sealing every exit of the gorge in an instant and cutting off all escape routes for the Hunjiang. Taken by surprise and encircled, the Yuming Hunjiang rose in furious howls. As black soul energy erupted wildly from their bodies, they launched desperate, violent counterattacks. Yet, grievously wounded, and with much of their strength diminished, and lacking reinforcements of the Yuming Huanzu, they were powerless to withstand the elders' combined assault. After barely an hour of fierce fighting, 6 formidable Yuming Hunjiang were subdued and sealed. Bound in chains, their souls imprisoned, immobilized, their soul bodies intact, perfectly meeting every requirement. Only one had broken through and disappeared without a trace. The elders, staring at the 6 tangible Yuming Hunjiang before them, and then at the calm, composed Yifeng at their side, were struck dumb, exchanging astonished looks. They could not help but feel genuine admiration. No one had expected that a problem which had baffled every allied faction they questioned would be solved by the young elder, Yi, relying solely on the strength of Piayan Xiansuan. He had pinpointed the location and within half a day completed the thorny task. His prowess and capability earned newfound respect and could not be underestimated. On the return to Xian City, attitudes toward Yifeng shifted. Their words became polite and deferential, and no one dared to look down on him any longer. Xia Ran stood to the side, her eyes alight with admiration, and her gaze fixed on Yifeng, filled with appreciation and reverence. He seemed a mystery, calm and level-headed in crisis, supremely capable, always finding solutions in desperate straits. A rare, reliable talent. With him by her side, she found her fortunes strangely favorable and many problems readily solved. She grew more determined to draw him closer and solidify their alliance. Only Xia Meifeng, who had witnessed everything, felt a sourness as others praised Yifeng. Jealous and unwilling yet unable to find fault, she ground her teeth and muttered privately that he had merely been lucky, chance stumbling upon hidden Hunjiang, and refused to acknowledge his true ability. In the secluded courtyard, Bai Ningbing saw Yifeng return on schedule with his group, having overfulfilled the mission's 6 Hunjiang intact and meeting all standards. A faint look of surprise crossed her cool eyes. She originally thought that the tasks arranged this time would not be easily accomplished, and it would take at least a day or two to barely find some scattered clues, or even lead to a situation where she would have to plead for leniency. Her intention was simply to keep this young man busy, hoping to see him frown and sigh, and consequently be more attentive to her. However, she never expected that he would be more capable than she imagined, managing to gather a complete set of soul generals in just one day, executing the tasks efficiently and without a hitch, truly exceeding her expectations. Though surprised, Bai Ningbing maintained a cold expression, showing no sign of approval, nor did she utter a single word of praise. She merely nodded slightly, stored the soul general's essence, and then turned to head back into the courtyard. Yifeng initially thought that after successfully completing this task, he would be able to return to a peaceful and leisurely life, even allowing himself to sleep in. However, he did not expect that before he could catch his breath, Bai Ningbing would assign several more difficult tasks over the next few days. That morning, another special summons from Bai Ningbing echoed in the courtyard, instructing him to enter and receive orders immediately. Yifeng's heart tightened slightly, and he hurriedly tidied his clothes before bowing and entering the courtyard to await instructions. Bai Ningbing sat gracefully in a spiritual chair, holding a jade tablet that was entirely white and inscribed with several names. She casually handed it to Yifeng, while coldly issuing a new and rigorous task. The previous matters were handled quite well. Now I am assigning you another important mission. Within 2 days, I need complete intelligence on these individuals, especially regarding their private conduct, their connections, and whether they are profiting from dealings with foreign races. In 2 days, you must submit as comprehensive and detailed a report as possible with no falsehoods or omissions. Do not alert anyone. Any delay or inaccurate intelligence will result in severe punishment. Bai Ningbing's tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable pressure that demanded obedience. She recognized that this young man, named Yifeng, was quite efficient in his tasks, and thus began to assign him more important responsibilities. Yifeng quickly raised his hand to take the jade tablet, lowering his head to scrutinize the names and identities listed. After just a glance, his heart sank again, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, secretly lamenting his fate. This is incredibly difficult. It's 100 times harder than all the previous tasks combined. The names on this list were not those of ordinary unknowns, but rather top-tier figures renowned in this celestial realm, all possessing immense power and influence. None of them were trivial characters. Each of these individuals had at least reached the immortal realm, with many being late-stage immortals, or even higher-level supreme beings holding real power and esteemed positions. Some were heads of long-established families or businesses deeply rooted with intricate networks and connections, others were city lords or garrison commanders of certain celestial cities, wielding military power and guarding crucial border fortresses commanding large armies. And still others were high-ranking officials overseeing this territory for the celestial court, holding significant positions with complex bureaucratic networks and extensive protection for their privacy. For an ordinary person, even to investigate the secrets or reputations of these individuals would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A slight misstep could bring deadly consequences from their lackeys. It could be said that without the aid of the heavenly mechanism disk trying to unearth all the private detail secret dealings, and whether they were profiting from foreign races within just 2 days, was nothing short of wishful thinking, nearly impossible for an average person to accomplish. Even the Lord of Yunlan Celestial City might not possess such capability. But if he continued to use the heavenly mechanism disk, who could say whether outsiders would notice anything? This truly was a life-threatening dilemma. Holding the heavy jade tablet, Yifeng felt a tingling at the back of his head, filled with despair. He couldn't understand if the celestial envoy was deliberately making things difficult for him, or if this was just the nature of the tasks, each one more challenging than the last, clearly designed to torment him without any chance of respite. With no other choice, he hurriedly took the list and rushed to the council hall to discuss strategies with Xie Yiran. Xie Yiran took the list and glanced over it. Upon recognizing the names of familiar powerful figures, her face instantly turned pale, revealing a look of despair. It's over. We've really gotten ourselves into big trouble this time. Xie Yiran's tone was filled with helplessness. She never expected that while her father was away on business, she for the first time managing the Celestial City would create such a significant mess in an attempt to please the Celestial Envoy. The people on this list were all immensely powerful with solid foundations and strong backing. Their movements were secretive, akin to local emperors and influential figures in this territory. It was utterly impossible for them to gather the required information within 2 days using only the strength of Yunlan Celestial City. They could easily become targets for retaliation from these individuals. She was filled with anxiety, her brow furrowed, while privately questioning who exactly is this by envoy. Why assign them such a task? And why must they secretly gather intelligence on these prominent figures? Could it be that they intend to take action against? However, these individuals hold significant positions, and even an ordinary celestial envoy would not dare act recklessly. Do they truly dare to take such risks? The 4 core elders who arrived at the council hall upon hearing the news also turned pale upon seeing the list, filled with despair, shaking their heads and sighing utterly at a loss. They all knew that this situation was serious. If they chose not to investigate, they would anger the celestial envoy and face punishment. But if they did investigate, they would provoke the local powerful figures of this celestial domain. If they could ultimately bring these individuals down, that would be one thing, but if they failed, Yunlan Celestial City would likely face destruction. This was undoubtedly a major power struggle that could determine their lives and deaths. Making the wrong choice could lead to a point of no return. Xie Meifeng, who usually watched with cold indifference, also realized the gravity of the problem at this moment. She no longer wore any expression of schadenfreude. Instead, her face was filled with worry and anxiety. As the elders remained unusually silent, none dared to wade into these murky waters or take any initiative. Even when Xie Yiran ordered them to act, no one dared to move. After much deliberation, feeling utterly helpless, Xie Yiran could only place all her hopes once again on Yifeng, who had repeatedly created miracles and demonstrated exceptional abilities. She looked up at Yifeng, her eyes filled with hope and trepidation, and gently asked, "You've managed to resolve several difficult problems before. This matter involves many high-ranking officials and secretive issues with a tight deadline and great difficulty. You must have a way to cope with it, right?" Though she felt this thought was absurd, she couldn't help but harbor a glimmer of hope. Seeing everyone in such a predicament, unwilling to get involved even at the risk of defiance, and with Xie Yiran's expectant gaze, Yifeng could only sigh helplessly, saying, "All right, I will investigate this matter alone. There is no need for the young city lord and the elders to worry about coordinating resources or mobilizing a single soldier. You only need to help me keep this confidential. I will ensure that I submit a complete report within the deadline, without delay or negligence." Ultimately, he decided to take on this task alone. After all, the matter was too sensitive to be handled with great fanfare, and should Yunlan Immortal City fall, his floating cloud immortal village would not survive either. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into a sudden silence, everyone wearing faces of shock and How could this be possible? Without manpower, without resource coordination, without running around to gather information, how could one person hope to uncover the secret affairs of numerous high-ranking dignitaries within 2 days? The elders shook their heads privately, thinking that Yifeng was being overly arrogant and reckless, speaking grandly, and would undoubtedly suffer a great setback, utterly ruining all the reputation he had built up until now. Xian Meifeng found it even more unbelievable, thinking that Yifeng was simply putting on a brave front, that he would surely be unable to produce any useful information after 2 days, leaving him embarrassed in public and facing strict accountability from the celestial envoy, resulting in a loss that outweighed any gains. Only Xia Iran uncertainly asked Yifeng, "Is this really going to work?" If he truly did not need them to mobilize even a single soldier, then nothing would be discovered, and Yunlan Immortal City would not have to get embroiled in this high-level struggle. It could be said that they had immediately extricated themselves from the crisis. "If I cannot accomplish this, I will bear all consequences myself," Yifeng replied calmly. Hiss. As soon as this was said, everyone was taken aback. Was this guy serious? "If you truly can achieve this, from now on you will be the great benefactor of Yunlan Immortal City. No matter who holds the position of city lord in the future, they will not treat you with any disdain or difficulty." Xia Meifeng solemnly made this promise. "Yes, we will all remember your kindness." The other elders also echoed in agreement. And although Xia Iran was still filled with worry and doubt, her heart was extremely anxious. Yet in the end, under Yifeng's solemn guarantee, she could not help but choose to believe him, suppressing her inner turmoil. In the following 2 days, Xia Iran and the elders silently observed Yifeng's every move, quietly awaiting the arrival of the deadline, waiting for results. They all thought that he would undoubtedly be running tirelessly to various immortal cities to investigate, even leveraging connections and relationships to find out any piece of secret information about the prominent figures on the list, working day and night, busy and overwhelmed. However, they did not expect him to appear remarkably calm, occasionally going out, but quickly returning. All the informed elders were secretly worried, increasingly convinced that he would definitely not unearth any useful information and would absolutely be unable to deliver. However, what they did not know was that Yifeng's outings in these 2 days were merely for show. The real intelligence had already been acquired through countless sleepless nights, subtly utilizing the Heavenly Machine Disk. The Heavenly Machine Disk encompasses everything, revealing all secrets of the world, capable of deducing the past and future. The life experiences, private actions, clandestine interactions, midnight meetings, and hidden transactions of each prominent figure on the list were gradually unearthed by him. In just 2 short days, Yifeng had compiled all the secret intelligence, selecting the important details and recording them meticulously in a dedicated communication jade slip with clear handwriting, orderly structure, and comprehensive content devoid of any falsehoods. When the 2-day deadline arrived, Yifeng held a well-sealed intelligence jade slip, confidently stepping into a secluded courtyard and promptly presenting his report to Bai Ningbing. Inside the courtyard, Bai Ningbing's expression remained indifferent as she slowly raised her hand to take the intelligence jade slip, infusing it with a strand of celestial energy, focusing intently on reviewing all the information contained within. However, the further she read, the more astonished her cold eyes became, and the sense of shock within her heart grew stronger as a hint of genuine seriousness and concern appeared in her gaze for the first time. The information within this jade slip was detailed to the extreme, clearly organized, with each prominent figure's life experiences, daily conduct, and reputation in the officialdom thoroughly listed. What was even more startling was that it meticulously recorded many prominent figures' secret midnight meetings, clandestine discussions, and the covert acceptance of rare tributes, as well as the hidden misappropriation of border resources, extremely concealed matters which were difficult for outsiders to uncover, with every detail accurate and precise. In fact, it even uncovered a few individuals who had secretly colluded to plan this calamity, revealing the subtle clues of their hidden intentions, all meticulously documented in the jade slip, complete with an unassailable chain of evidence. The comprehensiveness of the intelligence, the accuracy of the verification, and the depth of the secrets far exceeded Bai Ningbing's expectations, perfectly surpassing her highest standards. Bai Ningbing slowly put away the jade slip, raising her gaze to the calm and respectful Yifeng before her. Her heart had quietly changed its perception, completely abandoning any previous casual probing or deliberate difficulty. In fact, she had already gathered quite a bit of information during this time. This calamity caused by the Nethersoul clan was entirely a man-made disaster. She had tasked the people of Yunlan Immortal City with investigating, primarily to gauge their attitudes and to compel them to express their stance. However, she did not expect that Yunlan Immortal City would truly provide her with a satisfactory response. The information contained within was even more detailed than what she had known, offering her significant insights. It seemed that Yunlan Immortal City and this lad named Yifeng was indeed a valuable asset. And since she was in need of informants and runners in this celestial domain, Bai Ningbing had already resolved in her heart to keep Yunlan Immortal City and even Yifeng as key individuals to pay close attention, to deliberately cultivate and consider for future reuse. As for the local tyrants, who were formidable and made outsiders wary, they posed no problems for her. Very good, you. Bai Ningbing's face as cold as ancient ice rarely revealed a hint of approval. Yes. Yi Feng responded, visibly relieved, and immediately took his leave. Yet deep within his heart he harbored a vague sense of foreboding, feeling that after completing this troublesome task the aloof, an imposing envoy from the celestial court, would regard him with a gaze that seemed to hold a different depth and significance. The days of tranquility and low-key vigilance he had once enjoyed would likely never return. As Yi Feng stepped out of the crimson door of the secluded courtyard, he was met by Xie Ran and a group of elders from the immortal city who had come to await the outcome. Upon seeing Yi Feng emerge unscathed, they immediately approached him. How did it go, Elder Yi? Did the envoy say anything? They all turned their anxious gazes towards Yi Feng. The envoy is quite satisfied and has no further instructions, Yi Feng replied calmly. Just a simple sentence left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Yi Feng, is that true? Did you really accomplish this task? Xie Ran stepped closer, her gaze fixed intently on him, disbelief evident in her tone. She had initially thought that he was merely the village chief of a small immortal village. Even if he had some abilities, he could never measure up to the level of those powerful beings from the immortal realm, let alone discern the intricate details of those cunning ultimers and provide comprehensive intelligence within just 2 days. But now he had actually achieved it. Yi Feng nodded slightly and calmly retorted, otherwise how could I have come out? Hiss! How is that possible? The Grand Elder murmured to himself, his hand trembling slightly as he stroked his beard. Those powerful beings from the immortal realm are all crafty and cautious. Even our city lord of Yunlan Immortal City might return empty-handed after confronting them personally. How could you alone possibly uncover their secrets? Exactly. This is too unbelievable. The other elders around also began to whisper among themselves, their gazes towards Yi Feng utterly transformed. Previously they had thought of Yi Feng as just a bumpkin from the lower realms. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't possibly surpass them by much. Yet now he had truly accomplished a task that even the entire Yunlan Immortal City had been powerless against. The facts were laid bare before them. The envoy did not hold him accountable, indicating that he had indeed successfully resolved this unsolvable dilemma. Despite their disbelief, they could not voice a single word of doubt. In an instant, everyone present displayed a variety of expressions, their emotions a tangled web. Xie Ran's beautiful eyes sparkled, a heavy stone lifted from her heart, filled with admiration and trust. She walked straight to Yi Feng's side, wanting to give him a hug, having completely regarded him as a pillar to rely on and resolve all crises, planning to seek his opinion before making any arrangements in the future. The veteran elders also clasped their hands in respect, their expressions sincere and respectful. No one dared to harbor any contempt. They all genuinely admired him in their hearts and secretly rejoiced that they had not offended Yi Feng before, knowing that future interactions would require more respect and goodwill, not daring to be negligent. The veteran elders also clasped their hands in respect, their expressions sincere and respectful. No one dared to harbor any contempt. They all genuinely admired him in their hearts. Though this situation made her position more unfavorable, it also resolved a critical problem for Yunlan Immortal City, leaving her unable to be truly angry. Now, watching Yi Feng continuously achieve merit and gain increasing recognition from the envoy, his reputation soaring, she felt quite uncomfortable. She could not understand how he had managed to do it, having previously looked down on him, believing he was unworthy of being an elder of Yunlan Immortal City. Yet it was this person she had underestimated who had quietly accomplished such a significant feat. I was so foolish running around to curry favor with the envoy. It turns out you are the real treasure. Xie Meifeng secretly envied her sister's good fortune, her fingers tightly gripping the jade pendant at her waist, almost crushing it. She had been contemplating how to curry favor with Bai Ningbing, thinking that was her only path to inheriting the title, yet the true key figure had always been right before her eyes. She had simply been blinded by prejudice and failed to see. No, she absolutely could not let Yi Feng slip through her fingers. Xie Meifeng's eyes sharpened as she quickly began to strategize. Yi Feng was now someone valued by Bai Ningbing, a person of immense capability. If she could win him over, she would have a chance of victory. Even if she couldn't fully win him over, she could not allow him to become an obstacle, nor could she let him completely side with Xie Ran. The next moment, she quietly instructed a trusted elder nearby. Elderly immediately arranged for someone to move the batch of high-grade ores and spiritual materials from the west storage and select 10 mid-grade royal artifacts to be sent to Piaoyun Immortal Village. Also spread the word that this batch of supplies is a special gift from Miss Xie Meifeng of Yunlan Immortal City to Piaoyun Immortal Village in gratitude for Village Master Yes' efforts for Yunlan Immortal City these days. Yes, miss, elderly replied, bending respectfully, not daring to hesitate in the least. Yi Feng was unaware of Xie Meifeng's sudden gesture of goodwill. After bidding farewell to Xie Ran and the others, he returned leisurely to his servants' quarters, ready to rest well. He had consumed considerable energy over the past days using the heavenly mechanism disc for repeated calculations, and at this moment his spirit was already quite fatigued. The next morning within Piaoyun Immortal Village, Nangong Luyan stood atop a high platform, gazing down at the expansion blueprint in his hands, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly in deep thought. Nearby, Xianyang Murongbua and other key figures were discussing the details of the expansion with several elders from Piaoyun Immortal Village, while a few young disciples busily recorded the data. At that moment, a sudden sound of breaking air echoed from the sky as several enormous flying boats slowly descended, landing at the entrance of Piaoyun Immortal Village. The flying boats bore the insignia of Yunlan Immortal City, clearly belonging to them. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, looking up in unison. The hatch of the flying boat opened and several guards from Yunlan Immortal City escorted an elderly high-level Saint Realm expert down. This expert was none other than elderly, a confidant of Xie Meifeng. Behind elderly, over 10 servants were unloading massive wooden crates and neatly arranged various spiritual wood materials from the flying boat. "Excuse me, is this Piaoyun Immortal Village?" Elderly stepped forward and asked respectfully to Xianyang, who had approached. Xianyang nodded. "Indeed. May I ask what brings you here?" Xianyang felt a sense of confusion in his heart. These people exuded an extraordinary aura. Why had they suddenly come to visit? "We are here on the orders of Miss Xie Meifeng from Yunlan Immortal City to present construction supplies to Piaoyun Immortal Village," Elderly said with a smile, gesturing at the wooden boxes and spiritual materials behind him. "This batch of high-grade or spiritual wood materials and 10 royal-grade middle-tier magical treasures are all from Miss Private Collection, specially sent to you, Piaoyun Immortal Village." "What?" Xianyang Murongbua and the others' faces instantly turned strange upon hearing this. They were well aware that Xie Meifeng and Xie Ran from Yunlan Immortal City were notorious rivals, battling for the position of deputy lord for years. And their own leader was aligned with Xie Ran. How could Xie Meifeng suddenly send him such a large amount of supply? However, after repeatedly confirming, the elder and guards responsible for the delivery insisted there had been no mistake. It was indeed for Piaoyun Immortal Village. In the end, they had no choice but to accept this generous gift. However, Nangong Luyan suddenly fixed her gaze on Elderly, unable to suppress her curiosity. "May I ask, Senior, when will our village chief, Yi Wuhan, return?" She had long felt that Yi Wuhan was somewhat unusual, both in his manner of doing things and in the occasional details he revealed, all of which made her feel an uncanny familiarity. For these past days, she had been seeking an opportunity to test his identity, but unfortunately Yi Wuhan had suddenly left under the pretext of having an important task, preventing her from fulfilling her wish. Elderly was taken aback for a moment, and then replied in confusion, "Yi Wuhan, isn't your village chief named Yi Feng? I've never heard of anyone named Yi Wuhan." "What? Yi Feng?" Nangong Lian's voice suddenly rose, her calm expression shattered in an instant, filled with disbelief. "Is this Yi Feng the one who looks like this?" Nangong Luyan quickly used her spiritual energy to conjure an illusory image of Yi Feng's appearance, anxiously asking Elderly. Recently, the fact that Yi Feng had not emerged from the Sacred Alliance's inheritance secret realm had been a deep sorrow in her heart, a regret of her life. She had thought he had perished, and for these days her heart felt empty, as if something important was missing, making everything she did lack motivation. To her surprise, she was now hearing his name. "Yes, that's him. I would recognize that face, even if he turned to ashes." Elderly nodded without hesitation, his tone certain. "I saw Elder Yi Feng just yesterday in the Immortal City. He helped my young lady solve a major problem, and we are all very grateful to him." "What? Bastard?" Upon hearing this response, Nangong Luyan felt a buzz in her head, as an indescribable emotion surged within her, shock, anger, and a hint of unexplainable grievance. No wonder Yi Wuhan always looked at her with a hint of tenderness. No wonder the elders of Piaoyun Immortal Village always treated her with kindness. It turned out this guy was Yi Feng. It turned out that the partner she thought had perished was not dead at all, but had been by her side using a different identity. It turned out that Piaoyun Immortal Village was established by him. It turned out he had been deceiving her all along. But why was he still alive? Why didn't he come to find her directly? Why hide his identity? She had been heartbroken for so long, living in the pain of losing him. Nangong Lian's eyes instantly turned red, her clenched fists trembling slightly, wishing she could immediately find that Yi Feng and demand an explanation. Meanwhile, Mu Rongbua, Gong Ke, and the others were utterly stunned by this exchange, their expressions akin to... They were the core upper echelons of the Immortal Village, acutely aware of the methods of the new Sacred Alliance leader, Yi Wuhan, having witnessed him single-handedly confront 4 soul generals, overpowering countless rivals with unfathomable strength. But who would have thought that this renowned Sacred Alliance leader would actually be the despised son-in-law of the Nangong family? What on earth had happened over the years? How did the once mocked soft rice son-in-law become their leader? Heavens! Mu Rongbua murmured, his eyes wide. "Our leader is actually young Master Yi Feng. This is just too incredible." Gong Yaqi also widened her eyes, speechless for a long time. She had previously thought that Nangong Luyun was shameless, clearly having a partner, yet wanting to covet the position of the Sacred Alliance leader, never imagining that this Sacred Alliance leader was actually Yifeng Nangong Luyun's husband. This layer of relationship made her hair stand on end. The powerful families of Piaoyun Immortal Village began whispering to each other, their faces filled with shock. They had always known that the Nangong family held a special status within the Immortal Village, absolutely not to be trifled with, yet they never expected that the famous leader of the Immortal Village would actually be the son-in-law of the Nangong family. So that's how it is. No wonder the Nangong family has been treated differently. No wonder the leader is so attentive to the Nangong family. An elder finally understood, then couldn't help but smile wryly. We thought the leader was interested in their daughter, but it turns out the leader is actually the partner of their daughter. Nangong Jingda had just arrived at the front of the Immortal Village, having come to check on the supplies sent by Yunlan Immortal. However, when he heard the conversation among the crowd, and learned that his son-in-law Yifeng was the leader of the Sacred Alliance, and also the leader of the Immortal Village, he froze in place, his eyes wide in disbelief, his mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word. The young elites around him erupted into uproar upon hearing the news. What? Yifeng is the leader of the Sacred Alliance. That son-in-law of the Nangong family, who came from humble beginnings. My heavens! What kind of fortune has the Nangong family struck to have recruited such a powerful son-in-law? Previously we thought that the Nangong family bringing in a son-in-law was a disgrace to Nangong Xime's name, but now it seems that this is not disgrace at all, it's simply that the Nangong family has struck gold. If the Yejia of Chuzhou knew about this, I wonder if they would vomit blood on the spot. At that moment Nangong Jingda felt an overwhelming happiness wash over him, his head spinning as if he were in a dream. He looked at the surrounding families who were flocking to curry favor, listening to their flattering words with only one thought in his mind: this isn't real. This must not be real. Only Lu Qingfeng and Xian Yang, who were very familiar with the leader, showed little shock on their faces, as if they already knew something. Lu Qingfeng patted Xian Yang on the shoulder and chuckled softly. I said the leader couldn't hide for too long. Finally the truth has come to light. Xian Yang nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. It seems our Sacred Alliance will once again stir up a bloody storm. As the true identity of the Alliance leader was exposed, causing an uproar in Piaoyun Immortal Village, Yifeng was in a secluded room in Yunlan Immortal City, meditating to restore the soul power and mental energy he had expended during his recent travels and calculations, patiently awaiting the next summons from Bai Ningbing. Having used the heavenly machine disk intensively over the past few days, and having calculated the movements of figures several realms above him, Yifeng was utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. It was a rare opportunity that Bai Ningbing was preoccupied with official duties outside, and did not call upon him, providing him the perfect time to rest and recuperate. Moreover, the courtyard was heavily guarded, with no one daring to intrude, allowing him to feel at ease. After 2 full days of focused meditation, Yifeng finally opened his eyes, feeling the spiritual power within him circulating perfectly, his mind thoroughly restored and all fatigue dissipated. However, just as he was about to rise and stretch, he heard hurried light footsteps from outside the door. The door was gently pushed open, and to his surprise, Xia Yiran hurried into the room, her expression grave as she looked at him with a hint of unease in her eyes. Elder Yi, something terrible has happened. Xia Yiran said, her tone serious and her breath slightly hurried. What has happened? Why the panic? Could it be that there is a disturbance in the Immortal City? Yifeng looked at Xia Yiran somewhat astonished. It's not a disturbance in the Immortal City, but rather Bai Xianshi. Today Bai Xianshi suddenly launched a massacre in this immortal realm without any warning. No inquiries, no following proper procedures, and no official notices. In just one day, she publicly executed the chief border officer of our Lingshu Immortal Realm, 3 family heads of the Immortal Realm, and the lords of 2 major immortal cities, all of whom were on the previous list. They were all executed on the spot with swift and decisive methods, leaving no room for mercy or defense. Xia Yiran lowered her voice, looking around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, before explaining in a deep tone filled with shock. She had initially believed that the list was merely a preliminary suspicion from the Immortal Envoy meant to start an investigation, and that there wouldn't be any substantial actions taken for a while. She never expected that Bai Xianshi would act so decisively and cleanly in just 2 days. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart sank, unable to suppress his shock. The prominent figures on that list, although through his calculations indeed bore more or less unforgivable sins, and were closely linked to the recent calamity of the Underworld Soul Clan, he had originally thought that Bai Ningbing, a mere ordinary immortal envoy, would still adhere to the proper legal processes, first reporting to the Celestial Court, waiting for a thorough inquiry and verification of the evidence before detaining and punishing them, providing a reasonable explanation to the entire immortal realm to maintain order and trust. However, he never expected that this Bai Ningbing would be so formidable, acting with such decisiveness, executing first and reporting later completely disregarding all conventional rules and processes, striking with a thunderous hand based solely on a piece of intelligence jade slip, completely annihilating and uprooting the targets, leaving no future troubles. Now the entire southern region is in a state of alarm, with everyone on edge. The major clans, wealthy families, and powerful figures in the immortal cities are all feeling threatened, terrified that they might be next. Many have shut themselves away or fled elsewhere, creating an atmosphere of extreme tension. People are saying that this fiancé is a cold-hearted, unpredictable, bloodthirsty demoness, and her fearsome name has spread rapidly throughout the surrounding immortal realm within just a day, leaving no one unaware, no one unafraid. Many are voicing their intent to report fiancé's misdeeds to the celestial court, but they are unsure of her background, whether it is strong enough to withstand the pressure. If not, then we might all suffer the consequences. Xiaoran's brow was tightly furrowed as she continued, filled with worry. This was also why she had come to seek Yifeng's counsel on how to respond. As the main host of Yunlan Immortal City, such a major incident occurring now means that if fiancé indeed attracts great trouble, it would be impossible for them to distance themselves from it. Yifeng remained silent upon hearing this, internally assessing the impact of this matter on himself and others. He had not failed to deduce by Ningbing's background, wanting to uncover her identity and connections, but unfortunately, every time he attempted to deduce, he found it extremely taxing. With his current cultivation level, he simply could not peer into her. However, he had indeed deduced enough about Yunlan Immortal City and Xiaoran, discovering that there were no significant disasters looming in the near future, which gave him some reassurance. Rest assured, young city lord. I have observed the celestial signs and found that our Yunlan Immortal City's fortune does not appear to be poor in the near term, so we won't face major trouble. We just need to be cautious in our words and actions. In the end, Yifeng comforted Xiaoran with certainty. He was also very curious in his heart, unable to fathom what kind of high position fiancé held in the celestial court and what kind of real power she wielded. How could she execute a border officer and high-ranking immortal officials without being bound by normal legal constraints and not face any punishment? Nevertheless, it must be said that fiancé's temperament was indeed proud and solitary, unpredictable in her emotions, killing at her whim. Working with such a person is akin to seeking death, and one must never engage deeply or provoke her. That's good. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, for some reason Xiaoran immediately felt much more at ease. She had long known that Yifeng possessed excellent divination skills, so she had always trusted his words. Having received a response, Xiaoran hurriedly took her leave to return to her own residence to handle affairs, not daring to linger in the secluded courtyard for too long to avoid attracting trouble, while Yifeng began to quietly wait for the next order. Although he had already resolved to leave by Ningbing as soon as possible to avoid causing greater trouble in the future, putting himself in danger. Before doing so, however, he still had to serve this female demoness, diligently behaving himself and being cautious with his words, avoiding prying into her secrets and completing this mission smoothly. Otherwise, his fate would likely not be any better than those on the list. Fortunately, as of now, he was merely a temporary subordinate with little entanglement with her. If he could quickly distance himself from this female demoness and return to Pyayun Immortal Village, avoiding all subsequent troubles, he should be able to preserve himself and live in peace. On the morning of the second day, a clear and cold immortal voice suddenly echoed from outside the room. It was by Ningbing, who had just returned after dealing with her official duties and was now summoning Yifeng to enter. Yifeng immediately rose, smoothed his robes, stilled his mind, and strode into the secluded courtyard. He stood before Ningbing with hands clasped and head respectfully bowed, calm, composed, and utterly obedient, as if nothing had changed, awaiting her command without a trace of curiosity or agitation. Ningbing sat upright upon a jade desk, her aura still laced with lingering cold qi. Her frosty gaze swept over Yifeng, with quiet scrutiny lingering for a moment. Deep within her pupils flickered a subtle, almost imperceptible flash of surprise. In recent days, she had executed several high-ranking nobles with ruthless swiftness, a feat that sent shockwaves across the southern borderlands. Upon hearing the news, all trembled in awe and dread. Some scrambled to curry favor, others recoiled in silent terror. Yet this Yifeng stood unmoved, neither startled nor anxious, neither probing nor questioning. He performed his duties with unwavering propriety, no sycophantic flattery, no fearful withdrawal. Only serene self-possession, wholly unlike the rest. A faint ripple stirred in her thoughts. Rarely one to speak without cause, reserved by nature, aloof by temperament. She broke precedent and addressed him directly, her voice soft, yet incisive. Your covert investigations these past days have been executed with remarkable efficiency and precision. The intelligence you gathered is thorough and faultless, saving me considerable effort and deliberation. Your performance has met my exacting standards. I have always upheld strict impartiality in reward and punishment. Merit shall never go unrewarded. Speak plainly, what reward do you desire? Cultivation resources, high-tier spirit pills, rare spirit materials, secret cultivation techniques. Or perhaps official appointment, an opportunity. Within the immortal realm, any reasonable reward lies within my authority to bestow, and I shall grant it to you without exception. Her gaze held him steadily, waiting to see how he would respond. This young man had consistently projected an image of utter detachment, as though harboring no ambition to attach himself to her. Now that she had initiated the offer herself, she doubted he could truly remain unmoved. Faced with this unexpected commendation, Yi Feng felt a genuine, fleeting jolt of astonishment deep within his heart. Yet he swiftly regained composure, bowing deeply, once more, his tone sincere and deferential. Esteemed immortal envoy, your praise is far too generous. Serving you is my solemn duty, not a feat deserving reward, but a responsibility I bear without reservation. To fulfill my tasks competently and earn your approval is reward enough. To entertain further desires would be both presumptuous and unseemly. I humbly beg you to withdraw this extraordinary kindness. In truth, he held fast to one immutable principle: never entangle himself too deeply with Bai Ningbing. He genuinely desired no reward, lest he accrue debt, bind himself irrevocably, and lose the freedom to extricate himself later. Bai Ningbing's brows lifted slightly. Her icy gaze locked onto him as she countered, voice edged with quiet skepticism. Do you refuse out of fear of me? Or are you truly without desire, truly wanting nothing at all? Answer honestly. No formalities, no veil. Yi Feng remained unperturbed, replying with calm candor, I do not decline from fear, honorable envoy, nor from false modesty. I simply hold that no reward is warranted. At present I lack no essential need. My sole aim is to complete subsequent assignments with steadfast diligence and unwavering fidelity. His sincerity was unmistakable. His only true wish, to conclude this mission, swiftly depart this treacherous land, and return to the tranquil, cloud-drifting immortal village to nurture his own nascent power, left no room for reckless aspiration. Observing his unfeigned demeanor, Bai Ningbing's inner astonishment deepened, prompting quiet contemplation. Ordinary cultivators would seize such an opportunity with fervent gratitude, yet here stood one who declined even when the offer was extended voluntarily. How utterly dull, she mused inwardly. Though she privately suspected artifice, her word was absolute. Having pledged reward, she would not retract it. Without further preamble, she raised her hand, flicked her fingers, and sent 3 high-tier spatial rings gliding through the air, radiating subdued immortal light etched with ancient patterns forged from rare celestial metals, each wrapped in a gentle current of immortal energy, landing precisely in Yi Feng's open palm. Rumors paint me as stern, merciless, capricious in life and death. But those who serve me with unwavering devotion and tireless dedication shall never be slighted. These 3 spatial rings belong to the patriarchs of 3 immortal clan families, slain by my hand yesterday. Within them lie their lifetime's accumulations, vast reserves of cultivation resources, rare heavenly and earthly treasures, high-grade sacred crystals, and potent offensive and defensive artifacts, sealed intact, untouched, and undiminished. They are yours now, concrete recompense for exemplary service. Do not decline. Accept them without. Her voice lowered, grave and unyielding. A brief pause followed before she continued, laying out the next phase. Though the first stage of investigation is complete, numerous latent threats remain uneradicated across this immortal realm. I shall depart this place for 1 month. During that time you are relieved of constant vigilance here. Return to your assigned territory to rest, recuperate, and restore your spirit and body. But mark this well, you must report back without delay 1 month hence. No lateness, no exception. Moreover, use this respite to cultivate relentlessly, forge deeper foundations, elevate your cultivation base, and sharpen your strength. Idleness will not be tolerated. Upon your return, I shall personally assess your progress. No perfunctory gestures, no half-hearted efforts. Having delivered her instructions, she said no more. With a subtle wave of her hand, she dismissed him. Then, enveloped once more in biting frost, turned and entered the inner chamber, closing the door behind her. She knew this youth, though dutiful and intelligent, remained perilously weak in cultivation. He needed rapid advancement. Only then would he be worthy of serving her. Yi Feng clenched his fist around the 3 weighty spatial rings, his heart pounding fiercely. So much so that he instinctively drew a sharp, silent breath, stunned beyond measure. These were the lifelong hoards of 3 sovereign, immortal-level masters. Thousands of years of arduous cultivation. Every treasure they'd amassed, every sacred crystal, divine artifact, and primordial spirit material, was sealed within, piled mountain high. Their value defied estimation, wealth capable of catapulting a minor sect to prominence, or accelerating an ordinary cultivator's ascension beyond imagination. He had never imagined the immortal envoy would dispense such staggering generosity so effortlessly, without hesitation, without a flicker of regret. Yet this very magnanimity deepened his wariness. He resolved more firmly than ever to avoid entanglement. His sole goal: complete the mission, then vanish cleanly from this perilous nexus. Still recalling her final directive, the looming second phase of investigation, he couldn't suppress a quiet grimace. When truly would this trial end? Yet he dared not betray a sliver of impatience. Bowing deeply once more in gratitude, he withdrew with dignified composure, returning to his assigned quarters to secure the spatial rings, then preparing to journey back to the cloud-drifting immortal village. After a short while the twilight stained the horizon with a pale purple sunset enveloping the entire Pyun immortal village like a delicate veil. At this moment magnificent buildings rose within the village surrounded by ethereal mist with the sounds of training from the guards and the calls of spiritual birds occasionally echoing, creating a scene of peace and tranquility. After a period of expansion, the defensive facilities of Pyun immortal village became increasingly robust, and the number of villagers had surged several times, each one possessing a resolute gaze and profound cultivation, infusing the entire village with a vibrant vitality. Before long, a figure aboard a flying boat wearing a mask swiftly approached the center of the village. It was Yi Feng, who had been away for several days. Unbeknownst to him, someone had come in advance on behalf of Xian Meifeng, and he was unaware that everyone in the village had already learned of his true identity, so he planned to return to the village as Yi Wuhan to rest and count the resources in his storage ring. From the 3 storage rings obtained from the immortals, although he had merely glanced at the resources contained within, he understood that they encompassed various aspects sufficient to elevate the overall strength of Pyun immortal village several levels. They must be utilized wisely. Upon entering the village, the patrolling guards, the family experts managing the spiritual fields, and the Dao protectors overseeing the construction all paused their tasks, bowing respectfully to Yi Feng, calling out in reverence, "Greetings, Alliance Leader." "Welcome back, Alliance Leader." Yi Feng slightly nodded, instinctively raising his hand to signal everyone to rise, his gaze casually sweeping around, yet he inadvertently sensed a hint of peculiarity. However, today, whether it was the young elites bowing or the family experts observing from the side, the looks directed at him were tinged with complexity, containing confusion, disbelief, and even a hint of curiosity. Their gazes no longer simply regarded. However, today, whether it was the young elites bowing or the family experts observing from the side, the looks directed at him were tinged with complexity, containing confusion, disbelief, and even a hint of curiosity. Their gazes no longer simply regarded him as Alliance Leader, but rather seemed to peer through the mask, catching a glimpse of the true visage hidden beneath. A few Dao protectors secretly glanced at him, their lips moving as if wanting to say something, but were hindered by the rules. Some elders stroked their beards, appearing as if they were watching a good show, their faces filled with schadenfreude, while some young elites looked at him with a fervent admiration, as if gazing at an idol whose secrets they already knew. Yi Feng's footsteps paused slightly, a faint doubt flitting through his mind, causing his brows to unconsciously. He subconsciously raised a hand to touch the anti-scrying mask on his face, confirming that it was worn correctly, and that his aura was completely concealed without revealing any flaws, before he finally felt at ease. He pondered to himself that perhaps it was because he had been away for too long, causing everyone to miss him, or maybe it was that the recent affairs of the village had gone smoothly, leaving everyone in good spirits, which explained the different gazes. He had always believed that he played the role of Yi Wuhan perfectly, and that those unaware of the truth could never uncover the secret within. After all, when he appeared in this identity, he not only changed his attire, but also deliberately restrained his spiritual energy fluctuations, adjusting his aura and posture, even lowering his speaking tone, making him seem like a completely different person compared to Yi Feng, the son-in-law of the Nangon family. No one could link these two identities together. With this thought, Yi Feng cast aside the slight doubt in his mind, and did not dwell on it further. Instead, he focused all his attention on the resources brought back in the storage ring, as these resources were crucial for Pyun Immortal Village, especially after the turmoil caused by the Soul Clan, necessitating the replenishment of defensive materials and the magical weapons of the strong. He needed to quickly inventory and plan the allocation of these resources, and during this period, stabilize his own cultivation and digest the gains from this outing to prepare for the next crisis. Therefore, Yi Feng simply waved a hand gently at everyone, speaking in a calm tone. "There is no need for formalities, just carry out your duties. Is everything well in the village recently?" In response to the Alliance Leader, everything in the village is stable, the construction is progressing normally, and the remnants of the Soul Clan have been cleared away with no anomalies. An elder quickly stepped forward, respectfully replying, his gaze lingering on Yi Feng's face for a moment before swiftly shifting away, yet the smile in his eyes became increasingly evident. Yi Feng nodded, no longer speaking, quickening his pace as he headed straight towards his exclusive residence. This residence was situated in a secluded area behind the village lord's manor, featuring a refined courtyard with rare spiritual plants, and the interior was simply decorated yet fully equipped. It was where he usually secluded himself for cultivation and handled affairs, and also the place where he stayed under the identity of Yi Wuhan, rarely disturbed by anyone except for trusted confidants. Passing through the gate of the courtyard, Yi Feng stepped into the interior of the house, where bright light filled the room, and a faint spiritual fragrance wafted through the air. Everything was exactly as it had been when he left. He turned around to close the door, walked to the table, and was about to take out several storage rings to begin individually inventorying the resources within, categorizing and organizing spiritual, herbs, crystal stones, immortal materials, and cultivation manuals, planning their subsequent uses. However, just as he sat down, a figure with an elegant demeanor, yet a slightly cold and urgent air, suddenly burst in from outside, directly appearing before him. Yifeng was taken aback, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy to prepare for defense, thinking it might be an assassin infiltrating the village, but when he clearly saw the face of the person before him, his expression relaxed. The newcomer was breathtakingly beautiful, with skin like snow, dressed in a moon-white dress, exuding a cold and ethereal aura. It was his most familiar, yet deliberately avoided senior sister, Nangong Luyan. Looking at Yifeng, who still wore a mask in an attempt to conceal his identity, Nangong Luyan's eyes were filled with deep resentment, carrying a hint of reproach and a touch of grievance, as she spoke directly, piercing through Yifeng's disguise. Alliance leader, should I call you Yi Wuhan or Yifeng? This sentence struck Yifeng's ears like a thunderclap, causing his already stiff body to freeze completely, as if all the blood in his body had congealed at that moment. Rarely did a hint of shock and panic surface in his calm eyes, the muscles at the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitching a few times, revealing an extremely awkward and guilty expression. What was happening? How could she recognize his identity? Yifeng's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, with countless questions flashing by. He could not fathom how his meticulously hidden identity could be unraveled so quickly by Nangong Luyan. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Yifeng hurriedly forced himself to calm down, attempting to conceal the turmoil within him. He cleared his throat twice, deliberately avoiding Nangong Luyan's penetrating gaze, and spoke in a feigned calm tone. Cough, the fairy is joking. I am Yi Wuhan, not Yifeng. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know what you are talking about. At this moment, he still harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that Nangong Luyan was merely testing him, and that she did not possess concrete evidence. In his understanding, she had always been the aloof senior sister, solely focused on pursuing the path of immortality, with whom he only shared a cooperative relationship. They were merely contractual partners, devoid of romantic intentions. If she discovered his true identity, she might take the opportunity to force him to fulfill the false partnership contract again, or even seek to leverage his current status for her own benefit. It was precisely because of such thoughts that he had consistently refrained from revealing the truth, and had been avoiding. After all, he was now the village chief of Piaoyan Village and the leader of the Holy Alliance, and his status had dramatically changed. He did not want to be bound by past contracts, nor did he wish for their relationship to become complicated. He also did not want to see her approach him out of greed for power and benefits. Thus, he preferred to wear a mask and face her as a stranger rather than reveal his true identity as Yifeng. However, what he had never expected was that Nangong Luyan was no longer the cold senior sister who had no feelings for him back then. He could not have anticipated that after sharing life and death in the secret realm, she had developed genuine feelings for him, her love deeply ingrained in her bones. Her appearance at this moment was not to test him or to cooperate, but to see the one she had missed day and night, the one she had thought lost to her forever. Seeing Yifeng still deliberately hiding the truth and refusing to admit it, Nangong Luyan felt a surge of anger. Her eyes turned redder, and she stepped forward, staring intently into Yifeng's eyes, her voice filled with deep grievance and fury, as she said, still pretending. I have already found out that the village chief of Piaoyan Village is clearly named Yifeng, not Yi Wuhan. Do you think that by wearing a mask and changing your name you can deceive everyone? Do you really plan to hide from me for the rest of your life? As she spoke, her grievances deepened. She recalled the longing and pain of the past few days, the despair she felt when she thought he had perished in the secret realm. Tears were about to spill from her eyes, and her voice carried a hint of choked emotion. I thought you died in the secret realm. I cried for you for so long that my heart nearly shattered. But you are clearly alive right beside me, yet you deliberately hide from me and refuse to acknowledge me. Do you know how heartbroken I am? How could you be so cruel? Every word struck deep within Yifeng's heart, causing him to feel increasingly guilty and flustered. He gazed into Nangong Luyan's eyes filled with grievance and anger, and for a moment he did not know how to retort or explain. Before Yifeng could say another word, Nangong Luyan could no longer contain her emotions. She suddenly extended her delicate fair fingers and grasped the edge of Yifeng's mask, pulling it forcefully. Swish! The privacy mask was instantly torn away, revealing a strikingly handsome face beneath it, with clear brows and eyes, a high nose, and distinct lips, the very visage of Yifeng. This face, stripped of the mask's concealment, lost some of Yi Wuhan's coldness and gained the youthful vigor of a young man. His deep gaze and defined features were exactly as Nangong Luyan had longed for, the image etched into her heart. Hiss! Upon seeing his true appearance fully exposed to Nangong Luyan, Yifeng instinctively gasped, the last shred of hope in his heart completely shattered. He knew he could no longer conceal the truth. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, slowly trickling down his cheeks, and he found himself engulfed in profound guilt. He never imagined that the identity he had hidden for so long would be revealed in such a manner, and that the other party seemed to have cried for him for a long time. What was he to do now? Senior sister, please let me explain. Things are not as you think. Oh, I did not intend to hide. Yifeng looked at Nangong Liuyan's eyes filled with both murderous intent and deep grievance, and instinctively wanted to explain the reasons behind his hidden identity, hoping to soothe her emotions. However, before he could finish his words, Nangong Liuyan gazed at the long-lost face that she had missed day and night. Memories of him protecting her from the attacks of the demonic beasts in the secret realm flooded her mind, where he risked his life for her even when he could barely save himself, leaving her with hope for life. All the grievances and resentment that had accumulated over the past days instantly vanished, replaced by an outpouring of longing emotions. In the next moment, Nangong Liuyan's eyes glistened with tears as she could no longer control herself, and threw her arms around Yifeng's neck, pressing her soft body close to him. Then, with her lips carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance, she directly aimed for Yifeng's lips and kissed him fiercely. This kiss came too suddenly, too passionately, leaving Yifeng completely stunned. He stood frozen in place, his mind blank and utterly devoid of thought. Nangong Liuyan's kiss was slightly clumsy, yet incredibly fervent, as if she were pouring all her longing, grievances, and the ecstatic joy of having him back into it. What is happening? Senior sister is actually kissing me forcefully. Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the Nangong Liuyan, who was so close to him, feeling the softness and warmth of her lips, the strength of her embrace, and he found himself caught in a state of utter stupor. Is this really the aloof Nangong senior sister who was always focused on the Tao, indifferent to the world and coldly distant from everyone? Is this still the top beauty of the immortal rankings, who was exceptionally gifted and unattainable? In his impression, Nangong Liuyan had always maintained a cold and ethereal demeanor, scoffing at romantic feelings. Even a simple conversation with another male often irked her, let alone initiating such intimacy as this kiss. Even though they had experienced life and death in the secret realm, they had maintained the boundaries of friends, never crossing any lines. He had always believed that their relationship would only remain contractual and would never evolve into anything else. Yet at this moment, Nangong Liuyan's actions completely overturned all his perceptions of her, leaving him utterly baffled, even absurdly wondering in his heart if his senior sister had been possessed by someone. Had she been possessed by some evil spirit? Otherwise, how could she behave so unusually? After the immense shock, an indescribable thrill quietly surged from the depths of his heart. Yifeng desperately tried to control his emotions, wanting to push Nangong Liuyan away and maintain clarity. Yet, feeling the softness of her fragrant lips and the uncontainable longing and deep affection emanating from her, his body gradually lost control and the defenses in his heart completely crumbled. In truth, he had already developed feelings for Nangong Liuyan through their daily interactions and shared life and death experiences. However, due to his past identity and her aloof personality, he had kept this sentiment buried in his heart, afraid to express it, even deliberately avoiding it, thinking that as long as he didn't confess or face it, he would never encounter a day of ruin. However, at this moment, the long-suppressed feelings were completely ignited by Nangong Liuyan's proactive kiss, becoming impossible to restrain. His large hand unconsciously rose slowly, gently wrapping around Nangong Liuyan's slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. His originally stiff body gradually relaxed, and he closed his eyes, sinking deeper, beginning to savor it all. This kiss was long and passionate, transcending misunderstandings and avoidance, overcoming the barriers of identity, and completely releasing the love hidden deep in their hearts. However, after a moment, seeing that things were about to spiral out of control, Yifeng temporarily pushed Nangong Liuyan away and uncertainly asked him, "Senior sister, you haven't been possessed, have you? Are you really Nangong Liuyan?" Although at this moment he longed for the tenderness and allure from just now, reason told him that everything felt too abnormal. He had to first confirm whether the person before him was acting of her own will, whether she was indeed the Nangong senior sister he knew. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Nangong Liuyan was initially taken aback. Then, seeing his bewildered and uncertain expression, her momentary annoyance faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of grievance and bitterness. She could no longer hold back and suddenly lunged back into Yifeng's arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest, bursting into tears. Her sobs were not loud, but they carried endless heartache and grievance. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her tears soaked Yifeng's clothes, burning into his heart through the fabric, causing him to panic in an instant. "Hey, why are you crying?" Yifeng was completely at a loss. He looked at Nangong Liuyan, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom in his arms, standing stiffly in place with his hands suspended in midair, unsure of where to put them. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to start, his tone filled with confusion and helplessness. "Did I say something wrong? Don't cry. If there's something, let's talk about it properly." Nangong Liuyan leaned against Yifeng's embrace, sobbing softly and choking back her words. Her voice was tender yet filled with deep emotion as she said, You shitty am fine. I just missed you too much, afraid that you would disappear again, afraid that I would never find you again, afraid that all of this is a dream, and that when I open my eyes you would be gone. Her sincere words conveyed the long-standing longing and torment, instantly piercing the softest part of Yifeng's heart, turning all his confusion and worry into heartache. He slowly lowered his arms, gently patting Nangong Liyuan's back, his actions tender, yet clumsy, softly comforting her. All right, I'm here safe and sound right beside you. I won't disappear again. Don't be afraid. His actions became increasingly gentle as he softly soothed the person in his arms, tenderly comforting her. Feeling Yifeng's gentle reassurance, Nangong Liyuan's sobbing gradually subsided. After an unknown amount of time, she finally lifted her head from Yifeng's embrace, looking at him with red-rimmed eyes. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with utmost seriousness. You shitty, I've made my decision. I no longer want to pretend to be your Dao partner. I want to turn this charade into reality. I want to be your true Dao partner, to spend a lifetime with you, never to part again. Is that okay? This declaration took all the courage Nangong Liyuan could muster to utter. She gazed into Yifeng's eyes, her expression filled with anticipation, yet tinged with immense trepidation. What? Upon hearing this, Yifeng was left utterly stunned, his face filled with astonished disbelief, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He had thought that her earlier actions were merely a reaction to the joy of his resurrection, a moment of emotional overflow, but he never expected her to say such a thing. To become his genuine Dao partner. In his view, she was extraordinarily gifted, stunningly beautiful, devoted to the Tao, and destined to reach the pinnacle of the immortal path. Countless talented individuals would admire her. If she truly wanted to find a Tao partner, wouldn't she have her choice of whom to be with? He instinctively felt that her declaration at this moment might not stem from genuine affection, but rather from gratitude for saving her life, in the secret realm a desire to repay him, which led her to offer herself rather than true love. Thus Yifeng was reluctant to have their relationship entangled with gratitude, not wanting her to feel burdened by a sense of obligation. Therefore Yifeng quickly collected his thoughts, looking at Nangong Liyuan with utmost seriousness, as he stated, Senior sister, I must clarify something. Everything I did in the secret realm was merely to fulfill my promise to your father to bring you out safely. I had the means to retreat unscathed and did not intend to live or die together with you. I am not someone who sacrifices myself for others, nor do I harbor any secret affection for you. I'm not a lovesick fool. He laid bare his most genuine thoughts, not wanting her to act impulsively out of momentary gratitude and jeopardize her life. If their feelings were built on the foundation of gratitude from the very beginning, there would inevitably come a day when distaste would arise, leading them to part ways. When that time came, the harm to each other would be immense. Yet Nangong Liyuan seemed to have already understood, as she looked at Yifeng with calm eyes, and stated earnestly, I know. I understand everything. What do you understand? Yifeng was confused and puzzled upon hearing this. I know you don't secretly love me, and you don't intend to live or die together with me, just like you said you are Yi Wuhan and not Yifeng. However, whether you like me is your matter, but loving you is my freedom. I know you are now the leader of the Holy Alliance, the master of Piaoyuan Village, with a prestigious identity, destined to encounter better women in the future who would look down on me. But I don't care. I ask for nothing, only wishing to silently stay by your side to protect you and the immortal village. If you truly find a woman you genuinely like, I will never cling to you nor disturb you in the slightest. A heartfelt confession, pure and persistent, devoid of any ulterior motives and desires, solely filled. However, as he spoke, there was a hint of humility in Nangong Liyuan's tone, and her eyes were filled with disappointment, yet she forced a carefree facade, causing Yifeng's heart to tighten. That's not what I meant. Yifeng felt a sudden headache at her words. He had not anticipated Nangong Liyuan's tenacity, and he quickly continued to persuade her. Senior sister, why can't you understand? With such excellent conditions, what kind of partner could you not find? Why would you set your sights on me? Moreover, have you not always pursued the path of immortality? He still could not believe that the other party was speaking from the heart and wanted to dissuade her from her thoughts. I don't care. I just like you and want to spend my life with you. Nangong Liyuan shook her head, her tone incredibly stubborn, her gaze firmly fixed on Yifeng. I pursued the path of immortality before because I was unattached, but after meeting you and experiencing life and death separation, I realized that no matter how great the path of immortality is or how long the lifespan, it is meaningless without a beloved companion. No matter how you change in the future or what your past identity was, I only want to be with you forever. Yifeng sighed helplessly at her words and said earnestly, loving someone is not that easy. A lifetime is long. Are you sure you won't regret it? Feelings are not about repaying kindness. Once an impulsive decision is made, there is no turning back. I think you should calm down and not regret it for a lifetime due to a moment of folly. He still planned to confirm once more. However, Nangong Liyuan looked at Yifeng, her eyes increasingly filled with sorrow, taking a deep breath, as if she had made a great determination, and said with utmost seriousness, I am very calm. I have never been as calm as I am now. What do you need for me to believe that I am sincere? I will give you my body to prove my heart. Will that work? After saying this, she blushed and raised her hand to gently untie the ribbon of her white dress without any hesitation. I really don't mean it like this. Yifeng turned red at this moment, flustered, and at a loss, repeatedly waving his hands, feeling both flattered and shocked. He quickly explained, I purely don't want you to put yourself in a difficult position. Oh, please don't misunderstand. Yet Nangong Lu Yun ignored his words and directly took action to prove her feelings. As her dress slowly slid down, her flawless snow-white perfect body was fully displayed before Yifeng, shimmering under the bright light, breathtakingly beautiful. Without a hint of shyness or retreat, Nangong Lu Yun gently pushed Yifeng onto the soft bed in the room, leaned down, and kissed him passionately, once more filled with unwavering determination. Faced with this incredibly tempting scene, feeling the unreserved tenderness of Nangong Lu Yun, the last fragment of Yifeng's rationality finally crumbled, and he could no longer control his emotions. All the repression of these days, the hidden feelings, and the joy of their reunion exploded at this moment. He completely sank into the gentle embrace of the aloof senior sister, tightly holding the beauty in his arms, responding to her deep affection, casting aside all misunderstandings, evasions, and worries. A night of passion, warm and lingering, entangled throughout the night. This night, there were no excessive words, only heartfelt admiration and cherishment, marking the most unforgettable and precious night for Yifeng and Nangong Lu Yun in their lives. The next morning, as dawn broke and the sun rose, warm morning light poured through the window, enveloping the room in warmth. The night of intimacy had completely awakened Yifeng. All uncertainties and worries in his heart dissipated. He genuinely felt that Nangong Lu Yun's love for him was a sincere affection carved into his bones, not a moment of impulse or a debt of gratitude. Nangong Lu Yun nestled in Yifeng's arms, her brows shy, her face filled with a blissful smile, completely shedding her former aloofness, revealing a girlish demeanor, gently leaning on his shoulder, her voice soft and comforting. Yishidi, you need not feel burdened. If you find someone you love in the future, I will quietly leave. Even if I become pregnant, I will raise the child alone, never burdening you or disturbing you. Nangong Lu Yun nestled in Yifeng's arms, her brows shy, her face filled with a blissful smile, completely shedding her former aloofness, revealing a girlish demeanor, gently leaning on his shoulder, her voice soft and comforting. Yishidi, you need not feel burdened. If you find, in truth, I have long been deeply in love with you, but I dared not speak of it, fearing I was unworthy of you and my delay. At this point, Yifeng no longer wished to be coy or hide his feelings any longer. He expressed the love he had long concealed in his heart. Upon hearing this, Nangong Lu Yun's beautiful eyes brightened with surprise, tears sliding down her cheeks once again, but this time they were tears of happiness. She tightly embraced Yifeng, her voice choked. I knew it, I knew you also had feelings for me. Actually, I have long had feelings for you, but I always thought you regarded me merely as a contract partner, afraid to show it, which is why I kept dragging it out, unable to break through this last barrier. The two continued to hold each other closely, confessing their innermost thoughts, recounting past events and feelings. They resolved all misunderstandings and emotional knots, their hearts tightly nestled together, never to be separated. It turned out that from their previous companionship, both had already developed feelings for each other deeply rooted in affection, yet due to various concerns they had deliberately hidden their feelings, maintaining the boundaries of contract partners, hesitant to break through the final barriers, suffering through longing. Now that the truth was revealed and their feelings were mutual, they finally became partners. However, little did they know the entire Piayun immortal village was closely watching their every move that night, especially Nangong Jingda and Lin Jinghong. When Nangong Jingda learned that the master of the Holy Alliance was Yifeng, and that his daughter was merely a contract partner with him, not having consummated their relationship, he immediately displayed a look of disappointment, scolding his daughter, fiercely urging her to take action quickly, for such an outstanding son-in-law, even if it was fake, must be made real. Fortunately, that night his daughter did not disappoint him. Everything had settled. However, it would be more reassuring to, beside them, the gray-haired Lin Jinghong had similarly complex feelings. He had never expected that after retrieving Nangong Lu Yun, intending to take better care of her, he would within a few years find himself in a position of seeking favor from the Nangong family, as the head of a legendary family. He wondered where his daughter was now. Where had she gone? Had he known, he would not have pressured her so much. Until he found his daughter, he could not hold his head high before Nangong Jingda. Even if he wanted to seek favor, he felt too embarrassed to speak. Only by finding his daughter could he truly take on the role of father-in-law. As noon approached, Yifeng reluctantly struggled to rise from his bed. He had not anticipated that after this dual cultivation, both he and his partner had simultaneously broken through to the initial stage of the transformation realm. Nangong Lu Yun shared the same surprise. She had already heard that dual cultivation could accelerate one's cultivation speed, and that dual cultivating with a compatible partner could yield unexpected rewards. She had thought Yifeng's talent would not be particularly impressive and would not aid her cultivation, yet unexpectedly, she was able to break through a significant boundary overnight. It appears this guy's talent is far from simple as it seems. Nangong Luyun felt a growing curiosity. The sunlight of the spirit realm always carried a gentle Dao charm cascading down through the layers of spiritual wood branches and leaves above the city lord's residence. Yifeng no longer wore a mask, but revealed his true self, taking the hand of Nangong Luyun, who was full of warmth and happiness. Their fingers interlocked as they leisurely stepped out of the residence, heading towards the central square of the immortal village. At this moment, the square of the floating cloud immortal village had already gathered numerous village elders, holy protectors, and heads of various powerful families. Ever since Yifeng led them to the spirit realm and helped them establish a foothold while repeatedly resolving crises, they had long been in awe of Yifeng's strength. Even knowing that he had previously been an adopted son-in-law of the Nangong family, they did not dare to show any disdain. Furthermore, after the previous night, when he and Nangong Luyun entered the residence and did not emerge for a long time, many perceptive individuals had already vaguely guessed what had transpired. They had been waiting here early in the morning, filled with anticipation. The moment Yifeng and Nangong Luyun appeared on the square, it instantly fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on the couple. Before them stood a strikingly handsome man exuding a powerful aura. Though he wore a gentle smile, there was an undeniable air of authority belonging to a leader and a higher power. Beside him, a woman of cold elegance and breathtaking beauty stood, both perfectly matched, radiating a sweet aura that seemed almost palpable. What shocked everyone even more was the dense and powerful spiritual energy emanating from them, far surpassing their previous realms, as they both had achieved breakthroughs into the transformation realm. This was truly an unbelievable change. Not long ago, although both were formidable, they still lingered at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Yet merely overnight, they had both broken free from their shackles, stepping into a realm that could take hundreds of years of hard cultivation to reach. A transformation realm cultivator under 100 years old would be considered a top talent throughout the surrounding Yunlan immortal city. Now that their leader and his lady had both broken through simultaneously, it was undoubtedly a grand event for Floating Cloud Immortal Village and the Holy Alliance. After a brief silence, the square erupted into enthusiastic cheers and congratulatory shouts, as everyone rushed to pay their respects, their faces filled with excitement, envy, and genuine blessings. Congratulations, leader. Congratulations, Fairy Nangong. Breaking through the transformation realm at the same time is truly a joyous occasion. Indeed, the leader and Fairy Nangong are a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for each other. May the leader and Fairy Nangong be forever united, with their cultivation ascending step by step. Everyone surrounded them, speaking words filled with sincere blessings, their gazes towards the couple brimming with envy. It was evident to everyone that the leader's affection for Nangong Luyun was an overt display of love and care, something they had never witnessed in others. The simultaneous breakthroughs into the transformation realm made everyone feel that they were destined to be together, complementing one another, which resulted in such a miracle. Among the crowd, Gong Yaki and several other strikingly beautiful women in the village watched this scene with complex expressions, their eyes filled with disappointment and gloom, and their hearts unable to suppress a wave of bitterness. Among them were those who harbored affections for the leader. This leader was young and talented, possessing immense strength. At a young age, he held the Holy Alliance and governed Floating Cloud Immortal Village, exuding an extraordinary demeanor and vast power. Such a man was undoubtedly the ideal match for countless women. In their hearts, they had all harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing for the chance to accompany Yifeng and become his partner, even if just as a concubine they would willingly accept. Unfortunately, this leader's true identity turned out to be Yifeng. Now, witnessing him and Nangong Luyun holding hands with such affection, so perfectly matched and deeply connected, combined with their simultaneous breakthroughs into the transformation realm, any fleeting thoughts they had were shattered in an instant. They clearly understood that from this moment on, in the leader's heart, there would only be Nangong Luyun. They would no longer have any opportunity. Gong Yaki gripped her sleeves tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms, watching as Nangong Luyun was protected by Yifeng, basking in endless affection. Her heart was filled with unwillingness, yet she felt utterly helpless. She was more aware than anyone that in terms of beauty, talent, and the bond with Yifeng, Nangong Luyun was beyond her reach. This disparity was something that could never be bridged. She could only sigh inwardly, lamenting fate's cruelty, wondering why such a beautiful destiny had to fall upon Nangong Luyun, while she remained merely a passerby. Standing before the crowd, Yifeng felt the sincere blessings of everyone, a faint smile appearing on his face, and his aura softened considerably. He raised his hand to signal for silence, and as the square gradually quieted down, he clearly announced, "Everyone, today, I, Yifeng, in front of the Holy Alliance, and all the fellow cultivators of Floating Cloud Immortal Village, officially declare that Nangong Luyun is my lawful wife, as well as the village head's lady. From now on, when I am not in the village, all matters shall be under Luyun's command." After his words fell, he tightened his grip on Nangong Liyuan's hand, his gaze revealing a rare softness. Nangong Liyuan looked up at Yifeng, her eyes filled with happiness and emotion, her cheeks flushed, but confidently accepting the gazes of the crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers and congratulations, the entire floating cloud immortal village engulfed in a joyful atmosphere. Having announced this joyful news, Yifeng did not delay further and proceeded to announce the next matter, the distribution of a large batch of cultivation resources to everyone. He was well aware that everyone followed him to the spirit realm to strive for their cultivation, seeking better resources to establish a foothold in the perilous spirit realm. With a single thought, Yifeng summoned 3 ancient and exquisitely crafted storage rings which instantly appeared before him. These rings, seemingly unremarkable, radiated a faint celestial pressure indicating they were anything but ordinary. The gathered crowd, all astute individuals, immediately recognized the unusual nature of these storage rings. They held their breath, curious about the treasures concealed within. Amidst their eager gazes, Yifeng flicked his finger, channeling his spiritual energy into the storage rings. In the next moment, waves of cultivation resources surged forth like a tide from the rings, instantly covering a significant portion of the square. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs, the exquisite quality of magical artifacts, and the dazzling brilliance of numerous holy crystals intertwined, creating a vibrant sea of light. The overwhelming power of the Holy Spirits washed over everyone present, sending a shiver through their hearts and causing their meridians to feel unusually relaxed. Liyuan, help me distribute these resources according to merit, Yifeng commanded grandly with a wave of his hand. Nangong Liyuan standing beside, Yifeng had been lost in the joy of being publicly recognized as his partner. However, when she saw the vast array of rare resources he had produced, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she stood frozen in place. She knew he possessed some abilities and boundless potential, having risen from the lower realms to become the leader of the Holy Alliance and the master of Piayan in just a few short years, even earning the admiration of the young lord of Yunlan Xianqing. This had already left her astounded, as she felt he far surpassed ordinary individuals. But she also understood that this was the spirit realm where resources were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Earning a few holy crystals through her monthly labor was already commendable. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly be that much stronger than her. Yet she could never have imagined that Yifeng, after being away for just a short while, could return with such a staggering amount of precious resources. The resources before her were so numerous, they were beyond count, piled high. Each item was a treasure that was traditionally priceless and hard to come by. Even given 1,000 years, she might not be able to earn such wealth. Wait, there are even Rushengdan here. As her gaze swept across the center of the resources, her heart began to race. At the most eye-catching spot in the center, there were exquisitely crafted jade bottles, each labeled with the name of the pill Rushengdan. Even if she were ignorant, she understood that this was an exceptional pill capable of helping peak divine transformation cultivators break through their bottleneck and enter the Rusheng realm. An invaluable treasure. She had previously heard that Elder Xianyang became a Rusheng realm expert merely by consuming one of these pills within days. In the surrounding celestial domains, a single Rushengdan could incite fierce competition among countless celestial villages. Yet here before everyone there were as many as 18 Rushengdan. Where on earth did these come from? Aside from the Rushengdan, there were countless other pills aimed at aiding in the divine transformation realm, top-notch spiritual herbs for assisting divine transformation cultivators, spiritual liquids for refining meridians, and exquisite wines for replenishing spiritual energy, all overwhelming to behold. On the other side of the pills and herbs, there were hundreds of royal-grade magical artifact sets. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, defensive armors, flying artifacts. Everything one could imagine was present in a complete variety, enough to arm all the elite members of the Holy Alliance and Piayan. Moreover, at the center of the hundreds of royal artifacts, there were over a dozen sets of holy artifacts exuding a sacred pressure and overflowing with vast spiritual energy. Heavens! Did this guy rob the treasury of someone's celestial city? Nangong Liyuan stood frozen, her beautiful eyes wide open, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Holy artifacts far surpass royal artifacts, and even in an average celestial city, one could hardly find a few sets. Yet here over a dozen sets of holy artifacts, all of the finest quality, were displayed openly before everyone, quietly radiating an awe-inspiring spiritual light. She stared at Yifeng beside her, her heart swirling with astonishment, feeling that this man before her was shrouded in an enigmatic mystery. She had thought she had come to understand him over this time, yet now it seemed she had barely scratched the surface of his true. What other secrets did this guy conceal? How did he acquire such an enormous amount of resources that could entice even celestial beings? Nangong Liyuan gazed at Yifeng with eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Meanwhile, the core elders of the Holy Alliance, including Xianyang and Murong Bo, as well as elite experts summoned from various prominent families, were all completely stunned upon seeing the mountain of rare resources before them. They gaped in shock, speechless for a long time as the square fell into a dead silence. Everyone widened their eyes, fixated on the resources before them. Their breathing quickened, their hearts raced uncontrollably, and their minds went blank. Many of them had followed Yi Feng for years, witnessing him create miracles again and again. They thought they had grown numb to his feats, yet this time, they were still profoundly shaken. What exactly did these resources signify? 18 Ru Sheng Dan meant that every elder and expert at the peak of divine transformation present could at least receive one, all having the opportunity to break into the Ru Sheng realm. Once everyone stepped into the Ru Sheng realm, the overall strength of the Holy Alliance and Piaoyuan Xianxuan would increase exponentially, positioning them as one of the top powers surrounding Yunlan Xianxing. The countless divine transformation pills would enable all disciples and elites under his command to completely break free from their cultivation bottlenecks, significantly enhancing their overall strength. The hundreds of royal artifacts and over a dozen sets of holy artifacts would further skyrocket everyone's combat power, no longer fearing challenges from any nearby celestial villages. They even speculated in their hearts that even if they emptied the entire treasury of Yunlan Xianxing, they might not be able to produce such a massive and precious collection of resources. What kind of extraordinary figure was their leader to gather such terrifying resources in such a short time? After the initial shock, their hearts were filled with more worry. Such a massive collection of rare resources must have come at a great cost, inevitably bringing forth immense grudges or unknown dangers. If these resources had unclear origins or were coveted by other powerful forces, Piaoyuan Xianxuan would surely face disaster. Elder Xianyang was the first to regain his composure. He stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Yi Feng, his tone laden with undeniable concern as he asked, "Leader, these resources are truly extraordinary. May I dare to ask where you obtain them? Are there hidden dangers, or could they attract other threats? Indeed, could these resources be tainted?" With this remark, the others returned to their senses, excitement still lingering in their hearts, yet filled with concern as they all turned to Yi Feng, awaiting his response. They genuinely followed Yi Feng and yearned to enhance their strength with these resources, but they absolutely did not wish for the entire immortal village and the whole Holy Alliance to face disastrous consequences because of them. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Feng felt a sense of comfort in his heart, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he slowly spoke. "There is no need for you to probe too deeply into their origins. Please rest assured these resources are acquired through legitimate channels with a clear source and no entanglements or hidden dangers. You need only to receive them with peace of mind and use them freely. With me here, no one shall bring trouble to the Holy Alliance or the Piaoyuan Immortal Village because of these resources." Yi Feng's words were powerful and resonant, radiating an overwhelming confidence and assurance. Though these resources were obtained from Bai Ningbing, he had already taken care to eliminate any recognizable signatures, leaving no concerns behind. Having calculated the situation, he naturally had the confidence to make this promise to everyone. Upon hearing Yi Feng's resolute words and sensing the undeniable aura he exuded, the worries in everyone's hearts dissipated, instantly replaced by boundless excitement and joy. With no hidden dangers and a clear source, it meant that these extraordinary resources truly belonged to them. In the next moment, the entire Piaoyuan Immortal Village erupted in deafening cheers and shouts, everyone's faces flushed with excitement as they waved their arms and saluted Yi Feng, continually exclaiming, "Thank you, Alliance Master. This is amazing. With these resources, I can finally break through the peak of the transformation realm and step into the Holy Realm." Following the Alliance Master truly brings endless opportunities, and being able to follow him in this life is indeed a great fortune. Isn't it so? The Holy Alliance is mighty. The Alliance Master is invincible. Cheers rose and fell soaring into the sky. The entire Piaoyuan Immortal Village was enveloped in immense delight and excitement, with every face glowing with endless anticipation for the future. Especially the young elites from some prestigious families who had not previously witnessed Yi Feng's extraordinary capabilities. Initially, they held some disdain and disbelief towards this Alliance Master of humble origins, but upon seeing him produce such precious resources, all resistance vanished. With these resources, their cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds, allowing them to create a significant gap with their peers still on the Songlong continent. Thus, who cares who the Alliance Master truly is or what his origins are? All that matters is the benefits he brings. Observing the excited expressions of the crowd, Yi Feng remained relatively calm. He knew well that the treasures hidden within the 3 storage rings of the Immortal Realm experts contained far more than what was visible. Deep within one of the storage rings lay a celestial artifact. However, this celestial artifact was exceedingly rare, even in the spirit realm, surpassing divine artifacts possessing the power to destroy heavens and earth. If this celestial artifact were to be revealed, it would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of any nearby immortal city, with some even willing to go to any lengths to seize it, placing the Piaoyuan Immortal Village in a perilous situation. He understood the principle that a man without fault can still suffer for possessing treasures. At this moment, the Piayun immortal village did not possess the strength to protect this treasure. Once exposed, it would invite calamity. Thus, he deliberately hid the celestial artifact, choosing not to reveal it to the public, planning to bring it out as a trump card when the time came for everyone to be strong enough or faced with life and death crises. Fortunately, the others were unaware of this, otherwise they would likely be astonishingly shocked, even losing. Under Yifeng's arrangements, Nangong Luyan took out the account book and began to distribute resources methodically based on everyone's contributions, cultivation levels, and potential. In recent days, the elders of the immortal village had placed complete trust in her, granting her the authority to allocate all resources, making her quite familiar with this aspect. Nangong Luyan's approach was also fair and strict, providing well-reasoned allocations that left no room. Each peak transformation realm expert received a high-grade holy ascension pill first, while those whose contributions were insufficient would have to the nascent soul peak cultivators were allocated corresponding pills for breaking through to the transformation realm. Heads of major families and elites also received appropriate training pills and spirit crystals, while those with outstanding strength even received coveted royal artifacts or entire sets of divine artifacts. Throughout the resource distribution process, everyone received resources far exceeding expectations, their faces filled with excitement and satisfaction, growing even more loyal to Yifeng and Nangong Luyan. However, just as everyone was eagerly preparing to retreat for closed-door cultivation after receiving their resources, a sudden sound of a flying boat breaking through the air erupted from the direction of the village entrance, accompanied by several unmistakably powerful auras heading straight toward the square. Seeing this, the crowd's brows furrowed, the joy on their faces gradually fading as they turned to look at the village entrance, their eyes filled with vigilance. It was indeed a time of great celebration for the immortal village, so the audacity of someone to intrude like this left a bad taste. Yifeng and Nangong Luyan also halted their actions, turning to face the village entrance, their expression. Moments later, several figures boldly leaped down from the flying boat, landing in the square of the Piayun immortal village. At the forefront was a young man dressed in a brocade robe, bearing an arrogant expression, followed by several formidable guards, one of whom had even achieved the Holy Realm. The young man leading them wore a somewhat cynical expression, arrogantly surveying the Piayun immortal village with disdain. He was none other than the young lord of the Moyu immortal city, Mou. Since the Yunlan immortal city had gained the favor of the immortal envoy, many peripheral immortal villages had sought to break free from the control of the Moyu immortal city, intending to join the Yunlan immortal city. As the young lord of the Moyu immortal city, he naturally could not turn a blind eye to this, and began to strengthen patrols and persuasion nearby. Recently, while passing through the nearby area, he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Nangong Luyan busy within the Piayun immortal village. The moment he saw Nangong Luyan, who resembled a celestial maiden, Mou was instantly captivated by her stunning beauty, as if she were a heavenly being, and a strong desire to possess her surged within him. However, he was well aware that the Piayun immortal village was directly under the jurisdiction of the young lord of the Yunlan immortal city, and that the village master Yifeng was recently the main contact for the immortal envoy by Ningbing, making their background quite formidable. Thus, despite his covetousness, he dared not act rashly, and could only endure for now. However, since then he has occasionally visited Piayun village with various gifts, trying to curry favor with Nangong Luyan by presenting spiritual herbs and magical artifacts, hoping to win him over with his status and wealth as the young lord of the Mou immortal city. Unfortunately, Nangong Luyan was inherently proud and harbored a deep disdain for the arrogant Mou. Moreover, his heart had long been devoted solely to Yifeng. In the face of Mou's incessant flattery, he remained cold and indifferent, refusing to even speak a single word to him, repeatedly rejecting him and causing Mou to lose face. Yet Mou did not lose heart. He held himself in high regard, believing that with his status and wealth as the young lord of Mou immortal city, conquering these bumpkins from the lower realms would be a piece of cake. He thought that Nangong Luyan's refusal was merely a momentary stubbornness. He pondered and concluded that the most direct approach to win over Nangong Luyan was to negotiate with Yifeng, the village chief of Piayun village. In his view, although Yifeng had the fortune of gaining the favor of the celestial envoy, he was merely a temporary sidekick who had seen little of the world. As long as he offered sufficient rewards, Yifeng would surely comply and hand over Nangong Luyan. Thus, upon hearing that Yifeng had returned, he prepared what he considered a generous gift and swaggered into Piayun village, ready to negotiate directly with Yifeng. The crowd in the square instantly darkened their expressions upon seeing Mou and his entourage. Having previously harassed Nangong Luyan multiple times, the villagers were already extremely displeased with him. However, since he was a notable figure from a nearby immortal city, they had refrained from taking any drastic actions. Now that he had the audacity to come uninvited once more, they felt a strong urge to teach him a lesson. Mou, however, remained oblivious to the angry gazes directed at him. He scanned the crowd with his eyes, ultimately landing on Nangong Luyan. where a fleeting glint of greed and obsession flashed in his gaze before he turned to Yifeng, his expression filled with disdain and mockery. He paid no mind to Yifeng, considering him nothing more than a mere village chief, unworthy of comparison with himself, and certainly unworthy of possessing a beauty like Nangong Luyan. Clearing his throat, he adopted an air of superiority and addressed Yifeng with condescension, saying, "Hey kid, named E, do you remember me? I am Mo, the young lord of Mo, Immortal City. I have come today to propose a deal to you." Yifeng's expression turned icy as he looked at Mo, asking in a detached tone, "What could we possibly have to trade?" Mo, upon hearing this, did not get angry. Instead, a hint of disdainful amusement curled at the corners of his mouth as he waved his hand. Immediately, one of his guards stepped forward holding a delicate jade box. Mo opened the jade box, revealing a pill that was entirely faint golden and exuded a subtle medicinal aroma, appearing before the crowd. "Behold, this is an entry to Saint Pill. It is a top-tier sacred medicine that can help one break through to the entry to Saint Realm. If you agree to hand over Nangong Luyan to me, this entry to Saint Pill will be yours immediately." Mo held the jade box with an air of pride, as if bestowing a great favor. In his view, this entry to Saint Pill was a coveted treasure sought after by all immortal villages. In a small place like Piayan Village, there was only one entry to Saint Realm expert, and they probably had never even seen an entry to Saint Pill. As long as Yifeng was not a fool, he would undoubtedly accept this trade. After all, exchanging a woman for a pill that could create an entry to Saint Realm powerhouse was an incredible deal. He had even fantasized in his mind about how ecstatic Yifeng would be upon seeing this entry to Saint Pill, immediately agreeing and handing over Nangong Luyan. However, what Mo never expected was that when he presented the entry to Saint Pill and made his offer, the people of Piayan Village in the square displayed no signs of joy or excitement. Instead, their expressions were strange, looking at him as if he were a fool, with a hint of undisguised mockery and amusement at the corners of their mouths. The crowd found it utterly ridiculous, even feeling some disdain. The young lord of Mo, Immortal City, was boasting about a low-grade entry to Saint Pill as if it were a great gift, completely lacking in self-awareness. Just earlier, each core elder had received a high-grade entry to Saint Pill that greatly surpassed the quality of Mo. Yes. Even ordinary elders, while they had not yet received theirs, could apply for one anytime, as long as they met the cultivation requirements. Mo actually thought that this pill could be used to trade for his own leader's partner, which was simply pathetic and foolish. Seeing the strange expressions on the crowd, Mo felt a sudden sense of confusion, unable to understand their. He believed that the crowd must be shocked by the entry to Saint Pill, so he grew even more arrogant, looking at Yifeng and urging, "So what do you think? Kid named Yi, this deal is a surefire win for you. If you agree, Piayan Village will gain another entry to Saint Realm Powerhouse. Why not? You should know if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another." Yifeng, looking at Mo's foolish and arrogant demeanor, felt his expression grow icy. He fixed his gaze on Mo, and with a voice as cold as ice solemnly stated, "Young Lord Mo, I will say this once, Nangong Luyan is my only partner, my wife. No matter what price you offer, even if you offer the entire Mo Immortal City in exchange, I will never hand her over to you. I advise you to give up immediately. Furthermore, you have trespassed into Piayan Village, violating the regulations between immortal cities, so please leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." His words resonated powerfully, carrying a chilling warning and a formidable aura that echoed throughout the square. Feeling a strong killing intent emanating from Yifeng, Mo's face turned pale, and he was forced to retreat several steps, his heart filled with disbelief as he looked at Yifeng. He could never have imagined that Yifeng would possess such a powerful presence, and he dared to be so insolent towards him. The key was he couldn't understand why Yifeng would reject such a precious pill for the sake of a woman and stand so firmly against him. After all, it was an entry to Saint Pill. Even their Mo Immortal City had very few of those. Mo was both astonished and furious, filled with confusion, unable to fathom what Yifeng was thinking. Where did he find his confidence? However, recalling the ruthless reputation of the celestial envoy by Ningbing, who was feared by all, Mo felt that despite losing face, he dared not say anything further. Stubborn and unyielding. Frustrated, Mo's face shifted between green and white. Ignoring Yifeng, he turned his gaze to Nangong Luyan, forcing a smile. He considered gentle and began to persuade her, his tone laced with temptation. "Miss Nangong, have you thought this through? By following this kid, Yifeng, you would only be the wife of a village chief in this small Piayan village, spending your days tending to this tiny plot of land. What future can you possibly have? On the contrary, as long as you are willing to give up Yifeng and marry me, you will immediately become the young mistress of the Mo City, enjoying wealth and honor, possessing endless resources for cultivation. In the future, when I inherit the position of city lord, you will be the dignified lady of Mo City, stepping into the heavens, your status exalted far superior to following Yifeng, the mere village lord, 1,000 or even 10,000 times better. Think carefully. As long as you nod, I Mo, you guarantee to make you the happiest woman in the entire spirit realm. How about it?" Mou believed that these words were filled with temptation, and Nangong Lu Yun would surely be moved. After all, in his view, no woman from any celestial village could refuse the identity of the young mistress of Mou Xian City or the opportunity to step into the heavens. However, after hearing this, Nangong Lu Yun showed no sign of emotion on her face, remaining icy and cold, and replied in a chilling tone, "Young Lord Mo, I appreciate your kind intentions, but my heart has long belonged to Yifeng. In this life and next I am his in life, and his ghost in death. Even in death my feelings will never change. From now on please do not appear before me again, lest I be annoyed." Her words were resolute and piercing, leaving Mou no room for face. Mou stood there, and upon hearing Nangong Lu Yun's impolite response, his face instantly turned a ghastly pale, alternating between green and white, filled with shame and anger. As the distinguished young lord, he had come to offer his affection numerous times, yet had never been so devoted to a single woman, only to be ruthlessly rejected time and again. Now he was publicly humiliated, losing all face, and a surge of anger and resentment instantly welled up within him. Good. A love more solid than gold. You will definitely regret this. I want to see what kind of bright future you can have by following him. He fixed his cold gaze on Nangong Lu Yun, his eyes filled with malice, trembling with rage, and through gritted teeth he spat out a harsh remark before turning with his entourage and leaving in disgrace. Watching Mou and his group leave in such disarray, the crowd in the square finally relaxed their tightly wound. If they could avoid conflict with Mou Xian City, that would be best, but if the other party continued to be unyielding, they were not averse to resorting to force. Fortunately, it had not yet reached the worst moment. However, this scene left everyone with a heightened sense of urgency. Following this incident, the strong practitioners of the Fiancé village began to tirelessly use the resources they had just received to enhance their strength in preparation for the crisis that could arise at any moment. As Mou left in anger, the news that Yifeng of Fiancé village already had a Dao partner quietly spread throughout the surrounding regions for some unknown reason. In a graceful courtyard of the city lord's mansion in Yunlanxian City, where the grass was lush and flowers fragrant, the young lord Xia Yiran sat by the window, holding an ancient book in her hands, yet she had not turned a single page for a long time. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her once clear and lively eyes were now filled with unmistakable melancholy. Her slender hand unconsciously caressed the book while her thoughts had already become a chaotic mess. Just moments ago, a maid returned from outside and informed her that Yifeng already had a Dao partner. The moment the words were spoken, she inexplicably felt a heaviness in her heart, as a wave of inexplicable loss instantly engulfed her. She had known Yifeng for several years, starting from when he was a nobody in a small celestial village, helping her secure the position of young lord with his unassuming identity, revealing astonishing strength and wisdom. Later, as he rapidly developed and grew stronger, becoming her right-hand man, and earning the admiration of the elders in the city lord's mansion, she had never expressed any romantic feelings towards him, not even realizing the quietly growing affection within herself. She had thought that she merely admired his calm decisiveness and respected his wisdom and broad-mindedness, accustomed to instinctively thinking of him when faced with difficulties, hoping he could help her create miracles once again. However, she had never imagined that she had unknowingly been deeply attracted to this low-profile, extraordinary man. In her heart, while Yifeng was indeed talented, his humble background was a reality, whereas she, as the young lord of Yunlanxian City, held a noble status. Even if the two were to come together, it should be he who pursued her. She thought that if he truly had feelings for her and pursued her after some initial hesitation, she would definitely agree. Yet she never expected that the news of him already having a Dao partner would strike her like a bolt from the blue, completely shattering the tiny shred of pride deep within her heart. In the end, she had missed her chance. She let out a gentle sigh, her eyes filled with regret and despondency. She was not the kind of person who would shamelessly interfere in others' relationships. Knowing that he already had a Dao partner, she resolutely decided not to engage in a rivalry for a man, allowing this feeling which had yet to be expressed, and which she had only just begun to notice within herself, to come to an abrupt halt. What about his Dao partner? What does she look like? Is she beautiful? After a moment, Xia Yiran suddenly asked. It is said that she is very beautiful as a celestial being. The maid did not dare to conceal the truth, and replied honestly. Is that so? Then they are indeed a good match, Xia Yiran murmured softly, gazing out the window, her vision seemingly piercing through layers of buildings, landing in the direction of Piancian village, with a bitter smile tugging at her lips. She sincerely wished for Yifeng to have his wishes fulfilled, yet that deep-seated feeling of loss could not dissipate, leaving her to grieve alone, hiding this feeling that should not exist deep within her heart, no longer mentioning it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city lord's mansion, in an extravagant and imposing courtyard, Xia Meifeng, after hearing her subordinate's report, suddenly halted, the jade cup in her hand. The expression on her face, once calm and proud, instantly froze, replaced by shock and bewilderment. She had always been proud and held high expectations, never considering the talents of the young elites from Yunlanxian City, or its surrounding areas. Only Yifeng, this extraordinary man with unfathomable abilities who had repeatedly made her suffer setbacks, had truly made her consider the possibility of forming an alliance, and even entrusting him. Xia Meifeng understood that Yifeng had immense potential and that Piaoyuan village was rapidly growing in strength, destined to become a significant force near Yunlan City in the future. If she could bind herself to Yifeng, it would not only solidify her position in the city lord's mansion, but also allow her to leverage his power to gain an absolute advantage in the future struggle for the position of city lord, ensuring a smooth path for her own cultivation. Previously, she had already sent a large amount of scarce resources to Piaoyuan village attempting to draw closer to Yifeng, but she knew that relying solely on these resources might not be enough to completely bring Yifeng to her side. After all, the other party was not someone who was easily swayed by petty gains. Ordinary favors could never truly win their heartfelt assistance. However, she had deeper plans in her heart, and was even prepared for the worst. If material inducements failed, she would lower her stance, gradually approach the other party, and then offer herself. In her view, her beauty, status, and strength were more than sufficient to match Yifeng. Yet, even if she were to take this step, she did not wish to be too hasty. Instead, she planned to create opportunities for interaction step by step, gradually cultivating feelings, and only when the time was ripe would she hint at her intentions. She had been proud her entire life, even if she fell for someone she did not want to appear too cheap, and she sought to maintain her dignity. However, she never expected that all her plans remained only in her mind, and before she could even implement the first step, someone had completely stolen the initiative. Yifeng had already committed himself to someone else, having a legitimate partner. This guy getting engaged so young is simply short-sighted. Utterly foolish. Xia Meifeng cursed, inwardly feeling exasperated. Although she had never seen that Nangong Liuyun, she did not believe that a mere person from the lower realms could possess much beauty or merit. However, if she were to rashly approach, now attempting to intervene in Yifeng's life with his partner, not to mention whether that young man would resent her, even the rumors from Yunlan Immortal City and surrounding forces would be enough to humiliate her as the young lady of the city lord's mansion, turning her into a laughingstock among cultivators in the spirit realm. Xia Meifeng would never allow herself to do such a self-degrading thing. A surge of frustration and regret welled up in her heart as she slammed the jade cup in her hand onto the table, producing a dull thud. She felt regret, anger, and a hint of regret for missing her chance. But at this point she had no choice but to forcibly suppress all her thoughts, completely burying this sentiment and planning for the long term. Yifeng was unaware that both daughters of the city lords in Yunlan Immortal City were secretly troubled by the news of his partner. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. He was entirely focused on developing Piaoyuan village and enhancing his own cultivation. The rumors from the outside world were nothing more than passing clouds to him, not affecting his state of mind in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. At this moment, Piaoyuan village was no longer what it had been when it was first established. After this period of expansion and construction, the scale of the immortal village had grown tremendously, with exquisite halls rising up the protective formation, becoming increasingly perfected, and the density of spiritual energy rivaling the top blessed lands of the spirit realm. If not for the absence of a powerful immortal realm expert overseeing it, one could hardly tell it apart from an immortal city. During this time, with the massive resources previously provided by Yifeng, all cultivators in the village had entered a frenzied state of closed-door cultivation. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures, cultivation techniques, and divine weapons that Yifeng had brought back were countless. Whether it was pills needed to break through realms, holy crystals for stabilizing their cultivation, or techniques and martial arts for enhancing strength, they were more than sufficient to meet everyone's cultivation needs, and they were free to take as they pleased. Such privileged conditions for cultivation were something all the cultivators present had never dared to dream. Most of them were cultivators from the Zonglong continent who had struggled for years in the resource-scarce lower realms, stuck at bottlenecks, unable to break through, with the path of cultivation being extremely difficult. However, shortly after arriving at Piaoyuan village, they were presented with such a vast amount of resources. How could they afford to slack off? With these resources stacked up, all their bottlenecks were easily shattered, as if made of paper. When Yifeng emerged from his closed-door cultivation, slowly stepping out of the training chamber, he immediately sensed the distinctly different atmosphere of the entire Piaoyuan village. The air was filled with rich and pure protective light, and powerful waves of spiritual energy surged continuously, far stronger than they had been over half a month ago. Looking around, every cultivator in the village wore expressions of immense excitement and joy, their eyes filled with confidence and surprise from their breakthroughs, and the aura of their cultivation had changed dramatically. Yifeng's gaze swept over everyone, and a trace of satisfaction welled up in his heart. During this half-month of closed-door cultivation, his own cultivation had also reached the rare late stage of transformation, and the bloodline of the divine dragon within him had become even more active, greatly enhancing his overall strength. Moreover, the achievements of the villagers exceeded his expectations. After a rough count, there were already as many as 10 who had successfully broken through to the sacred realm. It should be noted that within the spirit realm, those in the sacred realm were already considered powerful figures. Even in large cities like Yunlan Immortal City, there were not many sacred realm experts, and each one was a pillar of strength. Yet in just a few short years, Piaoyuan village had produced 10 sacred realm experts. This level of strength was enough to make Piaoyuan village the foremost immortal village under Yunlan Immortal City, with no one daring to provoke them easily. In addition, the elite cultivators in the village who had reached the transformation stage were numerous, becoming the most common populace in the village. As for the previously most numerous nascent soul cultivators, they were now almost nowhere to be seen in Piaoyuan village. They had either successfully broken through to the transformation stage, or were closing themselves off to push for higher realms, and the overall strength of the village had undergone an unprecedented leap, achieving a qualitative transformation. Leader, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing Yifeng appear, all the key figures around him quickly gathered, their eyes filled with respect and reverence as they excitedly bowed to him. Their achievements today and the realization of their long-held dreams of cultivation were all thanks to Yifeng, and their gratitude towards him could no longer be expressed in words. Qi Lang, as an established protector of the village, had also successfully broken through to the sacred realm, his aura stable and powerful, and he too appeared inexplicably invigorated. However, recalling that many of his peers were still suffering in the lower realms, he could not help but step forward, bowing to Yifeng and stating, "Leader, now that our strength has greatly increased and the foundation of the village is solid, I have a suggestion that I hope you will consider. Please do not hesitate to speak." Yifeng replied, lightly smiling as he asked, "Now that our Piaoyuan village is strong, it is the perfect time to expand our numbers and strengthen our influence. There are still many loyal and talented friends on the Songlong continent who are suffering due to lack of resources and opportunities, unable to advance their cultivation. We should select another group of elite individuals from the lower realms and bring them to the spirit realm, allowing them to join Piaoyuan village and further strengthen the village's power. At the same time, those of us who have successfully broken through in the spirit realm should also send some individuals back to the lower realms to protect the Songlong continent. After all, the Songlong continent is our foundation, and we cannot afford to lose it. Only with powerful individuals stationed there can we prevent those with ulterior motives from causing chaos and harming our homeland and loved ones while we establish ourselves in the spirit realm." This proposal was eloquent and meticulously conceived. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the other cultivators within the Xian village, whether elders of the Piaoyuan sect or elite warriors from the lower realm who had since joined, nodded in unison, their faces radiant with approval. "Lord Qi Lang speaks with perfect wisdom. Our roots in the lower realm must not be abandoned. We must station cultivators there to guard them." "Precisely. Now that our strength has surged, it is time to ascend more of our own kind, allowing them to share these fortuitous opportunities and bolster the Xian village together. My Lord Alliance Leader, we pledge full obedience to your arrangements. Whether stationed here in the Xian village or dispatched back to the lower realm, we harbor no reservations whatsoever." Immediately thereafter, Morong Bo Lin Jinghong and other legendary cultivators from prestigious clans, who had previously sworn allegiance to Yifeng, stepped forward in turn. Bowing deeply in reverence, they addressed him, "Alliance Leader, beyond Lord Qi Lang's suggestions, we humbly offer another proposal. Your Eminence's reputation now resounds across the spirit realm. Your cultivation stands peerless among your generation. We volunteer to travel across the spirit realm and persuade the patriarchs of other legendary clans, scattered far and wide, as well as the formidable yet reputable outer sects of the Songlong continent, urging them all to join the Piaoyuan Immortal Village. Thus our Xian village shall ascend to even greater heights of power, while the Holy Alliance will grow ever more unified. No foe would dare challenge us again." They well understood why Patriarchs Lu and Ouyang had once departed. They had scorned the Piaoyuan Immortal Village, deeming its stature too modest. But those days were gone. The Piaoyuan Immortal City was now the strongest village beneath any immortal city, and each of them had ascended to the Saint Establishment realm. Merely revealing their cultivation would instantly convince others that aligning with the Holy Alliance was the sole path to survival and prosperity. In doing so, they would both strengthen the Piaoyuan Immortal Village and further endear themselves to Yifeng, securing their standing within it. A strategy yielding dual triumphs. Having heard their proposals, Yifeng gave a slight, thoughtful nod, a glint of quiet admiration flickering in his eyes. These plans aligned flawlessly with his own inner design. "All matters you have raised may proceed. You shall bear full authority over their execution. See them accomplished with utmost diligence." Yet one point bears emphasis. In this recruitment drive, be it cultivators from the lower realm or forces from the spirit realm, the Shao clan, along with every clan and sect that ever harbored enmity toward me or those close to me, shall be categorically barred from admission. Yifeng spoke slowly, his voice resonating with crystalline clarity throughout the assembly. The Shao clan had long opposed him at every turn, conspiring, scheming, and resorting to every underhanded stratagem imaginable. Worse still, they had sheltered Yi Tian, the man who bore a blood feud of unfathomable depth against him. Yifeng had long inscribed the Shao clan upon his list of irreconcilable enemies. Now that his strength and influence had reached their zenith, he would grant these foes no respite, let alone permit them into the Piayun immortal village where they might sow hidden peril. Upon hearing Yifeng's declaration, the patriarchs of the great clans paused, then instantly grasped his intent, their eyes flickering with swift calculation. They were masters of discernment. How could they miss the profound implication woven into his words? The alliance leader intended nothing less than the total subjugation of the Shao clan and all its vassal factions. For them, this presented an unparalleled opportunity to declare unwavering loyalty. To crush the Shao clan utterly, to seize its resources and territories, would simultaneously prove fealty to Yifeng and amplify their own power. What greater bargain could there be? Rest assured, alliance leader, we understand precisely what must be done. Have no concern, alliance leader. Any faction hostile to you shall find no mercy from us. Indeed, should the Shao clan or its allies dare stir even a whisper of dissent, we shall eradicate them without delay, leaving no room for them to threaten either you or the Xian village. Voices rang out in fervent pledges, chests puffed with resolve, eyes burning with steely determination. Without the alliance leader, none of their present achievements would exist, yet the Shao clan had nearly erased it all. It was thus their shared nemesis. At this moment, the Shao clan had become the thorn in their eye, the splinter in their flesh, awaiting only the right moment for a decisive, all-encompassing campaign of suppression, its annihilation serving as the ultimate token of devotion and trust. Yifeng observed their reactions with a faint knowing nod. No further words needed. He trusted they would spare no effort in dismantling the Shao clan. Its fall was no longer a question of if, but when. Then his tone softened perceptibly as he raised another matter of profound personal significance. Beyond this, I have a private request, one I must ask of you all. Alliance leader, please speak freely. We swear to fulfill your charge without fail. They responded in unison, reverent and vigilant. I ask you to mobilize our networks in the lower realm and allocate resources to locate my mother-in-law, Lady Lin Yuan, the mother of Nangong Luoyun. Through stellar divination art, I have traced her approximate whereabouts to a secret realm east of the Canglong continent. Dispatch cultivators along this bearing. Search every concealed domain, every hidden sanctuary. Should she be found, I shall reward the discoverer most generously. Yifeng's gaze swept across the assembly, his voice grave and solemn. Though Nangong Luoyun had never voiced this longing aloud, he, her Tao companion, had long perceived it in silence. He knew well that her deepest, most enduring obsession had been the search for her long-lost mother. To find her, she had risked life and limb, traversing countless lands, exhausting every means, yet uncovered no trace. Each mention of her mother brought sorrow and anguish to her eyes. Yifeng had etched this vow into his heart, never forgetting. Now that the Piayun immortal village possessed the strength to act, he would marshal every resource, spare no effort, to fulfill her wish and reunite mother and daughter. As Yifeng uttered these words, Lin Jinghong, Nangong Luoyun, and Nangong Jinda stood frozen in place. Eyes instantly brimming, hearts swelling with overwhelming gratitude, and emotion, bodies trembling with quiet intensity. They had never imagined, without uttering a single plea, that the alliance leader had held Lady Lin Yuan's fate so closely in his thoughts, even mobilizing the entire Piayun immortal village to seek her. Nangong Luoyun gazed at Yifeng's silhouette, tears blurring her vision, her heart flooded with warmth and tenderness. She stepped forward, took his hand in both of hers, and whispered, voice thick with emotion, "My husband, thank you." 1,000 sentiments dissolved into that single sacred address. Gratitude, love, all bound in its resonance. She knew with absolute certainty that she had chosen rightly. He was not merely her Tao companion, but her shelter against the storm, the one who would realize her deepest yearning. Lin Jinghong and Nangong Jinda hurried forward, bowing deeply before Yifeng, their voices trembling with raw, unfiltered emotion. Alliance leader, words cannot repay this grace. Should Lady Lin Yuan be restored to us, we vow to serve you and the Piayun immortal village as oxen and horses, eternally loyal, without hesitation or doubt. They had searched for Lin Weiner for many years and were already disheartened. Now, with Yifeng taking action and employing such immense power along with the guidance of the other party's star divination technique, the family finally had hope for a reunion. Upon hearing Yifeng's promise, the other powerful figures in the immortal village suddenly brightened, their eyes, their hearts surging with excitement. They were all aware that Lin Weiner was the mother of Nangong Luoyun, the rightful mother-in-law of their own alliance. Now that the alliance leader had personally ordered the search and promised a hefty reward, it was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them to curry favor with Yifeng and achieve great merit. If they could be the first to find Lin Weiner, they would surely receive generous rewards from the alliance leader, whether in cultivation resources or status elevation, all within reach. In an instant, everyone was fully energized, loudly responding, "Rest assured, alliance leader. We will definitely do our utmost, even digging 3 feet into the ground, to find Madame Lin Weiner. Even if that secret realm is perilous, we will not back down, and will complete the tasks assigned by the alliance leader. We will search with all our strength and will not disappoint the alliance leader's trust." Everyone rolled up their sleeves, their minds focused on one thought: they must find Lin Weiner and gain the alliance leader's personal favor. Watching the fighting spirit of the crowd, Yifeng nodded slightly and began to detail the arrangements for various men who would be responsible for bringing down the elite from the lower realm, who would guard the lower realm, who would recruit other powerful families, and who would lead the search for Lin Weiner. Each task was meticulously assigned with clear responsibilities. After receiving their orders, everyone immediately took their respective roles and swiftly set to work. The entire Pyayun Immortal Village was bustling with activity and orderly, as everyone was doing their utmost for the village's development and to complete the tasks entrusted by Yifeng. Once all matters in Pyayun Immortal Village were arranged and all trivial affairs were handled, Yifeng finally let out a slight sigh of relief. He advised Nangong Luyan to wait for news in the Immortal Village and instructed Qi Lang and others to keep an eye on the village and cooperate with the search teams. Then he set out alone, once more heading to Yunlan Immortal City. Earlier Bai Ningbing had informed him that she had urgent matters to attend to and would be out for about a month. Now with the time nearly up, Yifeng calculated that she should be returning. The reason she had given him so many resources was to ensure that he could devote himself wholeheartedly. Yifeng understood that no matter what, he could not let down her goodwill. Thus he had to arrive at that secluded courtyard in advance and dared not delay even slightly. Riding the flying boat at high speed, Yifeng moved as swiftly as lightning, and in less than half a day he re-entered Yunlan Immortal City. The city was still bustling and discussions about him were incessant. However, Yifeng paid no mind, walking straight through the lively streets, avoiding the crowds, and arriving at the secluded courtyard located at the back of the city away from the noise. The small courtyard was still as it had been before, tranquil and quiet, with lush greenery and no trace of human presence, as if it were isolated from the world. Yifeng pushed open the slightly ajar door of the servant's room, walked in slowly, closed the door. Behind him, sat down on the couch, closed his eyes to adjust his breath, stabilizing his cultivation, while quietly awaiting Bai Ningbing's return. He pondered to himself, wondering what kind of task Bai Ningbing would bring him upon her return, whether it would be dangerous or fortuitous, and what secrets it might involve. As time passed, the agreed 1-month deadline arrived as expected. On this day, just as dawn broke and the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, Yifeng, together with Xiaoran, was already waiting outside the secluded courtyard. At this moment, Yifeng was dressed in a long green robe, tall and upright, with a calm demeanor, hiding a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his eyes. During this month, he had not let up for a moment. Using the vast cultivation resources from the 3 storage rings gifted by Bai Ningbing, he had devoted himself day and night to his practice, skyrocketing his cultivation like a rocket, having already broken through several bottlenecks with a degree of spiritual energy refinement far surpassing before, and even his divine soul power had become increasingly robust. Not just him. Beside him, Xiaoran, dressed in a light pink dress, appeared graceful, and her aura was also significantly stronger than before. At this moment, Xiaoran gently pinched her sleeve with her fingertips, feeling equally anxious in her heart. The last time Bai Ningbing left, she had been very satisfied with the hospitality of Yunlan Immortal City. Not only did she not reprimand them, but she also generously rewarded them with a large amount of cultivation resources, elevating the overall strength of Yunlan Immortal City. The Lord and everyone in the city were in awe of this celestial envoy, not daring to show any negligence. If this envoy could continue to earn their favor upon her return, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity for Yunlan Immortal City. Conversely, if they angered her, the consequences would be unthinkable. The two stood quietly outside the small courtyard, not looking around, just waiting silently, with only the sound of the swaying spiritual bamboo and the crisp sound of dewdrops falling in the morning. Time gradually passed. The morning sun slowly rose, golden light pierced through the morning mist, casting a warm glow on the stone path of the small courtyard. At that moment, a faint ripple suddenly appeared in the void, and a chilling yet supremely dignified aura abruptly enveloped the entire area. Yifeng and Xiaoran both felt a jolt of spirit and immediately straightened their posture, looking up towards a certain direction. They saw a figure in white step out of the void, graceful and stunning. It was the celestial envoy Bai Ningbing. She was still dressed in a pure white long skirt, untainted by dust, her long hair flowing with cold brows and eyes exuding a sense of distance that kept others at bay. However, unlike when she left last time, now Bai Ningbing bore an unmistakable trace of sorrow between her brows. Her originally cold face was now covered with a layer of frost, and the pressure around her was shockingly low. Her innate pride and dominance now tinged with a hint of agitation and gloom. According to Yifeng's previous expectations, after some time spent together, he had always followed her instructions, diligently serving her wholeheartedly and completing the various tasks she assigned. She was generous, granting him 3 storage rings filled with rare resources. Although they couldn't be considered close, they at least shared some camaraderie. He had assumed that this time upon Bai Ningbing's return, she would either immediately inspect his cultivation achievements over the past month or issue new orders assigning him numerous tasks to execute right away. He had even prepared a heartfelt thank you for Bai Ningbing's generous gifts, ready to report on his cultivation progress, striving to satisfy this celestial envoy. However, what unfolded before him was entirely beyond his expectations. Bai Ningbing's gaze never lingered on him or Xie Yiran, merely uttering a faint HM before walking past them, heading straight into the inner courtyard. The entire process showed no sign of pause, no inquiries were made, and not even a glance was spared, her posture resolute, as if Yifeng and the others who came to greet her were nothing more than inconsequential weeds by the roadside, entirely treated as if they were air. Only when Bai Ningbing's figure entered the main room of the courtyard did the doors softly close with a bang, immediately followed by a faint barrier of spiritual energy enveloping the entire courtyard, completely isolating it from the outside world, causing the two to finally withdraw their gazes. Yifeng stood in place, slightly opening his mouth. The words of gratitude that were on the tip of his tongue were stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. The look of expectation on his face quickly faded, replaced by confusion and bewilderment, his brows involuntarily knitting together. What on earth was going on? He truly could not comprehend how in just a month's time the attitude of this fiancé towards him could have undergone such a dramatic transformation. Last time they parted, she clearly stated she would return to check on his progress in cultivation, and while she had always maintained a cool demeanor, she had not been so deliberately distant. Yet now she treated him as if he were invisible, her attitude markedly frosty, as if all their previous interactions had completely vanished, and the reward of 3 storage rings felt like a mere illusion. All the gratitude and prepared words in his heart were now rendered meaningless, as Yifeng felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Beside him, Xie Yiran's expression also turned quite strange, her eyes filled with apprehension and unease. She too clearly remembered that after the preceding period of attentiveness, when Bai Ningbing had departed from Yunlanxian City, she had praised the hospitality of the city lord's residence and the overall performance of Yunlanxian City, even specially bestowing many cultivation resources before leaving, her words still cool, yet imbued with a hint of approval. But now upon Bai Xianqi's return, her attitude had reverted to its former indifference, which caused a jolt in Xie Yiran's heart, raising a sense of foreboding. She instinctively leaned closer to Yifeng, a hint of urgency and questioning in her tone, secretly transmitting her thoughts. Elder Yi, what on earth is going on? Why is Bai Xianqi's attitude so cold upon her return? Tell me the truth, did you do something to offend her? Did you make her unhappy? In Xie Yiran's view, Bai Ningbing had been attended to by Yifeng during her time in Yunlanxian City, with all matters big and small handled by him, and their contact had been the most frequent. Now that Bai Ningbing's attitude had changed so suddenly, if there were truly a reason, it could only be that Yifeng had inadvertently angered her, though he himself was still unaware. Yifeng, upon hearing this, immediately looked wronged, and quickly rebutted through secret sound transmission, "Young city lord, what are you thinking? I have been completely compliant from start to finish, treating Bai Xianshi with utmost respect. She is a significant figure from the celestial court, with a noble status. I wouldn't dare to slight her in any way. How could I possibly do anything to provoke her anger? Even if I had the audacity, I wouldn't joke with my own life." Every word he spoke was the truth. During this time, he was fully aware of Bai Ningbing's unfathomable background, and he had been cautious and respectful, never overstepping any boundaries. Her sudden coldness left him equally bewildered and aggrieved. Xie Yiran looked at Yifeng's sincere and utterly genuine expression, contemplating for a moment, and she felt that what he said made sense, nodding in agreement. After all, what identity did Bai Ningbing hold? She was a high-ranking envoy from the Celestial Court, representing the will of the Celestial Court, a top figure in the entire Kanglanxian region, while Yunlanxian City was merely an insignificant entity in her eyes. Even if Yifeng was proud, he was certainly not reckless. He could not be ignorant of the stakes involved, and she believed he would not have the gall or reason to slight or anger Bai Ningbing. Having thought this through, Xie Yiran's doubts did not lessen, rather they grew even more profound. Since it was not Yifeng's issue, then why was Bai Xianshi in such a foul mood? Could it be because of something else? Though her heart was filled with countless doubts, Xie Yiran dared not linger too long. She knew Bai Ningbing's temperament well. At this moment it was clear that she did not wish to be disturbed, and if they stayed too long it could lead to adverse effects. She could only lean closer to Yifeng once more, her expression serious, as she repeatedly urged, "No matter the reason, you must remain fully alert, speak cautiously, serve diligently, and absolutely cannot afford any mistakes, nor provoke the envoy's anger. Otherwise not only you and I, but the entire Yunlong city will bear the consequences. Her tone was laden with gravity and concern. Yifeng hearing this nodded solemnly, stating, Young City Lord, rest assured I understand the stakes, and will remain compliant, serving with utmost dedication, and will not instigate any trouble. After receiving Yifeng's assurance, though Xie Ran remained uneasy, she had no other course of action. She could only cast a deep glance at the tightly closed door of the courtyard before turning and leaving rapidly, not daring to stay any longer. For a time, only Yifeng remained outside the courtyard. Gazing at the courtyard enveloped by the barrier of spiritual energy and the closed door, Yifeng's brow was perpetually furrowed, the confusion in his heart showing no signs of dissipating. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, he understood that a woman's feelings could inexplicably change, and since Bai Ningbing was ignoring him and unwilling to converse, he wisely refrained from lingering at the courtyard door, let alone rashly intruding inside. From then on, he simply adhered to a schedule, meticulously preparing spiritual food and spiritual tea, respectfully delivering them to the courtyard. After placing the items down, he would immediately retreat, staying in his own room to diligently cultivate, quietly awaiting Bai Ningbing's summons. Given Bai Ningbing's status and character, if she truly had something to instruct him about, she would naturally seek him out. If she did not wish to see him, then no amount of persistence on his part would do anything but evoke her disdain, which would be counterproductive. However, what Yifeng did not expect was that this wait would extend for over half a month. In the subsequent 10 days, Bai Ningbing remained elusive, as if she had completely vanished from this courtyard with not a single sign of her presence. There were neither summons for him, nor inquiries about his situation, nor assignments of any tasks, as if she had entirely forgotten about him. On this particular night, with the sky adorned with countless stars and a gentle breeze, Yifeng for once stepped out of his room to breathe the fresh air, only to unexpectedly find Bai Ningbing quietly leaning against a spirit tree outside the courtyard, her head slightly bowed as she rubbed her throbbing temples. In that moment, Bai Ningbing had shed her usual aloofness and commanding presence. The dignity and detachment of the celestial envoy were absent, her long hair cascading softly over her shoulders, and under the moonlight her icy visage lost some of its aggressive pride, gaining a touch of softness instead. The moonlight like water fell upon her, stretching her solitary figure into a long silhouette, surrounded by a faint aura of desolation and fragility, starkly contrasting with the previous high and mighty, cold and powerful celestial envoy. Yifeng stood not far away, watching in quiet astonishment. What could be troubling this woman? The Bai Ningbing he had known was always so high and aloof, cold and proud, exuding a powerful aura, as if nothing in the world could daunt her, nor could anything touch her heart. Yet at this moment, he perceived an unprecedented weariness, desolation, and helplessness in her emotions that belonged to ordinary mortals, not to the lofty celestial envoy. This woman in such a state must have encountered a tremendous problem, causing her to feel so restless and alone in the dead of night. As she sought to alleviate her sorrow, he mused inwardly. Yifeng thought to himself. Under normal circumstances, he would avoid provoking the emotionally distressed celestial envoy. After all, it was better to avoid trouble. However, seeing her solitary figure and realizing that continuing to linger without resolution was not a solution, he couldn't help but feel compelled to divine the situation and understand what had transpired. He was well aware that he had many matters to attend to, returning to the floating cloud immortal village to take charge, confronting various challenges from the spirit realm's factions, and enhancing his own strength. He simply had no time or energy to waste here indefinitely. However, if he could not resolve this woman's issues, it seemed he would have to wait here indefinitely, making it impossible for him to complete his task and return swiftly. Thus he gritted his teeth and decided to use the heavenly mechanism disc for divination. With the boost in his cultivation during this time, the disc was capable of revealing more, although some matters far beyond his ability still yielded no results. Fortunately, moments later, the heavenly mechanism disc provided a general indication, allowing him to piece together the events and uncover the root of Bai Ningbing's dissatisfaction and cold demeanor. It turned out that although Bai Ningbing appeared glamorous as a celestial envoy, her path within the celestial court was fraught with challenges, facing immense pressure from all sides, and a formidable rival, who was her political opponent, continually obstructing her efforts. The struggles between her and these individuals within the celestial court had been ongoing for a long time, with each side having their victories and losses, as she sought to eradicate their influence, but had made little progress. This time, Bai Ningbing came alone to this region of the spirit realm, partly to investigate the cause of the calamity involving the Nether Soul clan, and partly because she sensed something amiss, suspecting that her adversaries had already extended their influence into this area, secretly embedding numerous subordinates to engage in illicit activities against the celestial court's regulations. Bai Ningbing understood that if she could completely uproot her foes' influence in this region and uncover their clandestine activities, obtaining solid evidence would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to her opponents, allowing her to gain the upper hand in the struggle within the celestial court. Thus she had been secretly committed to investigating this matter. Unfortunately, what frustrated her greatly was that the subordinates her opponents had placed were exceptionally skilled at disguise and concealment, deeply hidden among the various factions in this region, indistinguishable from ordinary people, making it impossible to detect any anomalies. She employed numerous methods, sending people to investigate from all angles, expending vast amounts of energy and time, yet remained utterly clueless, like searching for a needle in the ocean. Not only had she failed to uncover the specific identities of her opponents or their behind-the-scenes dealings, but she hadn't even found a single useful clue, as if everything was merely her conjecture, leaving her with no direction to proceed. What made her even more exasperated was that she had previously taken decisive action regarding the calamity involving the Nethersoul clan in this region, intending to intimidate various factions and warn suspicious individuals. However, this move had been manipulated by malicious actors to portray her as abusing her power to oppress others, turning black into white and excluding dissenters. Instead of achieving the intended effect, it had drawn much criticism and antagonized numerous local forces. The various cultivators in this region had already harbored resentment against the Celestial Court's control, and after this incident, they had become even more resistant to her, wary and dismissive. Even when she applied pressure as a celestial envoy, most factions offered only lip service, unwilling to cooperate with her efforts, and even secretly undermined her investigations, leaving her trapped in a stalemate. Caught between a situation with no leads on one side and widespread resistance from various factions on the other, compounded by covert pressure from adversaries within the Celestial Court, all these factors intertwined to exhaust Bai Ningbing both mentally and physically, leaving her frustrated with no outlet. This was why upon her return her mood was so poor, her demeanor cold, unwilling to see anyone, and simply wanting to retreat into solitude. Upon learning the truth, Yifeng suddenly felt enlightened, all his doubts melting away in an instant. He finally understood why Bai Ningbing had ignored him and displayed indifference upon her return. It was not dissatisfaction with him, but rather her own worries that had left her in a state of turmoil, unable to pay attention to anything else. Having clarified the reason, Yifeng no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, arranged his attire, and revealed a serious expression as he slowly approached the direction of Bai Ningbing. As he drew near, Bai Ningbing quickly sensed the movement. Her previously bowed head suddenly lifted, her cold gaze instantly locking onto Yifeng, sharp as a blade with a hint of displeasure, and her aura instantly transformed into one of chilling severity, abruptly restoring the former dignity of the celestial envoy. However, moments later, Bai Ningbing's aura swiftly retracted, and with a frosty tone and a hint of surprise in her eyes, she asked, "What do you want?" Yifeng halted about 10 paces away, saying, "Celestial envoy, I merely stepped out for some fresh air late at night, and happened to see you here. Noticing your troubled expression, I wondered if you encountered a difficulty. Might you share it with me, so I could perhaps help alleviate your troubles?" Bai Ningbing regarded Yifeng, who had approached to speak, her eyes flashing with evident surprise. Her furrowed brow deepened, and a hint of sarcastic amusement played at the corners of her mouth as she coldly replied, "Alleviate your troubles? Did you not always dislike me assigning you tasks? And did you not prefer to avoid these complicated matters? Now that I am no longer forcing you or assigning you any tasks, you should feel more at ease and happier. Why then do you come here unbidden to meddle in my affairs?" Having spent this time together, how could she fail to perceive the young man's true intentions? Previously, whenever he attended to her or carried out tasks she assigned, he did so with palpable reluctance. His attitude perfunctory, his mindset one of avoidance. Why invite trouble when none is needed? He had consistently distanced himself from her affairs, never once stepping forward of his own accord. Precisely because she saw through this, her return was clouded with complex thoughts, and thus she deliberately refrained from summoning him, allowing him to remain quietly within his small courtyard, their paths deliberately unentangled. Yet she never imagined that this youth, who habitually shrank from responsibility, would now step forward of his own volition, inquiring directly about her inner turmoil. It struck her as profoundly unexpected. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng offered a faint self-conscious smile, rubbing the bridge of his nose awkwardly, as he said, "Esteemed immortal envoy, your discernment is unmatched. Indeed, I previously hesitated to involve myself in your matters. My station is low, my abilities modest, I feared not aiding you, but only marring your efforts. Yet even if I lacked all sense of propriety, I am still one who honors gratitude. The vast trove of cultivation resources you bestowed upon me and my faction was nothing short of life-renewing grace. A drop of kindness demands a flood in return. Now that you face difficulty, it is my solemn duty and my deepest obligation to stand forth and ease your burden. Moreover," Yifeng paused briefly before continuing, "I also earnestly hope you resolve this matter swiftly and complete your mission here, so that I may return to my own garrison without further delay." His words were candid and unadorned, devoid of hollow courtesy, expressing both sincere gratitude and unvarnished self-interest, and thus resonated with rare authenticity. Bai Ningbing initially found his honesty commendable, Yet by the end her expression flickered with quiet bemusement. So he truly seeks only an early departure from my presence. Still weighed down by inner unrest, Bai Ningbing had no desire to confide her troubles to an outsider. Yet she wished to test whether this youth possessed any genuine insight, any capacity to aid her. After a long silence, she finally sighed softly and concisely recounted her dilemma, the stalled investigation into her rival's hidden network, leaving no detail unspoken, yet offering no names or specifics. She spoke in deliberate vagueness, abstracting concrete facts into broad strokes, conveying only the essence, never expecting comprehension. She held no expectation of Yi Feng at all, not even a sliver of hope. She merely sought release through speech. After all her suspicions remained unconfirmed, even the celestial court's vast resources had yielded no leads. He was but an ordinary low-tier cultivator of the spirit realm. However well-intentioned, how could he possibly grasp her precarious position, or devise any viable solution? To her astonishment, however, Yi Feng listened with rapt attention, nodding subtly from time to time, as though he had already grasped every nuance of her meaning. No sooner had Bai Ningbing finished speaking than Yi Feng responded, not after prolonged deliberation, but with calm certainty. Esteemed immortal envoy, your investigation has reached an impasse, not due to any deficiency in your skill, but because your adversary has erected impenetrable defenses, anticipating every move. Should you persist in confronting them head-on, directly probing your rival and his faction's clandestine machinations, you will inevitably strike walls at every turn. They have long since sealed every channel. Allied powers remain vigilant, their lips sealed tight against truth. Yet when frontal assault fails, shifting perspective, approaching obliquely, circling wide, may yield revelations beyond expectation. For no scheme, however meticulously woven, can ever achieve absolute perfection. Yi Feng declared, his tone seasoned with quiet authority. At his words, Bai Ningbing's hitherto dimmed gaze sharpened, suddenly arrested. Could it be? This youth truly understood her predicament. And had he just proposed a genuinely novel approach? Unbidden, the knot of tension between her brows began ever so slightly to ease. Until now she had been trapped within her own rigid logic, determined to break through decisively, swiftly, forcefully, only to meet resistance at every threshold. She had never considered altering course. His suggestion struck her like lightning. Her spine straightened instantly, her eyes blazing with curiosity and disbelief as she leaned forward. Oblique approach. How precisely would one execute it? Speak, tell me in full detail. Relieved to see Bai Ningbing finally engaged, Yi Feng continued with steady composure. It is simple, esteemed immortal envoy. Henceforth, when you seek information from various factions, refrain entirely from mentioning your rival or any illicit activities linked to him. The more sensitive the subject, the tighter their silence. Even under pressure, they will yield nothing. Instead, deliberately sidestep these core issues and investigate seemingly trivial, unrelated matters. Why have vendettas and violent killings surged recently across this region? Where are rare resources flowing? What patterns govern daily interactions among major powers? Even better, avoid speaking with faction leaders altogether. Instead, examine whether their descendants or juniors have committed transgressions. Begin at the periphery, with marginal figures, with matters far removed from the center of power. Such minutiae arouse little suspicion, lowering key figures' guard dramatically. Yet in casual conversation, someone may inadvertently slip, revealing a flaw. The speaker speaks without intent, the listener hears with purpose. Meticulously gather these scattered fragments, trace subtle connections, weave them into coherence, and you may yet uncover the hidden hand, expose the concealed operatives, and unveil the shadowy deeds they conduct in darkness. Yi Feng's exposition was lucid, logically airtight. Each sentence concise, each point precisely, drawing upon insights gleaned from the heavenly mechanism disk, and by Ningbing's succinct summary, he already possessed a remarkably comprehensive understanding of the case, pinpointing precisely where prior investigations had faltered. Yet he dared not speak too plainly. Instead, he offered only carefully calibrated suggestions. Bai Ningbing stared at him, astonishment flooding her eyes. Her gaze swept over him, disbelief thickening with every glance, as she blurted, "How at your tender age do you possess such insight? You are but a low-tier cultivator, your worldly experience shallow. How then do you comprehend the intricate machinations and veiled politics of this region's elite?" Even celestial court investigators, specialized in unraveling such cases, rarely achieve clarity as penetrating as yours. Her astonishment was genuine. In her estimation, Yi Feng was an insignificant cultivator, ignorant of upper echelons, untutored in courtly stratagems. She had never dreamed he would wield such incisive perception, striking the heart of the matter with surgical precision, each word landing with unmistakable weight, offering not mere commentary, but genuine illumination. Yi Feng was taken aback upon hearing this, quickly calming his mind and displaying a humble demeanor as he waved his hand and said, "You flatter me, immortal envoy. I have no expertise to speak of. It is merely the result of struggling among the lower-tier cultivators, witnessing the complexities of human nature and occasionally indulging in wild thoughts and guesses. Even if I were fortunate enough to guess a few points correctly, it does not warrant such praise from the immortal envoy. He dared not reveal the secret of his heavenly mechanism and could not let Bai Ningbing detect his uniqueness, so he could only brush it off with casual guesses. Bai Ningbing looked at Yifeng's humble appearance. Though she still held some doubts in her heart, she did not press further. At this moment her thoughts were entirely focused on the strategy proposed by Yifeng, which she found increasingly reasonable. The frustration that had been bottled up in her heart dissipated significantly, and her previously dim eyes brightened, transforming her previously unfocused thoughts into a clear direction for investigation. She stood up, shaking off the fatigue and despondency that had weighed her down, regaining the confidence and assertiveness of an envoy from the immortal court, a hint of relief finally appearing on her cool face. What a clever approach, what a roundabout way to investigate. Bai Ningbing murmured in admiration, her gaze toward Yifeng now tinged with a different hue. No longer the indifference and coldness of before, but rather a touch of recognition and approval. Yifeng, your suggestion is excellent. If it proves effective, I will credit you with the primary contribution. With that she lingered no longer, her figure moving swiftly as she headed straight for the main house, her demeanor light and free of the previous heaviness and fatigue. Upon returning to the house, Bai Ningbing immediately began to reorganize her investigative thoughts according to the strategy proposed by Yifeng, formulating a new plan for exploration and discarding the previous frontal assault method, preparing to take a more indirect approach. Yifeng finally let out a long sigh of relief and returned to his own side room with peace of mind. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Yunlan Immortal City was still shrouded in a gentle morning fog. Before the mist had fully lifted, Bai Ningbing had already shed her usual plain white robe that symbolized her identity as an envoy and changed into a very low-key, ordinary dress. With her hair simply tied up and without a trace of makeup, she appeared as an ordinary female cultivator flying out of Yunlan Immortal City. She did not disturb any of the main figures in the surrounding Immortal City, nor did she send any attendants from nearby powers to escort her. Instead, she quietly mingled among the various immortal cities, starting her covert investigation from the lowest levels. Markets, alleys where cultivators gathered, and inns frequented by traveling merchants. Being exceptionally intelligent and meticulous with cultivation far surpassing that of all cultivators in the immortal city, it was an effortless task for her to conceal her presence and evade the eyes and ears of various powers. She no longer focused solely on the high-ranking officials of the immortal city or merely checking the surface documents, but instead lowered her stance, listening attentively to the rumors among the low-level cultivators and ordinary merchants, observing the movements of various groups and meticulously investigating those details that most people overlooked and considered insignificant. The clues hidden in the streets were usually ignored by others, but in the eyes of Bai Ningbing, a person with extensive experience in observing people, they revealed an air of oddity. With her far superior insight, within half a day's work, she captured clues that had previously eluded her investigation, from a few casual conversations, some unusual spirit material transactions, and several secret meetings of cultivators. The frustration that had accumulated in her heart began to dissipate, and the frost in her brows and eyes unintentionally melted away somewhat. As Yifeng had anticipated, without the restraint of facing an immortal envoy, the wariness of the cultivators from various powers significantly decreased. Their conversations no longer carried the deliberate indifference and vigilance of before, and in casual exchanges they indeed revealed some flaws. Bai Ningbing maintained her composure, mentally noting down all the fragmented information, then arrested some peripheral figures for harsh interrogation, delving deep from ordinary cases. The investigation, which had previously hit a dead end, finally welcomed a turning point. Meanwhile, Yifeng remained steadily in his quiet side room, completely at ease as he focused on his cultivation. He knew that Bai Ningbing was exceptionally clever. Since she had changed her approach, she would surely reap some rewards. There was no need for him to say much at this moment. He just needed to be obedient and patiently await Bai Ningbing to complete her investigation. He was very clear about his circumstances. As a lower realm cultivator, although he had made some progress in his cultivation and was no longer inferior to his peers from the spirit realm, he was still extremely weak in other aspects, and he needed to make up for it as soon as possible. As for Bai Ningbing's matters, he still felt it was best not to get too involved, as her level was far too high for him. However, he never expected that in the following days Bai Ningbing's attitude toward him would undergo a dramatic change. Initially, every day upon returning from her secret visits, Bai Ningbing would summon him, handing him a list of suspicious individuals and locations she had organized, instructing him to help gather intelligence. Yifeng dared not be negligent. Each time he received the list, he immediately employed his own methods, or those of Yunlan Immortal City, using his keen mind and efficient style to gather the necessary intel and deliver it to Bai Ningbing on time. He handled tasks meticulously and efficiently, never asking too many questions. The information delivered was precise and detailed, perfectly aligning with Bai Ningbing's investigative needs, which made her trust him even more. Gradually, Bai Ningbing's demands of him became increasingly frequent, even extending beyond the original scope of the investigation. During the day after her exhausting undercover work or while sorting out clues in the side courtyard until afternoon, she would casually instruct him to prepare a roast and personally deliver it to her study. Sometimes late at night, when Bai Ningbing was sorting through clues at her desk and took a break, she would also instruct Yifeng to brew a pot of fine spirit tea to send in. Although Yifeng was not well versed in the art of tea with the assistance of the heavenly mechanism, and considering that the spirit tea selected by Yunlan Immortal City was of superior quality, he could brew fragrant and pleasantly sweet spirit tea to help Bai Ningbing soothe her mind. If it were merely these tasks, Yifeng could accept them with ease. However, as time went on, Bai Ningbing's requests gradually involved some rather embarrassing matters, leaving Yifeng increasingly perplexed. One morning, Bai Ningbing called Yifeng into the courtyard. Yifeng, come here and take a look. Does this outfit of mine appear inappropriate? Can it conceal my identity? Bai Ningbing wore a deep blue fitted outfit showcasing her perfectly proportioned figure. She slightly turned her body and naturally asked Yifeng without any hesitation, as if she were merely inquiring about a routine official matter. Yifeng instinctively looked up and saw Bai Ningbing's ethereal beauty combined with an air of aloofness starkly different from her usual domineering indifference, causing him to freeze in place, his cheeks slightly flushed. As a young man brimming with vigor facing a celestial envoy as beautiful as a heavenly maiden, it felt utterly discordant for him to assess her attire like an ordinary friend. He pondered in confusion, unable to comprehend why this exalted Bai Xianshi, who was so high above him, would seek his judgment on such a sensitive personal matter when he was merely a small attendant responsible for reception. Yet since Bai Ningbing had spoken, he dared not refuse her. He suppressed his unease and observed her closely before objectively stating in response, "Esteemed envoy, this outfit is simple and neat, with understated colors and no excessive accessories, ensuring that during covert visits one would not associate it with your identity. However, the sleeves are slightly short, and your complexion is rather pale. If exposed, it could attract unnecessary trouble. If you could lengthen them a bit, it would be flawless." He spoke his opinion without a sidelong glance. Bai Ningbing glanced at her sleeves upon hearing this and nodded slightly, then took out another set of longer, gentle light pink attire to try on, asking again, "What about this one? As a typical female cultivator from a noble family, is it suitable? Are there any flaws?" Back and forth, Bai Ningbing tried on several outfits, sometimes dressing as a low-key cultivator for covert visits, other times as an outsider traveling, or even as a well-off noblewoman in court attire, each ensemble prompting Yifeng to step forward to identify flaws and shortcomings. Yifeng watched Bai Ningbing, whose attire and stunning beauty changed before his eyes, feeling his breath quicken and his face turn red. It must be said Bai Ningbing was extraordinarily beautiful, truly resembling a celestial maiden. Each outfit showcased a different charm. Her plain robes were cool and ethereal, her fitted attire was gallant and spirited, and her skirts were gentle and elegant, truly a feast for the eyes. Yet this visual feast made Yifeng extremely anxious. After all, she was a fierce woman who would dare to kill even those at the celestial realm. Who knew if he might inadvertently say something wrong or gaze at something inappropriate and end up silenced? He truly could not understand what had transpired in these past few days that led Bai Ningbing to trust him so much, even disregarding the distinction between the sexes, to have him evaluate her clothing. When she asked him to gather intelligence, he understood. After all, he was reliable and could assist her. When she asked him to prepare barbecue and brew spiritual tea, he could accept that as part of serving the envoy. However, asking him to help prepare women's private items and undergarments, even to judge their appropriateness, was clearly beyond the scope of reception, leaving him with a bad premonition. Nevertheless, despite his doubts, Yifeng dared not hesitate in his actions. He maintained objectivity and provided honest feedback without a trace of personal thoughts, nor did he dare to overstep even a little. After leaving the courtyard, he promptly conveyed all of Bai Ningbing's instructions to the young city lord Xie Iran, relaying the needs and items to be procured, allowing Xie Iran to arrange for the elders and servants in the city to prepare everything properly, never taking matters into his own hands or deliberately concealing anything. As the young city lord of Yunlan Fairy City, Xie Iran was perceptive and observant, quickly noticing the change in Bai Ningbing's attitude. Just half a month ago, Bai Ningbing had treated her and everyone in Yunlan Fairy City with cold indifference, emanating an aura that discouraged approach. Not only did she refrain from giving orders, but even when she made an effort to engage in conversation to share burdens, she would be met with cold rebuffs, her demeanor exceedingly distant, as if no worldly matters could capture her attention. However, recently it seemed everything had changed. Not only did she no longer cast them cold glances, but she had also taken to frequently summoning Yifeng, occasionally making requests, her icy demeanor thawing significantly, and she even displayed a hint of calmness at times. This drastic change in attitude left Xie Iran both shocked and perplexed. On this day, when Yifeng once more brought over the list of items needed by Ningbing, Xie Iran looked at the women's clothing and items listed, and could no longer restrain herself from grabbing Yifeng's arm, lowering her voice with curiosity. Elder Yi, what on earth is going on lately? Why does it feel like Xianxu's attitude towards us has improved so much compared to before? It's as if she's a completely different person. How did you manage that? What kind of trick did you use to please her, allowing this difficult-to-serve deity to be in a good mood and trust you so much? Xie Yiran's tone was laced with intense curiosity, as she simply could not imagine how the proud and aloof celestial envoy could have undergone such a significant change so quickly. This was something she had never even dared to think about before. Yifeng, hearing this, shook his head helplessly and replied, honestly, young city lord, I'm not sure either. I really didn't do anything. I just casually chatted with Xianxu a couple of times a while back. Beyond that, there's nothing else. He truly did not know the reason. He felt that he had merely suggested a few ideas, and even if Bai Ningbing could successfully find relevant clues, given her aloof nature, she should not have undergone such a change. Just chatted a couple of times. Xie Yiran's eyes widened in disbelief at this explanation. Elder, you don't tease me. How could someone as steadfast and high-ranking as Bai Xianxu change her attitude just from a few casual words? Previously, we tried every means possible and couldn't elicit even the slightest change in her. You casually say a few words, and she completely alters her attitude. Who would believe that? Xie Yiran felt that Yifeng must be brushing her off. In her view, a person of Bai Ningbing's stature was not a petulant child. How could she completely change her perception of someone just because of a few inconsequential casual remarks? She secretly speculated that something must have occurred that she was unaware of. Could it be that Yifeng possessed some unknown charm that captivated Bai Ningbing with his looks? But as soon as this thought emerged, she immediately shook her head to deny it. Although Yifeng was indeed handsome, those who had reached a certain level of cultivation were typically calm and detached. Bai Ningbing, as a celestial envoy, held a prestigious status and unparalleled beauty, having seen countless talented and handsome cultivators. Assuredly, she could have any type of person she desired. How could she be so superficial? Would she easily be moved by a lowly individual like Yifeng? There must certainly be some underlying circumstances that she did not understand, but the other party was unwilling to elaborate. Seeing Yifeng's confused expression, as if he were quite innocent, Xie Yiran knew that continuing to press for answers would yield no results. So she did not pursue the matter further, merely patting Yifeng on the shoulder, her gaze carrying a hint of significance, as she solemnly instructed, Elder, no matter what method you use to improve Bai Xianxu's mood and gain her cooperation, you have rendered a great service. This is a tremendous blessing for our Yunlan immortal city. You must continue to work hard and cannot slack off. Make sure to serve Bai Xianxu well, and do not make any mistakes. She believed that regardless of the truth, the outcome was favorable, and that was enough. Bai Ningbing was satisfied and no longer made things difficult for Yunlan immortal city, relieving some pressure from everyone in the city and allowing their investigation to proceed smoothly. This was beneficial for both her and the entire Yunlan immortal city. Bai Ningbing's transformation not only delighted Xie Yiran, but also left the other elders of Yunlan immortal city deeply impressed by Yifeng. Not long ago, when the elders gathered to discuss Bai Ningbing, their faces were filled with worry, all feeling that this celestial envoy was cold and harsh, difficult to serve. No one wanted to risk offending her, fearing that one misstep would bring calamity upon the entire city. However, now Yifeng could easily earn Bai Ningbing's trust, causing a dramatic shift in her attitude. This ability left them in awe. Thus, several elders could not help but step forward, beaming with smiles, as they praised Elder Yi, truly a young talent with remarkable skill. Indeed, only you could satisfy such a prominent figure as Bai Xianxu. We old demers can hardly compare to you. From now on, the responsibility of receiving the celestial envoy falls entirely upon Elder Yi. With you here, we can rest easy. The words of praise were sincere and filled with recognition. They understood that within Yunlan immortal city, from the young city lord down to the elders and core disciples, no one else could serve Bai Ningbing as adeptly as Yifeng, allowing this ruthless envoy of the celestial court to lower her guard and soften her demeanor. Yet as everyone praised Yifeng, Xie Meifeng stood aside, filled once more with reluctance and defeat. Since learning that Yifeng had a Dao partner, Xie Meifeng, realizing that she could not win him over, began to think of ways to impress Bai Ningbing, hoping to win the envoy's favor and enhance her chances for the position of city lord. In recent days, she had exerted great effort to draw closer to Bai Ningbing, actively helping to organize investigation leads and meticulously preparing various rare treasures, spiritual food, and tea, hoping to relieve Bai Ningbing's burdens and win her favor. However, no matter what she did, she could never catch Bai Ningbing's eye. Bai Ningbing always maintained a cold and distant demeanor towards her, either ignoring her overtures or dismissing them lightly, never even giving her an extra glance. In contrast, Yifeng, for reasons unknown, had once again earned Bai Ningbing's trust and closeness, a disparity that ignited a fiery jealousy within Xie Meifeng. She had questioned herself more than once in her heart, where had she gone wrong? In terms of status, she was the young lady of the Yunlan Immortal City Lord's estate, with a noble position and many subordinates, her capabilities far surpassing those of Yifeng, a mere outsider. In terms of attitude, she had gone to great lengths to please Bai Ningbing, showing utmost humility. Yet despite all this, she remained inferior to Yifeng, unable to gain even a fraction of Bai Ningbing's favor. This sense of defeat lingered in Xie Meifeng's heart, threatening to shatter the confidence she had built since childhood. Could it really be because of beauty? Suddenly Xie Meifeng seemed to have realized something, feeling as though she had found the truth. Her views were entirely different from those of Xie Ran. She had long heard that some privileged and seemingly upright individuals might secretly indulge in having male pets and playing with people's lives. Could Bai Ningbing be one of them? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could I possibly lose to Yifeng? With this thought, Xie Meifeng became increasingly certain of her judgment. As for the envy of others and Xie family's young lad's strange gazes, Yifeng felt nothing but speechless. He looked at the playful smiles on the faces of the elders around him and the meaningful gaze of Xie Ran, and he knew that these people must have misunderstood, believing that there was some hidden relationship between him and Bai Ningbing, thinking that he had used some special methods to regain her favor. He wanted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, even he did not know the true reason behind Bai Ningbing's change in attitude, so how could he justify himself to others? The hearts of men are inscrutable, and one cannot control how others speculate. Even if he explained, it would only make things worse, appearing as though he were trying to cover up something. In the end, Yifeng could only choose silence. In response to the playful teasing, he merely smiled faintly, neither arrogant nor impatient. Regarding Xie Meifeng's hostility, he remained unperturbed, secretly on guard. He remained aware that his relationship with Bai Ningbing was merely that of an encounter between superiors and subordinates, and all he could do was to perform his duties while safeguarding himself amid the currents of this region, waiting for the right opportunity. What he did not know was that at this moment in the study of the envoy's residence, Bai Ningbing was looking at a piece of intelligence jade slip that Yifeng had just collected and provided her fingertips, gently tapping the table, her eyes flashing with rare astonishment. She did not expect that the information he had investigated would be so detailed, as if she had witnessed it with her own eyes. During this time, she had also been conducting a parallel investigation, but even she, having personally intervened, could not achieve such perfection. The reason for her drastic change in attitude toward Yifeng was not, as others speculated, due to his beauty or the insights he had offered that day, or rather it was his ability to collect intelligence that she valued more. Crucially, this young man acted prudently, thought carefully, and conducted himself properly, always respectful and measured in his demeanor, showing no signs of overstepping. This steadiness and reliability made her feel completely at ease. Such a talent must be firmly held in her grasp. She absolutely could not let outsiders interfere. Bai Ningbing gazed out the window, her mind conjuring the image of Yifeng's helpless, yet somewhat astonished expression, a faint shallow smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of determination. As the days passed, Bai Ningbing's covert investigations continued in an orderly fashion, while Yifeng remained in the side room, sometimes closing his eyes to rest, other times cultivating to consolidate his skills, waiting for Bai Ningbing's summons, and doing his utmost to complete the tasks assigned to him. Their interactions grew increasingly natural and tacit. As Bai Ningbing gathered more clues, a reckoning against the hidden conspiracies within the Lingshu immortal domain, one morning, Yifeng slowly awakened from his slumber. After checking the surroundings and finding everything calm as usual, he took out the communication jade plate from his storage ring out of boredom, gently infused it with a touch of spiritual energy, and opened the message interface. During these days, he had been keeping an eye on the communication jade plate to see if there were any reports from his subordinates or any other instructions from Xie Ran. Today he had expected to find only mundane matters from the Immortal City's exchanges between various families or routine affairs from the Piayan Immortal Village. However, he never anticipated that the moment the jade plate lit up, a shocking piece of news would suddenly appear before his eyes, jolting his mind and causing his fingers to tighten around the plate. In this Lingshu immortal domain, a greater slaughter had once again erupted, with a full 7 or 8 powerful beings in the immortal realm being annihilated by Ningbing in a single night, and many prominent families were even eliminated within the span of a day. These powerful beings were pillars of various ancient families and immortal cities with unfathomable cultivation levels. They had occupied the Lingshu immortal domain for many years, possessing deep foundations, and were usually aloof, looking down upon the masses. Even the lords of the immortal cities had to show them respect. Yet without any warning or room for retreat, Ningbing single-handedly struck out in a single day to eradicate them. Wherever she passed, blood flowed like rivers, and resentment filled the air. Any forces associated with these factions were completely uprooted, leaving not a trace behind. The bloody cleansing and thunderous strikes occurred without explanation. Thus the name of Ningbing, the female demon, resounded throughout the entire Lingshu immortal domain, known by all. This news came from Xie Ran, the young lord of Yunlan Immortal City, and it was undoubtedly true and reliable, without a hint of exaggeration. Once the news spread, the entire Lingshu immortal domain from the top-tier powerhouses to the lower-level cultivators fell into endless discussions and panic. In the central immortal market of Yunlan Immortal City, usually bustling with people and lively with the sounds of merchants and bargaining, the atmosphere was now oppressively tense. The cultivators passing through wore solemn expressions, gathering in small groups to speak in hushed tones, their voices filled with fear and apprehension. Have you heard? Last night, the ancestor situ of Lingshu Immortal City and the entire Haishi family were wiped out, completely exterminated in a single night, and the one responsible was that by fiancé from the Immortal Court. A low-ranking cultivator in gray robes shrank his neck and spoke with trembling voice, occasionally glancing around cautiously to ensure no one with ill intent was listening. Not just heard it, I happened to pass by the outskirts of Lingshu Immortal City last night and saw the bloodlight soaring into the sky from afar. Even the heavens turned dark red. The aura of fallen immortal realm powerhouses filled the air, scaring me into fleeing overnight, not daring to approach at all. An elder loose cultivator nearby interjected, still with a lingering fear on his face. 7 or 8 immortal realm powerhouses, those are the top combatants in our Lingshu immortal domain, yet she killed them all in one night alone. How terrifying is the strength of this by fiancé? What kind of background does she have to dare act so recklessly? A middle-aged cultivator in sect robes frowned tightly, his tone filled with shock. I see her as nothing less than a true female demon. Her methods are too ruthless. Even if those people were guilty, it shouldn't have come to outright extermination, should it? At least question them first. A slightly softer-hearted female cultivator couldn't help but murmur, but was quickly silenced by her companion covering her mouth. Are you seeking death? How dare you say such things? She is an envoy of the Immortal Court, holding the tokens of the Immortal Court. Even if she makes a mistake and kills a few wrong people, no one would dare to intervene. Besides, even if someone wanted to intervene, it would be the people from the Immortal Court who handle it. What does it have to do with you? His companion quickly reprimanded, eyes filled with fear. In the discussion hall of Yunlan Immortal City, several elders were gathered, their faces filled with grave concern. This by fiancé is too decisive in her actions. I hope it doesn't implicate us in Yunlan Immortal City. An elder stroked his beard and said solemnly. Indeed, we thought it was a good thing to host the immortal envoy at first, but it turned out to be a big pitfall. We, being of low status, must be cautious in our words and actions, and we must expedite the departure of this killing god. We must not get involved. Another elder replied sternly, his tone filled with caution. Exactly. Fortunately, our immortal city has not been at odds with her. Instead, we have been cooperating all along, which should help us preserve ourselves. The third elder sighed lightly, feeling both wary and fortunate. Outside of Yunlan Immortal City, the rest of the immortal cities in the domain were in turmoil and chaos. This woman using such a straightforward and brutal method again. Truly stubborn. Yifeng, after reading the information on the communication jade plate, tightened his grip on it slightly, sighing inwardly. He had long known that Bai Ningbing was terrifying in strength and ruthless in her actions, but he never expected her to be so brazen in her approach. Such decisiveness, such audacity, and such disregard for consequences far exceeded his expectations. He knew in his heart that those who had been annihilated were all deserving of death. Bai Ningbing's actions were merely executing justice on behalf of heaven. Yet even so, there should have been some form of explanation before such a complete purge. Just as his mind was in shock and his thoughts were in disarray, contemplating the ins and outs of the situation, a cold figure quietly descended outside the courtyard. It was Bai Ningbing, who had just completed her tasks and returned to this secluded courtyard. What surprised Yifeng even more was that Bai Ningbing, who was usually indifferent and never stepped into his room, unexpectedly came to his door this time. In the next moment, her figure flickered, and she stepped directly into the room without any warning. The door had not opened or closed, yet her figure appeared out of thin air, exuding a faint trace of blood or remnant aura left after the carnage. Though she had simply cleaned it up, it still could not escape Yifeng's keen perception. Caught off guard by Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance before him, Yifeng was startled, instinctively panicking. His fingers hurriedly moved as he quickly put away the still-lit communication jade plate, his movements frantic and obvious, even causing him to pause his breathing for a moment. This flustered and disordered appearance fell entirely into Bai Ningbing's eyes. Her cold gaze stirred slightly, revealing a hint of indescribable peculiarity as she quietly looked at Yifeng and asked in a flat tone, "Do you also think I am terrifying?" The bloody cleansing that shook the entire domain last night was deafening and spread far and wide. She knew clearly that her actions had undoubtedly become a hot topic in the entire Lingshu immortal domain. When everyone spoke of her, it was with fear, wariness, and reverence. No one dared to face her with the killing intent surrounding her. However, she had long grown accustomed to such gazes from others, and it did not stir any ripples within her. Yet at this moment, seeing Yifeng so flustered, she inexplicably felt a hint of strangeness in her heart. No, absolutely not. Yifeng quickly regained his composure upon hearing this, hastily denying it with a hint of unease in his tone. Oh, then why were your hands shaking just now? You even fumbled the action of putting away the jade plate. Bai Ningbing's gaze was fixed firmly on Yifeng, her eyes sharp. She saw through Yifeng's thoughts at a glance, knowing he was trying to hide something. Did I? I was just surprised to see you appear so suddenly. It was too unexpected. After all, you rarely come here. Moreover, I understand clearly that those you killed all deserved it. They colluded with outside forces, scheming and causing chaos in the immortal domain. Their deaths are not regrettable. You are merely eliminating harm for the people, which is not terrifying at all. Yifeng forced himself to steady his mind, striving to appear calm and collected, straightening his back and explaining with composure. He deliberately positioned himself to show that he fully understood and completely agreed with Bai Ningbing's actions. After all, facing this decisive female demon, one misstep could lead to disaster. In fact, he also believed that what she did was right, though her methods were too direct. After hearing Yifeng's words, Bai Ningbing's lips twitched slightly. Having lived for countless years, she could see the truth behind the facade at a glance. The slight unease hidden in his eyes was impossible to escape her notice. However, she did not dwell on the matter any further. Soon she restrained her expression and shifted to a serious topic, speaking coldly. Yifeng, I have already investigated all the activities in the Lingshu immortal domain. The relevant accomplices have been dealt with. Today I will be leaving this place. You have worked hard during this time. Hearing this, Yifeng's heart instantly soared with joy, the emotions he had suppressed for so long suddenly unfurling, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He spent every day in the side room, cautiously serving this unpredictable immortal envoy, constantly worried about provoking disaster, unable to focus on his cultivation. He had long awaited her departure. Now, hearing that Bai Ningbing was about to leave, he felt that his long and torturous days serving the immortal envoy were finally coming to an end, allowing him to regain his freedom and tranquility, no longer having to be on edge. However, this joy lasted only a moment. The next moment, Bai Ningbing's tone suddenly shifted, calm, but with an unyielding insistence, as she continued, however, I see that you are meticulous in your actions and reliable in character. I intend to take you with me to the immortal capital for development and to focus on nurturing you. What do you think? With your talents, staying in this corner is truly a waste. One sentence made Yifeng's heart sink, suddenly his expression turning bitter and the smile on his lips froze. He frowned, cautiously probing with a hint of pleading in his voice, asking, Immortal envoy, can I refuse? He did not expect that after thinking he had completed his task and could finally return, there would be such a development. Bai Ningbing looked at him, her eyes filled with astonishment, clearly not anticipating that Yifeng would refuse. The immortal capital she spoke of was a sacred place for countless cultivators, gathering the top resources of the entire Kanglin immortal domain, being the location of the immortal court. Many prodigies would break their heads in vain trying to set foot there. She was offering to promote and nurture him, something others could only dream of, yet this person before her wanted to decline. She slightly furrowed her brows and asked in confusion, why? You possess the rare dragon bloodline, and the awakening degree of your bloodline is extremely high. You are indeed a good talent for cultivation. Staying in this remote corner of Lingshu, where spiritual energy is scarce and resources are limited, will only bury your talent, delaying your path to immortality. Only by going to the core immortal capital of the Kanglin immortal domain, where top cultivation resources are abundant and absorbing the richer essence of heaven and earth, can you rise and grow at the fastest speed, achieving the supreme Tao. Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this. He never expected Bai Ningbing's insight to be so keen that she could see through his concealed dragon bloodline at a glance, even knowing the awakening degree of his bloodline. This dragon bloodline was his second biggest secret, his trump card in the spiritual realm, never revealed to outsiders. Yet it was easily discerned by Bai Ningbing, which made him feel increasingly tense and wary of the woman before him. Yet despite the shock in his heart, he still did not wish to go to the immortal capital. He continued to try to decline in a gentle manner, seeking a mild excuse. Actually, I do not have any great ambitions. Whether my cultivation speed is fast or slow does not matter. I simply do not want to travel far or take risks. As long as I can live a stable life, that is enough. In his mind, staying around the Yunlan immortal city with the Piayun immortal village as a foundation and the heavenly mechanism plate assisting him, he could deduce opportunities, avoid dangers, seek treasures, and enhance his cultivation. His speed would not lag behind others at all, and he could live safely and freely. On the contrary, the immortal capital was filled with experts, supreme powers walking everywhere, countless prodigies, and a complex web of forces with endless plots and schemes. If he rashly ventured into such a place of disputes, one misstep could entangle him in endless conflicts and provoke catastrophic disasters, leading to endless troubles. In comparison, he preferred to be a stable, salted fish, guarding those around him and living a peaceful life. However, after hearing this reasoning, Bai Ningbing felt somewhat exasperated. The other party had a great opportunity right before him. His talent was not bad, yet he willingly chose to be mediocre and lazy, abandoning the great path to immortality while clinging to a corner. How could she bear it? Immediately she stopped trying to persuade him gently, her tone suddenly turning domineering and forceful, leaving no room for rebuttal. That will not do. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch talent being wasted. You are worried about that little lady of yours and that small broken immortal village, right? You can only protect them better by becoming stronger. Conversely, if you dare to refuse, I will destroy your immortal village today. To ensure that he complied, she felt she had to be tougher, knowing that a gentle approach would be useless with someone like Yifeng, who was lazy and only wished to live a stable life. Only by applying pressure could he be made to obey. Though her method seemed cruel, it was genuinely for his sake, and he would eventually be grateful to her for it. After all, this young man had offended many high-ranking individuals by helping her gather intelligence and unravel conspiracies recently. If he wasn't kept under her watch, sooner or later he would attract attention and face a tragic fate, potentially dragging other innocents into the fray. Only by following her to the Xian capital and being under her care could he truly grow steadily. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart trembled, secretly lamenting. This woman is truly too domineering and utterly unreasonable. All he wanted was to cultivate peacefully and be a leisurely practitioner without hindering her in the slightest. Whether his own talent was buried or not had nothing to do with her. Why must he be forced to travel so far, even threatened with the Piao Yun Xian village? He was simply afraid of her terrifying strength and her ruthless methods, which left him no choice but to refrain from any strong resistance. After all, Nangong Luyun and all the trusted subordinates of the Piao Yun Xian village were his Achilles heel. He couldn't afford to gamble or take risks. If this woman truly became angry, the entire Piao Yun Xian village would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant, and everyone around him would suffer calamity. In utter helplessness, Yifeng could only force a reluctant smile and submit, saying, "Xian, sure, is it all right? Please calm down. I will accompany you to the Xian capital. However, may I first return to the Xian village to bid farewell to everyone. After all, once I leave, I don't know when I will return, and I need to explain things clearly to them." Upon hearing this, Bai Ningbing's expression softened slightly, and she nodded in agreement, though her tone remained stern, setting a time limit, "Of course, but you only have one day. You must return swiftly within that day with no delays or lingering. My schedule is tight and cannot be delayed because of you." "Understood. I will definitely return on time." Yifeng dared not say more, promptly replying and turning to leave quickly, not wanting to stay a moment longer in this oppressive courtyard. Watching Yifeng's respectful and obedient figure hurriedly leave, a cold smile slowly formed at the corner of Bai Ningbing's mouth, secretly thinking that this domineering persona was indeed the most effective. This young man clearly possessed talent, yet he was always trying to take the easy way out, finding ways to distance himself from her. She simply could not allow him to succeed. Once he stepped into the bustling and magnificent Xian capital, experiencing the splendor of top-tier immortal paths, witnessing the prowess of the world's greatest talents, and realizing he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well, he would naturally seek her out to establish connections, imploring her for support. On the other side, after leaving the small courtyard, Yifeng's first destination was the city lord's mansion of Yun. He believed that Bai Ningbing valued him so highly merely because the Lingshu Xinyu was remote and barren, with few wise, reliable, and perceptive individuals. She found him decent only because she had no one else to use for now. Once he arrived in the talent-rich and prodigy-filled Xian capital, with countless exceptional young people, far surpassing him in talent and ability, it wouldn't take long for her to find a more suitable and capable aide, and he would soon be forgotten. He had already made up his mind to follow her to the Xian capital for a while, during which he would act low-key, conceal his brilliance, refrain from competing, and not actively showcase himself. Once Bai Ningbing realized he was of no further use and no longer paid attention to him, he would seek an opportunity to discreetly slip away, return to the Lingshu Xinyu, and go back to the Piao Yun Xian village without causing any trouble. With this in mind, Yifeng's annoyance dissipated significantly, and his steps became lighter as he headed directly to the city lord's mansion to bid farewell to Xia Yiran, Xia Meifeng, and the elders. This matter was crucial. He had to first communicate with Xia Yiran and arrange subsequent matters before he could leave to prevent the Piao Yun Xian village from finding itself in trouble without any support. "What? You plan to leave Yunlan for a while and accompany by Xian Shi to the Xian capital?" In the discussion hall of Yunlan, Xianqing, Xia Yiran was conferring with the elders on city matters when she noticed Yifeng's entrance and immediately halted the debate. However, when Yifeng mentioned that he would accompany Bai Ningbing to the Xian capital, Xia Yiran was instantly stunned, her face filled with shock. She had thought that after Bai Ningbing's departure they could finally take their time, and she could collaborate with her on future plans, but she never anticipated that this young man would also leave. "What? Elder Yi is going to the Xian capital?" In the discussion hall, Miss Xia Meifeng and the esteemed elders were all stunned into silence upon hearing that the prestigious envoy, Bai Ningbing, who struck fear across the entire realm, was taking Yifeng with her to the Xian capital for cultivation. They were left speechless, the hall enveloped in dead silence. None of them had expected that Yifeng, who was merely a small village lord and a bumpkin on the fringes of Yunlan Xinqing, would suddenly rise to such heights, climbing the towering tree that was Bai Ningbing. From this point onward, he would no longer be confined to the corners of the Yunlan Xinyu, directly stepping into the upper echelons of the Xian capital, supported by the Xian court's envoy with a brilliant and boundless future ahead. It was even possible that he would soar to great heights and become a significant official of the Xian court in the future. The way the elders in the hall looked at Yifeng had completely changed from their previous calm and polite demeanor to one filled with deep respect and ingratiation. The Grand Elder was the first to rise, beaming as he said, "Young friend, ye is truly remarkable at such a young age. Being personally supported by Xianshi is a tremendous fortune. Your path of immortality will surely be smooth. We congratulate you in advance. If you achieve success in the Xian capital, do not forget our Yunlan Xianqing. Yes. Elder Yi possesses extraordinary talent and demeanor. I have long known you are not an ordinary person, and now you truly soar to the skies. It is a great fortune for our Yunlan Xianqing to be able to befriend you." The other elders echoed in agreement, their words dripping with flattery, eager to establish a closer relationship with Yifeng. Xia Meifeng stood among the crowd, watching as Yifeng was fawned over by so many people, feeling a pang of bitterness and envy, unable to bear it. She had not expected that this bumpkin from the lower realms whom she once looked down upon was now beyond her reach. Such a tremendous opportunity, such extraordinary fortune, was something she had dreamed of having, yet it had fallen to him. She knew she had utterly lost. Yifeng had gained by Ningbing's favor, and from now on their statuses would be incomparable. As long as he was around, Xia Yiran's position as the young lord of the small city would remain unshakable, and any actions she took to insert her confidence in front of him would be rendered completely useless. Having fought for the inheritance rights of the Xian city since childhood, using every means possible to attach herself to others, aiming to strengthen her own power and secure her position, she never expected that in the end it would all come to nothing because of one person. If only Bai Ningbing could value me and take me to the immortal capital where I would receive the protection and cultivation of the immortal court, then it would be wonderful. The position of the Lord of Yunlan Immortal City would surely belong to her in the future. Unfortunately, all hope is lost. Yet even with a heart full of unwillingness and jealousy, she could only hide her feelings deep inside, daring not to show the slightest hint, forcing a smile as she congratulated Yifeng with a few polite words. Only Xia Yiran was filled with worry as she hurried to Yifeng's side and anxiously asked, "Yifeng, are you truly going to follow Bai Xianshi to the immortal capital? That Bai Xianshi is ruthless and eccentric. She must have many enemies in the immortal capital. Following her would be extremely dangerous for you. Moreover, the forces in the immortal capital are intricate and complex, with various immortal clans and major sects competing fiercely. Being there alone and unfamiliar with the surroundings makes you an easy target for schemes. A moment of carelessness could lead to ruin. Why not consider it more carefully?" She genuinely worried for Yifeng, fearing he would be drawn into endless strife and suffer a tragic fate. However, Yifeng understood that Bai Ningbing's will could not be changed. With the situation as it was, there was no other choice. He could only explain a few things to Xia Yiran, assuring her that he would be extra cautious before entrusting her with the matters of Piaoyun Immortal Village. "You need not worry about Piaoyun Immortal Village. I will keep an eye on it for you. But you must be careful and prioritize your safety during your journey. When faced with difficulties, be patient and retreat. Do not act recklessly and invite trouble. If you cannot stay in the immortal capital or encounter trouble, return as soon as possible. The doors of Yunlan Immortal City will always be open for you." Even though Xia Yiran was still worried, she knew that saying more would be of no use and could only gently remind Yifeng. The other elders also expressed their intention to take care of Piaoyun Immortal Village, assuring that nothing would go wrong. Hearing this, Yifeng felt warmth in his heart. He solemnly cupped his fists in gratitude to everyone, then bid farewell to Xia Yiran and the others, racing toward Piaoyun Immortal Village. The one he was most concerned about was still his partner Nangong Liuyun, as well as the subordinates of the Immortal Village. After more than half an hour, Yifeng returned to Piaoyun Immortal Village. This already well-established immortal village remained peaceful and harmonious, with strong cultivators performing their duties, cultivating, working, and tending to the immortal fields, creating a scene of stability and tranquility. The news of Yifeng's return soon spread throughout the village. The elders and heads of families hurried over, and Nangong Liuyun was the first to greet him. Upon seeing Yifeng, her eyes were filled with tenderness. She had longed for his return after such a long absence. However, when Yifeng mentioned that he would accompany the immortal envoy Bai Ningbing to the immortal capital, the entire Piaoyun Immortal Village erupted in astonishment. Everyone was stunned, their smiles instantly frozen, replaced by shock and disbelief. "Lord, is what you said true? You are going to the immortal capital? That is the core of the Kanglan Immortal Domain." A powerful member of a family confirmed with a face full of excitement and envy. "Our Lord is truly impressive. To be favored by the immortal envoy of the immortal court is an immense blessing. In the future our Lord will surely achieve great things, and Pyayun immortal village will bask in the glory and gain a renowned reputation. Another elder said excitedly, his face brimming with pride. The vast majority of the strong in the immortal village reacted with surprise, looking at Yi Feng with admiration and envy, chattering excitedly, all feeling happy for their lord. Although they had only recently arrived in the spirit realm, they understood that the immortal capital was the sacred place that all Kanglan cultivators aspired to. Their lord's journey there signified an endless bright future, and Pyayun immortal village would also welcome better development because of this. Yet amidst the joy, many felt a sense of unease. Lin Jinghong said with a serious expression, "It is said that Xianxue has a notorious reputation, with countless killings and enemies spread throughout the immortal domain. Acting recklessly, following her may not be a good thing for our lord. Our immortal village is weak and vulnerable. If our lord encounters trouble in the immortal capital, we would be helpless to aid him. Yes, the immortal capital is filled with experts and dangers abound. It is truly concerning that our son-in-law is going there alone." Nangong Jingda also spoke up. Once these words were spoken, the other elders began to grow anxious, yet no one dared to speak against it. After all, this was Yi Feng's choice and a rare opportunity on the path to immortality. Among the crowd, Nangong Luyun stood frozen in place, the gentle smile in her eyes disappearing in an instant, replaced by deep reluctance and sadness, her eyes slightly reddening. "Yi Feng, is it really necessary for you to go on this journey?" She hurriedly walked to Yi Feng's side, gently tugging at his sleeve, her voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. They had endured many hardships to finally be together, yet now they were suddenly to be separated again, thousands of miles apart on the path to immortality, not knowing when they would reunite. How could she bear it? "Liu, I'm sorry, but I have no choice in this matter. Xianxue has pressured the immortal village, and I must go. But rest assured, once I establish myself in the immortal capital and settle everything, I will return to take you with me. We will not be apart for long." Seeing Nangong Liyun's eyes filled with sorrow and reluctance, Yi Feng felt a pang of guilt and pain in his heart. He quickly reached out and gently held her hand, softly comforting her. "All right, I will wait for your return no matter how long it takes. Take care of yourself in the immortal capital, do not act recklessly, and prioritize your safety above all else." Nangong Liyun fell into Yi Feng's embrace, resting her head on his shoulder, tears streaming down her face, soaking his clothing. Although her heart was filled with reluctance, she could only silently accept it. Though she yearned to accompany Yi Feng on his journey, staying by his side, without parting ways, she understood her lowly status, and that she did not know Xianxue at all. It was impossible for her to be taken along to the immortal capital. Moreover, her cultivation was insufficient. Even if she went, she would not be of any assistance. The only thing she could do was stay in the immortal village and not cause trouble. "Rest assured, Lord. With us here in the immortal village, nothing will go wrong. You can set off with peace of mind." Finally, the villagers all stepped forward to bid farewell to Yi Feng, their words filled with concern and hope. Yi Feng responded to each one, instructing the village elders to take good care of Pyayun immortal village and protect their home. If any troubles arose, they should send news to Yunlan immortal city. After taking one last look at Nangong Luyun and the familiar immortal village, he took a deep breath and turned to fly out of the village. He knew that once he left, he did not know when he would return. His calm and leisurely life had come to a definitive end. He did not know what awaited him in the immortal city, nor did he understand whether this journey was a supreme opportunity or a deadly abyss. However, he was clear that in these chaotic times the path of immortality was not his to control. He could only strive to become powerful quickly, to become a ruler, in order to truly achieve a stable and secluded existence. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng remained seated on the colorful cloud-flying artifact of Bai Ningbing, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, not once slackening his focus. This colorful cloud-flying artifact was Bai Ningbing's exclusive means of transportation of a quality beyond imagination. As it soared through the void, it covered millions of miles in an instant, sweeping past countless surging rivers and secret realms of immortal mountains, at speed far exceeding his usual flying pace by 100-fold. He had once tried to peek outside the clouds to observe the scenery along the way, but all he perceived was a rapid swirl of lights and shadows, the mountains and rivers, the boundaries of the immortal realms transforming into blurred lines, leaving him no time to admire them closely. Yi Feng was deeply shocked, truly witnessing the might of top-tier cultivators and flying artifacts. Relying solely on his own cultivation, he might not have been able to traverse such a vast distance from the Lingshu immortal realm to the core of the Kanglan immortal realm, one of the 7 great realms of the human race. During this half-month, his cultivation experienced an astonishing surge. The immortal pill that Bai Ningbing had casually handed him contained an extremely pure force of the heavenly and earthly Tao, incomparable to any pills he had encountered before. Once the immortal pill entered his body, it immediately transformed into a torrent of immortal spiritual power, cleansing his meridians and bones, expanding his dantian, and refining his body and soul. He needed not exert much effort, simply guiding the medicinal power for absorption. His cultivation skyrocketed, as if he were on a rocket breaking through the barriers of realms one after another, rising from the late stage of the transformation spirit realm directly to the entry to Saint realm in just half a month, with a solid foundation and no signs of instability. Such a speed of cultivation, if placed in the lower realm, would astonish the entire Tsunglong continent, making all cultivators envious. Yifeng could not help but sigh inwardly. Was this what it meant to receive the treatment of a top-tier noble? Truly it was a step to the heavens, nothing less. Just as Yifeng was still immersed in the shock of his rapid cultivation and the anticipation of the immortal city, the speed of the colorful cloud-flying artifact gradually slowed, and the swirling lights and shadows around him began to stabilize. A vast, heavy aura of spiritual energy surged towards him, instantly enveloping his entire being. Looking up, he saw a majestic and grand immortal realm land stretching across the heavens. In this immortal realm, the cities and buildings were not limited to the ground. Instead, various floating immortal islands and heavenly palaces appeared one after another, scattered throughout the sky. Groups of armored immortal soldiers patrolled in orderly fashion on flying shuttles resembling the celestial soldiers described by mortals. This was the immortal city, the core holy land of the Kanglan immortal realm, an unparalleled immortal city under the jurisdiction of the immortal court. The entire immortal city was shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, surrounded by liquefied spiritual energy. Beneath his feet lay broad roads paved with radiant light, while countless towering immortal mountains pierced the clouds, each adorned with magnificent palaces and towers made from rare immortal jade and sacred-level spiritual materials, shimmering brilliantly and exuding auspicious energy. From time to time, large immortal beasts soared through the air, their cries resonating, shaking the heavens. Countless high-level cultivators maneuvered various flying artifacts and shuttles, the lowest of which possessed entry to Saint Realm strength. Immortal realm cultivators were everywhere, and occasionally he caught a glimpse of a powerful immortal king, surrounded by celestial light, calmly soaring through the sky. Inside the immortal city, immortal sounds lingered, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Every inch of land seemed meticulously carved, a scene that could only be described as a true paradise, a grand spectacle Yifeng had never seen before and had never even dared to imagine. Yifeng stared blankly at everything before him, his mind completely shaken, his thoughts a blank, and he could not return to his senses for a long time. He had once thought that the Lingyun immortal village and Yunlan immortal city's realm represented the normal state of the spiritual realm, but compared to this immortal city, they were merely primitive villages, utterly insignificant. Before he could fully awaken from this shock, Bai Ningbing had already maneuvered the colorful cloud-flying artifact through the layers of defensive prohibitions surrounding the immortal city, and moments later, they entered a floating immortal island, landing steadily outside a magnificent hall filled with spiraling spiritual energy. "Follow me inside," Bai Ningbing's cold voice rang out. She was adorned in a plain white immortal dress, her figure exquisite, and the aura surrounding her was restrained. Merely standing there made the heavens and earth lose their brilliance. As her words fell, she took the lead and stepped into the hall. Yifeng quickly collected himself and followed closely behind, entering this grand immortal palace. Inside the immortal palace was vast and boundless, the floor paved with everlasting warm immortal jade, spotless. Surrounding them stood 8 towering jade pillars, each intricately carved with ancient divine beast patterns emanating faint Tao laws of immortality that exuded a suppressive aura. Above the hall lay a jade seat adorned with cloud patterns, grand and imposing, suffused with a certain sacred pressure that evoked an involuntary sense of reverence, making one hesitate to approach. Yifeng stood in the center of the hall, yet before he could take a closer look, he heard Bai Ningbing's cold voice from above. "Why has your cultivation improved so slowly in this half-month?" Yifeng was taken aback and quickly regained his composure, feeling a sense of helplessness and a bitter smile rising in his heart. Was this what she called slow? In this short half-month, he had broken through from the late stage of the transformation spirit realm to the entry to Saint realm. Such speed would be considered once in a millennium in any place a true genius, yet in Bai Ningbing's eyes it seemed like an insignificant progress. He instantly understood that he and this immortal envoy before him were seemingly from entirely different worlds. What he perceived as a heavenly opportunity and rapid progress was in her eyes merely a common and even somewhat disappointing performance. Though he felt a myriad of grievances in his heart, Yifeng understood Bai Ningbing's strength and status, and he did not dare to refute even a little. He could only slightly bow his head, speaking respectfully, yet with a hint of helplessness, replying to the immortal envoy, "My talent is dull, and my efficiency in absorbing the medicinal power of the pills is too low. I have not fully digested the power of the immortal pill, which has delayed my progress and disappointed the immortal envoy." Bai Ningbing, seated on the cloud-patterned jade seat, cast a faint glance at Yifeng, her tone carrying a hint of peculiarity. Your talent is dull. If those possessing the bloodline of ancient heavenly dragons were deemed dull, then there would be no more geniuses in the Kanglin immortal realm. The reason your progress is slow is simply because you have not grasped the methods and have never truly understood how to utilize the dragon bloodline within you. If you could master the method of utilizing your bloodline, your speed of cultivation would far surpass all the young generation in the immortal city, certainly not as slow as it is now. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback. He knew that the dragon bloodline within him was powerful, but he never expected that there were even greater uses yet to be discovered. Before he could ask further, Bai Ningbing had already made a decision. How about this? You've just arrived in the immortal capital and have no other affairs to attend to, so you should first go to the Celestial Tao Academy for further studies. I will have a younger member of the family take you there. This Celestial Tao Academy is the top cultivation academy in the Kanglin immortal domain, housing countless ancient legacies and scriptures. Once you learn how to utilize the dragon bloodline, your cultivation speed will naturally improve. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, immortal envoy. Yifeng was delighted to hear this and quickly bowed in compliance. He was genuinely curious about what this bloodline cultivation method entailed and was eager to see the Celestial Tao Academy. Bai Ningbing slightly nodded, casually casting a communication talisman that transformed into a white light and instantly vanished within the great hall. In just a moment, light footsteps echoed outside the hall, followed by the graceful figure of a stunning woman. This woman appeared to be around 20 years old, possessing extraordinary beauty. She bore some resemblance to Bai Ningbing, but lacked her domineering coldness, instead exhibiting a youthful vivacity and elegance. She wore a blue celestial dress, surrounded by a faint aura of celestial spirit, her demeanor extraordinary. What was most astonishing was that although this woman looked young, she harbored an overwhelming amount of spiritual power within her, having already stepped into the realm of immortals, far surpassing Yifeng, who was still in the sage realm. As the woman entered the hall and saw Bai Ningbing at the head, she hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully bowing and saying, I am Bai Yuxiao, paying my respects to the ancestor. Rise, Bai Ningbing replied, lightly gesturing to Yifeng beside her. Yuxiao, this is Yifeng, a potential genius I brought back from the Lingshu immortal domain. He possesses a rare bloodline and will require your assistance in the immortal capital in the future. You will immediately take him to the Celestial Tao Academy to complete all admission procedures and arrange for his living and cultivation there without error. Yes, Yuxiao will obey. Bai Yuxiao stood up in response, her gaze falling on Yifeng as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Upon seeing Yifeng's low cultivation level and his ordinary clothing devoid of the noble aura of an immortal clan descendant, and hearing that he was from the remote Lingshu immortal domain, a flicker of disdain and contempt unconsciously flashed in Bai Yuxiao's eyes. The Lingshu immortal domain is located on the fringes of the Kanglin immortal domain, a remote and barren place lacking spiritual energy and resources. How could it possibly nurture any real genius? Could any genius possibly be better than herself? With such thoughts, Bai Yuxiao dismissed the phrase potential genius from her mind, as Yifeng's cultivation level made it quite evident. However, due to Bai Ningbing's command, she maintained her surface politeness, nodding slightly to Yifeng and spoke in a courteous tone. I am Bai Yuxiao. If you encounter any troubles or have any needs at the Celestial Tao Academy in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Yifeng, observing the woman before him, who radiated pride and aloofness, remained unfazed. He smiled gently and reciprocated with cupped hands, saying, I am Yifeng. Thank you for your concern, immortal Yuxiao. Having witnessed the unparalleled charm of Nangong Luyun and the transcendent beauty of Bai Ningbing, although Bai Yuxiao was also a beauty of the mortal realm and possessed high cultivation, to him she was merely a fleeting beauty, quickly fading from his attention without leaving much impact. As the two were getting acquainted, Bai Ningbing, seated upon the jade throne, looked at the tall Yifeng and the lovely Bai Yuxiao, suddenly having a flash of inspiration. She spoke. Right, Yifeng, Yuxiao, you each possess the bloodlines of the Celestial Dragon and the Ice Phoenix, which inherently complement each other. If you two were to become Tao companions and cultivate together, it would be immensely beneficial for controlling your bloodlines and advancing your own cultivation, truly a case of achieving twice the result with half the effort. I will take charge today and facilitate your union as Tao companions. What are your thoughts on this? She observed the two standing together and felt they made a fine pair. She couldn't help but want to bring them together, as this way not only could Yifeng be devoted to serving her, but they could also enhance the strength of the younger generation through their complementary bloodlines, achieving a win-win situation. Moreover, in her view, with Bai Yuxiao's beauty, talent, and background, this Yifeng had no reason to refuse and would only be grateful to accept. As for the previous Tao companion, that was merely a mundane person from the lower realms, hardly worthy of her. What? Ancestor, no? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuxiao's expression changed drastically. Her originally beautiful face turned pale, and she instinctively exclaimed in protest, wanting to refuse. She was the most outstanding young lady of the Bai family in the immortal capital, possessing the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix and exceptional talent, with countless suitors, all of whom were top talents from the leading powers in the immortal capital. Yet this Yifeng before her was merely a bumpkin from a remote immortal domain, dressed plainly and lacking in cultivation compared to her. What right did he have to be matched with her? Deep down, she was unwilling to accept her ancestors' hasty arrangement to marry a man she had only seen once and felt no affection for. However, she knew her ancestor was resolute, and once a decision was made, there was no possibility of change. If she were indeed granted in marriage, she would never be able to escape, so she immediately expressed her dissent. Bai Ningbing did not expect that a younger member of the family would dare to oppose her, and her exquisite face instantly hardened. She glared, and an invisible pressure suddenly filled the entire hall, heavily bearing down on Bai Yuxiao. This pressure stemmed from Bai Ningbing's formidable cultivation and the oppressive aura of her high status over them. She knew that these two had no feelings for each other, having just met for the first time. However, in this critical period of strife within the immortal court, as she could not afford to wait for them to cultivate their feelings slowly, it was imperative to bind them with benefits first. Bai Yuxiao, seeing this, was immediately frightened into silence, yet her heart sank. She never imagined her ancestor would sacrifice her, the most gifted and promising younger member of the family, for such a young man from a poor rural area. In her view, a bumpkin like Yifeng, who had never seen the world, would surely be overjoyed at the prospect of becoming Dao companions with a beauty like her, and would definitely not refuse. However, what she did not expect was that in the next moment, Yifeng suddenly stepped forward, slightly bowed to Bai Ningbing, and calmly spoke, "Fairy, by this matter is absolutely not to be considered. I already have a dual cultivation partner, and will never take another wife in this life. Moreover, when I first met Fairy Yuxiao, there was no romantic feeling between us. A forced relationship bears no sweetness. I hope the fairy can retract her command and not force this matter." His words were sincere and resolute, filled with determination. Upon hearing this, not only was Bai Ningbing taken aback, but even Bai Yuxiao, who was filled with despair, abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide open, staring at Yifeng in disbelief, filled with astonishment and surprise. Bai Ningbing narrowed her phoenix eyes, scrutinizing Yifeng from head to toe, her tone laced with disbelief and displeasure, as she asked, "Yifeng, have you thought this through? Yuxiao is the most outstanding junior of my Bai family, possessing the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix. Her talent, beauty, and family background are all top tier among the young generation in the immortal capital. This marriage is a tremendous opportunity that countless people covet. How can it be compared to your mundane partner from the lower realm? Are you certain you want to refuse and will never regret it? As for Yuxiao's feelings, you need not worry. In the Bai family, I have the final say." Bai Ningbing was well aware of how exceptional her junior was. Although she was slightly inferior in terms of appearance and talent, she was indeed among the best of the young generation in the immortal capital. She thought that by bestowing this marriage upon Yifeng, he would surely be grateful, but she never expected he would refuse outright. She simply could not understand why he would turn away from a top-tier prodigy in the immortal capital, instead fixating on an ordinary girl from the lower realm. It was utterly incomprehensible. Bai Yuxiao felt as if she were seeing a ghost, staring intently at Yifeng, completely puzzled. She had thought Yifeng would readily agree, perhaps even take the initiative to facilitate the marriage, but unexpectedly, he had outright declined. Could it be that he was employing a strategy of pretending to retreat in order to advance, hoping to attract her attention? Yifeng felt the gazes of both women upon him, his expression still calm and resolute, unwavering, as he replied, "Fairy, I have considered this thoroughly and will not regret it. A partner is valued for mutual understanding rather than family status. I have only one person in my heart and cannot accommodate anyone else. I hope the fairy can respect my decision." He was not pretending. The woman before him was indeed beautiful and outstanding, but he had no interest in a proud and lofty girl like her, especially since he already had someone as stunning as Nangong Luyan. Furthermore, he felt deep down that he was not worthy of Bai Yuxiao, making it even less likely he would pursue her. Bai Ningbing scrutinized Yifeng, repeatedly observing the clarity in his eyes and the firmness of his attitude, which did not seem fake. Although she felt discontent, she knew that a forced marriage would only breed resentment in Yifeng, preventing him from fully committing to her. She remained silent for a moment, finally letting out a soft sigh as she waved her hand. "Very well, very well. Since you are resolute, I shall not force this matter. But should you regret it in the future, you may come seek me again. You shall take Yifeng to the Academy of Heavenly Dao immediately and handle the enrollment procedures without delay." "Yes, ancestor." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuxiao felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart, and she relaxed entirely. The way she looked at Yifeng lost some hostility and gained complexity. She quickly bowed in acknowledgement, not daring to linger, and said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, come with me." Yifeng once again clasped his fists in salute to Bai Ningbing, then turned and followed behind Bai Yuxiao, swiftly leaving the grand hall. Upon exiting the hall, Bai Yuxiao summoned a completely white phoenix-shaped flying shuttle, which radiated a faint aura of phoenix, indicating it was a superb quality immortal artifact. The two stepped onto the flying shuttle, and Bai Yuxiao activated her immortal energy, causing the shuttle to soar into the sky, racing toward the Academy of Heavenly Tao in the center of the immortal capital. Standing on the shuttle, Yifeng once again overlooked the magnificent scenery of the immortal capital, filled with emotion. The immortal capital in the Kanglin immortal domain was vast and boundless, rich in heritage. Any place was far superior to the Lingshu immortal domain. And this was only a medium-level immortal capital among the 7 great immortal domains of the human race. It was hard to imagine how spectacular and grand the immortal capitals of the top-tier immortal domains must be. As they were about to reach the Academy of Heavenly Tao, Bai Yuxiao suddenly turned to Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, since you have rejected this marriage proposal in front of the ancestor, I hope you will hold fast to your decision and not develop any lingering feelings for this fairy. Do not have any regrets. If you happen to take a liking to any fairy at the Academy of Heavenly Tao, feel free to tell me. I wouldn't mind personally introducing you, but it must not be this fairy." She speculated that this boy surely did not understand what her Bai family represented in the immortal capital, nor did he know how noble Bai Yuxiao was, which was why he had rejected the proposal before. Once he entered the Academy of Heavenly Tao and learned of her reputation and accomplishments, he would surely regret it and might seek the ancestor for a marriage proposal again. Therefore, she needed to dispel his thoughts early on, ideally locking him onto another noble girl from the immortal clans. Yifeng replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, Fairy Yuxiao. I have said I already have a partner. I, Yifeng, swear that I will never regret it and will not actively seek Fairy Bei's marriage proposal. I hope you will not change your mind." He knew she had no interest in him, and understood that if he ever developed thoughts of continuing to partner with her, she would surely treat him coldly, not even permitting him to be friends. Thus he decisively alleviated her concerns. Yet he was also worried that she might discover his good qualities in the future and cling to him persistently. Therefore he spoke bluntly from the start. After all, if Bai Ningbing forcibly arranged a marriage, he would also be powerless to resist. "What? I would change my mind. Rest assured, this young lady would rather grow old alone than ever think of marrying you." Bai Yuxiao immediately vowed vehemently upon hearing this. She couldn't imagine what there was about this person that would make her change her mind. "Then it is settled." Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Bai Yuxiao completely let go of the heavy burden in her heart. In truth, upon reflection, Yifeng was not bad-looking. Had it not been for her elder's pressure to marry, she might not have been averse to someone like him and wouldn't mind getting to know him as a friend. However, seeing the elder's intentions for an arranged marriage, she instinctively felt repulsed. Nonetheless, she still did not believe he would be a suitable partner and felt he would ultimately regret his decision. She thought he was merely being stubborn in the moment, but since he had made a vow, it would be futile to regret it later. With this thought in mind, she felt much more relaxed. The flying shuttle moved at an astonishing speed, traversing through towering mountains and floating islands. In just half a stick of incense's time, it arrived at the core of the Xianhu Academy. From a distance, the vast expanse of the Xianhu Academy came into view, built against the mountains with various ancient and grand halls rising and falling amidst the sea of clouds. The architectural style was profoundly ancient, exuding the passage of time and the majesty of the immortal path, indicating its existence for an exceedingly long period. Surrounding the academy were countless towering ancient trees, each having lived for millions, even tens of millions of years. Their trunks were imbued with spiritual essence rich in the rhythms of the Tao, and some had even transformed into tree spirits quietly guarding the academy. Within and around the academy, one could frequently see ancient guardian beasts, either lying before the mountain gates, strolling along forest paths, or stationed at fixed spots. Each exuded a powerful aura, instilling awe in passing disciples and cultivators who would respectfully bow and keep silent, not daring to cause any disturbance. Gazing at the majestic and profound Xianhu Academy, Bai Yuxiao felt a swell of pride in her heart. She instinctively turned to look at Yifeng, eager to see his shocked and astonished expression, and couldn't help but mockingly say, "Hey bumpkin, coming from the remote Lingshu immortal realm, you must have never seen such a grand and top-tier cultivation academy, right?" The Xianhu Academy is specifically designed to cultivate young prodigies of the Kanglin immortal realm, and only the most elite children of heaven are qualified to enter this sacred place of cultivation. In her view, Yifeng seeing such a sight for the first time would surely be dumbfounded and filled with infuriation. However, to her surprise, Yifeng stood on the flying shuttle surveying the Xianhu Academy, yet his expression was devoid of any shock or amazement. Instead, his gaze was slightly dazed, filled with an indescribable sense of familiarity. Every blade of grass, every brick and tile, the layout of the halls, the direction of the mountains, and even the air filled with a certain aura felt strangely familiar to him, as if he had seen it all somewhere, evoking an incredibly warm sense of nostalgia that was both inexplicable and profoundly real. Could it be that he had seen it in a dream? Yifeng wondered to himself. He was certain he had never been to such a place in his lifetime, nor could the original owner have, yet everything he saw felt like a return to a familiar place. Seeing Yifeng's calm demeanor lacking the awkwardness and disarray typical of a bumpkin encountering such grandeur for the first time, Bai Yuxiao couldn't help but feel puzzled and disappointed, her desire to show off fading. This bumpkin must be so stunned that he doesn't even know what kind of expression to show. After a moment, she snorted coldly, pulling Yifeng back to reality, and said, "Get down. I will go find the elder for admission permission. Wait here, and do not wander around nor touch anything within the academy to avoid trouble." With that, she stowed away the flying shuttle and landed with Yifeng at the square in front of the academy's main gate. After giving a few instructions, she turned and walked alone into the magnificent main hall, leaving Yifeng to wait in the square. Yifeng stood in the center of the square, his gaze slowly sweeping around his feet, moving unconsciously as he aimlessly observed his surroundings. Here one could frequently see true fairies in flowing dresses flying by, and there were also many male immortals clad in full armor, exuding grandeur. It truly was a rare sight in a sacred cultivation ground. Suddenly his gaze fell upon a large, empty space on one side of the square where a magnificent and imposing ancient divine beast lay, seemingly a qilin. This qilin was entirely crimson, its scales and armor shimmering with brilliance. It had dragon horns on its head and clawed feet radiating an immensely powerful pressure. It appeared to have lived for an extremely long time, currently sleeping soundly with its eyes closed, its breath long and steady. Students passing by this spot would steer clear, not daring to even breathe, fearing to disturb this guardian beast imbued with tremendous energy and invite disaster. Yet as Yifeng looked at the qilin, he felt no fear. Instead, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within him, and he found himself stepping forward, instinctively approaching the qilin and reaching out his hand to gently stroke its smooth, warm scales. "Xiaohu, I can't believe you're still alive." He sighed involuntarily the moment his fingers touched the scales. At the instant his words fell, the once soundly sleeping crimson qilin suddenly opened its eyes wide. Its eyes, the size of bronze bells, shone with golden light, exuding an overwhelming majesty. However, when it looked at Yifeng, there was no trace of anger or hostility, but rather curiosity and confusion, as its large eyes continuously scrutinized Yifeng, seemingly confirming whether that familiar call had truly come from him. Yifeng himself was taken aback and quickly withdrew his hand, filled with confusion. He had no idea who Xiaohu was, nor did he understand why he had suddenly spoken such words, or why he felt such deep emotion and familiarity towards an ancient qilin he had never met. Everything that had just happened was completely instinctive and beyond his control. However, this scene was precisely witnessed by Bai Yuxiao, who had just obtained admission permission and was coming out from the main. Bai Yuxiao's expression changed dramatically at this sight, her heart racing in fear. She hurriedly rushed forward, her voice trembling. "Yifeng, are you crazy? That is an ancient qilin divine beast that has lived for millions of years, known for its extremely volatile temperament. Even the elders of the academy dare not provoke it. How could you casually touch it? Quickly get away." She was terrified that Yifeng would bring disaster upon himself. This qilin beast was the top guardian of the academy, tamed by the founder, renowned for its strength and ferocity, having eradicated countless invading foes. If this qilin gets angry, not just Yifeng, but even I would likely suffer the consequences. If the ancestor were to hold me accountable, I simply could not bear the consequences. Yet Yifeng, looking at the qilin before him, spoke with great assurance, saying, "Don't worry, it has a very gentle temperament and won't harm anyone without reason." What? Gentle? Bai Yuxiao found this utterly absurd upon hearing those two words. This ancient qilin, as the primary guardian of the Xianhu Academy, had never been associated with gentleness. A slight misstep could provoke its wrath. Previously, there had been bold prodigies from top families attempting to approach it, only to be severely injured by its sudden strike, their cultivation ruined. After that incident, no one in the academy dared to provoke it easily. And now he claimed it was gentle. It was simply courting death. Yet in the next moment, the sight before her left Bai Yuxiao, utterly stunned disbelief etched across her face. She saw that the once fierce and imposing ancient qilin not only did not get angry, but instead gently rubbed its head against Yifeng's arm, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Its tail wagged lightly, completely devoid of its usual ferocity, resembling a domesticated pet. Bai Yuxiao stood in place, her eyes wide open, staring at the bizarre scene before her, her heart churning with waves of astonishment, making it difficult for her to calm down. What exactly is Yifeng, who hails from the remote Lingshu immortal domain? How could he make this ancient qilin, which has existed for millennia, so docile and amiable? Before she could sort out her thoughts, Yifeng had already regained his composure and called out to her fairy. "Yuxiao, what documents do we still need for the enrollment procedures? We must complete this quickly." Bai Yuxiao suppressed the shock in her heart upon hearing this, forcing herself to remain calm, as she led Yifeng onto the main path of the academy, heading towards the Deacon Hall and cave dwelling area. She had originally thought to explain the scenic views of the academy to Yifeng along the way, showcasing the extraordinary nature of the top-tier academy, but she found that she had become superfluous the whole time. Along the way, the sights were all unique to the Tiandao Academy, the celestial bridges spanning across majestic, immortal mountains, their bodies inscribed with ancient runes, ethereal mist gathering around them, a martial arts arena covering thousands of acres, its ground forged from star iron faintly revealing the phantoms of battle spirits. The towering scripture pavilion reaching into the clouds surrounded by protective immortal formations bathed in radiant light, and the peculiar pavilions and towers carved entirely from immortal jade, each enough to astound the newly admitted students. Bai Yuxiao's gaze occasionally darted toward Yifeng, eagerly waiting for him to show signs of shock and envy, yet this kid remained entirely indifferent, his expression calm and unruffled, not even a hint of surprise or astonishment could be seen. He walked leisurely along the winding immortal steps, accurately avoiding any trap-laden pathways, without her needing to give any reminders. Moreover, he seemed to know which paths led directly to which areas. Upon seeing the ancient wood spirit that had survived for millennia, he merely shifted his gaze, slightly revealing a hint of understanding, and walked straight by, without any curiosity. This scene left Bai Yuxiao profoundly puzzled. She had never informed Yifeng of any of the academy's processes or layout. When she first entered the academy, it had taken her several days to familiarize herself with these paths. How could this kid who was clearly visiting for the first time know them so well? Halfway through, Bai Yuxiao suddenly pointed out a rare 7-colored spirit tree and intentionally asked, "Do you know what kind of tree this is? You probably haven't even seen one before, right? This is the 9 Heavens immortal phoenix tree, which takes millions of years to grow one. It was obtained by the Emperor of Heaven Yin back in the day, providing immense help for understanding the Tao." Yifeng merely glanced at it casually, his steps unbroken, the words flowing out of his mouth. Hiss, how does this guy know so much? Bai Yuxiao was once again taken aback by his words. The origin and characteristics of this immortal phoenix tree that he spoke of were astonishingly accurate, precisely the hidden secrets of the Tiandao Academy that even she had only learned after considerable effort. Yet this kid spoke of it as if he were intimately familiar with it. What on earth is going on? Upon reaching the Deacon Hall, Yifeng was even more familiar with the process. Before Bai Yuxiao could negotiate with the deacon, he stepped forward, directly reported his name and the recommendation from Bai Ningbing, and began to collect items and confirm his residence in the cave dwelling, completing the process flawlessly. Even the elder in charge of the procedures cast a few more glances at him, surprised by this newcomer's familiarity with the academy's rules. Bai Yuxiao stood by, utterly bewildered, with her doubts and shock intensifying. Is this really the first time Yifeng has come to the Tiandao Academy? He was clearly a new student from the remote Lingshu immortal domain, yet he seemed to be fully aware of the academy's layout, procedures, and hidden details. Faced with the academy's rare and magnificent sights, treasures of heaven and earth, he remained unfazed, as if he had already seen countless wonders before, and everything here was merely a return to a familiar place. She had originally felt a sense of superiority, thinking to show Yifeng the grandeur of the Tiandao Academy and to humble him, but at this moment, seeing Yifeng's composed and indifferent figure in contrast to her own occasional expressions of astonishment, she felt like the one who was truly naive and inexperienced. Hey, how come you are so familiar with the academy? Bai Yuxiao could no longer restrain herself and approached Yifeng, unable to help, but asked, wanting to unravel the mystery. Yifeng paused, slightly feeling puzzled by this deep sense of familiarity, yet he simply replied coolly, "It's a secret. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." He didn't elaborate further, as he too was unclear about where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from, nor could he explain this subconscious feeling, so he just brushed it off and continued to walk leisurely alongside Bai Yuxiao. Pretending to be mysterious. Bai Yuxiao observed Yifeng's calm profile, feeling quite dissatisfied. She felt that he must have been here before, or someone had introduced him beforehand, which would explain his calm demeanor, otherwise he would have surely been astonished. Yes, it must be that way. With this realization, she suddenly understood everything. However, seeing him, now she no longer harbored any contempt, only an intense curiosity and suspicion remained. She discovered that this man named Yifeng was seemingly not as simple as she had imagined. There must be some secrets hidden within him, and he was not simply a naive bumpkin from the Lingshu immortal domain. By the way, if you don't have any business at the academy, don't come looking for me. It's best to act as if we don't know each other, as this fairy does not wish to have anyone know of our association, lest rumors spread. Of course, if you have any questions or lack any supplies, you can directly send me a message, and I will have someone deliver it to you. As everything was settled, Bai Yuxiao suddenly felt the urge to remind him before they parted ways. She was a star figure among geniuses in the academy, known for her high reputation, and must not let anyone see her associated with any man, nor should it be known that she almost became a Tao partner with this guy Yifeng. Rest assured, I understand. I'm leaving. Before Bai Yuxiao could finish her reminder, Yifeng waved his hand and left decisively. Hey, I haven't finished my instructions yet. Why the hurry? Bai Yuxiao didn't expect Yifeng to leave so impatiently, revealing a hint of annoyance once more. This kid really seems very different from what I imagined. However, if he truly thinks that this little trick can attract my attention, then he is gravely mistaken. Bai Yuxiao silently sneered within. Within the Tiandao Academy, countless young talents and scions from prominent families tried every possible way to attract her attention every day, yet throughout it all she found them all to be quite childish, and no one ever succeeded. Bai Yuxiao thought that bringing Yifeng here to handle some matters would be a brief affair, and she wouldn't encounter any familiar faces that might affect her, yet unexpectedly her keen-eyed best friend spotted her. She raised her hand to check the sky, just about to turn back to her cultivation residence when a lively and gossiping female voice called out from behind Yuxiao, "Wait for me." Hearing the voice, Bai Yuxiao paused and turned around only to see her best friend Chen Wanxiu walking briskly. Chen Wanxiu also hailed from a prominent immortal clan, having known Bai Yuxiao since childhood, and they both entered the Tiandao Academy to cultivate together. Their relationship was exceptionally close, and she was one of the few talented disciples at the academy who could converse easily with Bai Yuxiao. As Chen Wanxiu approached Bai Yuxiao, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked Bai Yuxiao up and down, then turned to glance in the direction where Yifeng had left. She winked and asked with a tone full of gossip, "Yuxiao, who was that young man just now? He is quite handsome and possesses a remarkable demeanor. He looks like a promising young man. I saw you personally bringing him to handle his admission procedures. Such effort is unlike your usual style." She was extremely curious because Bai Yuxiao was known as one of the top prodigies at the Tiandao Academy, with a prestigious family backing her, the entire Bai family, as her support. Her cultivation talent was exceptional, having achieved profound levels at a young age, and she possessed a rare Ice Phoenix bloodline, making her a key focus of the Academy's training. On ordinary days, she had a cold and aloof character, rarely showing kindness to any male. It was a rarity for her to personally bring someone along, let alone speak a few extra words, or even glance at them. No male figure had ever appeared by her side. Now she unexpectedly brought a stranger to handle admission, an unusual act that naturally made Chen Wanxiu think twice. She leaned closer to Bai Yuxiao, lowering her voice and asking mischievously, "Come on, fess up. That young man isn't your love interest, is he? I've never seen you care for anyone like this before." Faced with her best friend's relentless questioning, Bai Yuxiao suddenly felt a bad premonition, yet she maintained her cold demeanor, subtly pushing Chen Wanxiu's head away and denying flatly, "You're overthinking it. You don't make wild guesses. He is just a stranger I happened to meet on the road, newly arrived at the academy and unfamiliar with the admission process. I merely helped him out by showing him the way. There's nothing special about it." A stranger? Upon hearing this, Chen Wanqi's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with skepticism, clearly expressing, "I don't believe you. Is that true? Yuxiao, don't lie to me. I know your character too well. When did you become so warm-hearted? Would you really guide a stranger for no reason and personally accompany him through all the admission procedures? Who would believe that?" Chen Wanxiu continued to press, her eyes filled with inquiry. She knew Bai Yuxiao well. This woman was always cold and composed, never meddling in others' affairs, let alone wasting time on an irrelevant stranger. Such behavior undoubtedly concealed deeper secrets. Their relationship could not simply be that of passerby. However, no matter how Chen Wanxiu probed, Bai Yuxiao steadfastly clung to her claim of stranger, her expression calm, refusing to divulge another word, clearly not wanting to continue discussing the matter. Seeing Bai Yuxiao's resolute attitude with no signs of relenting, Chen Wanxiu, though still filled with doubts, felt it inappropriate to press further and had to let it go for the moment. Yet her interest in the mysterious young man deepened. Meanwhile, Yifeng followed the academy's guidance and successfully found the cave dwelling assigned to him. As the most prestigious cultivation academy in the Kanglan Immortal Domain, Tiandao Academy offers its students very generous accommodations. Even the lowest-tier student caves are spacious and exquisitely crafted, with simple and elegant furnishings and a concentration of spiritual energy several times greater than the outside, making it ideal for focused cultivation. The cave is equipped with an independent cultivation room and a small spirit gathering array. Once activated, it can attract the surrounding holy spiritual energy, enhancing cultivation efficiency. Yifeng took a brief look around the cave's environment, arranging the various items he had just received, but instead of starting his cultivation immediately, he planned to step outside the cave and familiarize himself with the legendary Tiandao Academy. He always felt a strange sense of familiarity with this academy, as if he had sensed a similar aura somewhere before, yet he could not recall the exact reason. This vague feeling lingered in his heart, causing him a slight unease, and he increasingly believed that the seemingly glorious Tiandao Academy might be hiding unknown secrets. Taking advantage of the free time after enrollment, he began to stroll alone through various corners of the Tiandao. The academy covers an extensive area with grand and majestic architecture. Pavilions and halls are arranged in an orderly manner, each building exuding a sacred and solemn aura. He first visited the lecture square, the martial arts hall, the alchemy pavilion, and the immortal weapon hall, among other core buildings. He then walked through the student training area, the trial tower, and the spirit herb garden, silently observing and memorizing the academy's layout and architectural distribution. Along the way, he saw numerous top talents from various families, beautiful fairies, and noble young men. They either gathered in small groups discussing cultivation insights or floated gracefully to different training locations, each person radiating vibrant energy and rich immortal spiritual power, showcasing the grandeur of a top-tier cultivation sanctuary. Unfortunately, despite having roamed the entire academy and attentively sensing everything around him, he still could not find the source of that inexplicable feeling of familiarity. His doubts not only remained unresolved, but grew even stronger. He furrowed his brow slightly, deciding not to dwell on it further. He knew that now, as a newcomer to the academy, his top priority was to focus on cultivation and enhance his strength. The remaining uncertainties could be explored gradually in the future. As the sky gradually darkened, Yifeng concluded his exploration of the academy and returned to his cave, beginning a simple routine of rest and recovery in preparation for the classes the next day. The next morning, as dawn broke, he rose early, tidied up briefly, and according to the teaching guidelines issued by the academy, rode his purple long sword towards the designated Yunhai Lecture Square. The Yunhai Lecture Square is located at the summit of a mountain within the academy, extremely spacious, with a ground paved with smooth, spirit-patterned immortal stones. In the center stands a high platform where the elder lecturers teach, and around the square are numerous cushions for students to sit cross-legged and listen to the lectures. The square was enveloped by a faint veil of celestial aura, isolating it from external disturbances while gathering spiritual energy, allowing students to learn and practice their cultivation methods in a better environment. Thanks to the Bai family, Yifeng was specially assigned to the tutelage of a highly experienced and powerful elder. This elder, named Mo Qian, was a formidable figure at the Celestial King level, holding a prestigious position within the entire Tiandao Academy. He excelled in bloodline cultivation techniques and had conducted extensive research on the nurturing, awakening, and application of various rare bloodlines. He possessed a precious bloodline that was extremely rare in the world and had developed its powers to their utmost. Yifeng, who bore the Heavenly Dragon bloodline, had long struggled with his limited understanding of bloodline cultivation methods and had not fully unleashed his bloodline potential. The teachings of Elder Mo Qian would perfectly fill the gaps in his knowledge, providing him with an excellent opportunity to learn. Upon arriving at the Yunhai Square, Yifeng found that many students had already gathered. They sought out positions to sit cross-legged, whispering to each other as they awaited Elder Mo Qian's arrival. Yifeng casually scanned the square, only to inadvertently lock eyes with two familiar gazes. Not far away, Bai Yuxiao stood side by side with her close friend Chen Wanxiu, clearly also selecting a spot to listen to Elder Mo Qian's lecture. In that moment of eye contact, both of them were momentarily taken aback. Yifeng did not expect Bai Yuxiao to be here for the class, which surprised him. Similarly, Bai Yuxiao felt a bit awkward, as she had not anticipated running into him so soon after their parting. Chen Wanxiu, noticing Yifeng, brightened up and immediately began observing their reactions, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, eager to see how this pair of strangers would interact. However, the next scene left Chen Wanxiu utterly stunned. Yifeng, after briefly meeting Bai Yuxiao's gaze, showed no sign of emotion, his face expressionless, as if he were truly encountering a complete stranger. He simply averted his gaze and walked past Bai Yuxiao and her friend, without pausing, showing no intent to greet or acknowledge them, not even offering a single glance. He walked to a secluded corner of the square, found a mat, and quietly sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate, completely casting aside his surroundings, as if he had never known Bai Yuxiao or had any prior connection. Chen Wanxiu stared at Yifeng's completely unfamiliar demeanor, her eyes widening in surprise as she turned to Bai Yuxiao and whispered incredulously, "Hey, you two. You really don't know each other. But I clearly saw you personally help him with his enrollment procedures yesterday. Even if he was just a stranger you were showing the way to, you at least had a brief encounter. Isn't it only polite to nod and greet him when you meet?" Chen Wanxiu's doubts deepened. She simply couldn't understand why, if there was truly no relationship between them, Bai Yuxiao would go to the trouble of helping him. Yet if there was a connection, why could the handsome guy be so nonchalant and treat her like a passerby? The dynamic between the two was just too strange, giving her an overwhelming feeling that something was being concealed, leaving her utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Bai Yuxiao stood in place, watching Yifeng, who sat silently in the corner, seemingly oblivious to her presence, her emotions becoming a complicated mix. She had just explicitly reminded Yifeng to act as if they didn't know each other within the academy. This was her own request, and the outcome she most desired. However, she had thought that even while pretending to be strangers, Yifeng would at least acknowledge her with a slight nod, given that she had helped him yesterday. After all, she had told her friend that she had guided him, and completely ignoring her would seem too disingenuous. Yet she never anticipated that Yifeng would adhere so strictly to her instructions, even more thoroughly than she had imagined, treating her as a complete stranger, without even a hint of greeting or acknowledgement, decisively, and without hesitation, showing no desire to cling to her. If her friend had not witnessed their interaction yesterday, this scene would have been exactly what she wanted. But unfortunately, her friend had seen everything, and now Yifeng's completely indifferent attitude made her feel a bit embarrassed, as if the lie she had told earlier had been exposed. Moreover, this unfamiliar mode of interaction, which she had hoped for in her heart, did not bring her the anticipated joy when she actually saw him treating her so coldly. Instead, it inexplicably stirred a feeling of displeasure and a sense of irritation that she could not articulate. She furrowed her brow slightly, forcibly suppressing her unusual feelings, and said to Chun Wanxiu with a faint tone, "We really don't know each other. It was just a small favor, no need to dwell on it." Yet despite saying this, her gaze couldn't help but glance back at Yifeng in the corner, her emotions unsettled, as she lamented internally about how heartless this guy truly was. Before long, Elder Mo Qian slowly walked up to the teaching platform. The elder wore a gray robe, his hair and beard white, with a kind face that exuded an aura of awe-inspiring celestial king pressure. His gaze was profound, as if filled with boundless wisdom of life. As he stepped onto the platform, the previously noisy square instantly fell silent. All the students sat upright, not daring to make a sound. Elder Mo Qian slowly scanned the crowd below, not offering any unnecessary opening remarks, and directly began today's lecture. His explanations of bloodline cultivation techniques were clear and insightful, covering the origins, awakening, and purification of bloodlines, as well as the stimulation of bloodline manifestations and the application of bloodline powers. Each knowledge point was articulated in great detail, easily comprehensible, yet rich in profound truths of the Tao. Even students who had heard this countless times before found themselves gaining new insights and deepening their understanding. Throughout the lesson, Elder Mo Qian frequently integrated his own cultivation experiences, answering various questions posed by the students on the spot, and providing targeted guidance for different students' bloodline issues, his words sincere and unreserved. At crucial points, he personally demonstrated techniques, allowing the students in the square to gain a more intuitive understanding of bloodline circulation methods, before prompting everyone to practice in silence, attempting to sense their own bloodline and awaken its powers. The students in the square closed their eyes and focused, following Elder Mo Qian's methods to circulate their inner spiritual energy, attempting to communicate with the latent bloodline energy within them. For a moment, the entire square was extraordinarily quiet, with only the sound of synchronized breathing and the subtle flow of celestial essence. Yifeng also calmed his mind, and according to the bloodline cultivation method taught by Elder Mo Qian, slowly activated the Holy Spirit power within, guiding the qi to flow along specific meridians towards the source of his Tianlong bloodline in the Dantian. This Tianlong bloodline of his had evolved through an exceedingly long and complex process to reach its current state, yet he had never found the correct method to fully unleash its power. Even when he occasionally tapped into the bloodline's strength during battle, he only managed to clumsily utilize its basic functions, failing to unleash its true might. At this moment, as the technique taught by Elder Mo Qian began to operate, Yifeng distinctly sensed the once dormant and immensely powerful Tianlong bloodline deep within his Dantian gradually awakening, emitting a faint humming sound, as pure, immeasurably dignified bloodline power slowly spread throughout his body along the meridians. His body grew warm, surrounded by a faint golden aura, a pressure emanating from an ancient divine beast subtly radiating from within him. In just a brief quarter of an hour, he had initially grasped the key to activating the bloodline, as instructed by Elder Mo Qian, significantly enhancing his understanding of the bloodline cultivation method. With a movement of his mind, he directed all his strength towards the Tianlong bloodline within him, and in the next instant, a brilliant golden phantom burst forth from his body, soaring towards the sky. The surrounding crowd was startled by the sudden golden light, all eyes turning towards its source. They saw Yifeng seated on the mat, golden spiritual energy surging around him, and above his head a remarkably clear Tianlong phantom began to coalesce. The Tianlong phantom measured several zhang long, its dragon scales glistening and translucent, radiant with golden light, its whiskers flowing elegantly, and its eyes exuding a natural majesty without any anger. The entire phantom appeared extraordinarily agile, as if it had come to life, slowly spiraling in the air, while emitting a deep and distant dragon roar that made the surrounding air tremble slightly. This Tianlong bloodline is one of the most elite divine beast bloodlines from ancient times, exceedingly rare. Even among the entire Tiandao Academy, there were only about a dozen students possessing a Tianlong bloodline, and to be able to clearly manifest the complete Tianlong phantom was utterly unprecedented. All the students in the square, along with Elder Mo Qian on the high platform, were instantly astonished by this scene, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Heavens! Look, that is the most authentic Tianlong phantom. The essence of this bloodline must be incredibly pure. My goodness, how is this possible? What kind of background does this newcomer have? How could he evoke such a complete Tianlong phenomenon? To what degree has his Tianlong bloodline purity reached? Such a pure and agile Tianlong bloodline must have at least 90% purity. A Tianlong bloodline with 90% purity is simply a ancien millennium cultivation genius. In an instant, the entire circular square erupted into an uproar, everyone's gaze fixated on Yi Feng in the corner, discussions and exclamations rising and falling. The looks directed at Yi Feng transformed from initial curiosity to intense shock and envy. 90% purity of the Tianlong bloodline. What a terrifying talent. It should be noted that in Tiandao Academy, even among those top-tier celestial genius, achieving a bloodline purity of 60 to 70% is already considered an exceptional achievement enough to warrant key cultivation by the Academy. Bai Yuxiao stood among the crowd watching the imposing and brilliant Tianlong phantom above Yi Feng's head. Feeling the pure dragon pressure, she was left utterly stunned, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Yesterday, when the ancestor Bai Ningbing pointed out that Yi Feng possessed the Tianlong bloodline and intended to arrange a marriage between him and her, she felt nothing but disdain and resistance, believing that even if Yi Feng had the Tianlong bloodline, she subjectively thought his bloodline purity was at most 50 to 60%, which was still a considerable gap compared to her top-tier talent. After all, those geniuses in the academy with dragon bloodlines mostly had a bloodline purity around that level, while her own Ice Phoenix bloodline purity reached as high as 80%, making her one of the top talents in Tiandao Academy, adored by thousands. How could she easily lower herself? However, the scene before her completely exceeded her expectations and overturned her understanding. Yi Feng, this country bumpkin, had a Tianlong bloodline purity that actually reached over 90%. Was it even 1% higher than her Ice Phoenix bloodline? How is this possible? How could this happen? This would mean that Yi Feng's cultivation aptitude was now completely on par with hers, perhaps even superior by a significant margin. Such a terrifying bloodline talent, looking across the entire Tiandao Academy, and even the entire Kanglin immortal domain, he is undoubtedly a top-notch genius. Bai Yuxiao's heart was stirred by turbulent waves, unable to calm down for a long time. Beside her, Chen Wangqia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi Feng, her expression filled with amazement and excitement. She leaned closer to Bai Yuxiao, lowering her voice, her tone urgent and tinged with excitement as she asked, "Yuxiao, are you sure you really have nothing to do with him? Such an amazing genius with 90% purity of the Tianlong bloodline is simply a rare treasure in this world. If you have no thoughts about him, then I might just pursue him myself." Chen Wangqiu understood well that in this spiritual realm, bloodline purity not only represents cultivation talent, but also concerns future achievements and the benefits of cultivation after merging with one's partner. If she could become partners with a top-tier bloodline genius like Yi Feng, they could support each other on their cultivation paths, and the merging of their bloodlines would greatly benefit their own cultivation. Even the bloodline talent of their future offspring would see a significant boost. Such a man with limitless potential would undoubtedly be a sought-after partner by countless noble families. The other female students nearby gazed at the handsome and extraordinarily talented Yi Feng, their eyes filled with admiration, openly expressing their fondness and whispering amongst themselves, "Wow, that young man is not only handsome, but also has such extraordinary talent. I wonder if he has a partner. If not, I really want to marry him and become his partner." Yes, with such talent, his future prospects are limitless. Whoever becomes his partner is truly blessed. In an instant, Yi Feng became the focus of the entire square, the ideal partner in the hearts of all the female students, with praises and admiration echoing endlessly. Even the nearby male students rarely felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. In this survival-off-thefitist spiritual realm, those of noble blood inherently possessed great advantages, enjoying priority in mate selection. Now, with the emergence of such a top-tier male genius, one could only imagine how many of the exceptional women might be snatched away. Bai Yuxiao listened to the rising waves of admiration around her, looking at the young man, who was the center of attention, radiating brilliance, and her heart was suddenly filled with mixed emotions. This man was originally favored by her family ancestor, who insisted on arranging a marriage for her, but she resolutely rejected him with disdain. She initially thought this guy was just a nobody with no background or strength, unworthy of her. However, on his very first day at the academy during an ordinary class, he displayed such a remarkable bloodline talent that he instantly became the center of attention, pursued by countless beautiful women. A wave of inexplicable bitterness and annoyance surged in Bai Yuxiao's heart, prompting her to silently curse these infatuated fools. Yet after the curse, a hint of doubt arose in her heart for the first time. Could it be that she had truly misjudged him? Had she really been so rash as to reject such a splendid marriage proposal, missing out on a man with extraordinary talent and limitless potential? Once this thought emerged, it spread wildly in her heart, leaving her feeling unsettled. However, this hesitation lasted only a moment before she forcefully suppressed it. She gently shook her head, constantly reassuring herself that high bloodline purity does not equate to everything. In cultivation, aside from talent, many factors such as family background, cultivation resources, practical abilities, and personal temperament also matter. Even if Yifeng's bloodline talent is exceptional, he ultimately comes from an ordinary background, without a powerful family backing him. In this survival of the fittest spiritual realm, he may not necessarily reach the end. In her heart, she remained convinced that the senior brother Gao Qingjuan, who hailed from a top celestial clan, with an 80 bloodline purity and exuded elegance, was the most suitable match for her, the one destined to be her partner. Not only did senior brother Gao Qingjun possess outstanding talent, but his family background was also quite illustrious, a perfect match for the Bai family. He was attentive and caring towards her, making him the ideal partner in the hearts of countless female disciples at the academy and the future companion she had always envisioned. Unfortunately, it seemed that her family ancestor was not too pleased with this marriage proposal and had been dragging it out, yet she firmly believed that they would eventually be together. Senior brother Gao Qingjun's future cultivation achievements would undoubtedly surpass Yifeng's, making him her wisest choice. With this thought, the strange feelings and doubts in Bai Yuxiao's heart gradually settled, and she returned to her usual coolness and determination, no longer looking at Yifeng in the center of the crowd. Meanwhile, Yifeng, at the center of everyone's attention, felt the shock, envy, and admiration surrounding him, and as he sensed the increasingly smooth and powerful bloodline energy within him, he felt no joy, only a slight frown. He never expected that as a waste with inferior spiritual roots in the lower realm, he could one day become a top genius upon arriving in the spiritual realm. This was truly an unbelievable experience. However, his original intention for coming to the Tiandao Academy was to keep a low profile, focus on cultivation, quietly enhance his strength, avoid trouble, and study and grow steadily within the academy. Yet he never anticipated that a moment of carelessness would completely activate his heavenly dragon bloodline, causing such a commotion on his very first day, instantly making him the center of attention in the entire square, which was completely contrary to his intention of keeping a low profile. He clearly understood that being so conspicuous while alone and unprotected would only attract unnecessary troubles and covetous gazes, whether from jealousy and targeting within the sect or from external scrutiny and schemes, all of which would be detrimental to his current cultivation. He quickly restrained all his aura, gradually withdrawing the heavenly dragon phantom above his head, reverting to his usual unremarkable appearance, leaving no trace of his former display. Fortunately, Elder Mo Qian's imposing presence was quite effective. During the lectures, although many female cultivators were eager to flirt, no one dared to act under the elder's watchful eyes. Once Elder Mo Qian concluded the class, Yifeng wasted no time disregarding the many gazes from those coming to flirt and chat, rising to leave the circular lecture square, swiftly summoning his flying sword to depart. What's with this guy? Why is he running so fast? Shun Wanxiu stomped her foot in annoyance as she saw Yifeng leaving before she could even ask for his contact information. It was her first time wanting to take the initiative to arrange a marriage. She had thought he would first politely handle the surrounding flirtations, while she, as a top beauty, would make a grand entrance at the last moment to appear modest. Yet she never expected him to flee. Yuxiao, tell me the truth, do you have his contact information or any other information about him? If good things come to fruition one day, I will definitely reward you. In the end, Shin Wanxiu could not help but cast her gaze towards Bai Yuxiao, hoping the latter could provide some assistance. She still believed that Yifeng and Bai Yuxiao must know each other, and that Bai Yuxiao must know his background, perhaps even having his contact information. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, Bai Yuxiao seemed reluctant to give it, only replying lightly, "No," I said. "Is that true?" Shin Wanxiu was perplexed. After Yifeng made a splash in the lecture square, he completely concealed all his brilliance and began a low-key and methodical study life. Periodically, he would punctually attend the lecture square to listen to teachings, devoting himself fully to absorbing various cultivation knowledge to make up for his shortcomings, yet he remained silent, never initiating conversations with others, nor making any eye-catching moves. As soon as the lectures concluded, he would immediately rise and return to his cave dwelling, close the door, and immerse himself in cultivation. He diligently studied Elder Mo Qian's teachings on bloodline cultivation, continuously purifying his heavenly dragon bloodline, honing his cultivation, and consolidating his strength, never stepping out of his cave lightly, completely isolating himself from the noise and gossip of the outside world. His low profile and silence gradually caused the academy's students to lose interest in discussing him. Initially, the astonishment and adoration regarding his 90 heavenly dragon bloodline gradually subsided with his deliberate concealment, and no new topics emerged. As time passed, people gradually forgot the shocking event in the lecture square, and Yifeng returned to a mundane existence like countless ordinary students in the academy, quietly cultivating, no longer attracting undue attention. And Bai Yuxiao, who occasionally encountered Yifeng in the lecture square, observed his ever-plain demeanor, completely unrelated to her, watching him gradually being forgotten by the crowd, and that inexplicable emotion in her heart was ultimately buried deep within. The two finally became like strangers, as initially agreed within this vast Tiandao Academy, not disturbing each other. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Within a secluded and exquisite cave in the Tiandao Academy, a gentle breeze drifted through the window, stirring the slender figure in blue robes inside. Yifeng sat cross-legged on the couch, slowly opening his eyes. Late stage of the Saint Realm. A profound, refined, and exceptionally pure bloodline power lay dormant within his limbs and bones. His meridians were broadened and tempered by the potent energy of dragon blood, and his flesh and bones reached a peak standard that was hard for cultivators of the same realm to attain. The 6 months of seclusion and hard work allowed him to thoroughly master the bloodline techniques learned from Elder Mo Qian, repeatedly tempering his heavenly dragon bloodline and unlocking the immense power hidden deep within it. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no dazzling radiance surrounding him. He had deliberately suppressed all his external aura, appearing utterly ordinary, like the most common cultivator in the Saint Realm. Yet only he knew the terrifying level of his current strength. It could be said that battling across an entire major realm wouldn't pose much of a problem. However, to his surprise, since their last parting for a full 6 months, Bai Ningbing, the inscrutable and domineering celestial envoy, had not appeared. She had not sent anyone to summon him, issued any commands, nor made any requests, as if she had completely forgotten about him. This unusual calm made him feel a faint sense of relief in his heart. It seemed his predictions were correct. Within the celestial capital, there were many capable individuals, and with Bai Ningbing in a high position, there would be countless people willing to serve her, making him no longer a rarity. Since no one was there to restrain him, and the turmoil had subsided, Yifeng devoted all his spare time to exploring the source of the inexplicable familiarity that lingered in his heart. In the following period, he began to leave the Tiandao Academy, traversing dozens of famous locations in the celestial capital, investigating and collecting clues. Since he set foot on this land of the celestial capital, he had occasionally felt a vague sense of warmth enveloping his heart, inexplicable and unclear, as if this legendary paradise and these mysterious ancient structures had an inseparable bond with him in a distant past. On this day, his gaze was fixed upon a renowned celestial trial tower known as the Tianyin Trial Tower. This trial tower is located in the heart of the celestial capital, the most magnificent and shocking structure soaring into the clouds, crafted entirely from ancient starfall iron. The tower's body was engraved with dense, obscure ancient runes which constantly emitted a faint golden light, interweaving into a heavy protective barrier that isolated it from the chaos outside. The tower consists of 7 layers, each separated from the others, with each layer surrounded by completely different eerie auras intermingling with winds, killing energy, spiritual breath, and demonic energy. From afar it appeared majestic and solemn, yet carried a sense of oppressive dread. Standing at the foot of this celestial tower, Yifeng looked up, feeling the familiar thumping in his chest growing stronger. The dormant heavenly mechanism within him also rarely trembled slightly, as if urging him to enter and take a look. He speculated that within the Tianyin Trial Tower, there must be hidden treasures unknown to others. According to his understanding, this tower was personally crafted by the Tianyin Celestial Emperor, the Lord of the Kanglin Celestial Domain. Back then, the Tianyin Emperor expended endless celestial energy to nurture the talents of the younger generation in the Celestial Domain, tearing apart countless alien small worlds and sealing them within the ancient tower's 7 layers, creating this perilous yet opportunity-filled trial realm. The tower consists of 7 layers, each layer being a world, and each layer a perilous realm. The first layer is inhabited by savage alien races where demonic beasts run rampant. The second layer breeds malevolent spirits with killing energy filling the skies. The higher the layers, the stronger the alien races, and the more bizarre and perilous the environment becomes. With each layer of the trial realm that a cultivator passes, they can randomly draw an ancient inheritance with techniques, secret arts, divine weapons, and elixirs, all available. The most coveted treasure is said to be in the 7th layer of the trial realm, where the most core secrets of the Tianyin Emperor are hidden. Once obtained, there is even a hope of breaking through to the Celestial Emperor realm. This is an unparalleled opportunity that could drive even celestial lords in the celestial domain mad. Unfortunately, since ancient times, countless talented individuals have rushed into the tower. Some returned with great rewards, undergoing a transformation. Some perished at the hands of alien races, leaving no remains. But more often, countless powerful cultivators failed their trials, gaining little, and could never break through their shackles, with no one ever reaching that legendary 7th layer. The entry threshold for each layer of the trial is extremely high, and even the first layer explicitly states that the entry requirement is for those in the celestial realm. The difference between the saint and celestial realms may seem slight, but it is an insurmountable chasm on the path of cultivation. Countless cultivators become stuck in the saint realm for their entire lives, while the celestial realm is only the beginning of enlightenment. That is why this tower has always been an exclusive trial ground for top talents, with ordinary cultivators daunted and reluctant to venture in. However, Yifeng was confident in himself. He calmed his mind, strapped a purple long sword to his back, paid a hefty sum of holy crystals, and decisively stepped into the entrance of the first layer of the Tianyin trial tower. The cultivators waiting to enter nearby were mostly dressed in luxurious attire and exuded an imposing aura, with the weakest among them already in the early stage of the celestial realm. Yifeng in the late stage of the saint realm appeared out of place among the crowd. His plain attire and lower realm attracted curious glances from those around him. However, as he was newly arrived with a dormant reputation, no one recognized his history. Passing through the shimmering barrier entrance, he stepped into the perimeter of the first layer of the trial realm. Before him lay a vast and desolate ancient forest with towering ancient trees rising from the ground, their trunks thick as dragons with bark crisscrossed and covered in the marks of time. The surrounding air was thin in spiritual energy, mixed with the earthy scent of soil, the bloody stench of demonic beasts, and a faint hint of murky wildness. From time to time, low growls from alien demonic beasts echoed throughout the area, giving it an eerie and desolate vibe. Just as Yifeng was taking in his surroundings and planning to explore, a crisp voice filled with a hint of excitement suddenly pierced through the noisy sounds of the forest. "Look, isn't that Yifeng? He actually came to the Tianyin trial tower." Upon hearing this voice, Yifeng paused in his steps, his gaze slightly lifted following the sound. He saw three figures standing on a nearby forest path. Leading the group was a woman in a snow-white celestial dress, her figure graceful, skin as pale as jade, hair flowing like a waterfall, with cold yet stunningly beautiful features. It was Bai Yuxiao, who had deliberately avoided him and pretended not to know him for the past 6 months. At this moment, Bai Yuxiao's delicate face was cold, her pair of clear and beautiful eyes fixed on him, her pupils slightly contracted, and a clear expression of surprise and bewilderment crossed her exquisite face. She never expected to encounter Yifeng here amidst the perilous Tianyin trial immortal tower. Standing beside Bai Yuxiao was a lively young woman in a pink dress with arched brows and a charming face, her close friend Chen Wanqiu. At this moment, upon seeing Yifeng not far away, Chen Wanqiu's eyes brimmed with delight, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Since their first meeting half a year ago, she had developed an interest in this extraordinary young man. However, his aloof demeanor had kept him distant and solitary over the past 6 months. Despite her multiple attempts to strike up a conversation, he had always evaded her without a word. Today, their unexpected encounter filled her heart with excitement, and she felt this was the perfect opportunity to approach him. Unable to contain her eagerness, she quickly moved towards Yifeng. On the other side of Bai Yuxiao stood a tall, handsome man in white. Dressed in splendid garments, his well-defined features and graceful demeanor exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. Yet his slender eyes were slightly raised, carrying an innate arrogance, and when his gaze swept over it, bore an unmistakable sense of superiority. Chen Wanqiu, filled with joy, approached Yifeng with light footsteps. However, before she could speak, a white-clad figure suddenly darted past her side, with incredible speed, accompanied by a chilling aura, reaching Yifeng first. Bai Yuxiao furrowed her delicate brows, her cold face flushed with anger as her clear eyes fixed intently on the young man before her. Her tone was tense and laced with suppressed fury as she coldly questioned, "Yifeng, with your meager cultivation, how dare you come here? Who allowed you to come? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is here?" Her crisp voice, tinged with urgency and anger, shattered the agreement of estrangement they had maintained for half a year. Though she had always wanted to keep her acquaintance with Yifeng a secret, at this moment, in the midst of such perilous trials, she could no longer afford to care. This Tianyin trial immortal tower was filled with danger, where even the simplest first level could result in the demise of countless early-stage immortal realm cultivators who ventured here. And Yifeng, barely at the late stage of the entry to the sacred realm, had not even met the most basic entry standards. His reckless intrusion was akin to courting death. Most importantly, she had personally promised her ancestor Bai Ningbing to look after Yifeng and ensure his safety within the immortal city. With him suddenly taking such risks, how could she not care? How could she not be angry? A wave of overwhelming agitation and fury surged within her. Her ancestor had always been strict. If she failed to fulfill her duties, she could not bear the consequences. As her question landed, Chen Wanqiu beside her froze, her lovely face etched with confusion and shock. "Yuxiao, didn't you say before that you didn't know him at all?" Confusion like a vine instantly entangled Chen Wanqiu's heart, prompting her to blurt out with evident dissatisfaction. Not long ago, her friend had solemnly assured her that she had no connection with Yifeng, merely a passerby they had brushed past without any prior interaction. But this direct question, tinged with hidden concern, was far from that of a stranger. Bai Yuxiao's brow knitted tighter as she cast a cold glance at Chen Wanqiu, her tone impatient. "None of your business." Just 5 simple words left Chen Wanqiu momentarily speechless, but then she suddenly realized. Just as she suspected. From the very beginning, she had guessed that there must be some unknown entanglement between the two. The way they had deliberately pretended to be strangers and avoided suspicion was now impossible to conceal in this moment of crisis. Chun Wanxiu couldn't help but sneer inwardly, feeling that Bai Yuxiao was indeed lacking in integrity for even concealing and deceiving her best friend. Meanwhile, the proud senior brother Gao Jun, witnessing Bai Yuxiao speaking to a man in such a manner, narrowed his eyes, the warm smile on his handsome face gradually fading, replaced by a fleeting hint of coldness in his gaze. He was Gao Qingjuan, a renowned genius student from the Tiandao Academy, the very senior brother Gao that Bai Yue had previously compared to Yifeng. Hailing from a prominent family in the Immortal City with a strong background and exceptional talent, he had broken through to the late stage of the immortal realm at a young age, far surpassing his peers, recognized as a top genius among the younger generation. He had long admired Bai Yuxiao, viewing this coolly beautiful pride of the Bai family as his possession, always trying to please her, convinced that only he, with his talent, looks, and family background, was worthy of such an ethereal beauty. Generally, Bai Yuxiao remained aloof and distant from all men, but she was somewhat gentle and polite towards him. However, today, she had acted out of character, actively confronting a scruffy, low-cultivating man with harsh words, her underlying concern hidden within her words. This special treatment sparked a strong sense of displeasure in the proud and self-satisfied Gao Qingjun. He discreetly scrutinized Yifeng from head to toe, finding him utterly ordinary, with a mere late stage of the entry to the sacred realm as insignificant as an ant in his eyes. He could not fathom why such a mediocre and humble individual could warrant Bai Yuxiao's exceptional treatment. Yifeng met Bai Yuxiao's furious gaze with a calm expression, his pitch-black eyes clear and indifferent, though he felt a slight surprise inside. He had always thought that he and Bai Yuxiao would maintain their relationship as mere strangers until they had no connection. He never anticipated that the proud and aloof Bai Yuxiao, who had deliberately drawn a line with him, would actively break their agreement and approach him in public. After the initial surprise, he reverted to his indifference. He slightly raised his gaze, calmly countering, "Fairy Bai, we are not familiar and have no relation. Why do you care so much?" He believed that his connection was only with Bai Ningbing, and since Bai Yuxiao had already declined the arranged marriage, he had no further ties with her. His venture into the secret realm was of no concern to her. His blunt and cold words felt like a bucket of cold water, inexplicably sending a chill through Bai Yuxiao's heart, yet instantly igniting the fury within her. How could it not concern her? If it weren't for her ancestors' orders, why would she need to expend effort to reign? Bai Yuxiao's chest heaved violently, her cold cheeks tinged with a faint blush, both angry and anxious, as she fixed her gaze on Yifeng, speaking firmly, "I command you to leave the trial tower immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting to the ancestor." She couldn't help but invoke Bai Ningbing's name. In her view, since he was someone the ancestor had brought back, he should be a subordinate of the Bai family and ought to obey their commands. As long as she mentioned the ancestor, he would surely feel apprehensive and leave obediently. However, in the next moment, Yifeng's actions completely took her by surprise. Yifeng seemed to disregard her threat, ignoring her tense expression and furious gaze, and without a word, he headed straight towards the inner sanctum of the first layer. In the ancient wilderness forest, the darkness was deep and eerie, and the roars of the beasts grew increasingly clear. Yifeng's silhouette was strong and upright, moving with clean precision, showing no hesitation or pause. Bai Yuxiao was frozen in place, staring blankly at that departing figure, her mind a complete blank. She had thought that mentioning her ancestor would be an insurmountable threat, that the boy would act cautiously and obey, but at this moment, he seemed to completely disregard her words, openly defying her orders without hesitation. How dare this person? Yifeng's stubbornness, arrogance, and disregard for authority completely overturned her understanding. What should she do now? Bai Yuxiao furrowed her brow, tightly, feeling both frustrated and helpless. She was unsure whether to chase after him or simply let it go. Seeing this, Chun Wanxiu quickly stepped forward, gently tugging at her sleeve, and advised Yuxiao, "Since we need to undergo the trial in this first layer anyway, why not just follow Yifeng? There are fierce beasts rampant here, and his cultivation is too low. Being alone is far too dangerous. We can protect him as well." Chun Wanxiu understood that this was a rare opportunity to be close to Yifeng, to be with him day and night. How could she let it slip away easily? However, she had already agreed to act together with Bai Yuxiao and the others, and could not unilaterally break away from the group, so she could only persuade Bai Yuxiao gently. After a moment of silence, Bai Yuxiao looked at the figure gradually moving away, feeling conflicted for an instant, and finally made a decision. If she allowed Yifeng to proceed alone with his cultivation level in the sacred realm, he would undoubtedly perish in this first layer. And if he fell because of this, she would have no way to explain to her ancestor. In utter helplessness, she could only grit her silver teeth and reluctantly nod in agreement. "All right, let's..." As soon as she spoke, Bai Yuxiao turned to look at the observing Gao Qingjuan, a hint of apology appearing on her face. "Senior brother Gao, I'm sorry. This person is someone my family has specifically instructed me to watch over. I cannot let him take risks alone. I can only accompany him. I hope senior brother understands." She had already decided that if senior brother Gao was unwilling to join them, she would have to regretfully leave the group. Gao Qingjuan's expression darkened for a moment, but he maintained a warm and elegant smile, speaking in a humble tone. "It's fine, Yu Xiao, you need not blame yourself. Since it is a family request, then we should go together. One more person means more strength." He appeared very magnanimous, but deep down he was extremely dissatisfied. He clearly understood that by Yu Xiao's words indicated that the boy had an extraordinary relationship with the Bai family, and there might even be some hidden secrets between him and Bai Yu Xiao. Jealousy coiled around his heart like a vine, but he concealed it without a trace. The four-person team was Yifeng walked in front, his pace steady. Bai Yu Xiao, Chen Wanxiu, and Gao Qingjun closely followed, guarding the surroundings. Yifeng noticed the footsteps behind him and was secretly surprised. He had thought these three would choose a different route for their training, but unexpectedly they came along. However, after a moment's thought, he quickly calmed down. In this secret realm, where various large and bizarre beasts roamed rampantly, it was filled with danger. Having three skilled experts follow him was equivalent to having free bodyguards, allowing him to relax and not worry about safeguarding his surroundings. He was always practical and never pretentious, so he did not deliberately avoid the three and tacitly accepted joy. The group ventured deeper into the ancient wilderness forest, where towering ancient trees blocked out the light, and the forest was dark and damp, with bizarre creatures visible everywhere. Some creatures were clad in heavy scales with exposed fangs and immense strength, others were slender, hiding among the grass and trees, excelling at ambush and assassination. Along the way, Yifeng did not use the power of the heavenly dragon, nor take out superior weapons, relying instead on his evident cultivation level and the holy grade purple sword he obtained long ago to cautiously fend off the enemies. His gaze was vigilant, every move careful and cautious, showing no sign of the demeanor of a strong individual. Yet this awkward and strenuous appearance only deepened by Yu Xiao's disdain. While defending, she continuously shot cold glances at Yifeng, instinctively comparing him with Gao Qingjun. Yifeng was dressed plainly, and the highest grade of his protective gear was only a holy grade item lacking any defensive celestial artifacts. The only weapon he possessed was that simple purple long sword, shabby and lacking any sign of wealth. In contrast, Gao Qingjun wore celestial armor that resisted water and fire, impervious to blades and spears, exuding a remarkable aura. The jade pendant at his waist concealed an automatic defensive barrier, and the weapon in his hand was a rare mid-grade celestial sword, gleaming coldly and sharp. In terms of strength, Yifeng in the late sacred realm was like a firefly compared to the bright moon when faced with Gao Qingjun, who was in the late celestial realm, an immense difference. In terms of talent, Gao Qingjun possessed an 80% purity white tiger bloodline and was well-versed in the art of heavenly divination with exceptional skills. He was recognized as the most promising talent to inherit the teachings of the Emperor of Heavenly Divination, not inferior to Yifeng. Regarding family background, Yifeng came from humble origins without support, while Gao Qingjun hailed from a prestigious family with countless resources and limitless prospects. It could be said that apart from Yifeng's bloodline holding some potential, he was otherwise devoid of merit. Bai Yu Xiao's disdain grew stronger, her cold voice laced with undisguised sarcasm, occasionally venting her frustration to Chen Wanxiu beside her. Look at him, acting all timid and lacking the demeanor of a strong individual. With a simple weapon, crude armor, and low cultivation, he would only slow us down in this secret realm, yet he remains oblivious. Unlike senior brother Gao, who is extraordinarily talented, well-versed in the secrets of heavenly divination, and possesses formidable strength, a true prodigy. Her words were blunt and unapologetic, her voice was not loud, but all the members of the team could hear her. Chen Wanxiu frowned slightly and instinctively comforted her. Yu Xiao, don't say that. Yifeng just hasn't grown yet. I believe his future will be bright. Bright. If his future could match even half of senior brother Gao's achievements, it would be considered good. Bai Yu Xiao responded with clear disbelief. If Yifeng could have even half of senior brother Gao's family background and resources, why would she risk opposing her ancestors' arrangements? Gao Qingjun, hearing the praise, smiled with restrained pleasure and feigned humility, waving his hand. Yu Xiao, you flatter me. I do not dare to consider myself a true prodigy. However, I have indeed studied the art of heavenly divination since childhood, with some accomplishments in divination and locating dangers. This trial is to break through the third layer of the trial tower, showcase my talent, and seek recognition from the Emperor, hoping to become his disciple. Although he spoke humbly, there was a strong air of arrogance in his tone. For many years he had been dedicated to challenging the Tianyin trial tower, seeking the favor of the Tianyin Emperor, and aspiring to become a direct disciple of the Emperor. This had been his obsession since birth. He knew very well that if he were fortunate enough to become the Emperor's direct disciple, he could have any woman he desired within the Kanglin immortal realm. Unfortunately, up to this point, he had still not managed to pass the third level, and it seemed that the Tianyin Emperor had not appeared for many years. Senior brother truly has lofty aspirations. You were very close to passing the third level last time, and you will definitely succeed this time. Bai Yu Xiao encouraged. Yifeng listened to the flattery exchanged between the two behind him, his expression unchanged, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. It must be said that Gao Qingjun had a commendable appearance and an impeccable family background, so it was no wonder that Bai Yuxiao looked down on him. Such a dazzling and well-born prodigy naturally appeared more compatible in her eyes than his own, who had nothing and was once obscure. However, from his perspective, although Gao Qingjun was wealthy and seemed suave on the surface, his character was actually narrow-minded, arrogant to the bone, and imbued with a strong possessiveness, concealing frivolous calculations within his gaze. Such individuals are usually good at disguising themselves, appearing humble on the surface, while being selfish within. They are often cold-hearted and fickle. It was unexpected that the clear-headed and discerning Bai Yuxiao would be deceived by his poor acting, seeing him as a paragon of excellence. It was truly puzzling what she was thinking. However, he had no intention of exposing Gao Qingjun's disguise, nor did he care to argue about his own strength. As for the Tianyin technique that Gao Qingjun spoke of, he felt no envy. The celestial mechanism disc in his hand was all-knowing and all-seeing, with no record of defeat. Its precision and deduction, range of exploration, and predictive ability were far beyond the Tianyin technique practiced by ordinary individuals. The talent that Gao Qingjun was most proud of seemed utterly worthless to him. The group continued onward, delving deeper into the ancient forest. Soon after, two passageways appeared ahead in the secret realm, creating different divergences in the first level. The left path was shrouded in black mist, where the low growls of demonic beasts could be faintly heard. Flickering lights within the mist made it seem quite perilous. The right path, however, was filled with the sounds of birds and flowers, very quiet, with hardly any demonic beasts roaring, resembling merely a forest of plants. With two paths to choose from, it was difficult to discern fortune from misfortune, and the circumstances were different each time they entered, thus previous experiences held no reference value. Everyone halted simultaneously. Gao Qingjun stepped forward, his expression calm, raising his hand to form a complex and obscure seal with ancient meanings. The light at his fingertips flowed as golden runes appeared in his palm, representing the divination technique of the Tianyin art. A moment later, he raised his gaze towards the left path, shrouded in black mist, speaking with certainty. The left entrance appears dangerous, but in reality, it is the safest option. We should take the left path. It will allow us to avoid high-level alien creatures while searching for treasures of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, both Bai Yuxiao and Chen Wanxiu nodded in agreement, having always trusted his divination methods. Bai Yuxiao immediately prepared to step forward towards the left without hesitation. However, at that moment, Yifeng, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. I also possess some divination skills, and I can't help but feel that the left path harbors great danger and is impassable. On the contrary, the right path seems better. He looked at the left entrance, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. In the left fork, he sensed a thick aura of death, while the right side, though also perilous, still carried a significant amount of vitality. You can also perform divination. Everyone was taken aback, clearly surprised. Of course, if you all choose to go left, then we can only part ways. Yifeng's tone was cold, and his attitude firm, showing no signs of compromise. He was also thinking of the team's welfare. While having these three follow him ensured safety, he would not mind if they didn't. In fact, he would feel more at ease. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the forest instantly froze. Yifeng, that's enough. Senior brother Gao is proficient in the Tianyin secret arts, and his divination is incredibly accurate. If he says to take the left path, it means the left is the safest. When did it become your place, an outsider, to question him? What do you know about deduction and fortune-telling? Why do you keep causing trouble for the team? Bai Yuxiao glared at Yifeng, her clear brows furrowing with a strong sense of impatience and anger. Gao Qingjun was the most outstanding talent in the younger generation of the immortal capital, having immersed himself in this art since childhood, and countless times he had relied on divination to turn danger into safety in the Tianyin Immortal Tower. His judgments had never been significantly flawed. Yet Yifeng, a newcomer with a low cultivation level, was audacious enough to claim proficiency in divination and even dared to question senior brother Gao's conclusions. The key point was that he knew she had to protect him, yet he continuously threatened to leave alone, which was simply unreasonable. Chen Wanxiu stood by, her expression revealing hesitation. Although she had feelings for Yifeng when it came to the Tianyin technique, her instinct was to trust the renowned Gao Qingjun more, and she couldn't help but softly advise. Yes, Yifeng, how about we listen to senior brother Gao? His divination skills are indeed very effective. Although she had feelings for Yifeng when it came to the Tianyin technique, her instinct was to trust the renowned Gao Qingjun more, and she couldn't help but softly advise. Yes, Yifeng, how about we listen to senior brother Gao? His divination skills are indeed very effective. The dangers that can be seen are relatively controllable. The left path is safer, which is the result I derived from repeated deductions with the Tianyin technique, and it is exceedingly reliable. You are new to the secret realm and your perspective is limited. It would be best not to stubbornly cling to your opinions, lest you hinder the entire team. His words seemed like advice, but were filled with disdain for Yifeng, subtly mocking his overestimation of himself. Yifeng was too lazy to argue with the few of them. His own divination technique would never be wrong. Beneath the black mist of the left path lay countless alien creatures lying in wait, and once they entered, all four would be embroiled in a fierce battle, with serious injuries being a high probability. He did not waste any more breath explaining, simply turned around and resolutely walked toward the quiet and deathly calm entrance on the right. His back quickly vanished into the light circle, not looking back at all. Bastard. Bai Yuxiao was infuriated by Yifeng's indifference, her chest heaving as her complexion alternated between blue and white. This guy was once again using this tactic to interfere with the team's decision. But just thinking of the elder's instructions and knowing that if something happened to Yifeng alone, she could not escape responsibility, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to ignore him. Frustrated, angry, and helpless, a myriad of emotions clogged her throat, making it hard for her to breathe. I have to follow him. Bai Yuxiao gritted her teeth and finally spoke up in a low voice. Gao Qingyuan's eyes grew colder at the words, yet he maintained his composure, nodding lightly. In truth, either side is not a problem. Since junior sister Yuxiao insists on this, we shall go with your wishes. He spoke of compliance, but in his heart he had completely begun to resent Yifeng. The other party, a lowly and inexperienced brat, repeatedly interrupted his performance, and even drew White Yuxiao's favor, which he could not tolerate. Seeing this, Chen Wanxiu could only quicken her pace to catch up. The four entered the right side entrance and swiftly followed Yifeng's footsteps along the desolate path. Though this path lacked black mist and seemed not dangerous, the threats encountered along the way were not fewer at all. Not to mention the demonic beasts, even high-level alien species were present, making the journey particularly arduous. After half a day, White Yuxiao's anger continued to build. She had completely concluded that Yifeng was deliberately opposing them, stubbornly choosing the most difficult route. She maintained a cold expression throughout, occasionally throwing out sarcastic remarks, continuously comparing Gao Qingjian's prudent wisdom with Yifeng's reckless obstinacy, her disdain evident in her words. Yifeng paid no heed to all this, focused solely on proceeding step by step as guided by the Qi observation technique, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings, avoiding the hidden dangers. Gao Qingjuan, appearing gentle from behind, was secretly observing Yifeng, trying to discern the origins of this brat and what connection he had with the Bai family. However, in the end, the four managed to successfully traverse this last stretch of road without incident, reaching the end of the first layer of the secret realm. A faint golden light shimmered in the void ahead, marking the trial assessment barrier of the first layer. As long as they passed through the barrier, they would complete the first layer trial and draw the random inheritance reward. Yet in front of the barrier there were also numerous alien species blocking their way. Gao Qingjun was the first to strike, unleashing his latest celestial realm power, the golden light surging from his palm, casting a dazzling technique that easily shattered several alien beings obstructing the barrier. White Yuxiao and Chen Wanxiu followed, closely channeling their celestial energy to assist from the side. Yifeng, on the other hand, waited at the back, only stepping in once the obstacles had been mostly cleared. At the moment they stepped into the barrier, a gentle golden light swept over the four of them, and streams of light fell from the void, landing in their hands. Gao Qingjun received a defensive talisman of celestial quality capable of withstanding a blow from a latest celestial realm. White Yuxiao acquired a speed-based secret technique to enhance her agility. Chen Wanxiu obtained a rare healing elixir. Yifeng, however, received a piece of armor that had just reached celestial quality. While this armor might not impress Gao Qingjun and the others, it was a rare delight for him. He indeed did not yet possess armor of celestial quality, which undoubtedly relieved his immediate predicament. After collecting their rewards, two spatial passages appeared ahead. One was the exit from the trial tower, while the other led to the entrance of the second layer of the trial's secret realm. Yifeng did not hesitate to gaze toward the entrance of the second layer, moving his feet to head towards it. However, at that moment, White Yuxiao immediately stepped forward, blocking him with her hand. Yifeng, the second layer of the trial secret realm, is filled with sinister and ghostly beings, at least at the level of ghost generals, with ghost kings lurking as well. Even celestial realm cultivators must tread carefully. You, being in the late stage of the sacred realm, would be walking to your death. You should not follow us any longer. Her lovely face was filled with seriousness and concern. She believed that the reason they could smoothly pass the first layer was entirely due to their protection, but the second layer was different. Even if they were preoccupied with themselves, it was uncertain whether they would have the strength to guard him. However, Yifeng looked at White Yuxiao with an extremely firm tone. I have made my decision. I must go to the second layer. The familiar feeling within him grew stronger in the direction of the second layer, and the fluctuations of the heavenly mechanism plate became more frequent. He had to venture upward and seek the clues. Do you really want to seek death? White Yuxiao was both angry and anxious at his words, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yifeng. Whether I live or die is none of your concern. Yifeng replied lightly. The two were momentarily at an impasse, the atmosphere at the entrance tense. Gao Qingjuan, observing their argument, smirked with amusement, silently watching the spectacle. Seeing this, Chen Wanxiu could not help but step forward again to mediate. Yu Xiao, since junior brother Yi insists on venturing and forcefully blocking him, is not a solution. How about this? Let him agree to follow our commands once he enters the second layer and not act independently. We will protect him for a while longer. Chen Wanxiu thought that perhaps Yi Feng was simply too poor and entering the trial tower was quite costly, so his desire to acquire more treasures to improve his finances was understandable. Even if they forcibly stopped him, he would find a way to return, which would only increase the danger. Besides, they also intended to explore the second layer themselves, so it would be better to help him a bit. White Yu Xiao pondered for a moment, and indeed saw no other solution, as she could only turn to Yi Feng. Did you hear that? Once you enter the second layer, you must follow my commands and not act on your own accord. I'll otherwise leave immediately. White Yu Xiao's lovely face was frosted over her tone, filled with a strong warning. Yi Feng felt a weight in his heart, his expression somewhat hesitant. Listening to her commands was fine for minor matters, but for major issues it was hard to say. However, currently he was alone, and it was inconvenient to create a rift, so he decided to go along with her for now, entering the second layer first. All right, Yi Feng replied lightly. This was merely a casual remark. He intended to placate her for now, planning to part ways later if they disagreed. Seeing Yi Feng agree, White Yu Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to step into the second layer of the secret realm. The moment she entered, a bone-chilling cold enveloped her entire body. There were no towering ancient forests here. All that met the eye was an endless expanse of a ghostly forest. The surrounding withered trees were pitch black, their branches twisted and hideous, devoid of leaves, only a sky filled with drifting black souls. On the ground, the rotten earth piled up with scattered bones visible everywhere. The howling winds echoed with the cries of ghosts and wolves. The dense aura of Yin and evil constantly invaded the body, corroding the soul. Cultivators with weaker cultivation would likely become tainted by the evil qi, causing their minds to go awry and turning into puppets of the ghostly beings. The alien species here were no longer the wild demonic beasts, but rather a formidable ghostly clan with ghost generals and ghost soldiers appearing everywhere, formless and incorporeal, adept at soul attacks, making ordinary physical attacks virtually ineffective, posing several times more danger than the first layer. The moment Gao Chengjun stepped into this place, he immediately activated the heavenly transformation technique, a golden light enveloping his body, as he continuously deduced the direction. He was evidently quite familiar with the second layer, guiding the way while slaying the ghost generals that came to ambush them. His celestial energy abundant, his moves splendid, occasionally displaying powerful techniques that left White Yu Xiao and Chen Wanxiu in awe. Bai Yu Xiao observed the scene, growing increasingly convinced that senior brother Gao was indeed extraordinary with profound depth, while Yi Feng remained his usual silent and cautious self, walking carefully, without any remarkable traits. Only Chen Wanxiu silently focused on Yi Feng, still believing that he would not disappoint, merely lacking the wings to soar at the moment. The terrain here was even more bizarre than the first layer. However, the four of them were quite strong, and with Gao Chengjun's vigorous performance, their journey proceeded with minimal danger. Gao Chengjun watched as the team under his leadership advanced like a hot knife through butter, feeling invigorated and brimming with confidence, his pride swelling within. However, in the latter half of the journey, an unexpected event occurred. The group had been traversing the Yin Soul Forest for an unknown duration when the surrounding eerie winds suddenly intensified and the wails of spirits grew denser. A terrifying aura causing heart palpitations quietly gathered not far ahead. Yi Feng gazed forward as the black mist surged, an overwhelming sense of danger striking his mind. His pupils constricted, and he abruptly halted, voice deep and serious. Be careful. There is danger ahead. Retreat quickly. This sudden warning shattered the silence of the woods. Bai Yu Xiao and Chen Wanxiu were startled, instinctively stopping in their tracks. Only Gao Chengjun's smile immediately faded, his brows furrowing tightly, eyes filled with impatience and disdain, as he mockingly replied, Junior brother, I see you are frightened out of your wits by the spirits, aren't you? I've traversed this place more than 10 times. This path is as familiar to me as my own hand. There is absolutely no significant danger. Moreover, I just deduced that within 100 miles ahead there are likely great opportunities. Continuing forward is auspicious, retreating would be a pity. He glanced at the divination results from his earlier use of the heavenly divination technique, confidently stating. Bai Yu Xiao, upon hearing this, immediately turned to Yi Feng, her brows tightly knit, reproach evident in her tone. Yi Feng, can't you stop being so alarmist? Senior brother Gao has already calculated that ahead is only opportunity. Do not spread fear and disrupt. In her mind, Gao Chengjun's heavenly divination technique was akin to an imperial edict, never making significant mistakes, while Yi Feng's warning was merely an excuse born out of cowardice. Chen Wanxiu, hearing this, felt torn, glancing at the serious Yi Feng, and then at the self-assured Gao Chengjun, ultimately hesitating and remaining silent. Yi Feng felt a sinking feeling in his heart upon seeing this. He knew his qi observation technique would never be. What lay ahead was not an opportunity at all, but but a high-level ghost king, having reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm resting in that so-called place of opportunity. If they approached any closer, they would undoubtedly awaken it. It must be understood that a ghost king is an exceptionally gifted dominant, ghostly being capable of terrifying spiritual attacks. Even Gao Qingjun would certainly perish against it, let alone their weaker selves. Senior Brother Gao, are you certain that your heavenly divination technique is genuinely authentic? Yifeng suddenly intensified his tone, uncharacteristically questioning him without courtesy for the first time. He had initially thought that the other party was merely fickle-hearted but competent, however his opinion had now shifted. If the first divination mistake was merely coincidental, then this substantial crisis still arising from an error indicated that the other party's divination talent was not impressive at all, and was likely just exaggerated. Enough. Yifeng, you who are not even at the immortal realm dare to question my heavenly divination technique. I see you are just envious of my abilities, deliberately obstructing me. Gao Qingjun interrupted sharply, his previously gentle demeanor completely vanishing, replaced by rage. Indeed, Yifeng, you have greatly disappointed me. You should not use such despicable tricks to question Senior Brother Gao. Bai Yuxiao added, disappointment flooding her. She had entirely lost faith in Yifeng's words, believing he was merely jealous of her praise for Senior Brother Gao, intentionally opposing them for the sake of opposition. Yifeng looked at the three of them, who were obstinately unyielding, and the last trace of persuasive thought in his heart completely dissipated. Since they would not heed his advice, let them be. He did not utter another word, abruptly turned, and without hesitation began to retreat swiftly in the direction they had come from. His figure quickly vanished into the shadows of the withered trees. Bastard! Seeing Yifeng once again act on his own accord and leave without notification, Bai Yuxiao trembled with anger, her silver teeth gritted tightly. This kid defied orders time and again, pretending to be profound, and now he was fleeing in the face of danger. Her heart burned with fury, and she found herself once more in a dilemma. On one hand was Gao Qingjun's so-called auspicious path, leading her to seek opportunities, while on the other was the need to continue protecting Yifeng, being led by him. She truly did not know how to choose. If she followed Gao Qingjun, Yifeng would be alone, and if something happened, she could not evade responsibility. Yet if she pursued Yifeng, it would mean conceding entirely, transforming into a puppet, and once this precedent was set, it would never end. Gao Qingjun noticed her hesitation and pretended to be magnanimous, saying, Junior Sister Yuxiao need not concern herself. If he wishes to cling to life out of fear, let him go. We shall continue forward. This time my brother is very confident in the results of the divination. Blinded by a sense of superiority, he had long been deceived by the so-called opportunities, failing to perceive the terrifying aura that was rapidly awakening. Bai Yuxiao gritted her teeth, ultimately choosing to trust Gao Qingjun. However, just as they were preparing to set off, a rumble echoed. A shrill, ghostly wail that shook the entire Black Soul Forest suddenly erupted. Endless black malevolence surged skyward, transforming into a gigantic, ghostly figure that obscured the sun, its hideous claws tearing through the void as a pair of crimson, ghostly eyes snapped open, fixating on the three intruders. The ghostly figure towered 100 feet tall, surrounded by countless vengeful spirits, and the terrifying pressure from its divine soul swept through the area like a tsunami. It was a ghost king. Moreover, it was the highest-tier ghost king. Gao Qingjun's confidence and composure instantly froze, the blood draining from his face, leaving it pale. His heavenly divination technique had indeed gone awry. This was not an opportunity at all, it was clearly the resting place of the Ghost King. The previous divination had been misled by the Ghost King's aura obscuring the heavenly secrets. Run! Run quickly! The utmost terror seized his mind instantly. He could no longer maintain the dignity of a proud son of heaven, screaming in panic and turning to flee. Bai Yuxiao and Chun Wansuqiu were equally terrified to the core. Even if they had also reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm, they could hardly withstand a Ghost King, especially given the current disparity in realms. Endless black, ghostly energy surged forth, piercing their minds with sharp spiritual attacks. Bai Yuxiao felt a severe headache, her vision darkening, nearly fainting. The three of them rolled and crawled, expending all their cultivation to flee desperately. For some unknown reason, they all instinctively fled towards the direction in which Yifeng had left. They believed that since Yifeng could predict danger, he might also know which direction was safer. The Ghost King would certainly not let his prey escape easily. The black ghost claws behind him swung out in succession, unleashing terrifying attacks that grazed the bodies of the three, crushing every withered tree along the way, causing the ground to crack and the ominous wind to rage. The three dared not look back, focusing solely on fleeing for their lives, with their celestial energy depleting rapidly, and their protective talismans shattering one after another, narrowly escaping entrapment multiple times. Fortunately, they were all direct descendants of top celestial clans possessing many hidden cards, and the route chosen by Yifeng turned out to be quite safe. In their desperate flight, they ultimately escaped a calamity. After an unknown amount of time, the suffocating, terrifying pressure behind them gradually receded, and the Ghost King ceased his pursuit. The three collapsed in a disheveled heap beneath a relatively safe, withered tree, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, their clothes tainted by sinister energy in a pitiful state. Gao Chengjun's hair was disheveled, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was ashen. The earlier pride and confidence had vanished, leaving only fear and an undeniable sense of embarrassment. Bai Yuxiao leaned against the withered tree, her chest heaving violently, still haunted by the near brush with death. Just moments ago she had been a hair's breadth away from death, a feeling she had never experienced since her birth. Had she listened to Yi Feng's words and retreated in time, she would not have fallen into such a dire situation, nor would she have lost so many hidden cards, and even suffered significant injuries. Alas, it was too late for regret. Chen Wanqiu was even more frightened, her eyes reddening, her small hands tightly clutching her sleeves, as Yi Feng's urgent warning echoed repeatedly in her mind. How did that guy manage to foresee the danger? The air was deathly silent. Bai Yuxiao and Chen Wanqiu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Confusion, shame, disbelief, and a hint of lingering fear. They had not expected that they had all been completely wrong, and wildly so. The Yi Feng they had belittled, mocked, and looked down upon, thinking him to be of low cultivation, and only a burden, had accurately predicted the existence of the Ghost King, providing a timely warning and avoiding a deadly trap. Meanwhile, Gao Qingjuan, whom they had always admired and trusted as a paragon of talent, had made a fatal mistake in his divination, nearly leading them all to their doom at the hands of the Ghost King. The stark contrast struck deep into their hearts. Gao Qingjun felt equally ashamed, his fists clenched tightly as he forced down the embarrassment and jealousy towards Yi Feng. He turned to the two girls who were still shaken and hurriedly began to explain, "I apologize, it was my mistake, just now. The Ghost King's cultivation was too strong. The ghostly energy disrupted the heavenly secrets and obscured my divination, which is why I was wrong. It's truly not that my celestial art is lacking." He continued to defend himself, trying to salvage his image in the eyes of the two women. Unfortunately, the more he explained, the more the brilliant aura of the prodigy shattered in Bai Yuxiao's heart. Bai Yuxiao looked up, her gaze instinctively scanning the surroundings, yet she could not find Yi Feng's figure, and a hint of regret surfaced in her heart. She had not anticipated that Yi Feng truly possessed divination skills, and was so precise that he could see through the Ghost King's concealment, even surpassing Gao Qingjuan, who was adept in celestial arts. Could it be that she had truly misjudged him? All along, Yi Feng's low-profile silence and clumsiness had led her to repeatedly mock, question, and disdain him, comparing him to Gao Qingjun. Now reflecting on it, how laughable and foolish it seemed. A sense of unprecedented curiosity and guilt quietly took root in her heart. She suddenly had a strong desire. She wanted to find him, to get to know Yi Feng again, to approach him, and to truly understand this man she had always misunderstood. On the other side, Chen Wanqiu's beautiful eyes gradually glimmered with light, filled with intrigue, admiration, and strong affection. It turned out that the man she admired was by no means an ordinary person, but rather a deeply hidden genius of divination. All of his apparent ordinariness was merely an act, and his low profile was a sign of disdain for showiness. He possessed remarkable talent, yet never flaunted it, providing precise warnings of risks at critical moments without engaging in disputes. Chen Wanqiu bit her lips, secretly resolving that this time, if she could find him, she would take the initiative, completely lower her guard, and bravely pursue him. Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Feng stood quietly observing the trio's disheveled state and their thoughts. He had long anticipated that these three would flee in this direction. He had also been rapidly escaping, yet he had no intention of encountering them again. After all, with his ability to foresee fortunes and misfortunes, the presence of these three as bodyguards mattered little to him. At this moment, the heavenly secrets were still shifting, as if something deeper within the trial celestial tower was waiting for him. He raised his head to gaze at the end of the secret realm, a decisive glint passing through his eyes. He must break through more challenges and unveil the secrets of the Tianyin celestial tower layer by layer. As for the change in thoughts of Bai Yuxiao and the others, to him, it was merely an inconsequential interlude along the path of the secret realm. After a brief recovery, Bai Yuxiao and the others began to push their weary bodies to rise, making their way through the second layer of the secret realm, searching for Yi Feng's figure as they moved towards the endpoint. They had all made up their minds to find Yi Feng first. The layered forest of the secret realm was shrouded in mist, yet they searched every corner along the way and called out through every part of the forest, only to be met with the howling wind and the silence of the trees. Yi Feng's figure never reappeared. No one knew where he had gone, whether he had mistakenly entered a dangerous area amidst the chaos, or if he had already fallen victim to the lingering might of the Ghost King. The three, unwilling to accept defeat, pressed deeper along the passage of the secret realm, crossing the vast terrain of the second layer, until they reached the end of that layer, even stepping into the shimmering exit leading to the outside world, yet they still did not see Yi Feng's trace. When everyone emerged from the trial celestial tower, returning to the clear skies outside, they were greeted by a bustling trial square, filled with returning cultivators, voices mingling and flowing endlessly. Various geniuses and disciples of sects chatted in small groups, sharing their experiences and gains from the trial, yet Yifeng was nowhere to be found, and even when they sent messages there was no response. At that moment a wave of deep regret surged through by Yu Xiao's entire being, nearly suffocating her. The one who had always held herself high and had a heart of stone felt regret for the first time, with an overwhelming tide of self-reproach crashing over her. It was her arrogance, her pride, and her underestimation of others that led to this tragedy. She was convinced that Yifeng had low cultivation and would not survive alone in the perilous secret realm, having left her protection. Surely after losing her protection, the other party found themselves in dire straits, forever buried in the second layer of the secret realm. A truly gifted and exceptionally intelligent man, who should have had a bright future, ended up dying in the secret realm. All of this to some extent could be attributed to her disdain and prejudice. As a result, she would not only face the punishment from her ancestor, but also bear the guilt for a lifetime. A piercing regret lingered in her heart, causing Bai Yuxiao to furrow her delicate brows. A faint mist clouded her cold eyes, and her entire demeanor became heavy and desolate. Gao Qingjuan, standing not far away, observed every change in Bai Yuxiao's expression. As he watched her sorrow for Yifeng and her heart full of regret, he felt no pity. Instead, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and a hidden joy surged within him. Yifeng is dead, how wonderful. He had long been jealous of this unremarkable backgroundless boy who could capture Bai Yuxiao's attention, jealous that he could shine in the secret realm and steal the limelight that belonged to him. Even more so, he was jealous that Bai Yuxiao would show emotions she had never displayed before because of an outsider. These matters inevitably gave rise to his resentment and envy. Now that Yifeng had fallen in the secret realm and completely vanished from the world, Gao Qingjun secretly felt pleased, believing that as long as Yifeng no longer appeared, it wouldn't be long before Bai Yuxiao would forget this fleeting figure. After all, women are ultimately soft-hearted. This moment of regret was merely a fleeting emotion that could easily be soothed. Bai Yuxiao's heart would eventually return to him. He was not worried that Bai Yuxiao's current coldness towards him would last too long. In his view, such a noble lady from a prominent family was inherently weak-willed. Her emotions were easily appeased. A mere rift could be resolved with a few kind words and some apologies. As for the third layer, he had no intention of attempting it again. Although he often claimed that he was just a step away from clearing the third layer, the reality was vastly different. He truly did not dare to challenge the third layer with his current injuries. While Gao Qingjun reveled in Yifeng's demise, he was unaware that Yifeng, whom he believed to be dead, was not only alive, but was making significant progress in the higher realms of the trial tower, advancing steadily. After the battle against the Ghost King, Yifeng had completely distanced himself from Bai Yuxiao's group, relying on the exquisite predictive power of the celestial mechanism disc to avoid all hidden dangers within the secret realm and move forward step by step. The celestial mechanism disc consistently foresaw all perils ahead, guiding him along the safest and most efficient path to clear the trials. The higher he ascended in the trial tower, the stronger the foreign powers became, with dangers multiplying. Each layer presented utterly different trial rules and deadly crises. Countless seasoned cultivators who had practiced for thousands or even tens of thousands of years often found themselves stuck on the third or fourth layers, unable to progress, which attests to the terrifying difficulty of the trials. However, for someone like him, who possessed the celestial mechanism disc, what appeared to be a dead end to others occasionally harbored a glimmer of hope. He never wasted a single resource, utilizing every opportunity along the way to hone his foundation and refine his cultivation, pushing forward tirelessly and steadily. If he happened upon kind-hearted veteran cultivators or reclusive experts, he would approach them hoping they could lend him a hand and help him pass through some difficult barriers. These cultivators, upon seeing Yifeng bravely facing the trials at such a young age, were astonished. Those in good spirits often did not mind giving him a ride. With these aids combined with the precise guidance of the celestial mechanism disc, Yifeng endured countless hardships, and after more than a month broke through from the second layer, crossing the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth layers, miraculously reaching the seventh layer of the trial tower, a realm unheard of by countless cultivators. A magnificent and ancient giant hall suspended amidst the deep mountains appeared before Yifeng. This hall was constructed entirely of thousand-year warm jade and starry dark stone, adorned with ancient divine and demonic patterns. Despite enduring endless years, it still radiated spiritual light and exuded an imposing aura. This place was a safe resting spot on the outskirts of the seventh layer. The seventh layer of the trial tower is the most challenging barrier of the entire tower, with rules that are tyrannically absolute. Even a pinnacle expert from the spiritual realm, exhausting their entire cultivation, would find it difficult to touch the boundaries of the seventh layer, let alone delve deeper into the trials. Throughout the ages and the span of thousands of years, very few cultivators have managed to step into the outskirts of the seventh layer, counting on one hand. Yifeng paused before the hall, retracting the golden light barrier that had been swirling around him. He sighed deeply, filled with emotion and relief. He was well aware that reaching this point was an immense stroke of fortune and luck. If it weren't for the assistance of several noble patrons along the way, and if the celestial mechanism disc hadn't unraveled all the veils of rules and pointed him to the one shortcut, his current cultivation level would not even allow him to pass the trials of the 3rd layer, let alone ascend to the 7th layer. However, at this moment, Yifeng was still puzzled. The celestial mechanism disc had indicated that to cross the 7th layer, he must first wait here in the hall for an opportunity, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. Only with the right opportunity could he succeed. He was unclear about what this so-called opportunity was, when it would arrive, or in what form it would manifest. Yet he understood the profundity and mystery of the celestial mechanism disc. It had never been wrong, its predictions transcending time and space, comprehending the past, present, and future. It would not provide useless hints. Moreover, the extensive use of the celestial mechanism disc during his day and night trials had indeed taken a toll on him. Since the disc urged him to wait quietly, it would be best to take this opportunity to rest and recover. As for safety, he was not worried. It had been hundreds of years since anyone had reached the outskirts of the 7th layer of the trial tower. He was not concerned about being disturbed. Thinking of this, he stopped hesitating and turned to enter the vast and empty hall. The grand hall was devoid of life, and within 100 feet, not a single silhouette could be seen. It was silent, with only the gentle breeze whispering through, stirring up faint sounds. Yifeng leaned against a clean white jade pillar, sitting cross-legged for a moment to adjust his chaotic qi. Then he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep, fully relaxing, planning to use the rich spiritual energy of this place to recuperate and replenish the energy he had expended over the past month. The grand hall was enveloped in silence, as if time had come to a standstill, with Yifeng sleeping peacefully. However, on the 3rd day, in a state of half-sleep and half-awareness, he suddenly heard a staggering sound of footsteps coming from the entrance of the hall, accompanied by the faint rustle of clothing, shattering the centuries-old stillness. The hurried and chaotic footsteps bore the unmistakable signs of weakness and urgency, clearly belonging to someone in a dire state. Yifeng's heart jolted, and he opened his eyes wide, the drowsiness instantly vanishing as turmoil surged within him. How could there be anyone else here? It was simply unthinkable. He quickly rolled over and sat up, holding his breath and focusing his gaze towards the entrance of the grand hall, filled with confusion. He had thought that even after 100 years there would be no second person arriving here, yet unexpectedly, just 2 days later, another individual had arrived at the resting hall of the 7th level of this trial tower. When he finally saw the staggering figure that had burst into the hall, his pupils constricted sharply, his face a mask of shock, and his heart raced with astonishment. The newcomer was an enchanting figure, clad in an impeccably pure white, celestial dress, her beauty striking, and her demeanor cold and ethereal, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. It was Bai Ningbing, the esteemed celestial envoy he recognized. Bai Ningbing was a powerful being, at least at the celestial king level, her cultivation unfathomably deep, with a prestigious status that commanded respect. Even ordinary celestial kings would bow to her, while lesser cultivators lacked the qualification to come within 3 feet of her. Yifeng never imagined he would encounter her in this perilous 7th level of the trial. Upon entering the hall, Bai Ningbing was struggling against an intense and unusual discomfort within her body, seeking a place to meditate and suppress the toxins inside her. Suddenly sensing the presence of another person in the hall, her heart tightened, and she instinctively halted, her expression turning cold as she sharply called out, "Who is in there? Come out at once." She had come alone to challenge the 7th level of the trial tower, relying on her formidable cultivation to advance. She had thought she was close to successfully passing the final trial, but unexpectedly, after delving deeper, she had been ambushed by a rare and powerful being of another race that had secluded itself on the 7th level for years. This alien being possessed strange cultivation techniques and treacherous methods. During their prolonged struggle, it had secretly unleashed a unique poison. Caught off guard, she was poisoned and her combat power plummeted. Unable to continue the fight, she could only endure her discomfort and stagger back to this secluded resting hall, planning to recuperate until the poison subsided before continuing her challenge. However, she had never expected that in this resting hall, which had not seen another person for hundreds of years, there would indeed be someone else present. Yifeng knew he had been discovered, and there was nowhere to hide. With a sheepish smile, he stepped out from behind the white jade pillar, his expression slightly awkward. Bai Ningbing's gaze was sharp as a blade. Upon recognizing the face of the person who emerged, she was instantly taken aback, her eyes filled with extreme surprise and confusion, exclaiming, "Yifeng, what are you doing here?" She clearly remembered that Yifeng's cultivation was merely that of a lowly ant, not even having entered the celestial realm, and he could hardly step into the 3rd level of the trial tower. How could he possibly reach the outer area of the 7th level, which even celestial kings feared to approach? This was far too unbelievable and completely beyond her understanding, leaving her in disbelief. A junior with such low cultivation lacking any powerful backing or support could suddenly breach a secret realm that ordinary people would struggle a lifetime to reach. This was exceedingly strange. Bai Ningbing's gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng, filled with caution and scrutiny, waiting for him to provide a reasonable explanation. Faced with Bai Ningbing's questioning, Yi Feng knew that any attempt to gloss over the matter could lead to serious consequences, yet the secret of the Celestial Board must not be revealed. He could only speak simply. I encountered several seniors during my trial, and thanks to their guidance I was fortunate enough to reach this place. This explanation was reasonable, yet utterly absurd. Bai Ningbing frowned tightly at his words, clearly not believing him in the slightest. Her profound cultivation and high vision made her acutely aware that as one ascended the trial tower, the challenges grew increasingly terrifying, and there was simply no possibility of casually passing just through the help of others. Despite her own exceptional talent and formidable cultivation, she was severely injured by the time she reached this point. How could a lowly individual with only minimal assistance from others safely arrive at the 7th level? This was simply a tale from a fantasy. Just as she was about to continue her inquiry and demand the true reason behind Yi Feng's success, her expression suddenly changed dramatically. The alluring poison that she had forcibly suppressed within her body upon sensing the presence of a male completely broke free from the shackles of her Tao heart, flooding through her body like a tidal wave. This allure poison was particularly strange. When she was alone, she could rely on her resilient Tao heart and formidable cultivation to suppress and gradually refine it. However, once the presence of a male appeared nearby, the poison's potency would multiply frantically, stirring her desires and dismantling all rationality and Tao heart. Even the strongest will could hardly withstand it. If this hall had been empty, she might have barely held on, but now standing before her was Yi Feng. The dreadful poison struck her heart instantly, a scorching heat coursing through her limbs, shattering her final defenses. A strange feeling of heat, tingling, and restlessness engulfed her entire being, draining her strength, shaking her Tao heart as her consciousness began to blur. This is bad. I can't suppress it any longer. Bai Ningbing's expression turned rare and flustered, unable to maintain her usual cold and aloof demeanor. Her delicate face flushed crimson as her voice trembled with urgency, commanding, Yi Feng, you need to leave. Immediately get out of this hall. Yi Feng was completely bewildered by her sudden loss of composure, staring at her in confusion and asking why. Outside lies the perilous 7th level secret realm fraught with danger. If I go out, it would be a dead end. Moreover, I must wait here for the opportunity to break through the 7th level trial. I absolutely cannot leave. Having endured such hardships to reach this place, how could he easily give up and leave recklessly? Yet before he could finish speaking, it was already too late. Boom. The masculine energy radiating from him acted like a catalyst, causing the allure poison within Bai Ningbing to erupt completely, all her rationality, coldness, and pride instantly collapsing under the overwhelming potency of the poison. In the next moment, the enchanting celestial envoy lunged forward, directly pouncing towards Yi Feng. Her soft, fragrant body collided forcefully into his embrace, her arms instinctively wrapping tightly around his neck. Bai Ningbing's cool and soft lips suddenly kissed him unexpectedly and awkwardly. He could never have imagined that this high and aloof celestial envoy Bai Ningbing would have such a moment of loss of control, actively embracing him, creating a contrast that left him utterly unprepared. He could clearly feel the warm touch of her fragrant soft body, and her kiss was both inexperienced and eager, as if it were the first time, dreamlike and unbelievable. After a moment of distraction, Yi Feng quickly reacted and guessed that Bai Ningbing must have been afflicted by a strange seduction poison, causing her to lose control and act against her will. He dared not think too much, hastily reaching out to push Bai Ningbing away while immediately activating the heavenly mechanism disc, rapidly devising a method to break the seduction poison, seeking a solution that could both save her and preserve their reputations. However, after the heavenly mechanism disc rapidly calculated, the result left Yi Feng's heart sinking. This rare seduction poison came from a distant alien realm, and there was no remedy for it among the human race. The only solution was to let nature take its course. If no opposite sex was present, the poisoned individual might endure for a few days with sheer willpower, but once a member of the opposite sex was nearby, the flames of desire would be infinitely magnified, making it impossible to resist regardless of one's cultivation or willpower. Indeed, as the heavenly mechanism disc indicated, in just a short while Bai Ningbing completely lost her reason, her body burning with heat, her clothes gradually slipping away, revealing her flawless and exquisite figure. Yi Feng's protective armor was instinctively torn to shreds, leaving him exposed. As he witnessed this scene, an endless bitterness surged in his heart. It's over, completely over. He had witnessed Bai Ningbing's exquisite body and had a physical encounter with her, and it seemed to be her first time. With her cold and proud personality after this incident, she would certainly be enraged and would never let him go. In order to protect her own reputation and face, the day she regained her senses would be the day of his demise. Yifeng was filled with despair, wanting to resist, but unfortunately Bai Ningbing's cultivation was far superior to his, and he felt as weak as an ant before her, utterly powerless to fight back. Under Bai Ningbing's overwhelming seduction, he soon lost his composure and completely succumbed. Well, it is what it is. At this point resistance was meaningless, he could not escape death. Yifeng sighed inwardly, no longer entangled in the consequences, letting go of all concerns and allowing events to unfold naturally. He knew that even if he could push her away now, it would already be too late. One must admit, having such a physical encounter with a cold, ethereal, and stunning celestial being was an unprecedented thrill, as if he were soaring among the clouds, unforgettable for a lifetime. The only regret was that this experience came at the cost of his life, though after one moment of pleasure, he would be on a path to death, leaving Yifeng with a sense of loss and regret. This passionate and lingering encounter lasted for a full day and night, before gradually coming to a close. Even though Yifeng's physique was robust after days of intense trials and passionate entanglement, he was utterly exhausted, breathing heavily, and finally fell into a deep sleep without awareness. The next morning, as dawn broke, the hall still lingered with an ambiguous atmosphere. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, gradually regaining his senses. However, the moment he saw the scene before him, he froze, not daring to breathe. There, not far away, Bai Ningbing was already fully dressed in a pure white, celestial gown, returning to her usual cold and aloof appearance. She stood quietly not far away, backlit, her flawless face devoid of any emotion, her cold eyes sharp as knives piercing into him. Her gaze was icy, indifferent, and distant, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, as if 1,000-year-old ice weighed down the very air of the hall. Is it finally coming? Yifeng's heart sank, and he inwardly chuckled bitterly. The moment he feared the most had finally arrived. He knew that Bai Ningbing was now fully awake, regaining all her reason, no longer the gentle and tender beauty from last night. With her status, she would not let this go easily, and his death was imminent. Resigned, Yifeng closed his eyes, his expression calm, quietly awaiting her retaliation, bracing for the fight. He understood that given his low cultivation, he was powerless to resist. No amount of explanation would matter. He could only accept his fate. Yet moments passed. 1 breath, 10 breaths, dozens of breaths, without the expected fatal attack or the tearing pain of his soul descending upon him. The surroundings remained eerily silent, the chilling air wrapping around him. Just as Yifeng was filled with confusion, a cold and bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out, resolute. What happened yesterday must not be disclosed to anyone, or otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. With that, Bai Ningbing no longer glanced at Yifeng, her face cold with frost, and she transformed into a streak of white light, disappearing at the entrance of the hall without looking back. The vast hall instantly returned to silence. Yifeng's tightly closed eyes abruptly opened, dazed in place, unable to regain his senses, filled with astonishment and disbelief. I survived. I actually survived. This isn't a dream, is it? He stared blankly in the direction Bai Ningbing had left for a long time, unable to believe his eyes. He had thought he was certain to die, having offended a figure whose cultivation was likely above that of a celestial lord. He could not escape the fate of being silenced, yet he never expected that Bai Ningbing, such a noble and aloof figure, would so easily let him go after losing her purity, without any repercussions or deadly retribution. After a while, Yifeng confirmed several times that Bai Ningbing had not returned, and with no unusual movements around him, he truly felt safe, letting out a long sigh, suppressing all his shock and unease, and began to focus on examining his own cultivation state. Although last night's dual cultivation had left him physically and mentally exhausted, he sensed that his body felt significantly different. It was a surprise that upon examination, Yifeng's face instantly filled with wild joy, and he was profoundly shocked within. He was astonished to discover that after a night of dual cultivation with Bai Ningbing, his cultivation level had unexpectedly broken through several layers of shackles, soaring directly past a significant bottleneck and entering the early stage of the immortal realm. This was the ascension realm that had troubled lower realm cultivators for countless years. Once crossed, it meant breaking free from the mundane and truly stepping into the path of immortality with an exceedingly long lifespan. Such an abrupt breakthrough was a tremendous surprise, utterly unexpected and completely beyond Yifeng's imagination, almost impossible to believe. As soon as Yifeng thought of the hint from the heavenly mechanism disc, he suddenly realized, and a flicker of understanding flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder the heavenly mechanism disc specifically said that to pass the 7th layer, one must first wait here for an opportunity and cannot forcefully break through. It turned out that the so-called opportunity he had been waiting for was not some heavenly materials or earth treasures, nor some inheritance of skills, but rather the fateful encounter with Bai Ningbing, allowing him to break through his realm through the power of dual cultivation and step into the immortal realm. Once he reached the immortal realm, the changes far exceeded his imagination. His spiritual power completely transformed into immortal spiritual power, and the strength of both his body and soul was comprehensively enhanced. Meanwhile, the heavenly mechanism disk he carried with him greatly amplified its ability to deduce heavenly secrets, significantly increasing the frequency of divination and the depth and accuracy of predictions, placing it on an entirely different level than before. With the support of his immortal realm cultivation combined with the greatly enhanced divination ability of the heavenly mechanism disk, he felt confident, and his determination to break through increased greatly. He had no further concerns, and spent a whole month carefully deducing step by step, following the newly precise guidance of the heavenly mechanism disk, avoiding all deadly dangers of the seventh layer, ultimately finding the only way to pass through the perilous situation and successfully reaching the endpoint of the seventh layer. However, he was puzzled to find that at the core altar of the seventh layer's endpoint he received only a specially made token of the Heavenly Emperor. This token had a simple yet grand design, made from a unique material that was warm and heavy with an excellent texture, crafted from a Woneo treasure material of the spirit realm, featuring intricate and mysterious patterns engraved with the exclusive Tao patterns of the Heavenly Emperor, utterly impossible to replicate. There was only this one piece in the world, absolutely unique. As Yifeng held this token of the Heavenly Emperor, he inexplicably felt an incredibly familiar sensation, as if he had seen it long ago, a vague sense of kinship stirring in his heart. He immediately urged the heavenly mechanism disk to deduce the usage of the token Ao. Unfortunately, he could only learn that this imperial token was not a direct inheritance treasure, but merely the unique key to unlock a treasure, having no significant combat power itself. Only by carrying the token to the Heavenly Emperor's location on Tianyan Island, to find a specific secret vault and unlock numerous restrictions, could he obtain the supreme opportunities, unparalleled techniques, or extraordinary treasures bestowed by the Heavenly Emperor. As far as he knew, the Heavenly Emperor had not appeared for many years. With the opportunities still unfulfilled and the treasure not yet in hand, the token was currently useless and could only be properly stored for the future, awaiting a time when his cultivation would be sufficient to seek an opportunity to go to Tianyan Island and obtain the supreme treasure. With everything settled and the trials of the seventh layer successfully passed, there was no need to linger in the secret realm any longer. Yifeng organized himself, secured the token of the Heavenly Emperor, and turned to step into the teleportation light curtain leading from the seventh layer of the trial tower back to the outside world, smoothly walking out of the Tianyan trial tower and returning to the realms beyond. Outside the trial tower, the sky was clear and vast, with clouds drifting leisurely. The familiar pavilions and towers were arranged in a picturesque manner. The spiritual herbs and celestial trees in the mountains were lush and green, and even the air was starkly different from the cruel and violent trial atmosphere inside the tower, bringing a profound sense of peace. After more than 2 months, Yifeng finally set foot again in the vast expanse of the immortal capital. Unlike before, prior to entering the tower, he had only been at the late stage of the Holy Realm, not standing out among the many genius disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy, and even being looked down upon repeatedly. However, after enduring the life and death trials within the tower and being baptized by the endless opportunities in the secret realm, he had already undergone a qualitative transformation. Within his Dantian, the immortal essence surged like the sea, with Tao rhythms swirling around him. Yifeng felt the explosive power within him, sensing a bright future ahead. After simply inquiring around and learning that there was currently no way to enter Tianyan Island, he took to the skies on his sword and slowly flew towards his exclusive cave dwelling in the Heavenly Tao Academy. He knew that Tianyan Island was the location of the Heavenly Court, and entering it was by no means easy. He could only hope for a future opportunity. He pondered along the way, and within half an hour he approached his cave dwelling area. What he did not know was that during the more than a month he had been isolated in the tower, a slender and proud figure had been waiting at the entrance of his cave every day without fail. That figure was none other than Bai Yuxiao, dressed in white as pure as snow. Her figure was graceful and her eyes were cold. She was supposed to be the aloof and untouchable pride of the Bai family. Yet at this moment there was an unmistakable weariness and anxiety etched across her brows. Since Yifeng lost contact in the trial tower for over a month, she had come unceasingly knocking on the door of this cold cave at the same time every day, only to receive no answer. She did not care much for Yifeng, nor did she have deep feelings for him, but previously the ancestor Bai Ningbing had specifically instructed her to take care of Yifeng, ensuring his safety in the immortal capital. If the ancestor learned that Yifeng had fallen or gone missing in the secret realm because of her negligence, and did not return safely, given Bai Ningbing's temperament and her rage, she would certainly not let it slide. At the very least, she would be confined for 100 years, or at worst stripped of her status as the legitimate daughter of the Bai family and forced into an arranged marriage. This heavy burden of responsibility weighed on her day and night, making her uneasy and unable to afford the slightest negligence. In the first few days she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking that he was merely delayed and would return. However, as days passed, this cave remained silent, and her hope gradually diminished. As the sun set once more, Bai Yuxiao raised her hand one last time, lightly tapping the stone door with her jade finger, only to find it still shrouded in the familiar silence, without any response, and no fluctuations of breath from within the cave. At this moment, the last faint thread of hope in Bai Yuxiao's heart finally dissipated completely. She had entirely lost faith, convinced that Yifeng had truly fallen within the secret realm. She felt it was time to return to the Bai family and confess to the ancestor Bai Ningbing about her failure to protect him and accept the punishment. With this thought, she felt surprisingly little fear. Instead, a sense of indescribable loss and bitterness surged within her, leaving her hollow, as if she had lost something extremely important. However, just as she turned around, a crisp sound of sword ringing suddenly echoed outside the academy's cave-dwelling area. Sharp sword energy sliced through the remnants of the setting sun, and a figure in green robes descended leisurely from the sky, stepping upon a celestial sword. That figure in green was tall and upright, with clear and handsome features exuding an extraordinary aura. None other than Yifeng, who had vanished for nearly 2 months. Bai Yuxiao's footsteps suddenly froze in place. Her whole body shook as she turned around abruptly. When she clearly saw the face of that figure, she was completely dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate face filled with shock, and her mind went blank. Could it really be Yifeng? He actually returned. The key was he bore no injuries, having returned completely unscathed. What stirred even greater turmoil within her was the aura flowing around him at that moment. That aura was vast and magnificent, pure and natural, clearly the same celestial spiritual power as her own. When did he acquire the cultivation level of the early stage of a celestial being? Bai Yuxiao's heart trembled violently, her breath suddenly halting. Having cultivated for nearly 100 years herself, relying on the top resources of the Bai family and the careful guidance of her ancestors, she had gone through countless trials before barely stepping into the pinnacle of the early stage of a celestial being, firmly standing among the top of the younger generation. But what about Yifeng? He was even younger than her. At their first meeting, he had merely been at the early stage of the holy realm, his cultivation far inferior to hers, the gap between them akin to the distance of heaven and earth. Yet in just a short year he had achieved a remarkable reversal, directly breaking through from the early stage of the holy realm to the early stage of a celestial being, his cultivation level almost matching hers. How could this be possible? Bai Yuxiao's heart surged with overwhelming waves filled with shock and disbelief. In just 1 year's time, crossing an entire major realm, such a speed of cultivation was simply unheard of, completely overturning her understanding. Could it be that this is the power of the 90 dragon bloodline? It is said that bloodlines above 90 are among the pinnacle of top bloodlines, bearing supreme destiny. Once fully awakened, the path of cultivation becomes unobstructed, progressing rapidly, a rarity among thousands. In the past, she had thought it was just an exaggerated rumor, but now, witnessing Yifeng's transformation with her own eyes, she truly recognized the terrifying talent and supreme potential of this 90 supreme bloodline. Looking at the man she once regarded as a simpleton, whom she looked down upon, now possessing the capability to stand shoulder to shoulder with her, in such a short time, Bai Yuxiao's mindset had quietly undergone a tremendous change. All her previous disdain, unwillingness, and resistance dissipated in an instant, replaced by a thought that had never crossed her mind before: perhaps the marriage arrangement set by her ancestors might not be so bad. To become a Tao partner with a man possessing such monstrous qualifications and a supreme bloodline was perhaps an opportunity for her. However, thinking of how he had likely been deliberately avoiding her, causing her so much heartache and fear for so long, a wave of inexplicable grievance and anger surged up in her heart. She had waited anxiously for over a month, knocking on doors daily and worrying every night, restless and uneasy, fearing that he might have perished unexpectedly, fearing that she would face severe punishment, living in torment and regret every day. Yet she never expected that this brat had been perfectly fine, instead benefiting greatly from wherever he had been leisurely avoiding her, causing her unnecessary suffering, feeling uneasy day after day, even contemplating returning to her clan to plead for punishment. Had she truly returned just now, she couldn't even imagine the consequences she would have to bear. The immense grievance instantly shattered all her calm. Seeing Yifeng land and sheath his sword, looking so nonchalant, Bai Yuxiao could no longer contain herself and quickly stepped forward, her cold voice carrying a hint of anger as she questioned Yifeng. Where have you been for over a month? Why have you been gone for so long? And your cultivation? How could you break through to the celestial being realm in just a little over a month? What on earth happened? Yifeng stood with his sword, looking at Bai Yuxiao, who was angrily questioning him like a master of the household, his brow furrowing slightly, his face filled with confusion. He had hardly any interactions with Bai Yuxiao. They had never been close, always distant. His whereabouts, his opportunities, and his cultivation had always been his private matters, unrelated to her. Why should he tell her? A hint of impatience crossed Yifeng's eyes as he calmly retorted, "Fairy, Bai, we don't seem that familiar, do we? Where I go when I return, and how my cultivation progresses, is there really a need to inform you?" This cold and indifferent remark shattered all of Bai Yuxiao's questions and anger in an instant, and the grievance she had just suppressed erupted forth, flooding her heart. She didn't expect that after waiting so long in torment filled with worry and guilt, what she received in return was such a distant and detached response from him. The vast difference and grievance instantly crushed all of Bai Yuxiao's pride and coolness. Do you know how worried I have been about you during this time? If something were to happen to you, how would I explain this to my ancestor? I lived in constant fear, unable to eat or sleep, afraid that my negligence might lead to a grave mistake. Why must you always be so reckless, making me worry for nothing? The usually proud and rarely tearful Bai family young lady suddenly felt her eyes redden, and without warning sparkling tears flowed down her fair cheeks. Yifeng looked at the weeping Bai Yuxiao, who appeared so pitiful and full of grievances, utterly bewildered. He had never seen a woman cry so unexpectedly. Why did she, who had just moments ago been furious and demanding accountability, suddenly appear so tearful and wronged? This stark contrast left him at a loss, filled with confusion. After a moment of silence, Yifeng sighed helplessly. He understood that she was waiting on behalf of the Bai family's ancestor, and ultimately, she was also bound by circumstances. Not truly being unreasonable, her inquiries were thus somewhat understandable. With a softened heart, he decided to simply explain, slowing his tone slightly, I didn't intentionally avoid coming back. I was trapped in the trials of the Immortal Tower's restrictions and unable to extricate myself. Later, I was fortunate to encounter a powerful figure who helped me escape, and during the journey, I fortuitously encountered an opportunity and broke through my cultivation realm, which is why I have delayed until now. He deliberately simplified the life and death dangers involved and avoided mentioning anything related to Bai Ningbing, providing only a vague response. Bai Yuxiao was momentarily taken aback, raising her reddened eyes to look at Yifeng. So he hadn't been intentionally avoiding her to see her make a fool of herself, but had truly been trapped. She instinctively felt a bit skeptical, having searched the second level numerous times. Why hadn't she discovered any particularly strong restrictions? But looking into Yifeng's calm and straightforward eyes, which didn't seem to harbor lies, her doubts gradually dissipated. Perhaps what he said was true. He had no need to deceive her. Thinking this way, her anger and grievance subsided, by more than half her emotions gradually calming down as she gently wiped away the tear stains on her cheeks, regaining some of her former composure. Seeing Bai Yuxiao's emotions stabilize, Yifeng decided not to linger any further, stating succinctly, "Fairy, by that is how things are. I've explained clearly. If there's nothing else, I will return to the cave dwelling to rest." After 2 months of grueling battles in the secret realm, he was physically and mentally exhausted, craving peace to recuperate and contemplate the matters regarding Tianyin Immortal Island, having no time for romantic entanglements or pointless disputes. Having said that, he took a step, preparing to turn and enter the cave dwelling. However, Bai Yuxiao immediately called, "This time I also have my faults for putting you in danger, and your previous reminder was a kindness to me. This fairy can grant you one request as an apology. What would you like?" "Whatever the request, as long as it's not too excessive, I will agree to it," Bai Yuxiao said earnestly. Although this incident of Yifeng's disappearance was not directly her fault, it was still connected to her favoritism towards that senior brother. Moreover, Yifeng's reminder had indirectly helped her avoid a major disaster, sparing her from the punishment of her ancestor. Thus, she owed him a debt of gratitude. She wished to better understand Yifeng and mend their relationship, feeling it was only right to offer him some compensation to ease her own conscience. Yifeng was taken aback by her words, initially intending to shake his head and say he didn't need anything, but then he suddenly asked, "Any request can be made." Bai Yuxiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She felt that now, with his monstrous qualifications and limitless potential, he was no longer the simpleton she once looked down upon, and was fully qualified to stand alongside her. Even if he seized this opportunity to propose to continue fulfilling their marriage contract and becoming Dao partners, I would seriously consider it. After all, being his Dao partner wouldn't disgrace me. All right, then I will make a very sensitive request. Upon seeing this, Yifeng paused before speaking. Bai Yuxiao's heart skipped a beat at his words, her breathing stuttering, and her heart inexplicably tightened. A very sensitive request. Her mind instantly raced with thoughts, her cheeks blushing slightly as she speculated that he indeed still harbored feelings for her and wanted to continue fulfilling their marriage contract. Although she had long prepared herself at this moment, she still felt flustered, her hands slightly stiff, nervous, and shy, filled with a youthful awkwardness, not completely ready to accept it calmly. But in the next moment, Yifeng's words caught her completely off guard, as he earnestly asked, "Can you tell me if there's any way for me to enter the Immortal Court for a position? Or could you take me to Tianyin Immortal Island to have a look? If you have a way, please let me know honestly, and I will be eternal." Yifeng seemed like a straightforward man, not considering the possibility of continuing their marriage contract. He was only focused on how to quickly improve himself. The Tianyin Emperor's token he obtained could only be used to access the Tianyin Immortal Island, where the Immortal Court was located, to open the secret treasury and acquire treasures. Since the Tianyin Emperor hadn't appeared for a long time, he had to find a way to obtain it himself. As his words fell, the air fell into silence. Bai Yuxiao's blush, shyness, nervousness, and anticipation instantly froze, completely solidifying. She stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Yifeng, her brain completely malfunctioning, her face filled with incredulity and shock. The marriage proposal she had anticipated and the confession of becoming Dao partners had not appeared at all. The sensitive request he earnestly made was actually about wanting to go to Tianyin Immortal Island or have a position in the Immortal Court. Could it be that he had never harbored any romantic feelings for her at all? Not even a hint of admiration or... In this moment, a surge of indescribable complex emotions welled up within Bai Yuxiao, a mix of astonishment, confusion, disappointment, and an underlying sense of frustration. As the legitimate daughter of the Bai family, known for her stunning beauty, exceptional talent, and noble status, she had always been the object of admiration for countless talents. Yet she never expected that, having set aside all her pride, prepared to become a Dao partner and mend their relationship, the other party would completely ignore her, their heart and mind solely occupied by a position in the Celestial Court. Yifeng noticed that Bai Yuxiao remained silent for a long time, her expression dazed. He mistakenly assumed that this request was rather difficult and that she might be powerless to help, so he proactively offered, "If this matter is too difficult, then let it go. I'll consider that I never mentioned it." He already knew that Tianyin Immortal Island was a crucial area of the Celestial City, one that ordinary cultivators could not access. It was normal for Bai Yuxiao to be powerless in this situation. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuxiao suddenly snapped back to reality, suppressing all the bitterness, disappointment, and frustration within her. She gathered her scattered thoughts and pretended as if nothing had happened, saying, "As the core territory, Tianyin Immortal Island cannot be easily accessed even by those of us from prominent families. Whether it is to take a position in the Celestial Court or to visit Tianyin Immortal Island, the quickest and safest method is to seek help from my Bai family's ancestor. The ancestor holds some power within the Celestial Court, and as long as she is willing to intervene, entering Tianyin Immortal Island would be a simple matter for you." Although she was unsure why the other party made such a request, she still conveyed the information truthfully. However, as soon as Yifeng heard the words ancestor, his pupils contracted, and he hurriedly declined, saying, "No need, there's no need to trouble Immortal Bai. In the trial tower, he had committed an unspeakable act against Bai Ningbing. It was already a great favor that she did not kill him, so how could he dare to disturb her again?" Seeing Yifeng so apprehensive about the ancestor, and unwilling to seek her help, Bai Yuxiao, though unaware of the reason, understood that her ancestor was indeed difficult to approach. In the end, she could only propose, "Since you are unwilling to seek the ancestor's help, then there remains only one last option. There is an outer affairs hall set up at the periphery of Tianyin Immortal Island, which is open year-round, recruiting low-level Celestial Court patrols and junior officials from the Celestial City. As long as you can pass the assessment at the outer affairs hall, you can become a Celestial Court patrol or a junior official with a chance to obtain qualification to enter Tianyin Immortal Island. However, this assessment is extremely rigorous with a high elimination rate. Countless talents flock to it, but most return empty-handed. Whether you can be successfully selected relies entirely on your own strength and luck. What she mentioned is the only legitimate way for ordinary cultivators to approach Tianyin Immortal Island and connect with the Celestial Court, and it is currently the only feasible method for him. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope instantly lit up in Yifeng's eyes, and the weight in his heart was completely lifted. Having a method is enough. Even if it is just a junior official, as long as he can step into the vicinity of Tianyin Immortal Island, he would have the opportunity to search for the location of secret treasures and unlock the sealed imperial treasures and opportunities. Good, thank you for the information. After receiving a response, Yifeng solemnly expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist and promptly returned to his cave abode without a moment's hesitation or lingering feelings. He had already settled on his plan to rest for the night and set off tomorrow for the outer affairs hall of the Celestial Court to participate in the assessment and strive to obtain some position. This cave abode is a combination of a courtyard and an inner chamber, with half of the building exposed outside as a courtyard and the other half embedded in the mountain, becoming a private space. As the courtyard gate opened, Yifeng stepped inside, then slowly closed the stone door of the courtyard, blocking the view. In the empty and cool courtyard, only Bai Yuxiao stood quietly in the fading sunlight, the evening breeze rustling her white garments, making her figure appear lonely. Does this guy not want to chat with me for a while longer? Doesn't he invite me in to sit? Could he not see her initiative today? Looking at the tightly closed door and the indifferent figure leaving, Bai Yuxiao felt inexplicably blocked in her heart, filled with unexplainable awkwardness and disappointment. Deep down, it seemed she really hoped to stay with him a little longer and learn more about him. Unfortunately, it seemed that Yifeng had no such thoughts from beginning to end, leaving her outside without a second glance. Bai Yuxiao gently bit her lips, secretly blaming herself, feeling that this guy was truly dense. However, she quickly consoled herself, thinking that perhaps this guy had just returned and was too tired to pay attention to her. With that thought, she finally began to leave with a heavy heart. Yifeng was unaware of by Yu Xiao's thoughts. He believed that she was just feeling a moment of guilt for waiting for him, and would soon return to her indifferent self, no longer glancing at him. After all, she liked that senior brother, so how could she genuinely care about a poor boy from a remote place like him? After resting the entire night in the cave, Yifeng began his search for a job at the Outer Affairs Hall of Tianyin Immortal Island the next day. He knew that Tianyin Immortal Island gathered most of the resources and top powers of the entire Celestial City, and it must be heavily guarded with countless restrictions, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to even approach the periphery, let alone delve deep into the island for opportunities. To lawfully establish himself in the Celestial City and gradually approach the core of Tianyin Immortal Island, he could only join the Celestial Court system, becoming a registered patrol or an official of the Celestial Court, which offered a slim possibility. This was the only path Yu Xiao had informed him about, and currently the most stable and feasible method. Unfortunately, it was said that the Celestial Court had a very high threshold for recruitment, with layers of selections and rigorous trials. Countless talented cultivators came with high hopes, but most returned empty-handed with a very low probability of selection. However, he felt that with the heavenly mechanism played in hand, it should not be a problem. As dawn broke, the soft blue celestial light penetrated the layered clouds, gently cascading onto the sprawling palaces at the periphery of Tianyin Immortal Island. Yifeng transformed into a light and agile azure rainbow, and within half an hour he arrived at this palace. This area of palatial buildings was constructed beside the mountains and clouds with vermilion roofs and jade tiles exuding an ethereal atmosphere. Everywhere there were cultivators of the immortal realm passing by, each with a profound aura and impressive cultivation. Compared to other places in the Celestial City, the atmosphere here was more solemn and imposing, with an invisible pressure from the Celestial Court permeating the air, instilling a sense of reverence. As he navigated through, entering the main hall of the Outer Affairs Hall, Yifeng's gaze swiftly scanned the recruitment jade boards around, browsing through the various job openings and assessment criteria displayed. The first position he looked at was the Celestial Court Patrol with the highest rank and authority, but unfortunately the strict requirements at the end of the jade board stated cultivation must reach the late stage of the immortal realm or above. Yifeng frowned slightly and sighed inwardly. Currently his cultivation was firmly at the early stage of the immortal realm. Although his combat power far surpassed others at the same level, the Celestial Court recruitment only considered foundational cultivation, not practical combat strength, and this hard threshold directly barred him from applying for the patrol position. He continued to browse through the various official positions, reviewing the recruitment information one by one. He found that these official roles either required a distinguished background or apprenticeship under renowned sects, or they needed expertise in specific techniques, alchemy, or formations, leaving no position suitable for someone like him who had just arrived in the Celestial City and was without a faction. Just as his heart sank to the bottom, a relatively low-tier recruitment jade board caught his attention, with the words "Recruiting Celestial City Patrol" prominently displayed. The writing on the jade board was clear, detailing the responsibilities of the position. The Celestial City Patrol is responsible for daily patrol duties in the Celestial City, maintaining order and investigating potential threats, covering the streets and alleys of the Celestial City, with the periphery of Tianyin Immortal Island included. This was precisely the opportunity he had been dreaming of. Though the Celestial City Patrol is ranked lower than the official Celestial Court Patrol, being merely a basic duty in the Celestial City, with limited authority and tedious responsibilities requiring daily back-and-forth patrols that are monotonous and exhausting, its greatest value lies in the opportunity to approach the periphery of Tianyin Immortal Island. As long as he successfully secured the position patrolling day in and day out, he would have the chance to observe the restrictions of Tianyin Immortal Island and seek traces of imperial opportunities. Yifeng instantly solidified his goal, his gaze returning to the recruitment details to carefully check all The Celestial City Patrol had no overly strict cultivation restrictions, only requiring early stage of the immortal realm or above, with no need for a background or sect affiliation. The only admission criteria were to pass the Unified Strength Trial and Qualification Assessment in the Outer Affairs Hall. For him, this assessment was not a challenge. Without further hesitation, Yifeng stepped into the Outer Affairs Hall dedicated to recruiting the Celestial City Patrol. The hall was extremely spacious, with white jade flooring and towering jade pillars around, inscribed with the Celestial Court's regulations. A solemn celestial might envelop the area. Within the hall, dozens of young talents had already gathered to participate in the assessment, all selected geniuses from various regions, their auras rich and their expressions arrogant, secretly competing with each other, creating a tense atmosphere. Most of them were direct descendants of major families or core geniuses from top sects, each full of confidence and determined to succeed. After all, although the Celestial City Patrol held a lower rank, it was a legitimate position within the Celestial Court system. Securing this position was equivalent to entering the formal Celestial Court structure, offering significant potential for future advancement, a coveted opportunity for countless ambitious cultivators. The group of talented individuals focused on their own cultivation, waiting for the assessment to commence, paying no attention to Yifeng, who wore a simple blue robe and seemed unremarkable. Before long, a middle-aged celestial official in a silver-white robe with a stern face stepped out. He was the chief examiner for this recruitment, overseeing the basic recruitment matters of the Outer Affairs Hall. Although his rank was not high, his authority was significant, holding the power of life and death over this assessment. The chief examiner briefly announced the assessment rules and declared the trial officially open. The trial for the Celestial City Patrol is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is a combat trial assessing the cultivator's practical abilities, adaptability, and foundational cultivation. Participants must navigate through a specialized trial formation, with the longer they withstand various onslaughts and the faster they break through, the higher their score. The second round is a qualification and temperament assessment, evaluating the applicant's character and composure, eliminating those with unworthy intentions or restless hearts. A group of geniuses entered one by one. Some barely lasted for half a quarter of an hour before falling, while others managed to pass, but were left battered and bruised. Only a few top-tier geniuses could successfully complete the challenge, earning impressive scores. However, with Yifeng's strength, it was no surprise that he ultimately secured first place in both rounds. The once proud disciples of noble families turned pale, showing expressions of disbelief. They never expected that this seemingly insignificant youth could possess such formidable combat power. Then, just as everyone thought Yifeng would surely be selected, at the last moment the chief examination official glanced at Yifeng, his gaze carrying a hint of appraisal, as he condescendingly asked, "May I ask where you are from, young friend? Which celestial clan do you belong to? Who is your master? Do you have any endorsed elders registered with the Celestial Court?" This was the last routine inquiry before selection, as ordinary cultivators would typically announce their family and master to showcase their background. Unaware of the underlying issues and unwilling to mention the Bai family, Yifeng replied, "Honestly, I am Yifeng from the remote Lingshu celestial domain. I am merely the lord of a village with no sect, no master, and no background." As soon as he finished speaking, the chief examination official, who had initially appeared indifferent, suddenly changed. Only moments ago he had noted Yifeng's outstanding examination results and was secretly impressed, even estimating which prominent family had trained this young talent. However, upon hearing the words remote celestial domain and village lord, the admiration in his eyes vanished, replaced by profound disdain and contempt. He could barely muster the effort to glance at Yifeng again, waving his hand dismissively and saying, "You may leave. For this assessment you have not met the selection criteria and will not be hired." This sudden outcome left everyone present in shock. The previously noisy discussions in the hall instantly fell silent, and all the cultivators' gazes fixed on Yifeng. Some expressed quiet regret, others were puzzled, but most wore expressions of mockery, ridicule, and schadenfreude. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a heavy weight in his heart, a surge of frustration rising in his chest, as he asked in confusion, "Senior official, I ranked first in both rounds of the assessment, far exceeding the recruitment standards and adhered to all regulations. Why have I not met the hiring standards? Please clarify the reason." He was filled with immense doubt, having meticulously reviewed the assessment rules and achieved first place through sheer strength, only to be met with the absurdity of being rejected. The chief examination official, looking down at Yifeng, smirked with a mocking sneer and said, "Young friend, do you know how important the duty of the Celestial City Patrol is? It is not a position that just anyone can fulfill. The top elites from the major noble families within the Celestial City are eagerly vying for it, and we simply cannot accept a loose cultivator from a remote celestial domain." Although his words were harsh, they laid bare the deeply entrenched prejudices within the Celestial Court. The rules are meant for ordinary people. The actual recruitment corps has always prioritized family background and status. The so-called strength assessment is merely a formality. The noble disciples in the hall nodded in understanding, feeling no sense of injustice. After all, in their eyes, lineage was of utmost importance in the spirit world, and a loose cultivator without background was inherently inferior, unworthy of competing for opportunities in the Celestial Court. Hearing this explanation, Yifeng felt a wave of inexplicable anger swell within him, engulfed by a profound sense of absurdity and injustice. He had not expected that such prejudices would exist, even in the seemingly upright and dignified Celestial Court. He had fought with all his might, overcoming all challenges and securing first place through genuine strength, only to ultimately be defeated by the arbitrary limitations of his background. He stepped forward and argued forcefully, "If you do not hire non-noble geniuses, why not clearly state that in the recruitment announcement? Why waste people's time?" He struck at the heart of the matter, exposing their double standards and biases. The recruitment wall of the Celestial Court clearly stated that the assessment would only consider cultivation level strength and character, with no mention of family background. Yet now this chief examination official dismissed his application on the grounds of background, making it seem like a mere joke. This is the default rule. The recruitment standards are merely the minimum requirements. Whether or not one is hired depends on the comprehensive evaluation by the chief examiner. The chief examination official, not angered, continued to sneer, evading the issue. This had become an unspoken rule here. All celestial officials operated this way, and he was not alone in this. Just then a cold, aloof voice, imbued with supreme authority, suddenly resonated from the entrance of the out. The voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the layers of noise, echoing throughout the hall, with an undeniable authority. Oh, who said that the Celestial City Patrol must only recruit from noble families? I was not aware of such a rule. At the moment her words fell, the entire Outer Affairs Hall fell into a dead silence. The chief examination official, who had been calm moments ago, intended to reprimand her, but as he turned to look at the entrance and beheld the figure clad in pure white, celestial robes, graceful and breathtakingly beautiful, his legs weakened, his celestial power disordered, and his heart raced with sudden fear, a terror that surged from the depths of his soul. The newcomer had flowing hair like a waterfall, skin whiter than snow, and cold, piercing eyes. A faint aura of supreme celestial authority surrounded her, and without any deliberate pressure, all the cultivators in the hall held their breath, their minds shaken. In the next moment, the chief examination official dared not hesitate, immediately kneeling heavily on both knees, his forehead pressed against the white jade floor, his voice trembling with extreme fear as he apologized. I am guilty. I was blind and acted recklessly, disrespecting the regulations. I implore you to forgive me. He was thoroughly terrified, utterly confused as to why this wrathful deity had suddenly come here. The sight of the chief examination official, who held the power of recruitment, once so imposing, now reduced to a quivering, fearful figure unable to even meet her gaze, left the hall in complete silence. All the cultivators stood frozen, not daring to breathe, their faces filled with shock as they stared at the extraordinary woman at the entrance. When Yifeng caught sight of the woman speaking, he froze in place, his pupils dilating as a bitter expression washed over his face. It was Bai Ningbing, the very celestial envoy who had shared an intense moment with him in the secret realm, cold and domineering, ruthless in her decisions, and chillingly aloof. He had thought that after leaving the trial celestial tower and the secret realm, they would be like rivers and mountains apart, never to cross paths again. He had deliberately avoided the Bai family this time, hoping to evade this aloof and powerful celestial envoy, completely erasing the awkward and dangerous past. Yet fate played tricks on him, as the one he least wanted to encounter appeared at this critical moment. He understood Bai Ningbing's character all too well, proud and cold, with an air of purity untainted by the world, standing high above like a goddess. The unexpected incident in the secret realm had tarnished her purity, and given her temperament, she must harbor deep resentment and loathing toward him. Not seeing her again would have been the best outcome. However, today, as he came to the celestial court for recruitment, he had inadvertently crossed paths with her once more. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing's cold gaze fell upon Yifeng, her beautiful clear eyes flickering with obvious surprise and disbelief. She had always believed that Yifeng, trapped on the 7th level of the trial celestial tower, would never escape without her help, and that he was undoubtedly doomed. After all, the 7th level of the trial celestial tower was fraught with peril and countless life-threatening dangers, and with his cultivation level, it was impossible for him to emerge unscathed. She had thought that he might have perished completely, never to appear before her again, yet she never expected that this small cultivator from the lower realm not only survived the celestial tower, but emerged unscathed, even having the leisure to come to the Outer Affairs Hall to compete for a low-level position as a Celestial City Patrol. This was far beyond her expectations, leaving her in shock. However, she maintained her usual cold demeanor. Even though her heart was turbulent, her face remained impassive, betraying no emotion. Today she had merely passed through the Outer Affairs Hall and had keenly sensed a familiar aura. Yifeng, the one who had lingered in her mind from the secret realm, prompting her to stop momentarily to listen without any intention of delving into past entanglements or getting too involved with him. Her cold gaze swept over the trembling chief examination official, her voice indifferent, yet carrying an undeniable authority, as she declared the celestial court recruits based solely on talent, with regulations publicly stated treating everyone equally. Setting private thresholds based on background, engaging in favoritism and malpractice, undermining the rules of the celestial court. Do you know your crime? Each word struck like thunder, resonating throughout the hall. The kneeling chief examination official lowered his head, even further drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowing in apology. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will heed your words. I will rectify this immediately. If there is a next time, I will not be lenient. Bai Ningbing, disinterested in looking at the official again, turned away indifferently, her figure transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the sea of clouds outside the hall, swift and decisive, leaving no trace. Throughout the entire incident, she had not spared Yifeng a single glance, or uttered a word more, as if she had merely tidied up the celestial court's regulations, and nothing more. However, this brief moment of assistance significantly improved Yifeng's situation. Only after Bai Ningbing's aura had completely dissipated did the kneeling chief examination official dare to slowly rise his back, drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. Still shaken, he calmed his emotions and suddenly recalled Yifeng, who stood quietly beside him, causing his attitude to undergo a complete turnaround, a 180-degree shift. The previous disdain, malice, and arrogance were replaced with utmost respect, flattery, and servility. He hurriedly stood up, walked in front of Yifeng, his face full of smiles, lowering his posture, and repeatedly cupping his hands in apology. Young brother Yi, it is my fault for not recognizing the greatness of the mountains, and for being disrespectful. I hope you won't take it to heart. How could you not mention earlier that you are acquainted with Commander by such a prominent figure? It's truly like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, one family failing to recognize another. Had I known of your status and background, even with 100 times my courage, I wouldn't dare to slight you in the least. I would have treated you as a distinguished guest, and welcomed you with great honor. The chief examination official was filled with regret, his heart filled with fear. Although he did not know the background of this young man before him, the fact that the other party could have Bai Ningbing personally vouch for him indicated that his background must be extraordinarily powerful. If he truly bore a grudge against me, just a single word from him could easily cost me my official robes. Yifeng observed the examination official's obsequious demeanor, and though he felt disdain in his heart, quickly put on a smile and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, ignorance is no crime." He did not wish to dwell on it too much. The most important thing right now was to successfully secure the position of the patrol guard in the Immortal City. Taking advantage of the other party's respectful attitude, Yifeng suppressed the complex emotions within him and asked his biggest question, "However, esteemed official, I have a matter I cannot comprehend, and I hope you can enlighten me. That by Xianxue, just now what exactly is her status in the Immortal Court? Why do all of you Immortal Court officials seem so fearful of her?" All along he thought Bai Ningbing was merely an ordinary celestial envoy within the Immortal Court, at most a mid-level official with considerable power, but certainly not top tier. However, the scene just now completely overturned his previous understanding. A formal official in charge of recruitment in the Immortal Court actually kneeled and begged for mercy before her, which demonstrated that her status far exceeded his imagination. Hearing this, the chief examination official quickly lowered his voice, his face filled with awe and trepidation, as he replied, "Young brother, you actually don't even know the identity of Commander Bai. You are being far too modest. Commander Bai holds two positions. She is the highest commander of the Immortal Court's celestial guards, overseeing all celestial sentinels and patrol forces, and she is also the designated proxy empress appointed by the Tianyan Emperor before his retreat. Commander Bai's true cultivation level has already reached the late stage of the celestial sovereign realm, just one step away from the imperial realm. The Tianyan Emperor has been in closed-door cultivation for many years, leaving no trace. In the entire Kanglan immortal domain, from the high-ranking officials of the Immortal Court to countless cultivators and major clans aside from the Elders' Council, it can be said that everyone is under Commander Bai's jurisdiction. When the Emperor is absent, she is the supreme ruler of the Kanglan immortal domain, overseeing all matters big and small, and she is currently the most powerful and esteemed figure in the Immortal Court. These words struck Yifeng's mind like a thunderclap. He stood there completely frozen, his eyes wide open in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the aloof woman he had entangled with in the secret realm, with whom he had a skin-deep relationship, was actually a top figure in the late stage of the celestial sovereign realm, governing the entire Kanglan immortal domain and wielding immense power. No wonder she could recklessly kill high-ranking celestial officials, colluding with foreign races in the Lingshu immortal domain, disregarding the rules of the Immortal Court, and decisively committing murder without anyone daring to hold her accountable. No wonder a dignified chief examiner of the Foreign Affairs Hall was terrified to the point of losing his soul at the sight of her and knelt down to beg for mercy. In this moment, all the unreasonable aspects suddenly became clear. After the immense shock, an overwhelming sense of absurdity and bitterness instantly engulfed Yifeng's. As an ordinary cultivator from the lower realms, a rootless wanderer, how could he have inadvertently provoked and disrespected a contemporary empress? One could even say that he was the first person to have the privilege of intimacy with the empress. This realization made his scalp tingle, his spirit tremble, and he felt both amused and pained. Is it too late for me to start currying favor with her now? However, in the next moment he immediately extinguished this unrealistic thought, leaving only endless bitterness and helplessness in his heart. He knew very well what Bai Ningbing's character was like. That woman was proud and aloof, cold and domineering, with a strong sense of self-respect, valuing her reputation and purity above her life. The incident in the secret realm was probably the greatest stain and humiliation of her life, a thorn that could never be removed from her heart. The fact that she did not kill him on the spot or seek revenge afterward was already a tremendous favor, an extreme act of restraint. Let alone currying favor with her, if he were to carelessly linger in front of her, and she bore a grudge, with just a casual gesture, she could make him perish without a trace, with no one able to save him. If he were not still seeking treasures on Tianyan Island and looking into the supreme opportunities left by the Tianyan Emperor, he would want nothing more than to immediately distance himself from the immortal city, to be far away from this place filled with entanglements and dangers, and never meet that woman again. Suppressing the myriad complex emotions within him, Yifeng quickly gathered all his thoughts and regained his calm gaze. No matter how difficult the road ahead or how many grievances and entanglements it involved, he was determined to seize the opportunities on Tianyan Island. Returning to his senses, the chief examination official had already respectfully prepared all the employment documents, patrol badges, and standard celestial robes, presenting them with both hands. A smile spread across his face, his attitude exceedingly respectful. Young brother, all the procedures have been completed. From now on you are officially registered as a patrol guard in the Immortal Court. Your shift duties and patrol routes have all been arranged optimally, and even the areas near Tianyan Island will be prioritized under your jurisdiction. Thank you. Yifeng reached out to take the translucent white patrol badge inscribed with the patterns of the Immortal Court and promptly turned to leave. He had to seize the time to complete the most important task and then withdraw. Over the next 2 months, Yifeng diligently patrolled and took his duties seriously. The old patrol guards around him had been in the Immortal City for hundreds of years, well versed in the rules of the officialdom, most of them having mastered the art of slacking off. Daily routines involved 2 rounds of patrol, merely going through the motions before seeking refuge in the Yun Pavilion for tea and idle chatter. They never skipped their scheduled days off, avoiding duties whenever possible, yet Yifeng was completely the opposite. Yifeng voluntarily gave up the 5 mandatory days off each month for the patrol guards, reporting for duty every day without fail. As soon as dawn broke, he would already be donned in silver-white patrol armor, holding the standard patrol jade token, following the team to start the day's patrol. When night fell and the other patrol guards returned home to rest, he would still circle around the outer perimeter of Tianyan Island for another round, ensuring there were no abnormalities or opportunities before returning. After 2 months of unyielding vigilance with no interruptions from wind or rain, Yifeng's attendance rate was the highest among all the low-level patrol guards, unmatched by anyone. The veteran patrol guards in the same team looked at this young man who was so diligent to the point of stubbornness, initially feeling admiration, but gradually only helplessness and confusion remained. Everyone knew that the promotion system for low-level patrol guards in the Immortal City was harsh to the point of cruelty. Advancing through diligent service and accumulating achievements was the most foolish and longest path to promotion. There were many low-level patrol guards, and the merits from daily duties were so meager they were nearly negligible. Most people might serve diligently for hundreds of years without ever advancing a single rank, and rising from junior to intermediate or senior patrol guard was an exceedingly distant prospect. In the Immortal City, the fastest and most reliable way to rise was never through hard work, but through connections with the powerful. As long as one could align themselves with a high-ranking figure in the Immortal Court, a single hint from above or a document could outweigh a low-level cultivator's 1,000 years of hard work, allowing for an immediate leap in rank, rising straight to the clouds. And everyone in the team knew that Yifeng had opportunities that others could only dream of. Currently the proxy empress of the Immortal Court, Commander by Ningbing, who oversees the entire patrol force in the Immortal City, had personally attended the recruitment hall to reprimand the rigid and biased examination official on Yifeng's behalf, forcefully including the seemingly unremarkable Yifeng into the patrol team. This matter had long spread among the low-level patrol guards, with everyone aware of it. All were convinced that Yifeng had an undisclosed deep connection with Commander by Ningbing. Because of this, the others looked at Yifeng, who was tirelessly working hard every day without a hint of laziness, and felt it was a great pity, even somewhat foolish. That evening, several old patrol guards finally couldn't help but joke and advise him, "Young brother, it's not that we old fellows are trying to teach you a lesson, but you are simply too earnest. Look at the others in our team, who isn't just getting by. Only you working diligently every day without rest, doing everything yourself. What good does it do?" An old patrol guard with graying hair who had served for 300 years shook his feather fan, his face full of help. Another burly cultivator picked up the conversation, his tone tinged with envy and confusion. "Exactly, with your connections, why endure the hardships of the lower ranks? You are someone who can have Commander by personally backing you. A person of prominence that others can only dream of, yet you choose to ignore it. Instead of toiling here to accumulate experience, why not take some time to pay a visit to Commander Bai? Even if it's just to chat casually with your relationship, she could easily elevate you 3 ranks, directly lifting you from a low-level patrol guard to a senior position, allowing you to enjoy a comfortable life with double pay without needing to toil in the wind and sun every day." "That's right." The others echoed. "Promotion from a low-level position takes 100 years to advance a rank and 1,000 years for any significant advancement. It's purely a foolish method. The rules in the Immortal City have always prioritized connections over hard work. Your diligence over 1,000 years may not match a single word of support from Commander Bai. Why cling to this path? We all know you want to promote, but this path is simply unpassable. The words of the group were sincere, yet realistic, hitting the essence of the immortal city's job market. In their eyes, Yifeng's hard work had only one purpose: to be promoted as soon as possible and escape the humble identity of a low-level patrol guard. They could never understand why Yifeng, holding top-tier connections, would choose to forsake shortcuts and take the most difficult and uncertain path instead. Yifeng listened to their entreaties and offered only a gentle, rueful smile. He gave a slight wave of his hand, his eyes revealing a kind of helpless humility that others could not comprehend. You gentlemen jest. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate chance back then and assisted Commander by with 2 trivial matters, nothing more. That hardly constitutes any deep bond. What merit or right would I have to presumptuously attach myself to the Commander? Performing my duties honestly and standing sentinel faithfully is the only thing I can do. Yifeng's tone was calm, neither proud nor agitated, his explanation sincere and modest. Yet among the assembled patrols no one believed him. They took his humility for affectation, a concealment of greater ties. Brother Yi, that's too false. Indeed, we've guarded Xindu for years and never seen Commander by intervene in grassroots recruitment. The Weisher Hall's recruitment of patrols had always favored lineage and sect background. The unspoken rules ran deep and had not changed for decades. Yet for you alone, Commander, by personally descended upon the Weisher Hall, publicly rebuked the examining immortal officials and shattered centuries of custom. If there were no connection at all, why would the dignified, aloof, acting female emperor, towering in rank and cold in demeanor, make an exception for an obscure foot soldier? In my view, you're merely overcautious. Blessed yet unaware, failing to make proper use of your fortune. The crowd spoke in turn, each remark delivered with certainty, convinced that Yifeng was deliberately hiding a deep relationship with Bai Ningbing. No matter how Yifeng protested, the others pretended not to hear, assuming instead that he was young and modest by choice. Seeing this, he could only smile inwardly and cease further argument. He knew all too well that any further explanations would be futile. They saw only the public spectacle of Bai Ningbing's exception. None knew of the exceedingly awkward, nearly fatal secret entanglement hidden between him and that peerlessly beautiful, cold-acting empress. Bai Ningbing was aloof and otherworldly, her authority overwhelming, an exalted divinity of the celestial court, forever distant and unattainable. The reckless intimacy that had occurred in the secret realm was an accident to him, but to Bai Ningbing, it was the greatest humiliation of her life, a stain upon her honor. That she did not execute him or crush him socially was already an immense forbearance. He had no standing to claim gratitude or seek patronage. He had long severed any desire to cling to her favor. Day after day he performed his duties, diligently kept to his place, never flaunted even a shred of borrowed renown, nor dared approach Bai Ningbing in the slightest. He hid in quiet obscurity, living humbly, so as to fade from her memory and secure his chance at fortune. Alas, for 2 months he had patrolled earnestly day after day and sought opportunities to set foot on Tianyin Immortal Island, yet no opening had presented itself. One evening, after finishing his guard duty, Yifeng bade his comrades farewell. He shed his patrol armor, donned a plain azure robe, and rode his sword back toward the Tiandao Academy's private cave abode. He had believed there would be no further contact between him and Bai Ningbing, that her prior reprimand of the examiners had been merely incidental, a perfunctory act. Yet when he reached the Tiandao Academy's dwellings and pushed open his hall door, a faint chill fragrance unexpectedly swept out, an aroma utterly different from his abode's usual air, pure, aristocratic, and crisply cold, an aura belonging solely to his sanctified woman. A sudden tightness seized Yifeng's chest, his spiritual power snapped taut, and he reflexively grasped the guardian token at his waist. His steps froze. This cave abode had always housed only him, visits were rare. Now some outsider had crossed its threshold, and their aura was overwhelmingly strong, far beyond his current cultivation. He stepped slowly into the hall and lifted his gaze. The instant his eyes fell upon the figure beside the jade table, he froze in place, his pupils contracting as a storm of dread rose within him. Seated tranquilly beside the jade table in the hall was an absolutely exquisite woman. She wore a flowing robe of pure white, her beauty unrivaled, skin like snow, and a faint heavenly resonance surrounded her, an otherworldly chill of detachment. She was none other than Bai Ningbing, the acting female emperor of the celestial court and supreme commander of Xianda's patrols. Without employing any access edict, she had slipped silently into his cave abode and sat in the hall with the ease of its master, composed and untroubled, betraying not the slightest awkwardness. Yifeng instinctively rubbed his eyes and confirmed repeatedly the woman before him was real, not an illusion. In an instant, countless thoughts surged through his mind, and the apprehension at his core spiked to its peak. Why had she come? His heart hammered, a pervasive unease settled over him. There had been no official summons, no edict. This private midnight visitation could not bode well. Had she never forgotten the calamity in the secret realm? Had her earlier indifference and apparent forbearance been only temporary restraint? Perhaps now freed of other duties, she had come expressly to settle old accounts and demand retribution for the assault and the stain upon her. Once such a thought took root, it clung to his heart, chilling him to the bone and rendering his limbs numb. He knew his transgression well, and he knew by Ningbing's vast authority and imperious nature. If she insisted on exacting punishment, it would be trivial for her to crush him utterly. Even the highest office could not save a lowly Shindu patrolman from being ground to dust and having his soul annihilated at her whim. Yifeng suppressed the panic in his chest, gathered his wits, and with a demeanor both respectful and betraying palpable trepidation stepped forward and asked, "Commander, may I ask what brings you here so suddenly?" He had already prepared for the worst. If she came to hold him accountable tonight, he would neither plead nor resist. He only prayed she would spare his kin and friends from entanglement. Bai Ningbing raised her eyes and regarded him. Her star-cold gaze was placid, showing neither anger nor reproach nor any flicker of tenderness. Only an official detached indifference, as if the absurd entanglement in the secret realm had never occurred between them. She looked at Yifeng for a moment, then lifted a slender pale hand, and set an unadorned cyan jade slip upon the table. Her voice was cool as frost as she instructed, "There is a list of suspicious individuals here. As before, you must covertly investigate and verify each person's true identity, their cultivation background, and hidden motives." Upon hearing this, the knot in Yifeng's chest finally loosened, and he exhaled in long relief. So it was official business. Investigating secret cultivators and rooting out concealed threats had been tasks Bai Ningbing had privately entrusted to him before. They were the very reason he had come to Shindu. He had executed previous missions with steady competence, evidently, she had approved of his abilities and entrusted him once more. As long as this was not a reckoning for the Secret Realm incident, and he retained some usefulness, there remained room for maneuver and hope of reprieve. He hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully taking the jade slip with both hands, his divine sense swiftly penetrating within, conducting a brief scan. The jade slip was densely packed with the names, permanent regions, and general cultivation levels of over a dozen cultivators, most of whom were wanderers in the outskirts of the immortal city, lacking formal positions and had unpredictable movements. Each individual's information was incomplete and filled with uncertainties, making the investigation quite challenging. After a cursory glance, Yifeng immediately clasped his fists and responded, "I will take the command. This matter requires thorough verification, at least 3 days. Please, Commander, return for the jade slip in 3 days. I will ensure all uncertainties are clarified and present a complete result on time." He decided to prepare, earnestly showcasing his value to see if he could secure his life. Bai Ningbing nodded lightly, her tone calm. Yifeng initially thought that after completing the official business, this busy individual would leave immediately. After all, the other party held a noble status, occupied with countless affairs, with every moment worth a fortune, and would certainly not linger in the humble cave of a lower-tier cultivator. However, to Yifeng's surprise, Bai Ningbing showed no signs of getting up to leave. Instead, her delicate hand flipped slightly, and an enormous piece of rare spirit meat, glistening and flowing with rich golden immortal energy, suddenly landed on the warm jade table. This piece of spirit meat was translucent, with delicate patterns containing extremely pure and rich ancient beast demonic power. There was no need for refinement. Merely being close to it was enough to cause the spiritual energy of any cultivator to stir and their cultivation to tremble. "This is the flesh of the ancient wild python. Take it to the kitchen, clean it up, and prepare a meal." Bai Ningbing's tone remained indifferent as she instructed again. After speaking, she no longer paid attention to the stunned Yifeng, gracefully lifting the jade pot beside her to pour herself a cup of clear immortal tea, leisurely savoring it, her demeanor serene and relaxed, creating a beautiful scene. Yifeng stood frozen in place, filled with confusion and wonder, yet he dared not show any resistance, only bowing and replying, "Yes, I obey." However, when he picked up the piece of spirit meat on the table, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. His experience had long surpassed that of ordinary cultivators of the same rank, and he instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of this spirit meat. The ancient wild python was an ancient beast nearly extinct, its flesh containing the purest essence of the Tao, free of any impurities, nourishing and beneficial, ideal for cultivators to nurture their foundations, refine their bodies, and enhance their cultivation. Even a small piece of ancient wild python flesh was enough to cause fierce competition among those at the immortal level, with endless resources spent to obtain even a fraction. And the large piece of spirit meat before him, massive and rich in immortal energy, was priceless, a treasure that could not be measured. Such top-tier rare materials, even high-ranking officials of the immortal court would hesitate to consume, casually reserving them for critical moments of breakthrough or healing. Yifeng could only sigh inwardly at the treatment of the empress of the immortal court, who used such treasures as everyday food. However, despite his envy, he did not dare to delay in the slightest. He collected his thoughts, carefully cradling the spirit meat from the table, and turned to enter the cave's kitchen. Inside, the utensils were all of immortal city standard, clean and elegant, though not luxurious. They were fully equipped. Yifeng utilized all his culinary skills and utmost care to handle this rare spirit meat. He meticulously removed any subtle impurities from the spirit meat repeatedly, soaking it in purified water from the spirit spring, controlling the gentle immortal flame to slowly stew it, precisely blending in the immortal herbs to maximize the retention of the spirit meat's purest essence, leaving no medicinal effects wasted. He was utterly meticulous throughout the process, intensely focused, not daring to make a single mistake. Half an hour later, a rich and thick aroma of meat intertwined with a faint fragrance of immortal herbs permeated the entire cave, the subtle Tao rhythms lingering in the hall, refreshing and invigorating. A pot of golden fragrant spirit meat dish was thoroughly cooked. Yifeng cautiously served the dish onto a white jade plate and brought it to the jade table in the hall, respectfully placing it before Bai Ningbing, saying, "Commander, the meal is ready." Finally, Bai Ningbing lifted her head, her gaze landing on the dish, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in her cold. She extended her slender jade finger, picked up the jade chopsticks, and gently lifted a small piece of spirit meat, savoring it slowly, her posture elegant and noble, every movement exuding the demeanor of a refined person. However, after merely 3 bites, she set down the jade chopsticks and said calmly, "That's enough. You are responsible for finishing the remaining spirit meat. Do not waste it." As soon as she finished speaking, she lifted the teacup again, leisurely sipping tea, not sparing the dish another glance. Yifeng was left stunned, frozen in place, his face filled with bewilderment. He never expected such a fortunate turn of events. Such precious and rare flesh from the ancient wild beast coveted by countless powerful cultivators was left entirely to him after she consumed just 3 bites. For a moment, self-doubt arose within him, speculating, could it be that his culinary skills were lacking, ruining this extraordinary ingredient, making the dish unsatisfactory to the Empress, hence she was unwilling to consume more. With a heart full of doubt, Yifeng tentatively picked up a piece of python meat and placed it in his mouth. However, the moment it entered his mouth, the exquisite flavor exploded. The warm and rich essence of immortal energy coursed down his throat, spreading through his limbs, warmly flowing through his meridians, nourishing his body and nurturing his dantian, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. This python meat was tender and flavorful, rich and aromatic, completely free of any fishy taste, its texture exquisite, a top-notch delicacy, far surpassing anything he had cooked before. This python meat was tender and flavorful, rich and aromatic, completely free of any fishy taste, its texture He could only secretly lament that the thoughts of this empress were truly too inscrutable, cold and solitary, excessively picky, as such a heavenly delicacy completely failed to capture her interest. Though filled with inner complaints, Yifeng did not dare to hesitate for a moment. With such a rare opportunity, he certainly would not let it go to waste. He no longer hesitated, sitting at the table, and began to savor the spirit meat on the plate. Pure essence of immortal energy continuously flowed into his body, cleansing his meridians, refining his flesh, and nourishing his dantian. The barrier of his initial stage, immortal cultivation, surprisingly began to loosen his surrounding spiritual energy, becoming increasingly abundant and refined. The fatigue accumulated over 2 months of guarding cleared away by the nourishment of this top-tier spirit meat, leaving him feeling extraordinarily comfortable. Having consumed an entire pot of top-tier spirit meat, Yifeng's immortal energy surged his foundation, becoming even more solid, greatly benefiting him. By the time he finished the meal and tidied the hall, the night had deepened considerably. Yet Yifeng noticed that Bai Ningbing still showed no intention of leaving. He watched as she slowly rose, her plain white immortal robe accentuating her graceful figure, her steps light, as she walked directly towards the inner bedroom of the cave, eventually settling onto the couch, where Yifeng usually rested, sitting cross-legged, closing her eyes and calming her mind, beginning to cultivate. The night breeze slipped through the window, caressing her dark hair, as her coldly beautiful profile, under the soft glow of the fairy lantern, became less aloof and more serene. Yifeng stood in the hall watching this scene, completely bewildered, his heart filled with piqued confusion and astonishment. "Commander Bai, it's getting late. Aren't you planning to return?" Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but step forward, his tone tinged with anxiety, as he cautiously inquired again. "I won't go back at tonight. I will stay here. You just need to guard the cave for me." Bai Ningbing finished speaking and continued to meditate. "What?" Yifeng was startled by her words and hurriedly advised, "You, a dignified latest-stage fairy lord, actually come to the cave of a mere elementary disciple. What will others think if they see you? If someone from the fairy court were to see this, rumors would spread, damaging your reputation. This is absolutely inappropriate." His heart raced with anxiety. Bai Ningbing, as the acting empress of the fairy palace, held an unparalleled status, renowned throughout the 9 heavens, and was the most radiant figure in the spirit realm. He, however, was just a trivial low-tier patrol of the fairy court, their status a vast chasm apart. If news were to leak about the empress staying overnight in a lowly cultivator's cave, it would surely cause a stir throughout the fairy court, leading to countless rumors and speculation, severely damaging Bai Ningbing's reputation and authority. What made matters worse for him was that he needed to investigate the suspicious cultivator in the jade slip, which required using the heavenly mechanism disc to deduce mysteries, uncover secrets, and trace clues. However, the heavenly mechanism disc was his ultimate secret trump card and absolutely could not be known by anyone. How could he allow her to stay here? The other party was meticulous with extraordinary cultivation, possessing insight far beyond ordinary people. If she stayed in the cave for even a day or two, he would dare not use the heavenly mechanism disc to avoid exposing his trump card. If he could not deduce and investigate tonight, he would be unable to complete the task within the 3-day deadline, leading to a dereliction of duty. The intertwining worries made Yifeng increasingly anxious. Despite Yifeng's urgent persuasion, Bai Ningbing remained seated in meditation, her expression calm and unruffled, as she lightly uttered a statement that brooked no argument. It's fine, no one can perceive the movements here, and no one will see you. You can rest easy. That won't do. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yifeng remained uneasy in his heart, and wished to continue explaining the pros and cons to her. But before he could finish his sentence, Bai Ningbing's cold eyes suddenly shot over her, gaze as sharp as frost, carrying the inherent authority and pressure of someone in power. Just one look was enough to stifle all his unspoken words. All his anxiety and concerns dissipated under that gaze. Yifeng hurriedly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. He could clearly feel that while there was no anger in her gaze, it carried an undeniable dominance that completely extinguished his thoughts of persuasion. Fine. Although he could not comprehend Bai Ningbing's unusual behavior, having high status and accustomed to the grandeur of the heavenly palace, he could not understand why she would lower herself to stay in such a cramped and shabby cave, relying on a mere low-tier cultivator to guard her at night. But he knew he had no choice but to comply, suppressing his multitude of questions as he silently accepted, turning to sit cross-legged in the center of the cave's hall, vigilantly guarding Bai Ningbing's rest within. The night breeze was tranquil, the cave serene, and the night passed without incident. No one knew that this coldly beautiful empress, who commanded respect in the fairy court, insisted on staying here not out of whim or deliberate challenge, but due to an indescribable hidden reason. The events in the last secret realm had surprisingly left her pregnant. For someone of her immense cultivation, becoming pregnant with a fairy fetus was akin to a monumental challenge, something she had never dared to even think about, yet unexpectedly it happened at once. She was certain that this fairy fetus would be the only child of her life. Though filled with reluctance, she also knew that it was not a good time, yet she had no choice but to take it seriously and consider bringing it to term. However, this period was also her most vulnerable and helpless time. Although she occupied a high position in the fairy court, appearing powerful and glorious in reality, she walked on eggshells, surrounded by crises. Within the fairy court, factions were numerous, with entangled forces and political enemies scattered throughout. Countless people coveted the power and status in her hands, probing into the heavenly fortunes she possessed. Everyone who approached her, flattered her, or relied on her did so with clear intentions, whether for career advancement, to seek opportunities and resources, or to cling to power and secure a future. Everyone was calculating and opportunistic, harboring ulterior motives. Once these individuals learned of her current weakness, who knew what would happen? Even members of the Bai family might not steadfastly stand by her side. It could be said that although she appeared to be revered by all, in reality, she was utterly alone, with no one she could trust, completely no place to rest assured, constantly caught in the whirlpool of power struggles, her mind perpetually tense and cautious, never having a moment of peace. Only by Yifeng's side could she feel an unprecedented sense of stability and relaxation. This man, though humble and insignificant, was steadfast and honest, pure and clear, neither seeking to climb the social ladder nor to flatter, greedy or calculating. Since the entanglement in the secret realm, he had never flaunted their secret relationship nor attempted to leverage her power for his own gain. Instead, he deliberately avoided suspicion, remained low-key, diligently performing his duties, and was content and self-disciplined without desire or greed. Character determines destiny. She had long been prepared. If he had been arrogant, deliberately approaching, seeking to curry favor and attempt to gain power and status from her, she would have felt extreme disgust and would not hesitate to sever this potential threat, erasing this awkward past. However, after 2 months of observation, Yifeng's performance far exceeded her expectations. He was diligent and honest, never stepping out of line, even deliberately avoiding her, fearing to be associated with her in any way. Such purity, cleanliness, and moderation in a place rife with scheming and opportunism like the fairy court were truly rare. By his side, there was no need for vigilance against schemes, no need for constant caution, and no need to fear plots and tricks. The guard that had long been taught within her heart would quietly relax, giving rise to a rare sense of reassurance. It was precisely because of this that she made an exception, forgiving him and visited late at night, choosing to stay here. Unfortunately, this man's cultivation was still too low. If she were to wait for him to grow step by step, it might take 10,000 years before he could amount to anything significant. Even though she was hard-hearted and cold, never willing to show an ounce of kindness, nor would she take the initiative to offer assistance or gifts, she could not bear to see the father of her child remain trapped in the lower ranks, living a mundane life. She could only bring some high-quality spirit items to ensure he had a better meal. After enduring a long night, Yifeng initially thought that Bai Ningbing's stay was merely a coincidence, perhaps due to her encountering some troubles and seeking solace here. However, to his surprise, this peculiar scenario gradually became a norm in the days that followed. Bai Ningbing no longer visited only occasionally during the late hours. Instead, she had come to treat this place as her home, often dropping by sometimes even daily. Most of the time, she had no official duties, bringing no tasks or responsibilities, but simply appeared quietly, asking him to prepare a meal of spirit meat for her, only to taste a little and leave the majority of the premium spirit meat for him to nourish his cultivation. After the meal, she would sit cross-legged in the bedroom to rest for a while, sometimes leaving quietly after just 1 or 2 hours, while other times she would stay for the entire night, requiring Yifeng to guard her throughout. Every time she arrived, she remained as cold as ever, conducting herself with formality, never uttering unnecessary words, nor revealing any personal emotions, appearing aloof and detached, devoid of warmth. However, this frequency of her staying over seemed increasingly strange and perplexing to Yifeng. Could it be that this woman truly had feelings for him? He pondered daily, his heart filled with doubts. How else could he explain the presence of such a noble figure, the acting empress of the celestial court, who was so cold and distant, never close to anyone, yet frequently lingered at his humble cave abode? Each time was the same, without interruption. Moreover, she had never come merely to savor the meal. It seemed more like she noticed his low cultivation and was intentionally finding excuses to bestow gifts upon him. Yet as soon as this thought arose, he immediately suppressed it. He was well aware of the vast disparity between their statuses, an insurmountable chasm with no possibility. He dared not indulge in foolish fantasies, nor entertain wild thoughts, and certainly did not dare to seek out any clues. Regardless of how abnormal Bai Ningbing's, he dared not indulge in foolish fantasies, nor entertain wild thoughts, and certainly did not dare to seek out any clues. Regardless of how abnormal Bai Ningbing's actions were, he maintained his decorum, adhering strictly to propriety, not daring to overstep. He executed all her commands flawlessly, and when she sat in meditation, he diligently guarded her, his mind free of distractions, always keeping the safest distance. During Bai Ningbing's frequent visits, the incessant appearances of 2 other figures caused Yifeng considerable distress as he struggled to navigate their presence daily. These 2 figures were Bai Yuxiao and Chen Wanxiu. Bai Yuxiao had previously maintained a distant attitude towards him, but ever since the last trial at the Celestial Tower, for reasons unknown, her demeanor had completely changed, and she often came to his cave to seek him out. She would either bring invitations for secret realm training, inviting him to join her in trials on the outskirts of the celestial city to elevate their cultivation together, or she would come to visit him for casual conversations, sharing insights on cultivation techniques and philosophical understandings. Chen Wanxiu, having learned of his well-being, had long shed her previous shyness and reserve, becoming bolder and frequently taking time to visit his cave, bringing rare spirit herbs and cultivation resources, generously offering them, and warmly inviting him to visit the Chen family for a feast. 2 beautiful and talented fairies, each with their own charm, continuously visited Yifeng's secluded cave, eager to draw closer to him and deepen their connection. However, Yifeng's situation was extremely delicate. With Bai Ningbing often lingering in the cave, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He could not fathom Bai Ningbing's thoughts and dared not let her see his interactions with other women, fearing that she might feel displeased, become jealous, or misinterpret his intentions as frivolous, leading to her disdain and possibly resurrecting past grievances related to the secret realm. To avoid the disturbances caused by their visits to Bai Ningbing's rest, and to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings and troubles, Yifeng could only evade them at every turn, deflecting every invitation. Every time Bai Yuxiao and Chen Wanxiu came to his door, he racked his brains, seeking various reasonable excuses to politely dismiss them. He would either refuse invitations on the grounds of being busy with guard duties and official matters, or decline visits by citing a focus on cultivation with no time for idle chatter, or he would keep a distant attitude, deliberately creating space, quickly sending them off with casual words. Day after day, he cautiously navigated between the 3 of them, carefully avoiding suspicion, yet he still caught Bai Ningbing's attention. One afternoon, after Yifeng had once again politely declined Bai Yuxiao's invitation to go out for training, he entered his cave only to be met with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. By the jade table in the hall, Bai Ningbing sat serenely, holding a teacup delicately in her pale hand. Her formerly aloof and indifferent expression had softened, revealing a hint of playful intrigue as her cold eyes fixed quietly upon him. Recently, it seems you're getting along quite well with that girl Yuxiao. She has been quite diligent in coming to seek you out lately. Bai Ningbing's voice was light and airy, tinged with a hint of lazy mockery, resembling a casual greeting that revealed no sign of anger or joy. However, these words instantly froze Yifeng, a layer of fine cold sweat breaking out on his back as alarm bells rang in his heart and a wave of chill swept over him. His instinctive reaction was to think that Bai Ningbing was jealous. A woman's mind is often sensitive and intricate, especially for one with such a proud disposition and strong desire for control. Given her frequent stays at his cave and her special treatment of him, seeing him interact with other women would surely cause her displeasure and jealousy. If he were to provoke her anger and create a rift, he would certainly face great calamity. Yifeng did not dare hesitate for a moment, promptly explaining earnestly, "Commander Bai, you've misunderstood. I have had a completely innocent relationship with Fairy Yuxiao and have never crossed any boundaries. All along it has been Fairy Yuxiao who has taken the initiative to come and invite me, and I have politely declined, each time deliberately avoiding any implications with no intention of any closeness towards Fairy Yuxiao whatsoever. I spoke sincerely, fearing that she might misunderstand, and thus made every effort to clarify all connections with the utmost sincerity." Observing Yifeng's flustered expression, his forehead slick with cold sweat, and his demeanor anxious, the playful smile in Bai Ningbing's eyes grew even more pronounced as she feigned confusion and softly inquired, "Oh, then why are you so flustered?" "I was just asking casually." Yifeng was slightly taken aback by her words, the tension in his heart easing a bit. Indeed, he had been overly self-indulgent and alarmist, hadn't he? Bai Ningbing was the empress of the celestial court, her status supreme, looking down upon all beings, her heart cold and unfeeling with only the affairs of the heavenly path and court intrigues occupying her mind, never having entertained even a shred of romantic sentiment. He was merely a trivial low-level patrolman under her command, at most a convenient tool for her tasks, a small character of no significance. How could she possibly feel jealousy? His earlier panic and dread were purely self-inflicted disturbances and wild imaginations. At this thought, Yifeng gave a wry inward smile and finally relinquished his lingering apprehension, chiding himself for excessive caution, seeing demons in every blade of grass. Yet before his composure had fully settled, Bai Ningbing spoke again, her light, effortless words striking him anew like icy lightning, drenching him once more in cold sweat. Her voice remained perfectly calm, as if reciting routine administrative matters, when she suddenly said, "However, you and Yu Xiao are nearly the same age, both possessing peerless aptitude and complementary temperaments. Truly a harmonious match. I can tell the young lady has already taken a liking to you. I intend to bestow her hand upon you once more, granting you both a celestial union. What say you?" She delivered these words with utter naturalness and absolute sincerity. Perceptive and incisive, she understood human nature all too well. Bai Yuxiao, proud and aloof by nature, had once resisted their earlier matchmaking with open reluctance, yet now she visited him frequently. Clear proof that her heart had quietly surrendered, her affections deeply rooted, prompting her to lower her haughty stance and draw near, time and again extending invitations and tender gestures. She meant to seize this moment to test Yifeng's moral fiber and true nature, to discern whether this seemingly dutiful young man truly possessed a still desireless heart, or whether it was all a carefully maintained facade. Her words struck Yifeng like thunderclap in his ears. His heart clenched violently once more. He stood paralyzed, utterly uncertain how to respond, unable to fathom Bai Ningbing's true intent. Was this genuine intent to arrange the marriage, or veiled menace disguised as benevolence? Given their prior intimate encounter, an awkward, perilous entanglement, he knew that if he dared accept the proposal outright, death would surely follow in the next breath. Yet refusal might offend her, suggesting he held the Bai family in contempt and provoke her displeasure. Serving such a sovereign was like treading on a tiger's back, and this sovereign, a female sovereign of unfathomable temperament, absolute authority, and unyielding will, demanded nothing less than utmost circumspection. Still, he quickly regained his clarity, embracing dual beauties at once may appear the pinnacle of celestial fortune, but more often than not it is the swiftest path to annihilation. Moreover, he harbored not a trace of romantic sentiment toward Bai Yuxiao, only pure fraternal affection between fellow cultivators of the same generation, nothing more. In the end, Yifeng resolved to honor his true heart, replying with unwavering resolve, word by measured word, "Commander, this must not be. To Yu Xiao Xinzi, I have felt only camaraderie among peers, never a flicker of romantic longing or affectionate desire. I harbor no improper thoughts, not now nor ever, and dare not impede Yu Xiao Xinzi's ascendant path. I beg you, Commander, to withdraw this proposal." His tone was resolute, his expression sincere, utterly devoid of artifice or hesitation. "You truly feel nothing for her?" Bai Ningbing gazed steadily at Yifeng, her crystalline frosted eyes locking onto his face, searching intently for the faintest tremor of falsehood, any flicker of pretense in his expression or spiritual fluctuation. Yet all she beheld was candid openness, earnest trepidation, no trace of greed, regret, or deception. "Indeed," Yifeng affirmed once more. After a pause, Bai Ningbing slowly withdrew her gaze, her voice returning to its customary serene detachment, as she gave a slight, graceful nod, If your heart holds no such inclination, then let it be. I shall not compel you." With those words, she dropped the matter entirely, calmly lifting her teacup, lowering her lashes to savor the brew as though the entire exchange had never occurred. Silence descended once more upon the cave residence, deep, tranquil, and unbroken. Yifeng returned to his side chamber, his inner turmoil subsiding only after a long while. He exhaled deeply, releasing a heavy, turbid breath, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped calamity, utterly drained in body and spirit. Inwardly he sighed. The sovereign's mind runs deeper than the abyss. Every step a trial, every word a precipice. One dares not relax, even for an instant. After Yifeng declined Bai Ningbing's second marriage proposal by Yu Xiao, who had previously lingered endlessly outside his cave residence, seizing every pretext to draw near, vanished without trace, never setting foot there again. Nor was Bai Yu Xiao alone. Chen Wanxiu, bold, forthright, and frequent in her visits, also ceased appearing as if ensnared by some unseen obligation. This sudden, profound quiet brought Yifeng immense relief. The most peaceful, unhurried days he had known since entering the celestial capital. Until then he had lived under Bai Ningbing's oppressive aura and relentless scrutiny, treading warily through her mercurial moods, while simultaneously evading Bai Yu Zhao's and Chen Wanxiu's deliberate advances, his nerves perpetually taut, never daring to slacken vigilance. Now undisturbed, his cave abode serene and secluded, he could finally focus on stabilizing his cultivation and devote himself wholeheartedly to tasks entrusted by Bai Ningbing. His days became both tranquil and purposeful. To Yifeng's surprise, Bai Ningbing's demeanor toward him also softened in ways plainly visible to the eye. Once the sovereign had been aloof and frigid, her presence wrapped in an impenetrable frost that repelled all. When facing him, her gaze held unrelenting scrutiny, guarded suspicion, and a subtle, inscrutable chill. Each word carried the weight of sovereign authority, leaving Yifeng perpetually walking on thin ice. Now, however, their dynamic within the shared cave residence had transformed entirely. Beyond inquiries into investigative progress, she occasionally summoned him during leisure hours to discuss her assessments of the celestial court's officials, and even offered rare guidance on refining his bloodline cultivation. The sharp edge of her scrutiny and piercing intensity had vanished, replaced by a quiet, composed equanimity. When their eyes met, her expression remained placid, her features serene, devoid of the former biting cold or overwhelming pressure. Their interactions grew increasingly frequent. Distance and estrangement dissolved imperceptibly, giving way to a delicate, harmonious atmosphere between them. Yifeng found himself slipping into a quiet illusion that if Bai Ningbing truly intended to let go of his transgression in the secret realm, perhaps he had finally secured his footing in the celestial capital, perhaps even gained a formidable patron. Indeed, as her attitude warmed, Yifeng's standing within the celestial court soared like clouds riding the wind, his rapid ascent drawing astonished glances across the entire celestial capital patrol corps. Within just 1 month, he rose from low-rank patrol guard to mid-tier celestial capital patrol guard. Such promotion was extraordinary within the patrol hierarchy, and merely 3 months later came an even more astonishing elevation. Yifeng leapt past seasoned mid-tier guards and patrol captains alike, ascending directly to senior celestial capital patrol guard. Senior patrol guard represented the apex of the outer patrol system, commanding inspection rights over core districts of the celestial capital, wielding authority over junior cultivator guards, enjoying unrestricted access to all outer city zones, and even holding occasional authorization to patrol the sacred interior of the Tianyin Immortal Island. His influence and status had become incomparably elevated. The entire patrol corps erupted in astonishment. Veteran guards who had once dismissed Yifeng as a simpleton, mocking him behind his back, now underwent complete reversals in attitude. Congratulatory visits poured in. Ancient schemers who had navigated the celestial capital for millennia now wore faces brimming with genuine admiration and envy, arriving in droves to offer felicitations, their words overflowing with flattery and praise. Young brother, Yi possesses remarkable talent for one so young. Within a single year of joining the corps, he has reached the rank of senior patrol guard, a pace unseen in a century of the celestial capital. Precisely. We sensed early on that this young brother was no ordinary talent. Sure enough, he now soars heavenward. Truly cause for celebration. Brother Yi has finally awakened to reality, learning discretion and timing, securing the favor of commander by herself. His future in the celestial capital is limitless, and none dare cross him. Though phrased differently, all assumed the same. Yifeng's meteoric rise stemmed solely from his alliance with acting sovereign Bai Ningbing, winning the deep trust and favor of the supreme ruler of the Kanglin Immortal Realm. Faced with this deluge of adulation, Yifeng remained consistently humble, bowing respectfully in return, speaking with modesty and restraint, never betraying a trace of arrogance or self-satisfaction. He remained acutely aware this power and prestige, so coveted by others, was neither earned through merit nor seniority, but wholly bestowed by Bai Ningbing's singular will. He knew himself to be a rootless, drifting reed. Every accolade, every privilege suspended entirely upon her fleeting whim. Today she could elevate him to celestial heights, tomorrow with a single thought cast him into bottomless abyss, beyond any mortal agency. Though a quiet unease lingered deep within, Yifeng never refused this extraordinary advancement. At the core of his being burned a singular obsession to swiftly claim the legacy left by Emperor Tianyin. The Emperor Tianyin token he had obtained in the secret realm was his ultimate objective upon entering the celestial capital, and his greatest trump card for breaking through cultivation barriers, defying fate, and strengthening his ancestral village Piaoyun, Immortal Village. Alas, Emperor Tianyin's legacy lay buried deep within the heart of the Tianyin Immortal Island, guarded with extreme rigor and accessible only to those bearing the highest clearance. Even senior patrol guards lacked legitimate grounds to approach its inner sanctum. Only by climbing ever higher, amplifying his status, and securing greater authority, could he inch closer to the island's core where the token's guidance would lead him to destiny. The higher his position, the broader his authority, and the nearer he drew to the island's sacred center. Driven by this conviction, Yifeng redoubled his diligence, executing every patrol duty with scrupulous care, fulfilling each task assigned by Ningbing, no matter how trivial, with unwavering excellence, never shirking, never faltering, never erring. He had believed that having secured the sovereign's favor, such stability, and even further prosperity, would yet as the saying goes, lean on mountains, and they crumble, rely on people, and they depart. Just as Yifeng nurtured quiet hopes and meticulously planned his future, awaiting the perfect moment to advance, cataclysm struck the Kanglin Immortal Realm, without warning, shattering all his tranquility and dreams in an instant. That day dawned cloudless. The celestial capital bathed in auspicious clouds, celestial music drifting softly on the breeze, its serenity unmarred by even a whisper of impending storm. Yet within half a day, fragmented rumors began to spread through the city's alleys and courtyards, like sparks born on the wind, igniting unseen across the capital. At first, it was merely low whispers confined to the scattered cultivators and lower-tier celestial guards, with no one paying it any heed. But in just a few short hours, the rumors inexplicably spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire celestial capital, rapidly expanding to countless surrounding cities and sects, shaking the hearts and minds of all cultivators in the celestial realm. The rumors stated that the aloof and desireless Empress Ningbing, who presided over the Kanglin realm, had indeed conceived a celestial fetus. As soon as this remark emerged, the world was thrown into an uproar. Who is Ningbing? She is the left arm and right arm of the Emperor Tianyin, who has nurtured and groomed her for countless years, following the emperor for tens of thousands of years, wholeheartedly devoted, pure in heart, and indifferent to romantic affairs, dedicating all her thoughts to the governance of the celestial court and the stability of the celestial realm. She is universally recognized as a person of icy purity and cold temperament in the entire Kanglin celestial realm. For tens of thousands of years, countless top celestial lords, patriarchs of noble families, and proud geniuses have admired her, flattering her in every way and striving to win her favor, yet she has coldly ignored and dismissed them all, never revealing a hint of personal affection. In everyone's mind, she is the lofty and untarnished empress, the ruler of the universe, with a heart as cold as ice, utterly devoid of romantic feelings and illicit affairs. However, now the phrase Ningbing is pregnant has struck all like a thunderclap, overturning the understanding of countless cultivators accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Before the world could recover from this extreme shock, a second, even more shocking and heart-wrenching rumor followed, closely, completely detonating the entire celestial realm. It was rumored that the Emperor Tianyin, who had disappeared for countless years and remained in seclusion, had already perished. And the culprit behind the death of the emperor was none other than his most trusted and relied upon left arm and right arm, Ningbing. These rumors were piercing and chilling, pointing directly to the truth. Ningbing harbored ill intentions, coveted the emperor's power, secretly colluded with an unidentified foreign paramour, set a shocking trap, plotted against and harmed the Emperor Tianyin, leading to his unexpected demise. Afterward, Ningbing, further infatuated with the supreme power of the emperor, deliberately concealed the news of his death, forged a false pretense of seclusion, and governed the celestial realm in the name of the acting empress, deceiving all cultivators and monopolizing the power of Kanglin, firmly securing her position as the supreme being of the celestial realm. The two shocking rumors erupted one after another like a Category 10 hurricane, sweeping across the land, instantly plunging the vast Kanglin celestial realm into chaos, creating waves that swept through every inch of the land. Cities and towns in every state, major and minor sects, hidden noble families, and scattered cultivators all fell into extreme agitation and discussion, with voices of heated debate echoing in the streets, alleys, caves, and celestial palaces. Countless powerful beings recalled various doubts from the past, becoming increasingly convinced that the rumors were true. Otherwise, why had the emperor not appeared for nearly 10,000 years? Why had Bai Ningbing monopolized power for years, preventing anyone from investigating the emperor's palace? Why had her behavior suddenly become so strange, recently rarely appearing in the celestial court? All doubts at this moment were magnified, infinitely pointing towards this shocking conspiracy. Before long, an important official of the celestial court confirmed that Bai Ningbing indeed seemed to be pregnant. In an instant, the hearts of all in the Kanglin's celestial realm were stirred. Ancient noble families that had been hiding for years, powerful celestial clans that resisted Bai Ningbing's control, and sects suppressed by the emperor for many years all began to stir, sensing this was a prime opportunity to overturn the existing order and seize control of the celestial realm. Within the celestial court, the situation erupted completely and conflicts were laid bare. The elder council of the celestial court, consisting of highly esteemed and powerful celestial lords, jointly voiced their strong stance, openly declaring their intention to collectively impeach Bai Ningbing. They all believed that Bai Ningbing had lost her virtue and was suspected of treason against her master, and thus she had no right to govern the Kanglin celestial realm. They must immediately strip her of all power, abolish her position as acting empress, and have the elder council lead the effort to unite all major powers to select a virtuous and capable person to support a new emperor and restore order in the celestial realm. In addition, many proposed that Bai Ningbing should immediately terminate the pregnancy, thoroughly investigate the true identity of the paramour, and publicly execute the paramour to serve as a warning and to prove her innocence, calming the voices of the world and providing an explanation to all cultivators in the Kanglin celestial realm. Everyone's reasoning was incredibly sound and irrefutable. After all, as the closest confidant of the emperor, Bai Ningbing bore the heavy responsibility of guarding the celestial realm and assisting the emperor. Generally speaking, without the emperor's explicit permission, she could not make lifelong commitments or bear offspring. This was a tacit rule acknowledged by all high-ranking officials of the celestial court. Now, with Bai Ningbing privately conceiving a celestial fetus, she had already violated this principle. Regardless of whether the rumors of treason were true, she must first accept an investigation. This sudden and overwhelming storm thrust the lofty empress into the eye of the storm, ensnared in a tempest with no way out, surrounded by enemies. In the patrol hall, when Yifeng heard these well-structured rumors, he was completely stunned, his mind shaken, unable to calm down for a long time. Having been in close contact with Bai Ningbing for these days, seeing her daily, and sharing the same space, he had never detected any hint of abnormality in her. She still appeared tall and slender, her aura as consistently cool and sharp as ever, her cultivation profound and steady, her expression as calm as usual, and her actions showed no signs of pregnancy. She was still the clear and proud supreme empress who governed the universe. How could such an ice-cold and passionless figure suddenly conceive a celestial fetus? A huge doubt and shock flooded Yifeng's mind, making it hard for him to believe. Following the shock, a strange chill crept through his limbs, and a sense of extreme absurdity surged in his heart, giving rise to an ominous thought. Could the child in her womb possibly be his? As this thought emerged, Yifeng's body suddenly stiffened, and a layer of fine cold sweat broke out on his back. The unexpected and uncontrollable intimacy that had occurred in the secret realm instantly became vividly clear in his mind. At that time, both of them were in a daze, losing control of themselves, frantically entangled for a day and a night, and they did indeed share the essence of a couple. But this horrifying speculation lasted only a moment before Yifeng forcefully shook his head in denial. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He took deep breaths, repeatedly forcibly suppressing the panic within him and constantly reassuring himself. He was merely a small cultivator who had ascended from the lower realm, with shallow roots, powerless and insignificant, just a low-ranking patrol guard who had recently climbed up within the celestial court, with a humble status and no foundation. And Bai Ningbing was the supreme empress, overseeing an entire realm with unparalleled cultivation, the person standing at the pinnacle of the Kanglin celestial realm. The gap in cultivation between them was vast, and their physical constitutions and bloodlines were worlds apart. How could such a noble and unparalleled empress possibly bear the child of such a small figure due to a moment of lapse? It should be noted that her physique is exceptional and her celestial body resilient. It is incredibly difficult to conceive a celestial fetus through ordinary coincidence with probabilities close to zero. So it definitely could not be his. Yifeng kept soothing himself forcibly, dispelling the unease and suspicion in his heart. He suppressed all distractions, treating everything as a conspiracy arising from the changes in power within the celestial realm, never once connecting this calamity to himself. He still held on to a glimmer of hope, believing he was just an outsider who needed to remain hidden and observe the changes, thus escaping this sweeping storm. But alas, fate's mockery never grants one the luxury of carelessness. As the sun set, the afterglow of the setting sun stained the entire celestial capital's sea of clouds red. In the evening, Yifeng finished his patrol duties, shed his patrol armor, and returned to his tranquil and secluded cave abode. However, when he stepped into the inner chamber, and his gaze swept across the stone table, his pupils suddenly constricted. There lay a piece of snow-white paper perfectly spread out in the center of the stone table, without a signature seal, or any lingering aura, eerily clean, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Yifeng quickly approached, lightly touching the paper's surface. The rice paper was slightly cool, with sharp and elegant handwriting, the strokes cold and detached. Though the note bore no traces of its sender, Yifeng instantly deduced it was left for him by Ningbing, and her tone was surprisingly grave. She instructed him to leave the celestial capital immediately, using the long-distance teleportation talisman she had previously given him to depart quietly, to live well, and to never return. Each word in the short note felt like a cold blade piercing through Yifeng's heart, causing his blood to freeze in an instant and his limbs to turn icy. All his hopes, all his self-reassurances, all disbelief crumbled in an instant, shattering completely. He's going to die, he's going to die. Yifeng stood frozen in place, his fingertips trembling slightly, staring fixedly at the words on the paper, his scalp completely numb, swept by an overwhelming panic and dread that chilled him to the bone, as if he had fallen into an ancient ice abyss. That child is indeed his. The unexpected incident in the secret realm, that absurd entanglement unbeknownst to anyone, truly led the lofty Empress by Ningbing to conceive his child. This shocking case that shook the entire Kanglan celestial realm and incited treason against the Emperor, he is the hidden paramour behind it all. The sky is falling, the earth is collapsing. A thoroughly devastating calamity, without any warning, crashed down upon him. Yifeng felt darkness closing in all his dreams, all his plans, all the stability of his future instantly turned to vapor, vanishing without a trace. He had quietly nestled in the celestial capital, gradually climbed the ranks, bided his time, and planned for the future of the Pyayun celestial village. All of these dreams were shattered. He finally fully understood why Bai Ningbing had frequently visited his cave abode over the past few months. Her attitude softened, and why she had nurtured and promoted him. It turned out there was such a significant entanglement between them. And now, with the storm fully ignited and the world in uproar, he was abandoned by all, surrounded by enemies. Bai Ningbing could no longer protect him. Thus, she could only take the risk of secretly leaving a note urging him to flee for his life. Yet he knew very well that once this matter was settled, it would lead to terrifying consequences. Collaborating with the Empress, plotting against the Tianyan Emperor, and causing chaos in the celestial court. Any of these accusations would be enough to obliterate his soul, condemning him to eternal damnation. Even if he followed Bai Ningbing's plan and successfully escaped the celestial capital with the teleportation talisman, he would ultimately live in constant fear, becoming the public enemy of the entire Kanglan celestial domain. The elders of the celestial court, numerous ancient families, and countless cultivators would frantically hunt him down as the hidden villain to eradicate him. As long as Bai Ningbing could not prove her innocence, this conspiracy would never come to an end. He would forever bear the overwhelming crime of regicide and treachery, constantly facing relentless pursuit from the entire celestial domain, with no way out, no escape, and nowhere to hide. Moreover, that woman who was trapped in a dire situation, bearing countless accusations and targeted by the entire celestial domain, was now deep in the eye of the storm, isolated and vulnerable, possibly stripped of her powers, and facing death, while she was also pregnant with his unborn child. In such a situation, how could he leave? How could he dare to leave? Therefore, this matter absolutely could not be done. But if he did not leave, what could he do by staying in the celestial capital? Now the situation was dire. The world was against him, with countless powerful beings, myriad forces, and various public opinions, all pressing down upon him. As merely a high-level patrolman with limited cultivation and weak influence, he felt as insignificant as an ant amidst this top-tier storm sweeping through the celestial domain. If he stayed, not only would he be unable to help Bai Ningbing in the least, but he would also completely reveal his identity, solidifying all the slander against him, leaving Bai Ningbing speechless, exacerbating the situation, leading to total destruction. The extreme contradiction, struggle, and despair gnawed at Yifeng's heart, leaving him in a state of panic and emotional turmoil. Uncertain how long it had been, after enduring endless anxiety and despair, the confusion and cowardice in Yifeng's eyes were suddenly replaced by a profound determination. No, I will never live in cowardice. I must find a way out to break this deadlock. Yifeng's deep and hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the silent cave, filled with resolute bravery. Throughout his life, he had always been cautious and steady, taking each step, carefully prioritizing his own safety. Yet faced with this catastrophe that could obliterate him, he abandoned all cowardice and retreat. He no longer hesitated or wavered, but directly sat cross-legged on the bed in the cave, casting aside all distracting thoughts and emotions, raising his hand to stabilize the heavenly mechanism before him, beginning to activate it. This was indeed his greatest trump card, which had guided him through countless dire situations, turning peril into. At this moment of life and death, cornered and desperate, he planned to exhaust all his energy and spirit, mobilizing all his celestial power to fully deduce the heavenly mechanism, seeking a glimmer of hope to turn the tide. Buzz. The deep sound of activation resonated as the heavenly mechanism spun rapidly. Countless obscure patterns flowed and flickered upon its surface, while myriad mysterious celestial phenomena rapidly appeared, vanished, and transformed. The entire cave was enveloped in bursts of radiant light as the invisible power of celestial deduction unfolded. Yifeng closed his eyes tightly, his brows furrowed, fully immersing his soul in the deduction of the heavenly mechanism, refusing to rest until he achieved his goal. Time ticked away, and he did not know how long it had been, from the deep dusk to the quiet night, and then to the pale dawn. A whole night of rapid deduction had drained most of Yifeng's spiritual power, leaving him pale as paper with beads of sweat covering his forehead, exhausted and nearly depleted. Finally, the rapidly changing heavenly mechanism gradually came to a halt at a certain moment, and countless runes converged, with all the light of the heavenly mechanism quietly dissipating. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. In his dark pupils, all confusion, fear, and despair melted away, replaced by a hint of surprise. The heavenly mechanism actually indicated that this deadly predicament sweeping through the celestial domain, which no one could decipher, had only one glimmer of hope. Not in fleeing to distant lands, not in hiding and enduring, nor in compromising and surrendering, but deep within the celestial court, in the core forbidden area of Tianyin Island, in the palace of the Tianyin Emperor. That place was the source of the rumors, the core of the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the Tianyin Emperor, the crux of the entire conspiracy, and also his. That place was the source of the rumors, the core of the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the Tianyin Emperor, the crux of the entire conspiracy, and also his, and by Ningbing's only opportunity to break the deadlock. However, at this moment the celestial court was embroiled in turmoil, and the vicinity of the emperor's palace was fraught with deadly danger. Recklessly barging and even being captured by one or two powerful beings would lead to a certain death. The path ahead was an abyss, a desperate situation surrounded by obstacles. To retreat was to live a life of escape, betraying one's loved ones simply to survive. Ultimately, in order to reverse this certain doom, to clear by Ningbing's name from the centuries-old slander, and to protect their unborn child, Yifeng gritted his teeth and decided to go all in. Today he would plunge into the fray, defy the heavens, storm the emperor's forbidden ground, and break the deadlock of the world. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Kanglan celestial capital, a place that should have been suffused with celestial energy, solemn and serene, was now completely shrouded in a surge of malicious rumors, with the former solemnity and sanctity obliterated, replaced by chaos and anxiety throughout the city. The vast forces of the celestial capital had completely split, clearly dividing into two opposing factions, tense and hostile, with the thousand-year harmony of the celestial court on the brink of collapse. On one side, there were the factions centered around the prestigious Bai family, who had been loyal to the Tianyin Emperor for generations, receiving the Emperor's eternal protection, distinguished accomplishments, and unwavering loyalty. From the elders to the experienced celestial officials, border-defending celestial generals, and low-level celestial guards, everyone believed in Bai Ningbing's character and integrity, firmly asserting that Bai Ningbing had governed the celestial court for thousands of years, diligently maintaining stability in the Kanglan celestial domain, suppressing external forces, and mediating internal disputes without any signs of negligence or error, being a pure and noble empress absolutely incapable of committing regicide or colluding with external forces in such a heinous and morally bankrupt manner. They believed that all the rumors were malicious slanders, a wicked plot devised by external villains in collaboration with traitors within the celestial court, aimed at sowing discord between the ruler and his subjects, disrupting the order of the celestial court, and undermining the Tianyin Emperor's millennial foundation, attempting to overturn the stability of the Kanglan celestial domain. This faction upheld loyalty and righteousness, believed in their true hearts, and protected the grand scheme of millennia. Meanwhile, the opposing force was even more formidable, with a brazen demeanor led by the faction of the celestial court elders. They gathered most of the top powers of the Kanglan celestial domain, with several ancient celestial beings standing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, among them holding immense power in oversight, law enforcement, and decision-making within the celestial court, and enjoying high status and overwhelming authority. The ones leading the charge against Bai Ningbing were several of the oldest and most influential elders from the Elder Council. They too had received considerable favor from the Tianyin Emperor, but had long grown dissatisfied with being subordinate. With the Tianyin Emperor in seclusion for 10,000 years, ignoring worldly affairs, Bai Ningbing had been wielding power as the proxy empress, balancing the various forces and suppressing their ambitions, which had long led to their resentment and accumulated grievances. This sudden wave of rumors to them was not a disaster, but a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to seize power. They completely disregarded Bai Ningbing's millennia of contributions, ignoring all the illogical flaws, insisting that the rumors were true, stubbornly believing that the Tianyin emperor's prolonged seclusion was not a normal matter of life and death, but rather a result of Bai Ningbing's treachery, believing he had perished within the palace's restricted grounds. Thus they frequently summoned the celestial beings of the celestial court, publicly denouncing Bai Ningbing with powerful rhetoric, compelling her to provide an explanation in public, to hand over the so-called imperial treasures, to expose the colluding traitors, to bind herself and plead guilty, and to accept the judgment of the Elder Council. However, the loyalist faction would certainly not allow them to have their way. The conflict escalated from initial verbal disputes and confrontations in the court to forced clashes and standoffs between celestial soldiers, intensifying the conflict further. Within the entire celestial capital, everyone was on edge. Various celestial families took sides, and the vassal forces wavered. The peaceful facade of the celestial court was completely torn apart, exposing the surging power struggles and ambitions that lay hidden within. Today this turmoil reached its peak. Located in the deepest part of Tianyin Island, the palace of the Tianyin Emperor, which should have been the most sacred and inviolable forbidden ground of the Kanglin celestial domain, was facing unprecedented provocation and desecration. Outside the palace's forbidden grounds, rows of celestial armored cultivators stood in formation, sealing off all passageways. Core elders from the Elder Council had assembled, with 7 or 8 powerful celestial beings standing in the void, all clad in ancient celestial robes, silver hair cascading to their shoulders, exuding an aura of terror that filled the surrounding space, stifling the clouds and silencing the winds. Behind them were hundreds of elite law enforcement celestial soldiers, each donned in gilded celestial armor, wielding high-quality celestial weapons, radiating a chilling atmosphere, with their weapons aimed at the palace's entrance, ready to unleash their wrath. Before the main gate of the palace stood only a few dozen figures, desperately holding their ground, forming a stark contrast to the overwhelming onslaught of the attacking army. Bai Ningbing, dressed in a pristine white imperial gown, stood tall at the forefront. In the past, she had commanded the celestial court with her cold and proud demeanor, exuding an unparalleled grace, commanding respect with every gesture. Yet at this moment her exquisitely beautiful face was filled with exhaustion, her cold brows harboring inexpressible sorrow, and indignation, strands of hair blown loose by the breeze no longer exhibiting the calm and composed majesty of an empress. The relentless rumors, baseless slanders, and mounting pressure have left her utterly exhausted. She has stood alone for millennia, guarding the vast lands for the emperor, balancing various forces, and soothing the hearts of the people, never once making a mistake, only to find herself shamed and besieged by colleagues from the heavenly court over personal matters. In truth, the Tianyin emperor has never interfered with her private life, nor has he ever demanded that she remain single. She has simply maintained her purity in order to manage the affairs of Kanglin diligently, yet this has become the very reason for her persecution. Endless chill and disappointment linger in her heart. She does not regret making the decision to keep the child within her, nor does she regret agreeing to assist the Tianyin emperor in governance, as she only laments that her child, before even entering the world, must face such a cruel fate, and that the dozens of loyal heavenly guards behind her, faithful to the end, must accompany her to the grave. These dozens of heavenly guards have been her loyal followers for years, each meticulously selected elites from the immortal realm, seasoned in countless battles, with remarkable achievements. At this moment, they all grip their weapons tightly, standing tall with unwavering resolve, even in the face of 8 powerful celestial lords and hundreds of elite soldiers, fully aware that today could mean their death. Not a single one retreats or shows fear. Everyone stands resolutely in front of the palace gates, relying on the formations to withstand the overwhelming might of the heavenly council, vowing to protect their empress and the Tianyin emperor, who remains in seclusion. The air is thick with a chilling atmosphere pressing down on everyone's hearts, as if it were a tangible weight. Silence envelopes the void, save for the fierce clash of 2 utterly different energies, with an imminent battle looming, casting a shadow of destruction over every guardian of the palace. You, as elders of the heavenly court, bear the responsibility of governance and protection, yet instead of guarding the court and upholding justice, you listen to the gossip of the streets and gather to besiege the Tianyin palace. Such actions are akin to treason. Are you not afraid of the emperor's retribution when he emerges from seclusion, holding you accountable for your disobedience? Bai Ningbing's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness as she scanned the somber-faced elders, filled with ambition. Her expression was one of grief and anger as she attempted one last plea to awaken their remaining sense of reverence and moral boundaries. Though she still held many of the emperor's trump cards and the advantage of formations, she nonetheless lacked the power to counter the collective might of the elders. If this battle could be avoided, it would be for the best. After all, this is the last stronghold of the heavenly court and the most important place of seclusion for the Tianyin emperor, with no retreat left. Unfortunately, in response, she was met only with disdain and cold laughter from the elders. After thousands of years of hiding, today the situation has fully unfolded. They have completely torn off their masks, their ambitions laid bare, and they no longer regard the emperor's judgment with any seriousness. Over the millennia, they have tested the waters countless times. No matter what provocations they made, the Tianyin palace remained utterly silent. In their eyes, the emperor's supposed seclusion is merely a facade. He has long since perished, and the so-called pressure of the emperor and eternal retribution are nothing more than by Ningbing's desperate lies. A gray-robed elder with a sinister face and 3 strands of black beard hanging from his chin stepped forward. He is the law elder of the council, proficient in the celestial domain, and one of the main instigators of this palace coup. His eyes glinted with malice as he stared at Bai Ningbing, devoid of any respect, filled only with suspicion and cold murderous intent. He arrogantly spoke. Bai Ningbing, at this point, do you still dare to use sweet words to deceive us? You truly are incorrigible and stubborn. The emperor has been in seclusion for 10,000 years without a trace. How can anyone endure such a long life and death seclusion? If the emperor were unharmed, why has he not shown himself to confirm his existence? He raised his hand, pointing at the majestic and solemn palace of the emperor, his voice suddenly rising, spreading throughout the area, deliberately inciting the emotions of the surrounding cultivators. At this point, the truth is already clear. The emperor has likely fallen victim to your treachery, perishing within this palace. You are driven by selfish motives, colluding with outsiders to harm the emperor, attempting to seize the emperor's treasured legacy and endless resources, hoping to monopolize the power of the Kanglin immortal realm. I advise you be sensible and surrender hand over the emperor's treasures and truthfully reveal the conspirators behind you. Confess all your crimes. Given your tenure in the heavenly court, we might let you off lightly, leaving you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, we shall raise the palace, eliminate the traitors, and you cannot blame us for our ruthlessness. These words were filled with slander and insinuation, each word piercing to the heart, completely nailing Bai Ningbing to the pillar of shame, labeled regicide and treason. Once he finished speaking, the other elders stepped forward in agreement, their denunciations rising like waves, a cacophony of outrage. Indeed, Bai Ningbing, if you are innocent, remove the palace's restrictions and allow us to see the emperor. As long as we confirm the emperor is still alive, we shall withdraw our forces and publicly apologize to you. Exactly a tenth ascend to your seclusion, without a trace, is simply illogical. You clearly harbor ulterior motives, secretly harming the emperor, blocking news from the palace, attempting to deceive the entire immortal realm. Quickly hand over the emperor's treasures and expose the masterminds behind this. Resistance will only lead to your own destruction. The voices of accusation and condemnation surged toward Bai Ningbing like a tidal wave, carrying immense celestial might and invisible pressure, almost crushing her fragile form. The elders were all too aware that their immediate goal was to enter the Tianyin palace, acquire the tokens of inheritance, and confirm the emperor's death. Only then could they rightfully establish a new ruler and change the dynasty. Otherwise, even if they seized control of the heavenly court, they would still be unable to command the other immortals. Faced with the flood of slander and the collective outcry, Bai Ningbing felt a deep rage and sorrow, but still suppressed the bitterness and despair within her, striving to explain and argue. The emperor's seclusion is a rare life and death ordeal fraught with danger. It requires the cessation of all causes, energies, sounds, and disturbances so that he may successfully transcend. This was the plan the emperor set a millennium ago with a decree already issued. It is not something I have fabricated out of thin air. Such seclusion must not be disturbed in the slightest. Should any external force invade and interfere with the emperor's transcendence, it would lead to irreversible catastrophe, not only resulting in the emperor's demise and the destruction of his foundation, but also causing the entire Kanglin immortal realm to collapse and suffer great losses. You are all senior elders of the celestial court, well-read in ancient texts and knowledgeable in the ways of heaven and the great Tao. You should understand the implications within. Yet now you have been deliberately incited and blinded by those with ulterior motives, swept away by ambition, indiscriminately gathering to pressure the throne and attempting to invade the forbidden grounds. This is not upholding the righteous path. It is burying the emperor's journey and the entire Kanglin celestial domain. Her voice was laced with an unmistakable hoarseness and fatigue, each word earnest as she dissected the implications thoroughly. It is not that she does not want to let everyone in, but the emperor's current condition is indeed abnormal. If disturbed, it could lead to utter failure. Unfortunately, those blinded by power have long been ensnared by ambition, their minds shackled by preconceived notions, making them impervious to any explanation. In their eyes, all arguments are merely the desperate struggles of a traitor, deceitful lies attempting to conceal. The expressions of the elders grew increasingly frigid, their impatience and murderous intent intensifying, unmoved by her words, unwilling to believe even a fragment of the truth. Bai Ningbing gazed at the hypocritical, greedy, and ferocious faces before her, witnessing her former colleagues who once governed the celestial court alongside her now transformed into wolves and tigers closing in for the kill. The last shred of hope within her heart gradually cooled and shattered. She surveyed the entire assembly, her gaze sweeping over the faces of numerous elders, ultimately locking onto the figure of the highest cultivation, the most commanding presence, and the most esteemed elder in white. Bai Ningbing gazed at the hypocritical, greedy, and ferocious faces before her, witnessing her former colleagues who once governed the celestial court alongside her now transformed into wolves, and his credentials were venerable, and in the celestial court, his words had always carried significant weight. Most importantly, Yu Su Xianjun was also a key minister entrusted by the Tianyin Emperor before his retreat, and he had received considerable favors from the Bai family, with a deep-rooted connection between the two clans supporting each other for tens of thousands of years in assisting the emperor in governing the celestial court. In past disputes and conflicts within the celestial court, Yu Su Xianjun would typically stand by her side, repeatedly aiding her and balancing the forces vying for power. Bai Ningbing had thought that even if the world turned against her, every person betrayed her, this Yu Su Xianjun would surely discern right from wrong, hold steadfast to his principles, and remembering the bonds between their clans and the enduring loyalty of ruler and subject, choose to believe in her and protect her. This was the last remaining support in her desperate situation, her only glimmer of hope. She looked at the white-haired, seemingly benevolent Yu Su Xianjun, her beautiful icy gaze filled with boundless sorrow, disappointment, and disbelief, and with her last shred of hope she asked, "Elder Yu Su, will you also stand with them and join forces against me this time?" Every word was a heart-wrenching plea. The entire assembly fell silent for a moment, all eyes focused on Yu Su Xianjun, waiting for this top power's response. Under the gaze of many, Yu Su Xianjun slowly raised his hand, lightly stroking his white beard, his expression appearing peaceful and compassionate, yet hiding extreme hypocrisy and coldness beneath. He looked indifferently at Bai Ningbing, his tone laced with feigned pity, each word piercing her heart, utterly shattering her last hope. "Ningbing, in the past this seat has received favors from your Bai family, supported you greatly, and always trusted your loyalty. But this time what you have done is simply too absurd and outrageous. The Emperor has favored you immensely, granting you supreme authority over the celestial court, entrusting the vast lands of Kanglan to you, yet you are ungrateful, harbor a foreign man, disrupt the celestial court, and even bear an illegitimate child, and are suspected of plotting against the Emperor and coveting his treasures and power. Such heinous, treasonous acts, betraying your master and being ungrateful, are intolerable by heavenly law and the celestial court. Although I value righteousness, I must also act justly against kin. At this point the situation is already set. You have become an outcast, powerless to turn back. Considering the deep ties between our clans over thousands of years, I cannot bear to see you perish and the Bai family fall. Today I will grant you a chance for survival. As long as you publicly reveal the identity of that foreign scoundrel, personally eliminate the illegitimate child within you, sever all ties, this seat will exhaust the power of the Gao family to plead for you, sparing your life, nullifying your cultivation, and confining you to the Bai family, still allowing you to preserve your frail body and the foundation of the Bai family." These words, though seemingly lenient advice, were actually piercing to the heart and full of humiliation. His light, casual words utterly solidified all the accusations against Bai Ningbing of consorting with outsiders, disrupting the celestial court, and bearing an illegitimate child, completely nailing down all baseless charges and severing any chance of her clearing her name. Hell, what a hypocritical charlatan! What a righteous betrayal of kin! After hearing this extremely hypocritical advice, Bai Ningbing first froze, the last glimmer of light in her eyes extinguished, and then she tilted her head, letting out a chilling cold laugh, the sound bleak and piercing, filled with endless sorrow and despair. Her heart had thoroughly turned to ice, no longer holding any hope, only a bone-chilling coldness and extreme sarcasm. "Today I see clearly that your so-called lofty principles and millennia of loyalty are all mere false pretenses. You are the most hypocritical and the most ungrateful person. The Emperor treated you well, granting you eternal glory and generational power, yet you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, repaying kindness with enmity, colluding with outsiders, framing the loyal, and attempting a coup for power. When the truth comes to light and heaven's justice is revealed, you will surely suffer from inner demons, facing endless retribution." Yu Su Xianjun's expression darkened at her words, the facade of gentleness completely fading, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes, no longer pretending to be kind, stubborn, and unrepentant. "Since you insist on resisting and clinging to your position, do not blame us for being heartless." He shouted angrily, the terrifying cultivation of a peak Xianjun erupting violently, a torrent of celestial power sweeping across the sky, causing the clouds to churn and the earth to tremble. "All fellow Taoists, heed my command. Bai Ningbing conspired with traitors, committed regicide, and the evidence is conclusive. Immediately take action, eradicate the traitors, capture the instigator, and level the forbidden grounds of the palace. As soon as his words fell, countless celestial soldiers and generals activated their celestial power, swords and blades drawn, the cold light soaring, the aura of slaughter rising to the heavens. 8 peak Xianjun powers also simultaneously gathered their strength, unleashing a terrifying pressure that descended like a collapsing sky, causing the palace's protective array to tremble violently, leaving Bai Ningbing and the celestial guards reeling, the situation growing increasingly perilous. This battle was overwhelmingly against them, with a vast disparity in strength. Opposing them were the top forces of the Elder Council of the Celestial Court, with 8 celestial lords stationed and hundreds of elite celestial soldiers assisting, an unstoppable force. On the defending side, there was only Bai Ningbing, barely reaching the late stage of Celestial Lord, along with 2 elders at the mid-stage of Celestial Lord. The remaining dozens of celestial guards were at most at the peak of Celestial King. In the face of such overwhelming power, they were like ants trying to shake a tree, utterly powerless. The shadow of death suddenly enveloped the hearts of every guard, their eyes filled with despair as their hearts sank into the depths of despair. They all understood that in today's palace coup, they had no chance of victory. With their meager strength against 8 mighty celestial lords and hundreds of elite celestial soldiers, it was akin to moths flying into the flame or striking a stone with an egg. Today they would surely perish here, and the imperial palace would inevitably be hard to protect, with the celestial court's power falling into the hands of traitors. Yet even in the face of such bone-chilling despair, knowing they were bound to die, none of them flinched. All the celestial guards gripped their celestial weapons tightly, standing tall, with resolute eyes, determined to hold the front of the palace, exerting all their strength to maintain the formation. Bai Ningbing looked at her subordinates, who vowed to fight alongside her, watching the crumbling protective formation, her eyes welling with heat and sorrow, her heart filled with both grief and pain. She slowly raised her hand, gathering all her celestial energy, her cool figure standing proudly in the wind, ready to face this battle of certain death. She had already decided that once the formation was breached, she would use her frail body to give her last ounce of strength for the Emperor, even if it meant dying with her name tarnished. She would have no regrets. The sounds of slaughter erupted, with massive celestial technique explosions crashing against the defensive barrier, causing the entire world to tremble, and the backlash damage from the formation also inflicted considerable harm on the attackers. However, this protective barrier ultimately could not withstand the frenzied onslaught of the 8 celestial lords. Just as the protective barrier was about to shatter and the 2 forces were on the brink of close combat, a tall and transcendent figure suddenly burst forth from the solemn and quiet depths of the Tianyin Emperor's palace. This figure moved with incredible speed, like a shooting star, disregarding the ancient sealing power within the palace, instantly crossing vast distances and standing firmly at the center of the 2 armies' confrontation. It was a young man, tall and slender, dressed simply in plain blue robes, yet he could not hide the extraordinary and unparalleled aura that transcended all. His black hair danced in the wind, his face handsome and calm, his eyes deep like the sea containing the stars of eternity. He was Yifeng, who had closed himself off for 2 days, having completely refined the Tianyin Emperor's opportunity, merging with the essence of the Emperor's Tao, experiencing a rebirth through fire. As soon as he appeared, he suddenly raised his gaze and shouted in a deep voice, "Let me see who dares to act recklessly today." This roar carried an unparalleled might, abruptly suppressing all killing intent and restlessness in the arena. The previously surging celestial might, the fierce killing intent, and the clamor of attacks all froze, dissipated, and vanished in this moment. The entire vast void fell into silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. All the cultivators present, whether it be the aggressive elders, elite celestial soldiers, or the steadfast Bai Ningbing and her celestial guards, all had their pupils constrict and bodies stiffen, staring in horror at the sudden appearance of the young figure in the void, filled with extreme shock and disbelief. What kind of place was the Tianyin Emperor's palace? It was the #1 forbidden area of Kanglan, the exclusive dojo of the Tianyin Emperor. Since the Emperor's retreat for 10,000 years, the sealing power here had become increasingly terrifying, with runes locking the sky, rules confining the land, impervious to all methods, difficult for all beings to enter. Let alone ordinary celestial guards or celestial kings, even top-tier celestial lords, if they exhausted their entire lives' cultivation without an entry token, would find it impossible to shake the palace's sealing power in a short time, let alone step into the inner palace and exit with ease. Even those like Bai Ningbing, who had guarding duties and privileges, could only move around the outer periphery of the palace. Over the past 10,000 years, aside from the Tianyin Emperor himself, no one in the world could freely enter and exit this core area of the palace, which was a well-known ancient iron rule throughout the Kanglan celestial domain. Yet now a young man who appeared to be barely in his 20s, plain and unremarkable, had actually stepped out from the core palace where the Emperor was in seclusion. This scene utterly overturned everyone's understanding and shattered all their common knowledge. The sound of gasps broke the dead silence, echoing continuously. Countless powerful beings widened their eyes, staring fixedly at Yifeng's figure, their faces filled with suspicion, shock, and confusion, their hearts brimming with endless doubts and astonishment. Who is this person? Why can this young man, seemingly ordinary in attire, walk out from the forbidden palace of the Tianyan Emperor? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could the ancient sealed forbidden area of the Emperor allow outsiders to enter? The elders of the celestial court exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. The previously arrogant demeanor and overwhelming killing intent completely dissipated in this moment, replaced by deep apprehension and suspicion. They knew that anyone who could freely enter and exit the Emperor's forbidden palace was no ordinary person. The appearance of this individual was far too abrupt and strange, completely disrupting their long-planned palace coup that was on the verge of success. On the defending side, by Ningbing, who had just prepared herself for death, was completely stunned the moment she recognized Yifeng's face. Her stunningly beautiful and cold eyes widened suddenly, her pupils trembled violently, her face filled with disbelief, all her grief, despair, and killing intent frozen. This person turned out to be Yifeng. How could it be him? How could he be here? She was filled with endless confusion. 2 days prior, she had secretly left a message urging him to leave the celestial capital quickly and stay away from this place of turmoil. She knew very well that the turmoil in the celestial capital was extremely perilous. The Elder Council's ambitions were sky high, and the overall situation had long since spiraled out of control. She understood that with Yifeng's limited cultivation, getting involved in this top-tier conflict and coup within the celestial court would only lead to death. She did not want this man who had once intertwined with her and fathered her child to be dragged into this inexplicable disaster because of her. She would rather bear all the infamy alone, face death alone, and shoulder all the consequences alone than let Yifeng suffer even the slightest consequence. Thus, she painstakingly left a teleportation talisman and words of advice, hoping that he would safely stay away and preserve his life. She had thought that with his cautious nature, upon receiving the message, he would surely leave the perilous celestial capital at the first opportunity and live carefree outside, preserving himself. However, she never expected that at this moment, in the final moments of this life and death crisis and palace coup, Yifeng would not only remain, but appear in the most dangerous forbidden area of the Emperor, standing before her in public. After the immense shock, a wave of extreme panic and urgency instantly engulfed by Ningbing's heart. Ignoring her own peril and the powerful figures surrounding her, she swiftly flew forward to grab Yifeng, her voice trembling with urgency as she whispered, "Yifeng, why haven't you left yet? Didn't I tell you to go away from the immortal capital?" Her brows were furrowed with reproach, chaos, and anxiety. Seeing the once cold and aloof by Ningbing, who had governed the immortal court for millennia without showing even a hint of weakness, now flustered and worried for him, a faint and gentle warmth swept through Yifeng's eyes. His gaze fell upon by Ningbing's slightly protruding abdomen, and with an unprecedented tenderness in his tone, he replied word by word, "You are still trapped in this dire situation, suffering humiliation and struggling desperately. How can I leave alone and survive in this world?" This simple sentence was filled with deep affection, each word coming from the heart. What others did not know was that in the past 2 days, while the outside world was tumultuous with rumors and storms, the Imperial Palace was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. 2 days ago, he resolutely broke into the forbidden area of the Tianyan Emperor, using the exclusive token obtained from the secret realm to access the long-sealed depths of the Emperor's palace. Within the forbidden area, he finally awakened all his memories and found the ultimate Tao foundation, original divine soul, inherited techniques, and boundless cultivation essence of the Tianyan Emperor before his countless reincarnations. In these 2 days, he was in the core of the Emperor's palace, quietly refining the Emperor's origin, merging all the memories of the Tianyan Emperor, inheriting the ancient Tao lineage, and reshaping his own Tao foundation. These brief 2 days were but a fleeting moment for the outside world, yet for him, it was a supreme transformation through the reshaping of his Tao foundation. At this moment, he was no longer the weak cultivator who relied on others, but had become an emperor with the experiences of countless lifetimes and tens of thousands of years of cultivation. His realm cultivation vision and combat power had undergone a complete rebirth, reaching the pinnacle of the Kanglan immortal domain, surpassing all other immortal lords. The arrogant, ambitious elders before him were nothing more than a group of clowns and insignificant ants. However, this astonishing transformation was unknown to anyone, and no one could see through it. Bai Ningbing was completely unaware of this. Hearing Yifeng's words, though she felt inexplicably touched, she only thought Yifeng was being young and reckless, making her even more anxious and angry. "How could you be so foolish? Who told you to come back? Why are you staying here to die?" In her eyes, no matter how powerful Yifeng was, he was still the immortal realm patrol from 2 days ago, whose cultivation was far beneath hers and whose foundation was shallow. Even if he had accidentally entered this Tianyan palace and made some progress, he still had no chance of winning. After all, there were 8 powerful immortal lords gathered here, engaged in the highest stakes power struggle of the immortal court, concerning the survival of the emperor and the upheaval of the immortal court. With his strength, getting involved would be tantamount to seeking his own death. Anxiety, anger, and panic intertwined, causing Bai Ningbing's mind to spiral into chaos. Looking at the foolish, stubborn man before her, she was both furious and anxious, staring fiercely at Yi Feng, commanding, "You need to retreat immediately. Return to the palace and do not come out. This place is extremely dangerous and you have no business being here." Her tone was more serious than ever. Yet Yi Feng merely smiled faintly and said, "After I deal with these vile creatures, I will return to the palace with you." "What nonsense are you speaking? Are you out of your mind? This is not the time for you to be reckless. You are just throwing your life away." Hearing Yi Feng's brazen words, Bai Ningbing surprisingly found herself a bit shaken, filled with anger and worry, her voice laced with endless bitterness. She wondered if this boy had lost his mind. Did he not understand his own limitations? Did he think he could handle these powerful beings before him? Their brief conversation, though low in volume, was crystal clear to every powerful figure present. Deal with these vile creatures and return to the palace together. This incredibly arrogant statement instantly ignited the endless fury of the surrounding elders. At the same time, connecting the rampant rumors from the past few days with the gossip about Bai Ningbing carrying a vile seed, all doubts quickly linked together. The elders participating in the attack first paused slightly, but then their faces twisted with rage, their eyes filled with suspicion, darkness, and murderous intent. So it was, in the recent rumors, the one colluding with Bai Ningbing, disrupting the palace, bearing the vile seed, and plotting against the emperor, was this very man who had just emerged from the Tianyin palace. The truth was finally revealed. In this moment, all the elders were completely convinced of their suspicions, all previous doubts dissipated, leaving only a vast sea of rage and a killing intent. "Good. So you are the one colluding with Bai Ningbing, disrupting the immortal court, and plotting against the emperor." An elder with red hair and a furious expression shouted, his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent. This person was none other than the Qi Yin immortal lord, who had reached the peak midstage of the immortal lord realm, overseeing the fire department of the immortal court. His temperament was fierce and brutal, and he was one of the core figures leading the charge against Bai Ningbing. Having endured for a long time, he finally found the culprit, and could no longer contain his rage and killing intent. "You little brat, truly unaware of the heavens and earth. How dare you desecrate the emperor's domain, tarnish the daughter of the emperor, and conspire against the Tianyin master? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Come and take his life." As his furious shout echoed, the Qi Yin immortal lord's figure suddenly leaped up. A massive fiery palm covering 100 zhang of void and blazing with flames formed in front of him. The imprint contained endless fire Dao laws capable of incinerating all and shattering the stars, carrying the terrifying might of destruction, and struck fiercely at Yi Feng. This palm surged with wind and trembled the heavens and earth. The Qi Yin immortal lord was certain that this nameless man, even if he could enter the emperor's forbidden area, was at most someone with a special treasure lacking any top-tier combat power. His full-powered strike was enough to instantly crush, heavily injure, and subdue him. The fiery palm imprint quickly reached Yi Feng, accompanied by overwhelming killing intent. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing's face changed drastically. Without time to think, she immediately urged all her celestial power, preparing to step forward and take this lethal blow for Yi Feng. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing's face changed drastically. Without time to think, she immediately urged all her celestial power, preparing to step forward and take this lethal blow for Yi Feng. Notwithstand, if hit, he would surely perish. However, just as she moved, Yi Feng had already acted first. Facing the overwhelming fire palm capable of crushing ordinary immortal kings and intimidating regular immortal lords, he stood still, casually raising his hand and lightly throwing a punch forward. There was no earth-shattering phenomenon, no grand surge of spiritual energy. It was plain and simple. The next moment, bang! A thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens. As fists collided, a terrifying energy storm swept across the surroundings in an instant, yet the expected scene of Yi Feng being crushed, injured, and obliterated did not occur. Instead, an immense and boundless force of terrifying backlash far beyond what Qi Yin Xianjun could comprehend surged upwards against the raging flame palm. Crack! Crack! The 100 zhang blazing flame palm imprint instantly shattered and vanished into nothingness as the domineering laws of fire completely collapsed. Following closely, a tremendous force struck fiercely against Qi Yin Xianjun's body. Puff! Qi Yin Xianjun trembled violently, a mouthful of scalding golden immortal blood gushed out. Then his robust body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing down hundreds of zhang away, hitting the ground heavily, trembling, with damaged meridians, excruciating pain piercing through his bones, and his internal organs completely displaced. The entire arena fell into dead silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this unbelievable scene, their minds completely blank. They never expected that the formidable peak power of the mid-stage Xian Jun, a veteran elder of the Xian Ting, who had been ruling the Kanglin Xian domain for thousands of years, would be effortlessly defeated by a seemingly unremarkable young man, with a single punch shattering his lethal assault. How could this be possible? This is simply unbelievable. It's utterly unfathomable. Qi Yin Xian Jun struggled to support his body, his face as pale as paper, hair disheveled, his eyes filled with extreme shock, staring fixedly at Yifeng, his voice hoarse, as he roared, Who exactly are you? Your cultivation? How could it be so terrifying? He had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years, delving deeply into the path of the fire god, nearly invincible among his peers, and had never suffered such a significant loss. Yet the punch that seemed so casual from the opponent, light and devoid of waves, contained an overwhelming power that could completely crush his Dao foundation and counter his path of fire, as if a heavenly Dao was suppressing him, leaving him with no power to resist. Beside him, Bai Ningbing watched the scene in complete shock, her beautiful eyes wide open, her face filled. She had already prepared herself to fight desperately, even anticipating the dangers of this battle, yet she never expected that in the blink of an eye the outcome would be decided. Yifeng, who stood beside her, was not only unharmed, but had also retaliated with a punch, effortlessly injuring Qi Yin Xian Jun. At that moment she was utterly stunned. In just a few short days, what on earth had happened to this man? She was certain that when she last saw him, he was merely an ordinary small cultivator of the Xian realm. But at this moment the speed of his strikes, the intensity of his combat power, and the depth of his Dao rhythm far surpassed her. He was several times stronger than her, the acting empress who had presided over the Xian Ting for 10,000 years. Not just Bai Ningbing, but all the elders of the Xian Ting, the elite celestial soldiers, and the palace guards were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock, their minds shaken. Not just Bai Ningbing, but all the elders of the Xian Ting, the elite celestial soldiers, and the palace guards were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. Yifeng stood quietly in the void, his posture upright, facing the astonished gazes of all, without a shred of arrogance or ostentation, but rather a hint of faint disappointment crossed his face. He glanced towards the distant Qi Yin Xian Jun, who was regulating his injuries, sighed, and slowly spoke. Old Qi Yin, it's been 10,000 years. I didn't expect your fire god palm to still be so impatient and superficial, flashy, yet insubstantial. For a full 10,000 years you have made no progress, still so easily defeated. His words were extremely calm, carrying a trace of ancient weariness and familiarity, along with the scrutiny of a superior towards a subordinate. Boom. This statement was like a thunderclap suddenly exploding in Qi Yin Xian Jun's mind. It made his entire body stiffen, his hairs stand on end, and his face revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. No progress in 10,000 years. This evaluation, this tone, this sense of familiarity and oppression. He was too familiar with it. Familiar enough to make his soul tremble, his spirit terrified. From beginning to end, only that former Tian Yin Di Jun dared to look down upon his fire god palm so disdainfully. 10,000 years ago, when Tian Yin Di Jun was still in the Xian Ting, guiding him on fire path techniques, he spoke in such a tone, with such demeanor, and such evaluation. Identical. Not a single detail off. Since then he had never heard such familiar words again, nor felt such familiar imperial pressure. Who exactly is this kid before me? Why does he evoke such a sense of déjà vu? At this moment a storm surged in his heart, an endless shock engulfing his entire being. Not just Qi Yin Xian Jun, all the elders and celestial guards who had lived for 10,000 years present could not help but tremble, their eyes flashing with extreme astonishment and emotion. The tone, the aura, the stance of overlooking all beings and perceiving everything. It was completely unlike anything a young person should possess. Though they could not immediately associate him with Tian Yin Di Jun, they were shaken, filled with uncertainty, and dared not act rashly. However, not all the elders were intimidated. Moments later, among the 8 powerful Xian Jun, another elder, with even higher cultivation, stepped forward, his face filled with disbelief. This elder was none other than Lei Ming Xian Jun, the strongest elder of the Xian Ting in the area of Thunder Law, possessing latest stage Xian Jun cultivation with Thunder Path abilities that dominated the Xian domain, fierce in combat, and far stronger than Qi Yin Xian Jun. That kid, don't be pretentious. Do you think that because you possess a few secret treasures and fortuitously injured Qi Yin Dao you can consider yourself invincible? Quickly reveal your name. Honestly disclose your origins, and explain your connection with Bai Ningbing. Otherwise today I shall ensure your soul perishes. He fixed his gaze on Yifeng, sternly scolding. He did not believe that this young man truly possessed any extraordinary power. He felt that the opponent was likely relying on secret treasures and had fortuitously discovered the flaws in Qi Yan's fire god palm, using the power of the treasures to act fiercely. Oh, Lei Ming, all your martial skills were taught by me, and I am fully aware of all your techniques. Are you sure you— Yifeng shifted his gaze to Lei Ming Xian Jun, his dark eyes resembling an ancient starry sky, carrying a hint of profundity and playfulness. What? Upon hearing this, Lei Ming Xianjun's arrogance instantly froze his body, trembling violently. You are Master Tianyan Dijun. How could this be possible? His eyes widened, his face as pale as paper, staring fixedly at Yifeng. Finally remembering the source of this familiarity, his eyes filled with extreme terror, shock, and disbelief, his lips trembling as he exclaimed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Dijun, the eternal supreme, dominates the heavens, is an ancient imperial visage, and unchanging through the ages. How could he have such a youthful appearance? This is absolutely impossible. He had utterly lost his mind, and was completely stunned. The young man before him bore no resemblance to the awe-inspiring venerable Tianyan Emperor. He remembered the sovereign who once gazed down upon all realms from celestial heights. Yet the words spoken, the hidden truths revealed, the familiar cadence of voice and the innate Tao resonance, all evoked an uncanny sense of recognition. Only the Tianyan Emperor himself knew every flaw in his cultivation of thunder arts. Only he knew every secret of his apprenticeship long ago, and only he had been his sole master and mentor. In that instant, all his pretense, all his confidence crumbled entirely. Speak now, who are you? In the next breath, Lei Ming snapped back to awareness and demanded fiercely. He felt even himself teetering on the verge of being deceived, and he had to uncover the truth. As you have surmised, this form is indeed that of the Tianyan Emperor. Yet to mend a fundamental flaw in my Tao heart, and forge an unsurpassed Tao foundation, I relinquished my celestial emperor body, descended into the mortal world, endured 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, and underwent tribulation transcendence. This is the visage of my final rebirth. Yifeng's gaze remained serene as he surveyed the assembly of elders, their faces etched with bewilderment. With calm, unwavering tone, he unveiled a secret buried for 10,000 eons. 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, tribulation transcendence, forging an unsurpassed Tao foundation. A collective gasp tore through the hall. Every cultivator present, including veteran immortal sovereigns of unfathomable seniority, drew sharp breaths, their spirits violently shaken, unable to regain composure. A celestial emperor, sovereign of eternity, had willingly forsaken his immortal imperial body, abandoned his supreme celestial court, and cast himself into the dust of mortality. For 100 lifetimes he endured the trials of the mundane world, suffering every human affliction, solely to perfect his Tao heart and ascend to a higher realm of existence. What boundless courage! What transcendent magnanimity! What peerless Tao heart! Across 10,000 eons and myriad Tao paths, no celestial emperor had ever dared such a heaven-defying act. After all, the slightest misstep would render all efforts futile, with catastrophic consequences. In that moment, suspicion, hostility, and resentment dissolved entirely, replaced by overwhelming awe. They suddenly understood. No wonder the emperor had vanished into seclusion for 10,000 years. No wonder his traces had eluded even the most profound divine senses. No wonder this youth, so young in appearance, exuded the emperor's aura, commanded primordial secrets, and wielded incomprehensible power. All of it had been deliberate, orchestrated by the emperor himself. Countless cultivators trembled with fervent reverence. Truly the greatest celestial emperor in 10,000 eons of the Kanglan immortal realm. His courage shakes the heavens, his vision eclipses the cosmos. Through 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, he forged his Tao foundation. Now returned, his foundation is complete, his Tao heart flawless. He shall surely shatter all constraints, ascend to the pinnacle of celestial emperorhood, and reign supreme over the human realms of all heavens. The Kanglan immortal realm stands on the threshold of its most glorious age. The tide turned instantly. The hearts of all shifted irrevocably. The elders, once brimming with ambition, now trembled with profound awe and dread, their rebellious designs evaporated, nearly extinguished. Yet just as unrest rippled across the assembly and submission seemed imminent, a cold, shrill cry pierced the air, shattering the momentum. Fellow cultivators, do not be beguiled by this youth's demonic rhetoric. Do not let your minds be clouded. Yusu, immortal sovereign, who had stood silent until now, stepped forward abruptly and roared, desperate to regain control. Within him a storm raged, terror surged to its zenith. He was the true architect of this coup, the shadow behind every rumor, the chief conspirator who had colluded with extraterritorial forces plotting to overthrow the celestial court and usurp the throne. He had schemed for 10,000 years, endured 10,000 years of concealment, woven this grand conspiracy. Today victory seemed within grasp. By Ningbing would be fully sidelined, and he would ascend the new celestial throne, ruling the vast rivers and mountains of Kanglan. His gamble rested on one certainty, that the Tianyan Emperor, sealed away for 10,000 years, had long since perished, his Tao path extinguished. But now, out of nowhere, appeared a youth bearing unmistakable signs of the Emperor's reincarnation, wielding thunderous authority to reverse the tide. If true, every stratagem he'd laid would collapse, and his treasonous collusion with extraterritorial powers would be exposed in full. His entire Gao clan, thousands of souls, would face the emperor's most merciless reckoning, annihilation, erasure from history for 10,000 eons. He could not afford defeat, and he must not lose. Thus, even if this youth truly were the Tianyin emperor's reincarnation, even if his combat prowess was formidable, he would deny it relentlessly and unflinchingly. This youth is not the Tianyin emperor. This tale of 100 lifetimes is nothing but a fabricated lie, a petty trick to dazzle the masses. He is but a demonic aberration from beyond our realm, wielding an ancient artifact and mimicking fragments of the emperor's Tao resonance. He feigns the emperor's presence, impersonating the sovereign, to sow confusion and seize control. His intent is heinous. His crime warrants death. Fellow cultivators, do not fall for his deception. Unite now. Slay this fiend, purge the rebellion, and restore order to the celestial court. Yusu, immortal sovereign's eyes burned crimson as he screamed himself hoarse, making one final desperate bid to defy fate and reshape destiny. He reasoned that even if this youth truly were the Tianyin emperor's reincarnation, his strength must remain incomplete, and perhaps would not match his own peak immortal sovereign might. That was his sole chance at survival. Yi Feng's gaze swept across Yusu, immortal sovereign. His face twisted with malice, his heart cloaked in treachery, and for the first time a piercing, bone-deep killing intent flared in Yi Feng's obsidian eyes. Elder Yusu, men speak of your lofty Tao virtue, your detachment from fame and fortune, your tranquil disengagement from worldly strife. Only I, however, know the truth. Your ambitions burn like wildfire. Your lust for power corrupts your very soul. I spared you, granted you grace, for the Gao clan's millennia of service. I believed at least you retained a bare minimum of moral restraint. Yet you proved yourself a wolf in sheep's clothing, betraying my trust utterly. Did you truly believe your clandestine alliance with the Panlai immortal realm, your acceptance of lavish foreign bribes, your willingness to become a pawn using external forces to topple my celestial court and usurp imperial authority, could remain hidden from heaven and earth? The imperial throne, glory, and treasures promised by the Panlai immortal realm. Do you truly think you possess the lifespan to claim them, the fortune to bear them? You are but a disposable pawn, discarded the moment the Panlai forces succeed in dismantling the Kanglin immortal realm and shattering the celestial court's Tao lineage. The day you achieve your goal will be the day your Gao clan is obliterated, and you yourself meet utter annihilation. Yi Feng spoke with icy detachment, each word a dagger striking true, ruthlessly stripping away Yusu's facade and exposing his epical conspiracy before all. A thunderclap echoed inwardly, shaking Yusu to his core. His face paled to the hue of bleached parchment, his spirit shattered entirely. Impossible. How could you possibly know this? Utterly stunned, he lost all composure, blurted out the question that haunted his deepest fears. He could not fathom it. His secret pact with the Panlai immortal realm was so deeply buried, undetected for 10,000 years. How could this youth know? And with such chilling precision. His voice still hung in the air when his expression contorted violently. He instantly realized his blunder and hastily retracted. No, do not slander me with false accusations. When, pray tell, have I ever associated with anyone from the Panlai immortal realm? Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to make amends, the gazes of all the elders and celestial guards present were filled with suspicion, coldness, and disbelief. Everyone's thoughts were extremely transparent, and they immediately guessed what was happening. It turned out that all the rumors, all the disputes, and all the palace turmoil were orchestrated by this Yusu Xianjun. He had colluded with the Panlai immortal domain, deliberately causing chaos, disrupting the celestial court, and framing the loyal and virtuous. Indeed, if by Ningbing were to be taken down, then the entire Kanglin immortal domain would be left with this peak, Xianjun having the greatest hope of seizing the throne. The truth was instantly revealed to the world. Yusu Xianjun, looking at the cold and unusual gazes of those around him, knew that the situation had turned against him. The lies had been thoroughly exposed, and he realized that his only option now was to fight to the death to break the deadlock. He could either slay the young man in front of him, continue to control the situation and defy fate, or sit back and wait for the emperor to take him to account, leading to the annihilation of his entire clan. In a moment of thought, a fierce and mad glint flashed in Yusu Xianjun's eyes. You brat, you spread lies to confuse the public and impersonate the emperor. You are here to deceive the hearts of men. Die! He shouted fiercely, no longer pretending, unleashing the terrifying cultivation of a peak Xianjun all at once, with endless power of the laws wrapping around his body, changing the winds and clouds, shaking the heavens and earth. This phenomenon far surpassed that of Qi Yin and Lei Ming among the elders, its might overwhelming, suppressing the void for miles. He struck out with hatred, pouring forth all his lifelong cultivation, condensing a pitch-black, endless sword of law accompanied by the terrifying power to destroy all things, and struck down fiercely towards Yi Feng. This sword was the ultimate strike of a peak Xian Jun, specifically targeting the soul capable of cleaving mountains and seas, slaying the heavens, and shattering the void. He was certain that even if the other party possessed a secret treasure, even if he were truly the reincarnation of the Tianyin Emperor, and even if the other elders intervened, they would definitely be unable to stop this sudden and decisive blow. Today would be the day of this young man's demise. Bai Ningbing and the other elders witnessing this scene were indeed taken aback, hurriedly preparing to intervene, but unfortunately found it was already too late. The black sword of law had already pierced through the void at an incredibly strange speed, directly slashing towards Yifeng. But in the next second, a shocking scene unfolded once more. Faced with this overwhelmingly strong sword momentum capable of slaying everything, Yifeng remained composed, not dodging or avoiding, his expression calm and undisturbed, simply raising his hand to summon a crystal gem jade plate, ancient and warm, flowing with endless patterns of the heavenly way, rich with the mysteries of the heavens, which slowly floated in front of him. This gem jade plate radiated myriad divine lights, its Tao rhythm reaching the heavens. It was the supreme artifact, the Tianji Pan, which Yifeng had relied on for survival all along. As soon as the Tianji Pan appeared, it displayed an astonishing defensive power. In a flash, the unparalleled sword light unleashed by Yusu Xian Jun, the endless power of the laws, and the overwhelming killing intent struck against the blue light shield formed by the Tianji Pan, as if a stone sinking into the sea, completely absorbed, devoured, and dissolved by the Tianji Pan. That supreme celestial technique, top-tier divine ability, had no effect before the Tianji Pan instantly annihilated. However, this was not the most terrifying part. Before Yusu Xian Jun could show any signs of shock, all the killing power and law might that had just been absorbed was doubled in retaliation by the Tianji Pan, transforming into a brilliant and unparalleled divine light torrent, suddenly erupting and charging back. The speed of this sword light was even quicker, 1,000 miles in an instant. Bang! A deafening explosion shattered the void. Yusu Xian Jun could not even react defensively, nor could he flee, as he was directly struck by the terrifying power of the light sword. The extreme power instantly shattered his celestial shield, severed his body, and obliterated most of his divine soul. Golden celestial blood sprayed throughout the sky as Yusu Xian Jun let out a heart-wrenching scream, his aged body instantly blasted apart, and heavily wounded, crashing down like a meteor into the depths of the sea of clouds, on the verge of death, his Tao foundation nearing collapse. The entire scene fell into a dead silence once more. All the cultivators were completely stunned, their eyes wide open, their faces filled with extreme shock and awe. That is the Tianji Pan, the legendary supreme artifact, the Tianji Pan. Someone exclaimed in a trembling voice, calling out the name of this treasure. Many of them had lived for tens of thousands of years and had heard of the Tianji Pan's reputation, knowing that it was the personal artifact of the Tianyin Emperor. It was the supreme divine object that had accompanied the emperor in battles across the heavens, pacifying chaos, suppressing myriad races, and discerning the heavenly mechanisms tens of thousands of years ago. This divine object could not only devour myriad laws and rebound all soul attacks, but could also deduce the mysteries of the heavenly Tao and foresee the fortunes and disasters of the heavens. Only the Tianyin Emperor could command and control this supreme artifact. There was no other contender. At this moment, all their doubts, all their suspicions, and all their reluctance vanished without a trace, completely dissipated. The truth was already clear to the world. Since this person could control the artifact Tianji Pan and possessed the Emperor's Tao rhythm and understood the old events from 10,000 years ago, then he was certainly not an imposter. The other party was undoubtedly the true body of the Tianyin Emperor, who had undergone countless reincarnations and tribulations and had rebuilt his Tao foundation. We, your subordinates, pay our respects to the Emperor. After a brief silence, someone was the first to react, kneeling with a loud thud. Following that, all the elders of the celestial court, hundreds of elite celestial soldiers, and all the cultivators involved in the offensive and defensive actions trembled, kneeling to the void in unison, a sea of black. Everyone bowed their heads in deep respect, their voices trembling with fervor, echoing through the 9 heavens. We have eyes, but cannot see the Emperor's true form, almost committing an unforgivable crime. We implore the Emperor to forgive us. In this moment, all their rebellious ambitions had completely vanished, leaving only extreme reverence and fear. Even a peak powerhouse like Yusu Xian Jun could not withstand a single blow before him, so they were even less. Meanwhile, in front of the palace gate, Bai Ningbing, who had been struggling, enduring grievances, and exhausted, gazed at the figure of the tall and transcendent man in front of her, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. The 1,000 years of hidden patience, the 1,000 years of painstaking effort, and the 1,000 years of waiting and hoping, all at this moment transformed into scorching hot tears pouring forth. Emperor, Ningbing has endured for 10,000 years, finally waiting for your return. She stood in the wind, her delicate body slightly trembling, her beautiful eyes rolling with tears choked, and murmuring, her voice hoarse, yet filled with comfort. Over the years as the acting empress managing the Kanglin immortal domain, she had been desperately maintaining the superficial prosperity, exhausting herself to the limit, and now she had finally fulfilled her responsibilities. She never expected that the man she had whimsically brought back, the man who had taken her first time Yifeng, would actually be the emperor she was waiting for, and that she was also carrying his child. It was truly a great surprise. She should have realized this long ago. With her strong physique, who else could make her pregnant at once? Except for the emperor, no one else had such capability. 1 year later at the Kanglin immortal capital. A full year has passed since the shocking coup at the Tianyan Palace, which overturned the order of the human race. The terrifying atmosphere that once enveloped the immortal capital has long dissipated. The remnants of the ambitious Gao family and the various ancient forces that attempted to stir up chaos have been completely eradicated by the thunderous methods of the immortal emperor, Yifeng, uniting the Kanglin immortal court that had been in turmoil for thousands of years. Now the immortal capital and the entire Kanglin immortal domain have revived, with nature flourishing and the landscape clear. The Tianyan Palace, which had experienced bloody battles stained with immortal blood and shrouded in darkness, has long shed its former aura of coldness. After a year of restoration and reshaping, blessed by the Tao's fortune and nurtured by the primordial spiritual power, it has now become a true paradise in the mortal world, an unparalleled divine abode. The palace walls are crystal clear, shimmering with eternal purple-gold radiance, surrounded by swirling clouds, ethereal and enchanting. Floating in the air are twinkling stars, shining day and night, illuminating the entire palace in splendid holiness, with protective barriers concealed in the void slowly circulating to guard this tranquil land. Here there are no disputes, no killings, no schemes, only peace and tranquility, with the years passing quietly. In the back courtyard of the Tianyan Palace, in a warm alcove, the soft afternoon light filters through the carved glass windows, gently falling and covering the ground with a mosaic of golden brilliance. On the soft cushion made of soft jade in the hall, a tall and slender figure lounges lazily, shedding the supreme authority of ruling the immortal court, surrounded by warmth and tranquility. This figure is none other than the current ruler of the Kanglin immortal domain, Yifeng. Having experienced countless reincarnations and perilous political upheavals, he has long shed the youthful appearance of his past, which was filled with naivety and the necessity of survival. He is no longer the junior who needed to tread carefully, relying on others to grow or struggling against the odds, but rather stands at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, capable of determining the lives and deaths of countless beings with a thought and maintaining peace across the world with a wave of his hand. His figure is extraordinary, with handsome features that exude wisdom and strategizing, as well as an air of calm detachment that surveys all beings. However, at this moment, this supreme being, revered by countless immortals and feared by gods and demons, is not displaying any disdain towards the world. Instead, he gazes down softly, his eyes filled with an inexhaustible tenderness, gently teasing the small infant cradled in his arms. This infant is his child, born not long ago. This little one has inherited the finest bloodlines and beauty of both parents, with a small face, delicately sculpted, fair and translucent skin, and a pair of clear bright eyes resembling a newly born starry river, curiously observing the world before him, occasionally waving his tiny hands and feet, murmuring softly. Yifeng's gentle fingertips lightly brush the soft little face of the child, his movements meticulously careful, afraid that any extra force might disturb the precious treasure in his arms. The supreme immortal power that once could shatter mountains and rivers has now been completely restrained, leaving only the purest warmth of fatherly love. Beside him, two extraordinary beauties stand quietly, accompanying him with warmth, their eyes filled with unbreakable affection. On the left, by Ningbing, dressed in a light blue immortal gown, radiates elegance and grace, her beauty unparalleled. In the past, she was cold and proud, burdened with obsessions, and wasted half her life under the shadow of frost, avoiding worldly affairs. But now the cold frost surrounding her has completely melted away, her brows soft and gentle, quietly gazing at the father and son with a faint, serene smile that could soothe all the world's hardships, her extraordinary beauty illuminated by the soft light. On the right, Nangong Luyan is equally breathtaking, stunningly beautiful. Dressed in a pure white flowing gown, she appears slender and graceful, her skin whiter than snow, her features like a painting, every movement exuding exceptional charm. In the past, she, as the daughter of the Nangong family, was also cold and noble, proud in spirit. Initially, she was compelled by the pressure of marriage to connect with Yifeng, yet her heart always yearned for the path of immortality. But through countless trials, she finally understood what she truly sought, resolutely giving up the path of immortality just to spend her life with Yifeng. Unexpectedly, this decision directly propelled her to the peak of the spiritual realm, where the past entanglements vanished in an instant, leaving only deep affection and attachment. In a corner of the warm alcove, two slender figures quietly stand dressed in neat light blue made outfits, their postures obedient, heads lowered, standing by in service, not daring to disturb the warm and harmonious atmosphere in the hall. These two figures are Lu Yunshu and Bai Yuxiao. Standing side by side, they appear graceful, both exceptionally beautiful, rare gems, even in the spiritual realm. However, at this moment, amidst the magnificent light and ethereal aura of the Tianyin Palace, standing beside the immortal emperor and the two empresses, their hearts are filled with mixed feelings, a thousand thoughts swirling within, unable to find peace. The most poignant is Lu Yunshu. Even to this day, she often feels dazed, as if she is dreaming. In the past, Yifeng was just a lowly servant disciple, with no background, struggling in the depths of the sect, bullied and neglected, the most insignificant existence within the sect. At that time, she was already a somewhat famous genius disciple within the sect, of noble status, with outstanding talents, adored by many, standing high above. Back then, she merely acted on a moment of compassion, casually recruiting this inconspicuous servant, mistakenly making him a pretend Dao partner of her lady. In her eyes, Yifeng's highest potential was merely to survive steadily, barely reaching the foundation establishment stage, destined to live an ordinary life. Yet she never imagined that the servant boy she had casually summoned would, in this day, rise to astonishing heights. He surged against the odds, stepping from the realm of ants to the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, controlling the universe, becoming the legendary Tianyin immortal emperor. In the past, she was high above while Yifeng was as humble as dust. Now she serves him while Yifeng gazes down upon the heavens. Such is the fluctuation of fate. But thankfully she has now likely reached the highest realm of being a maid, hasn't she? She gazes at Yifeng in the hall, gently teasing the child, his demeanor harmonious, and her heart is filled with gratitude, sighs, and a deep respect for the unpredictability of fate. Standing beside her, Bai Yuxiao's heart is far more complicated than Lu Yunshu's, filled with torment, bitterness, regret, and unwillingness, a multitude of emotions intertwining and nearly overwhelming her. For this past year, she has been in the Tianyin Palace, witnessing Yifeng's unparalleled glory, observing the two breathtaking empresses by his side, sharing the joys of family life, each day serving as a harsh reminder of her past ignorance. Countless deep nights, she cannot help but repeatedly recall the past, remembering the marriage she had rejected with her own hands. Once Yifeng in her eyes was just a complete bumpkin. He came from a lowly background with a narrow vision, no connections or resources, having nothing at all. When he first entered the immortal capital, he was clumsy and dull, without any trace of the demeanor of an exceptional being, so ordinary that he would instantly be overlooked in a crowd. At that time, she was gifted and beautiful, from a prestigious family, proud in spirit, and was the envy of many young talents and immortal disciples. That marriage proposal should have been an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a supreme blessing that could elevate her, but in her eyes at that time it was an immense humiliation and grievance. She looked down on Yifeng from the bottom of her heart, despising his lowly origins, his shallow foundation, and his plainness, believing that such a rustic poor boy could never be worthy of her nobility. Thus, without hesitation, she decisively rejected the marriage proposal, convinced that her choice was absolutely correct and never harboring regrets. She firmly believed that with her talents and beauty, she would surely find a peerless genius or top immortal as her partner, basking in glory. How could she settle for an unknown junior? However, as time passed and the world changed, the boy she had cast aside like a discarded shoe had in just a few short years transformed into a dragon, ascending to the heavens, ruling the spiritual realm, becoming the unparalleled Tianyin immortal emperor. And she, once high and mighty, who looked down upon him, now can only wear the clothes of a maid, standing humbly at the corner of the hall, serving him, watching him possess vast lands with beauties by his side, children around his knees, enjoying a prosperous and peaceful life. Such proximity, yet such distance. Had she not been so ignorant and arrogant back then, had she accepted that marriage proposal calmly, everything today would be completely different. She would not be a lowly maid bowing to serve, but one of the rightful mistresses of the Tianyin Palace, a revered immortal empress worshipped by countless immortals. She would accompany Yifeng through all storms, sharing in his unparalleled glory, enjoying boundless fortune, standing beneath him above all others. But alas, the most ruthless thing in this world is that there are no ifs. A moment's folly leads to an eternity apart. A moment's ignorance leads to a lifetime of regret. To this day, Bai Yuxiao's regret has deepened to the bone, truly regretting until her insides feel twisted. She can only watch helplessly as the ordinary boy she once pushed away has become someone whom everyone looks up to, while she is, due to her former arrogance and short-sightedness, completely missed her greatest opportunity in this life, ending up only able to observe from afar, gazing up for the rest of her days. A long silence lingers in her heart. Bai Yuxiao slightly lowers her head, her eyes misting with a hint of sourness, all her pride and unwillingness ultimately transforming into endless melancholy. The end.